Ding! Congratulations, received 7 billion red envelopes. Ding!
Congratulations, you have received 50 million yuan.
Ding! Congratulations, you have won a Lamborghini Daniel. Ding!
Congratulations, you have obtained 51% of the shares of a listed company.
Ding!
Congratulations, you have obtained a first-grade building from Thomson.
Ding!
Congratulations, get the skill Fighting King.
Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the skill Tianlai singing voice. Lin Fan, 7 billion red envelopes? When should I order? Street reporter, how long can you earn 1 million? Lin Fan. Street reporter, why do you keep blinking? Lin Fan, didn't you ask me how long it takes to earn 1 million? Jiangbei City. At noon, Xingfeng Restaurant.
The woman with a melon-seeded face, black hair, and an appearance of 85 points, casually glanced at Lin Fan, who was sitting on the opposite side, all dressed up. A look of disdain appeared on her face. For a while, the woman used a somewhat arrogant tone, and said, "First introduce myself, my name is Qiao Xia, I am 23 years old this year, graduated from 211 college, and have an annual salary of 200,000 yuan. Lin Fan said, "My name is Lin Fan, I am 23 years old, graduated from high school, and my monthly salary is 4,000 yuan. Oh. Qiao Xia casually replied, and the disdain on her face grew a bit more. At the same time, I started to blame my mother. Why should I introduce myself to such a blind date? Although, Lin Fan is a bit handsome.
But, can you be handsome as a meal? Education is not required. To work but not work
is simply a poor hanging silk. Lin Fan is not worthy of him at all. Qiao Xia picked up the juice in front of her and drank it casually. Lin Fan admitted that Qiao Xia is indeed very beautiful. However, her lofty tone and disdainful expression were all in Lin Fan's eyes.
Lin Fan is not licking a dog, others don't look down on him, and he doesn't bother to pay attention. The two sat opposite each other, with nothing to say, and the atmosphere was a little dull for a while. Ding!
At this time, Lin Fan's phone vibrated rapidly. He took out his phone, but there was a strange message.
Ding! Received 7 billion red envelopes, do you receive it? Lin Fan couldn't help being a little funny. 7 billion red envelopes? Doesn't that mean almost everyone in the world has given me red envelopes? Now mobile phone ads are really exaggerated.
If it is on normal days, Lin Fan will definitely turn off the ad. But, at this time, Lin Fan, who was extremely bored and curious, clicked OK.
He wants to see what content will appear next, and he can pass the time. Ding!
The next moment, a dazzling red light appeared on the phone screen. A red envelope appeared on the phone screen. Lin Fan clicked on Open smoothly.
Ding!
Congratulations, you got 19,999 yuan.
Then, another red envelope appeared on the screen. Lin Fan clicked Open again. Ding!
Congratulations, you got 99 yuan.
Then, another new red envelope appeared on the screen. Lin Fan couldn't help but wonder, is this a program that keeps clicking on red envelopes? It's really boring.
Thinking of this, Lin Fan wanted to turn off and exit. However, at this time, the cell phone shook slightly, and the bank sent 2 text messages to remind him in a row.
China Merchants Bank reminds you to deposit 19,999 yuan at 12 o'clock. China Merchants Bank reminds you to deposit 99 yuan at 12 o'clock.
Lin Fan was startled. These 2 amounts turned out to be the 2 red envelope amounts that I just received.
This. Isn't it an advertisement? It's a real red envelope?
Lin Fan, with a hint of excitement and doubt, clicked the red envelope open again.
Ding!
Congratulations, you got 29,999 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you got 2,000 yuan.
Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained professional car driving skills. Unparalleled driving skills give you a unique charm. Ding! Congratulations, you got 5 yuan.
Lin Fan kept tapping the screen to open the red envelope.
At the same time, the bank kept sending SMS reminders. He understands. These are all real red envelopes.
Xiao Xia, who was sitting across from her, frowned slightly when she saw Lin Fan hadn't spoken for a long time, but had been tapping the phone screen.
Xiao Xia couldn't help pulling her neck and glanced at Lin Fan's phone screen. Congratulations, you got 5 yuan. See here.
Xiao Xia's heart is both angry and contemptuous.
I am a beautiful woman with high education and high income.
He didn't take the opportunity to chat with himself, so he grabbed a red envelope for a few dollars. Xiao Xia stood up and said coldly, I think you should have felt it too, we are not suitable at all. I have something to do later, so I will leave first.
After the words fell, I got up and prepared to leave. Ding! Congratulations on getting a Lamborghini Aventador.
When Lin Fan wanted to keep ordering red envelopes, the time on the phone changed to 12:01.
Then, a dialog box popped up on the screen.
Hint, there are still 23 hours and 59 minutes before the next red envelope. Reminder, for every 10,000 yuan spent, you can get one red envelope immediately. Lin Fan slowly put the phone in his pocket.
At this time, he found an extra car key in his pocket. Lamborghini's car key. When I just received the red envelope, I did get a Lamborghini. But how did the car key get into your pocket? Red envelopes, all true.
Xiao Xia glanced at Lin Fan, who was still staring at the phone in a daze, thinking that he was still grabbing a red envelope for a few dollars. I feel even more contemptuous in my heart. This kind of person can only be poor hanging silk for a lifetime. Thinking of this, Xiao Xia never stopped, twisting her waist, and strode outside. At this time, many people stood at the door. They looked at a cool super sports car not far away with extremely stunning eyes, amazed again and again.
Lamborghini.
Furthermore, it is still a Lamborghini Big Bull, with 10 million domestic sales.
This silver gray look, so handsome. We actually have this car in Jiangbei. I don't know who owns it.
An internet celebrity girl in hot clothes walked up to the Lamborghini Bull, scratched her head and took selfies.
Xiao Xia looked at the super sports car with envy on her face. Said in his heart, I wish I could marry this goddess.
When Xiao Xia saw Lin Fan walking out of the restaurant, her face immediately became very bored. I have already said that it is not appropriate, why is he still stubbornly following up? I drove here by myself, I don't need you to send it. While talking, Xiao Xia raised the BMW car key in his hand.
Yu reading www.uukunsha.com. She wanted to let Lin Fan know more about the gap between the two. I own a BMW car, but he can't even afford a car. Lin Fan said, I didn't say to send it.
The words fell, he took out the Lamborghini car key and pressed it lightly. The car lights came on and the horn honked. Then, strode to the front of the Lamborghini. Daniel opened the door of the car and sat down. Lin Fan rarely drove and never drove a supercar. But when he got on the Lamborghini Bull, he seemed to be a veteran who had been driving for decades.
He knew everything in the car very well. It was amazing.
The net celebrity girl who was taking a selfie in front of the car, looked at Lin Fan who walked into the car, and exclaimed in excitement, she is handsome and rich.
The internet celebrity girl leaned over to the car window with excitement and said, handsome guy, do you have time to have a meal together? I just ate it.
Lin Fan said.
How about going to the movies together?
Several good movies have been released recently.
The internet celebrity said again.
I'm sorry, I'll have something to do later. Lin Fan said.
Handsome guy, let's add a WeChat first, add a WeChat. The celebrity girl called out again.
However, at this time, Lin Fan had closed the window and started the vehicle, and did not hear what the internet celebrity said.
With a kick of the accelerator, the Lamborghini Bull shot out like a cannonball. These ones was all in Xiao Xia's eyes. She was completely taken aback. Lin Fan actually left in a supercar. Is he the goddess? He just ate with himself, and even went on a blind date with himself? Then, I refused him?
Originally, if I marry Lin Fan.
No more hard work in the future, you can carry famous brand bags every day and go to high-end restaurants to eat. However, it's all gone now. Regret. Endless regrets on my heart. Xiao Xia only felt a soreness in her chest. Jingle bell.
At this time, the mobile phone in Xiao Xia's pocket rang a brisk ring.
Xia, how about it, have you seen Lin Fan?
On the phone, my mother Chen Minfan's low voice came.
I saw. Xiao Xia was a little dumb. He's not by your side? Is it convenient to talk? Chen Minfan asked. Not here. Xiao Xia said. What do you think of Lin Fan? If you don't like it, don't force it. Just deal with it. Mom stands with you, his family situation is indeed too ordinary. Chen Minfan said. Xiao Xia was taken aback for a moment and said, the situation in his family, fair? After a pause, as if thinking of something, he asked, what do his parents do? We were working friends before, and we had a good relationship with me. Now I heard that we opened a small clothing store. Chen Minfen said. Xiao Xia said, okay, Mom, I see. After finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Xiao Xia looked at Lamborghini, who had completely disappeared from the field of vision, with a touch of comprehension on her face. Said contemptuously, rent a car for a blind date, thinking that you can succeed in this way? It is ridiculous. Poor Hang Si is always poor Hang Si. Then, she glanced at the net celebrity girl not far away, and said, Biaozi with hanging silk is quite suitable. After speaking, he smiled and walked towards the BMW. Lin Fan drove a Lamborghini Bull, galloping all the way. He is like a dazzling laser light, wherever he goes is the focus. This is the street bombing. After a while, Lin Fan came to a public parking lot. He flipped out of the car, with a driving permit and registration certificate with his name written on it. Wondered, is this the golden finger in the novel? The system? At this time, a virtual button appeared in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan casually. Ding. Successfully activated the system. Get the newbie package. Then, a virtual screen appeared in his mind. Name, Lin Fan. Level, LV1. LV1 reward, get 1 yuan for every breath, get 1 yuan for every second of sleep, get 1 yuan for every step you take. Rewards will be credited to the account at 24 o'clock every day. Upgrade consumption amount, 0/10,000, gifts to others, gambling, etc. are not counted. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from trading. Charm, 85, appearance, clothes, spirit, etc. are closely related. Skills, professional car driving skills. Funds, 89,900, all funds are from reasonable and legal sources, and there is no need to worry about direct use. Reminder, there are still 23 hours and 35 minutes before the next red envelope. Reminder, for every 10,000 yuan spent, you can get 1 red envelope immediately. Lin Fan said, sure enough, there is a system. Professional level driving skills? No wonder it feels so easy to drive this Lamborghini. Then, Lin Fan began to study the system again. Get 1 yuan for every breath. For a normal person, about 20 breaths per minute, that is, 24 hours a day, about 28,000 can be obtained. Get 1 yuan for every second of sleep. If you sleep for 8 hours a day, you can probably get around 28,000. Get 1 yuan for every step you take. This is not very fixed, sometimes a few hundred, sometimes a few thousand. As for the red envelope, the amount depends on luck. If you calculate it together, you can get 60,000 to 70,000 yuan per day, almost 2 million per month, 24 million a year. In addition, this is only LV1, if you upgrade to LV2, or even higher levels, I am afraid you will get more money. Lin Fan thought of this, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Then, he set his sights on the novice gift bag. Do you want to open the newbie package? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, get the charm aura and increase your charm by 5 points. In addition, there is a 5% chance of triggering love at first sight and unforgettable. the strong charm is the most attractive. Ding! Congratulations, get a 10 times rebate card. Better consumption can have more gains.
Lin Fan only felt his body warm slightly, but there was not much change.
He glanced at his pale pants, stepped on the accelerator, and went straight to KM Mall. KM Mall, the most high-end clothing shopping city in Jiangbei City. Welcome, KM Mall, can I help you?
Although, Lin Fan wears ordinary clothes. But, standing at the door, the well-proportioned female shopping guide greeted her for the first time.
From this point of view, it is not without reason that KM Mall has been able to stand in Jiangbei for many years.
At least, the quality of shopping guides is much better than that of ordinary shops.
Lin Fan said, help me find a suit that suits me.
This suit is the latest model of this year, the design is cutting edge, and it is very comfortable. People rely on clothing and Buddhas rely on gold clothing.
This sentence is true. After changing into KM's clothes, Lin Fan's charm increased by 2 points again, reaching as many as 92. Lin Fan moved his hands and feet, and said, okay, just this set, how much is it? A total of 48,889 yuan.
The female shopping guide smiled. Lin Fanyan heard it, and frowned slightly. The female shopping guide saw this, she sighed in her heart, sure enough, another person who thinks KM is too expensive.
At this time, Lin Fan murmured, it's only more than 40,000?
Forget it, swipe your card first.
Is only more than 40,000? He didn't think it was too expensive, but he thought it was too cheap?
The female shopping guide received the bank card by mistake and swiped it on the POS machine.
Ding! For this consumption of 48,889 renminbi, do I use a 10 times rebate card? Yes.
Lin Fan said silently in his heart.
Ding! System upgrade, LV2.
LV2 reward, get 2 yuan for every breath, get 2 yuan for every 1 second of sleep, get 2 yuan for every step you take.
Rewards will be credited to the account at 24 o'clock every day.
Upgrade consumption amount, 38889/10 million, gifts, gambling, etc. are not included. UU reading www.uukanshu.com. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from trading. Originally, at least 60,000 to 70,000 were obtained every day, but now, it has doubled to more than 100,000. Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan's phone shook slightly.
China Merchants Bank reminds you to deposit 488,890 yuan.
At the same time, a red envelope appeared on the screen of his mobile phone.
Ding! After spending 40,000 and getting 4 red envelopes, do I receive all of them? Yes. Ding!
Congratulations, you got 19,999 yuan.
Ding! Congratulations, get 2 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, get 300 yuan. Ding!
Congratulations, you got 2,999 yuan.
See here. Lin Fan's mouth ticked slightly.
The female shopping guide beside respectfully handed out the bank card and said, Sir, your card.
You first put the 2 over there, and 1 set there, wrap me all according to my size.
Lin Fan fingered nearly 10 pieces of clothing.
The female shopping guide understood that she definitely met Shenhao.
So, he hurriedly wrapped up all the clothes. A total of 232,100 yuan, I can apply to the store manager to help you remove the fraction of 2,100 yuan behind, you can wait a moment.
The female shopping guide said.
Lin Fan said, that fraction, just treat it as a tip for you. Now, to Lin Fan, money is just a number.
This waiter has a good attitude.
Although the clothes he chooses are a bit cheaper, they are really comfortable. So, giving her a little reward is nothing.
The female shopping guide was very happy and said, thank you, mister.
After swiping the card again for consumption. In Lin Fan's mind, a reminder sounded again.
Ding! System upgrade, LV3.
LV3 reward, every breath, 5 yuan, every 1 second of sleep, 5 yuan, every step, 5 yuan.
Rewards will be credited to the account at 24 o'clock every day.
Upgrade consumption amount, 270,000/1 million, gift to others, gambling, etc. are not counted. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from trading. This time the system upgrade, the money received was 5 times more than that of LV1. In other words, now, Lin Fan can get 300 to 400,000 yuan every day. At the same time, a red envelope appeared on the screen of Lin Fan's phone.
Ding! After spending 230,000 and getting 23 red envelopes, do I receive all of them? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, get 200 yuan. Ding!
Congratulations, you got 18,888 yuan.
Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the skill Violence Aesthetics. Significantly enhance physical fitness, reaction, agility, fighting skills, and so on.
As a result, he has the fighting power of 1 enemy and 100, is powerful and violent, showing the true qualities of a man.
Even fighting is pleasing to the eye. Ding! Congratulations, get the skill Drinking Gentleman.
When drinking, 1,000 cups are not poured, gentleman, elegant, and know all the wine information.
Even drinking alcohol has endless charm. Ding! Congratulations, you got 3,333 yuan.
23 red envelopes, a total of 192,335 yuan. As for money, Lin Fan has no much interest in it.
He set his sights on the skills Violent Aesthetics and Drinking Gentleman. 1 enemy 100? 1,000 cups are not poured?
Lin Fan only felt that his whole body was full of power.
With a good mood, he drove back to the rental room. That night, early in the morning, Lin Fan's mobile phone rang a text message reminder. China Merchants Bank reminds you to deposit 213,500 yuan at midnight. 12 o'clock noon the next day.
Lin Fan's phone popped up with a red envelope again.
Ding! Congratulations, you got 19 yuan. Ding!
Congratulations, you got 2,999 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you got 19,999 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you got the Vacheron Constantin Tour de Lille watch.
Ding! Congratulations, you got a house in Wanjiao, Washington.
When Lin Fan clicked on the red envelope and arrived here, he was slightly taken aback.
Wanjiao, Washington? Isn't that the best and most expensive school district room in Jiangbei?
I heard that. The price has already been flat at 50,000.
One house?
It was this stupefaction, and the time became 12:01.
The red envelope disappeared.
Lin Fan slowly raised his head with doubts in his heart. This raised his head, and he was stunned again. Because, there were a lot of real estate certificates and 2 sets of keys in front of me. Lin Fan opened the first real estate certificate. It reads impressively, Building A 101, with an area of 103 square meters, and the property owner Lin Fan. Then, he opened the second book, Building A 102, with an area of 104 square meters, and the property owner Lin Fan. Then, he hurriedly opened the third book, Building A 103, with an area of 89 square meters, and the property owner Lin Fan. There are 33 floors in a building with 4 houses on each floor. 132 suites, all belong to Lin Fan. The total value of these houses has reached hundreds of millions. Lin Fan couldn't help putting his hand in his pocket, wanting to smoke a cigarette, but accidentally pulled out the fashionable Vacheron Constantin Tour de Lille watch. He looked at the Vacheron Constantin Tour de Lille in his hand, then looked at the real estate certificate in front of him, and the corners of his mouth slightly twitched. Then, Lin Fan found a bag, put all the real estate certificates and keys in it, and then strode downstairs. At this time, the landlady Wang Xichin happened to be downstairs, holding a mobile phone and seemed to be about to make a call.
After she saw Lin Fan, she showed a smile on her face and said, "Xiaolin, didn't you go to work today?" While talking, Wang Xichin couldn't help but quietly glanced at Lin Fan.
For some reason, she always felt that Lin Fan seemed a little different today. Especially the clothes that Lin Fan wears, I seem to have seen it somewhere.
Yes. Lin Fan answered flatly.
He hates this landlord very much.
He just likes to charge water and electricity bills indiscriminately. Moreover, he often cuts water and electricity.
Before getting the system, Lin Fan had made plans and moved out directly when the contract expired.
If it weren't for the rental house, there are some of his personal belongings. Last night, Lin Fan didn't plan to come here anymore.
Seeing that Lin Fan was leaving, Wang Xichin didn't care about his differences. He hurriedly said, "You are not going to work today, that would be great.
My toilet is blocked and I can't fix it anymore. Go and help me clear it."
Her tone was not a request at all, but an order.
Lin Fan raised his brows and said, "I can't do it."
After finished speaking, he walked straight forward.
Wang Xichin didn't expect Lin Fan to reject him at all, so he was slightly taken aback. Then, with a fire in his heart, he grabbed Lin Fan's arm and said, "What does it mean to be no? You people who haven't gone to college, don't you do this kind of thing?" Lin Fan's face sank, and said, "Let go." However, Wang Xichin did not let go at all.
Lin Fan's face was slightly cold, and he slammed hard.
Wow! This action was too big, but the real estate certificate and keys in the bag were accidentally dropped out. Wang Xichin contemptuously said, "You haven't even gone to college, and you still learn to be a real estate agent by others? Can you introduce the house?"
Wang Xichin doesn't think these houses belong to Lin Fan at all.
Because of charging dozens of yuan more in utility bills every month, I have to ask the poor Diaosi, how many houses will there be? How can it be? The only answer is that Lin Fan works in a real estate agency. These real estate certificates and keys belong to the agency company. Lin Fan didn't bother talking to Wang Xichin.
After picking up the real estate certificate and key, he strode towards the Lamborghini Bull who stopped in front.
Opened the car door and sat straight on.
Then, step on the accelerator and gallop forward. At this time, Li Jiahu dragged his fat body and slowly walked downstairs, complaining, "Mom, when will the toilet cleaner be here?
I'm almost killed."
The next moment, Li Jiahu squinted his eyes, and immediately glared round, and exclaimed excitedly, "Fuck!
Lamborghini Bull. Someone in our community opens Lamborghini Bull. It's awesome."
While talking, Li Jiahu hurriedly took out his mobile phone and took a few consecutive photos of the Lamborghini who was about to disappear from the field of vision.
Wang Xichin saw Li Jiahu so excited, and said, "Jiahu, do you like that car very much? When you find a job, Mom will buy you one."
In her opinion, a car that even Lin Fan can afford is definitely not a good car.
Li Jiahu said, "Buy that car? Mom, do you know how much you get? How much does a car cost? 200,000? Wang Xichin said. A few years ago, Wang Xichin's old house was demolished and lost 3.
Sold one of them, and had nearly 1 million in deposits in his hand. Gave out 200,000 of them for his son, and Wang Xichin didn't feel too distressed.
200,000?
Another 200,000 won't work.
That's a Lamborghini Daniel, a super sports car. The domestic market is almost 10 million. Li Jiahu said. What? Wang Xichin shouted, and the whole mouth turned into an O shape. 10 million?
Even if I sell her, I can't get so much money. At this time, Wang Xichin suddenly remembered why Lin Fan's clothes were so familiar. A few days ago, while shopping in KM Mall, Li Jiahu liked that suit very much. However, Wang Xichin saw that the suit cost tens of thousands of yuan, so he dragged Li Jiahu out. Immediately afterwards, Wang Xichin thought of the real estate certificate and keys that Lin Fan had fallen to the ground earlier. A terrible thought suddenly appeared in his heart.
Are those houses all his? Thinking of this, Wang Xichin couldn't help taking a breath.
At this time, Lin Fan had already arrived at Wanjiahuafu. He took out the keys and opened several suites, and found that each of the houses was completely decorated and equipped with appliances, so he could move in directly with his bags. Then, Lin Fan took the bag again and went to a nearby housing agency.
Hello, is there anything I need to serve? Said the salesman wearing black-rimmed glasses. Lin Fan said, I have a house in Wanjiahuafu. I want you to rent it out. By the way, is your manager here?
I think it's best to let your manager come out and receive it for my business.
I have always been responsible for the rental and sale of Wanjiawafu. You can give me the information about the house, and I will definitely rent it out for you at the highest price and in the shortest time." The salesman smiled. A house, in the ears of the salesperson, directly becomes a house. Therefore, his tone is extremely relaxed and indifferent. Lin Fan nodded and said, "All right then." Then, Lin Fan poured out all the real estate certificates and keys in his pocket. When the salesman saw it, he immediately opened his mouth and was stunned. After a long time, he memed and said, You, please have some tea first, sit for a while, and I will help you find the manager." Soon, the woman in professional attire walked out quickly. Lin Fan looked at the woman from top to bottom. The facial features are exquisite, the skin is fair, plump and rounded, that almost stretches out the white shirt, with straight long legs wrapped in loose trousers. The whole person looks mature, capable and agitated. Combined, 94 points. "Hello, I'm Han Tian, the manager of Lianjia Dongqing District. This is my business card. What do you call your husband?" Han Tian handed out his business card and said. At the same time, Han Tian also secretly looked at Lin Fan. Has chiseled facial features, is 1.8 meters tall, wears a set of novel brand name clothes, and exudes a special temperament. The whole person is simply a walking hormone. One word: handsome. Wanjiahuafu is the best school district housing in Jiangbei. Han Tian, as the regional manager of Dongcheng, knows very well that Building A belongs to a mysterious person. She spent a lot of thoughts, trying to inquire about this mysterious person, but she never got any results. Han Tian thought about a possibility. Perhaps, this mysterious person is a corrupt official, who has already been arrested or fled abroad. There is no such thing. However, Han Tian did not expect that the other party turned out to be such a young man. Besides, he is still a tall and handsome young man. Han Tian seemed to feel that she was staring at Lin Fan for too long, a little impolite, and her professional pretty face was blushing. "My name is Lin." Lin Fan said. "Mr. Lin, I just heard that you are going to rent out a house in Wanjiawa Mansion?" Hearing Lin Fan's voice, Han Tian couldn't help but rectify her mind, and her pretty face became professional again. "Yes." Lin Fan took a sip of tea and said casually. Han Tian smiled and said, "You are the right choice to come to our Lianjia. Our Lianjia is the largest sales and rental platform in China, and we can definitely rent out your house at the highest price in the shortest time. UU Reading Books www.uukunsha.com. In addition, you own a full house and belong to a large customer. We have a large customer policy for each family, which can provide you with the most favorable and convenient services." Lin Fan nodded indifferently and said, "Okay, then my house will be handed over to you." Han Tian was taken aback. She obviously didn't expect Lin Fan to agree so simply. He doesn't make specific pricing, does he ask questions such as rake? He trusts himself so much? Han Tian's professional pretty face was blushed again, and said softly, "Thank you Mr. Lin for your trust." Soon, with a warm contract, it was placed in front of Lin Fan. Xiao Xia dragged her tired body into Lian's house. "Do you have any houses in Washington, D.C. for rent?" Xiao Xia asked expectantly. Only by renting a house in Wanjia, Washington, can her brother go to Jiangbei No. 1 middle school to study. But where is Wanjiawa Mansion so easy to rent? Today, Xiao Xia ran to nearly 10 intermediaries, sweating all over, but to no avail. Tap. At this time, Lin Fan just finished signing the contract and walked out of the conference room. After seeing him, Xiao Xia couldn't help but recalled what happened yesterday. Scornfully said, "Isn't it driving a Lamborghini? Why did you work in a real estate agency? Renting a Lamborghini probably cost him a month or two of salary, right? Poor hanging silk." The salesman smiled to Xiao Xia and said, "This guest, your luck is really good. This gentleman just gave his entire house in Wanjia, Washington, D.C. to our Lianjia agent for rent. Now, we have a large number of floors for you to choose from. The whole house is connected to the house, and the needle falls quietly." Xiao Xia half opened her mouth, and she was completely stunned. What did she hear? Lin Fan entrusted an entire house in Washington, D.C. to Lianjia for rent? There is a whole house. Besides, it's from Wanjia, Washington?
The average price of Wanjia in Washington is now 50,000 yuan.
A house costs about 5 million yuan. A whole house, how much is it?
Immediately afterwards, Xiao Xia once again thought of the Lamborghini Daniel that Lin Fan drove yesterday. It turns out that he is really a god, a super god.
And myself, actually rejected him yesterday? If you are with him, where do you need to run out of sweat today?
At this time, Xiao Xia seemed to see brand-name bags, and the high-end restaurants were getting further and further away from him.
Pain. Xiao Xia only felt the endless soreness in her chest.
Lin Fan glanced at Xiao Xia lightly, and then walked outside. He has no affection for this woman who looks down on people and loves vain. Xiao Xia hurriedly shouted, "Lin Fan, Lin Xiao." However, what responded to her was only a tall figure from the back.
"Madam, do you still need to rent a house in Wanjia, Washington?" Han Tian asked.
"Rent, I want to rent a set,"
Xiao Xia said.
At this time, she also recovered.
"Anyway, I have to rent the house first today,"
Han Tian said. Now only building A104 can be rented out, and the rent is 30,000 a month. Earlier, Han Tian had a full view of the changes in Lin Fan's expression, knowing that Lin Fan hated the woman in front of him. Lin Fan is his big customer, and he is very handsome and trusts his big customer. Lin Fan hates the woman in front of him, so he naturally has to teach him a lesson.
30,000? How could it be so expensive? The luxury community not far from here is only 3,000 a month, Xiao Xia exclaimed.
And, just now, your salesman also said that there are many floors to choose from.
How come you are only left with 104?
Han Tian said in a hurry. Our salesperson is not the only one, how much can he know?
Many floors have been booked by other customers.
As for, if you say that luxury quarters are cheap, then you can rent luxury quarters. After finished speaking, he turned around and left.
Xiao Shi is very elegant.
At this time, the cell phone in her pocket rang a ring.
Xia, you have to help your brother rent a house in Wanjiawafu.
If you drag it on, he really won't be able to read Jiangbei No. 1 middle school.
Chen Minfan's anxious voice came over the phone. Mom, I found the house.
Xiao Xia hesitated.
Really?
Okay, then rent it out soon, don't be robbed by others.
Chen Minfan exclaimed excitedly.
But, the price of the house.
What is the price?
No matter how expensive it is, you have to rent it.
What else is more important than your brother going to school?
Chen Minfen shouted.
Xiao Xia sighed and said, well, I'll rent it now.
After a pause, he said, Mom, you said yesterday that Lin Fan's house is very ordinary?
Yes, I opened a small clothing store, what's the matter?
Chen Minfen said.
No.
Nothing.
Xiao Xia sighed.
A small clothing store? I'm afraid it was someone who was low-key, and actually opened a large clothing company.
After hanging up, Xiao Xia had to go forward again, gritted her teeth and said, I rent that 104 room.
After having lunch at Hilton, Lin Fan opened a presidential suite for a nap.
Now that he has taken out all his personal belongings in the rental room, he will naturally not go back there again.
Lin Fan closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. When he opened his eyes, it was already 17 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Fan flipped through his mobile phone at random, and found that the group of high school classmates who had been silent for a long time had become active today. It turned out that they held a class reunion at the Jiangbei Fenglai Hotel at 19 o'clock this evening, so that all the students who were available would pass. Lin Fan couldn't help but think of those laughter in high school, as well as the figure of a few good friends. At the same time, thinking that there is nothing to do at night anyway, I decided to participate in the class reunion. Lin Fan felt that during the gathering time, it was the peak time, and there would definitely be a lot of cars and traffic jams. So, he set off from Hilton ahead of time.
In fact, as Lin Fan expected, there are indeed many cars on the road.
However, he did not calculate that he was driving a Lamborghini Daniel, and the surrounding cars took the initiative to pull away from it. Coupled with Lin Fan's professional driving skills, the entire road can be said to be unimpeded. So that, at 1840, Lin Fan came to the Box 666 of Fong Lai Hotel. "Ha, Lin Fan," a round-faced man said with some uncertainty. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, and said, "Shen Liang, you really have changed a lot."
In high school, Shen Liang was tall and thin, nicknamed Bamboo Pole.
Now, it is full of flesh and blood, and the years are really a pig-killing knife.
It turned out to be you.
I haven't seen you for a few years, and I have become more and more handsome.
I almost can't recognize it, Shen Liang said. Next to, a young man named Wang Haoqi said, "Lin Fan, this is the first time I have met since graduating? I heard that you joined society after graduating from high school? How much is it for a month now?"
"A few thousand yuan," Lin Fan said casually.
"A few thousand yuan? Then you can eat more later.
After all, our meal today is worth 1 month's salary." Wang Haoqi sneered, and the contempt on his face was full.
"Undoubtedly. How about being handsome?"
"A few thousand yuan a month." Lin Fan frowned slightly.
Where can he not hear the ridicule in Wang Haoqi's words?
But, today is a class reunion after all, it should not be too ugly. So, Lin Fan didn't say much. At this time, Yang Wenjing, wearing an Hermes long skirt, carrying a Gucci bag, with heavy makeup, holding a big beer belly, and a middle-aged man with an obvious LV logo belt around his waist, walked in slowly. After seeing her, everyone began to say hello.
"Wow! Isn't this Yang Wenjing, the big beauty in our class?"
"I haven't seen you in a few years, getting younger and more beautiful."
"Beauty Yang, you reading www.uukunsha.com, won't you tell us about this one next to us?"
Yang Wenjing was praised by the classmates, and her smiling body trembled so much that the foundation on her face fell on the table.
"Thank you for your compliment, this is my husband Dulei," Yang Wenjing said. Lin Fan followed Yang Wenjing and his husband, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief.
In high school, several girls in the class all expressed love to Lin Fan.
Among them, Yang Wenjing is the most bold and direct.
However, Lin Fan's mind is all about studying, so he rejected Yang Wenjing and all the girls. Now, Lin Fan looked at Yang Wenjing's appearance and couldn't help but feel very grateful for the decision at that time.
Tap.
At this time, Qin Yuxuan, with fair skin and her jet-black hair hanging down like a waterfall, walked in.
Qin Yuxuan wears ordinary casual clothes, but her exquisite features and perfect body make her extraordinary at all.
With her arrival, it seemed that the whole box was brightened up. Even Lin Fan's eyes light up slightly.
"Qin Yuxuan. Unexpectedly, you, a top student, have also come. Today is really rare. By the way, in high school, wasn't it rumored that Qin Yuxuan and Yang Wenjing were both interested in Lin Fan? What are they doing now? What's the situation?"
"Yang Wenjing is already married to that big boss, she is a famous brand."
Qin Yuxuan heard that she is studying in the Magic City. Yang Wenjing and Qin Yuxuan, a lady, a goddess. And Lin Fan entered the society after graduating from high school, and now only a few thousand yuan a month, properly poor hanging silk, what can they do?
When all the students said this, they unconsciously glanced at Lin Fan with a mocking look. At the same time, secretly distanced himself from Lin Fan.
It looks like being too close to Lin Fan will damage your identity. Among these, except Qin Yuxuan.
After entering the box, Qin Yuxuan's beautiful eyes quickly scanned. However, when he saw Lin Fan, he stayed for 2 more seconds, so that his eyes met each other. The two looked at each other and smiled slightly. At this moment, silence is better than sound. Soon, a large table of exquisite dishes was served, such as mellow steak ribs, steamed rich fish, pork neck charcoal grilled pork, and so on.
There should be so many people today.
It's rare for us high school classmates to get together. I suggest everyone toast to celebrate.
Cheers! Cheers! A lively reunion of classmates began.
Before everyone had eaten it for a long time, Hu Jinsong, who was wearing a plaid shirt, walked in. He first put the BMW key in his hand on the table. Then he clasped his fists in both hands and said, "Sorry, old classmates, I'm late, the road is too blocked. I will punish myself for a cup first." After Hu Jinsong finished speaking, he poured himself a glass of wine and then poured his stomach.
Hu Jinsong, that's okay. I already bought a BMW. Wang Haoqi said. It's just a BMW 5 Series, it's nothing. Hu Jinsong waved his hand casually. The 5 Series is also a luxury car. Wang Haoqi said. What kind of luxury car is this? Hu Jinsong waved his hand again and said, You don't know what car was parked next to me when I just parked. Lamborghini Bull. Fuck. Lamborghini Daniel? We have this car in Zhongbei? Shenliang said in surprise. Hu Jinsong nodded and said, Yeah, I didn't expect it. Lamborghini Daniels cost about 10 million to land. I don't know who is the hero. My BMW only has 252 horsepower. And the Lamborghini Daniel has a V12 engine, a full 700 horsepower, and an acceleration of 2.8 seconds from 100 meters. It runs like flying. Hu Jinsong got more and more excited as he said, the whole person danced. Then, Hu Jinsong glanced in the box. When she saw Qin Yuxuan, who was like a fairy, her eyes lit up slightly. Beauty Qin, I didn't expect you to come to the class meeting today. I haven't seen you in a few years, you are really getting more and more beautiful. However, Qin Yuxuan just smiled politely and didn't talk to him much. Hu Jinsong couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, and then he looked at Yang Wenjing and her husband who were wearing heavy makeup. Dame Yang, President Du. I didn't expect you two to come too. Today is a rare good day. I toast you a glass. Hu Jinsong raised his glass and exclaimed. Wang Haoqi asked, Hu Jinsong, do you know Yang Wenjing's husband? Of course. Mr. Du is a well-known big boss. Even my BMW 5 Series was bought by Mr. Du. Do you know what car Mr. Du drives? Porsche Cayenne. Hu Jinsong said. Awesome. Even driving a Porsche, that's a super luxury car. Wang Haoqi said. Du Lei, who was holding his beer belly, smiled and said, Porsche is nothing more than a Lamborghini. However, nowadays rich people generally don't play cars much, they play watches. While Du Lei was talking, he revealed the golden Rolex on his wrist. Hu Jinsong said, Rolex. Even Rolex is worn. Poor playing cars, rich playing watches. As expected of Mr. Du. Rolex? Besides, it's still golden, which looks very expensive. Someone whispered. Du Lei proudly said, It's not too expensive, it's just a few $100,000. Hu Jinsong gave a thumbs up and said, Hundreds of thousands of watches. Mr. Du Kai, Yang Wenjing are beautiful, you are really handsome and beautiful, you are a match made in heaven. Speaking of which, there was a guy named Lin Fan in our class before, who relied on himself as a little white face, and even stalked and chased Yang Wenjing. Fortunately, Yang Wenjing didn't agree. In order to please Yang Wenjing and Du Lei, Hu Jinsong directly accused Yang Wenjing of failing to chase Lin Fan back then, saying that Lin Fan was stalking and chasing Yang Wenjing. He was really a good hand at turning black and white. Yang Wenjing said, Of course I won't agree. What's the use of a little white face? I am destined to marry our Du Lei. While speaking, Yang Wenjing raised the Gucci bag in her hand, and cast a contemptuous look at Lin Fan. It looks like, Lin Fan, didn't you reject me back then? Now, in my eyes, you are just a poor hanging silk. After deliberately finding faults again and again, Lin Fan is no longer prepared to worry about his classmates' affection. Otherwise, others thought he was muddled. Lin Fan touched his chin and recalled, I chased Yang Wenjing? So, she took the initiative to show me a certain part? Oh, there seems to be 3 moles in that part. Du Lei's expression instantly became ugly after hearing this. 3 moles? That is Yang Wenjing's most private part. Yang Wenjing took the initiative to show it to Lin Fan? At the beginning, Du Lei married Yang Wenjing because she was pure and lovely. From now on, where is she pure? Is simply dang. Women.
Yang Wenjing hurriedly said, "Husband, you reading www.uukunsha.com, don't listen to him nonsense."
Humph.
Dulei just snorted and ignored her. At this time, Hu Jinsong seemed to notice that Lin Fan was here, and said, "Lin Fan, you are here too?"
Yang Wenjing is a beautiful woman in the class.
It's not a big deal that you like her.
Who doesn't like her in our class? We are just talking about the little things in high school, you can't be angry about it, right?
What he said was obviously saying that Lin Fan hated him because of love, made up his mind and made up his own little family. Lin Fan said, "Then I will also talk about the little things in high school.
Do you remember the school's Auntie Wang?
When Hu Jinsong was sophomore in high school, she had a good relationship with her for a long time.
By the way, are you still together now? Wow.
As soon as this statement came out, everyone looked at Hu Jinsong with shocked eyes. That Auntie Wang is about 40 years old, short and fat, I heard. She has never been in a relationship. Even, privately, many people directly call her old.
Hu Jinsong and such a woman, is it better for a while? Is his taste so strong?
At this time, the person in the high school in Hu Jinsong's dormitory suddenly remembered that he had played several times in the internet cafe with Hu Jinsong until midnight.
Hu Jinsong took himself and swaggered into the dormitory.
At that time, he was still rejoicing that fortunately, Aunt Wang had forgotten to close the door. Now, it seems that Aunt Wang, the supervisor, forgot to close the door, because she left the door specially for Hu Jinsong. Hu Jinsong's face flushed, and he shouted, "Lin Fan, you are talking nonsense."
Everyone immediately understood what he looked like.
All of this is probably true. At this time, the atmosphere of the box was faintly filled with a smell of gunpowder.
Someone stood up and played around.
"It's hard to meet us all, come and have a drink together."
Right. Have a drink.
Then, everyone got up, toasted and drank.
After a cup, the atmosphere in the box is slightly slower.
The classmates started chatting with each other, and laughed a few times from time to time. I have to say that Hu Jinsong does have good communication skills. Soon, he became the focus of the box. Hu Jinsong glanced at Lin Fan, who was sitting in the corner, still silent.
Grumbling eyes said, "Lin Fan, why have you kept silent?" Hu Jinsong's tone is extremely relaxed and indifferent.
That appearance. As if forgotten, Lin Fan publicly exposed the scandal between him and Aunt Wang. Paused, and then said, "By the way, Lin Fan, you went to work right after you finished high school.
You should have made a lot of money? What car did you buy? Lin Fan's salary is only a few thousand yuan, what kind of car do you buy? He himself probably won't be able to support it." Wang Haoqi sneered.
In high school, Lin Fan was tall and handsome, and he studied very well, so he can be said to be a man in the class. So much so that many girls in the class adore him. Wang Haoqi was very jealous of this. Now, when he sees Lin Fan so desolate, after a while of mockery, he feels the pleasure of a beggar stepping on the nobleman.
What? The salary is only a few thousand yuan?
Hu Jinsong pretended to be surprised. Lin Fan ignored these.
Childish. In his opinion, all this is too naive. However, his ignorance does not mean that others will give up. Hu Jinsong said in surprise, "Ha! Lin Fan, you also wear a watch? It looks pretty good. Come and let us enjoy it."
Lin Fan said lightly, "It's just a watch, nothing to appreciate."
Don't say that, everyone is classmates, just look around, just find some topics to talk about. Don't worry, we won't break it.
Even if it breaks, I promise to pay you a new one.
Hu Jinsong said.
Yes, just take a look.
Wang Haoqi said. Shenliang seemed a little curious, and persuaded, "Lin Fan, otherwise, would you show it to everyone?"
Lin Fan had a good impression of Shenliang, and seeing him say the same, so he put Vacheron Constantine Tourdelisle on the table. Hu Jinsong tossed back and forth several times in both hands, and said, "There is still some weight."
Wang Haoqi said, "What brand is this? It looks okay indeed."
My friend Xiao Bo is a watch expert, so I'll know if I send it to him. Hu Jinsong didn't ask Lin Fan at all, and directly took a photo and sent it to his friend. He wanted to use this to show his strong connections so as to better mock Lin Fan.
Unfortunately, Xiao Bo did not reply immediately. Hu Jinsong said, "Let's wait a while, he may be busy."
When Xin Liang saw the Vacheron Constantine Tourdelile for the first time, he was shocked and couldn't help asking, "Lin Fan, how much did this watch cost?"
"No money was spent,"
Lin Fan said. This sentence, he didn't talk nonsense.
"Because, this watch is obtained from the red envelope." "You didn't spend any money?" "Lin Fan, shouldn't your watch be a gift from others when you buy something, right?" Wang Haoqi sneered. Hu Jinsong said, "It turned out to be a gift." "Lin Fan, did you say it earlier?"
"I shouldn't take photos and send it to friends just now. Generally, the gifts are some high imitation A goods.
My friend hates goods A the most. When I see the photos later, I'm afraid I will be very angry."
After Hu Jinsong finished speaking, he threw the watch directly on the table. "It looks like if you hold this watch for a while, your hands will get dirty." Then, Hu Jinsong said in a lesson tones, "Lin Fan, it's not that I said you, everyone is old classmate, it's really meaningless to put on an A watch.
Ask your classmates, who would use a cargo to pretend to be?"
In fact, some of the students present had bought goods A in private.
But they will never admit it. This is the face. If you admit it, doesn't it mean you can't mix it up? Can only buy goods A?
Therefore, the classmates shook their heads.
The quality of item A is far worse than the real item. I never use a goods. If you don't have enough money, just buy it a little bit. Why do you buy A?
Yang Wenjing even raised the Gucci bag in her hand, and said, "The A goods are all poor hanging silk.
Like my husband, they never buy me A goods."
After finishing speaking, Yang Wenjing hugged Du Lei's arm and rubbed it up and down. Du Lei felt the softness on his arms, and his anger gradually disappeared. Lin Fan listened to what everyone said, as if countless flies were buzzing, and finally became a little angry, and shouted, "I just like it, it's your shit?" After the words fell, he took the Vacheron Constantine Tourdelile back and put it on his wrist again. Suddenly, the faces of all the classmates in the box became a little unpleasant. Lin Fan's words are regarded as scolding them all. Xin Liang felt that if he didn't let Lin Fan take off his watch, such a thing would not happen.
Then, he said roundly, "Everyone has almost eaten, shall we go sing?" "Okay, go. Let's go." The classmates all agreed.
Lin Fan said, "I won't go there anymore." A large part of the reason why Lin Fan attended this class reunion was because he wanted to meet some good friends in high school.
Unfortunately, they did not come.
Lin Fan was able to finish this meal, which is already considered as a face to the students.
"Naturally, I won't sing along."
Xin Yuxuan said, "I have something to do later, so I won't go anymore."
"I wish you all a good time."
Many people are happy to see Lin Fan not going.
However, Xin Yuxuan, this big beauty, didn't go, so they were very reluctant to give up.
So, many people spoke out to discourage.
Regarding this, Xin Yuxuan only said that there was something at home and refused all of them. "Do you need me to see you off?"
Lin Fan asked casually.
"Then it will be troublesome,"
Xin Yuxuan said with a smile.
Lin Fan was taken aback.
In fact, he just asked casually, but he didn't want Xin Yuxuan to really answer.
"But, now that the words have been spoken, you can't regret it, right?"
Then, the two of them walked towards the parking lot together. This scene was all seen in the eyes of all the students.
The two of them, shouldn't there be anything, right? How could Xin Yuxuan look at him? They walked to the parking lot. Yu reading www.uukunsha.com. Isn't Lin Fan without a car? A taxi has just entered the parking lot. He probably wants to take that taxi, right? Wang Haoqi said.
As soon as he said this, the faces of all the students were full of contempt. In their opinion, they should use a luxury car to send a beautiful woman like Xin Yuxuan home.
Taxi? It's a shame. Yang Wenjing mocked, "My husband sent me home at the beginning, and the lowest is a Mercedes-Benz or BMW. Taxi?"
Lin Fan is really embarrassed. Hu Jinsong looked at the back of Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan and said, "My BMW 5 Series is also in that direction."
Wang Haoqi said, "Hu Jinsong, I think you should take Qin Yuxuan home." Although, Wang Haoqi is also fascinated by Qin Yuxuan's beauty.
But, he only has a 100,000 Corolla, so it's hard to propose sending Qin Yuxuan.
Wang Haoqi hates Lin Fan.
He would rather let Hu Jinsong go to send Qin Yuxuan, and he didn't want Lin Fan to find a chance.
Yes, we can't let Ms. Qin take a taxi home, otherwise, her family would think that our classmates neglected her. That's right. Everyone agreed.
Hu Jinsong was overjoyed. He had coveted Qin Yuxuan for a long time.
If you can borrow something to send her home, you can get a little closer, even if something happens.
Thinking of this, Hu Jinsong felt a burst of enthusiasm. He swallowed and said, "But
don't worry, let's open a good private room and wait for you to come over." Wang Haoqi said. This, okay. Hu Jinsong did it.
While the classmates were chatting, Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan walked forward unhurriedly. A classmate pointed to a short distance and exclaimed, "Look, there is a super sports car there."
What a handsome sports car! It looks like a Lamborghini. Everyone followed in admiration. Hu Jinsong said, "That's the Lamborghini Daniel I mentioned before, and my BMW is right next to it." At this time, a classmate asked in doubt, "Hey, why did Lin Fan go to the Lamborghini?" Wang Haoqi said, "I guess Lin Fan wants to take pictures." Taking pictures? Does he want to be so embarrassed? Qin Yuxuan is still next to him. A classmate said. Yang Wenjing sneered, "Lin Fan is more than just taking pictures? Maybe, he has to go up and touch it. Later, he will tell others that he once owned a Lamborghini. It's like he used to chase me with a faceless face, and then, I don't know where to hear some of my privacy, and dare to talk nonsense that I am chasing him." Dulé heard this, his face becoming more and more gentle. He stroked Yang Wenjing's waist and said, "Wenjing, I don't believe him nonsense. Look, Lin Fan really walked next to the Lamborghini bull." A classmate said. "What a stop! He's still touching the doorknob there. I'll be seen by the owner of the car later, let's see how he steps down." When all the students said this, their faces were full of playfulness. At the same time, they looked around, expecting the owner to appear soon. Hu Jinsong stopped, he also wanted to see this scene. However, the next moment, everyone's expressions froze. Because Lin Fan unexpectedly opened the door of the Lamborghini Daniel and sat directly on it with Qin Yuxuan. Finally, with a dull roar of the Lamborghini bull, it quickly disappeared into the parking lot. The whole scene is silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Fan actually sat on a Lamborghini Daniel? That car, is it his? Isn't he only a few thousand yuan a month? What is going on? Wang Haoqi sneered, "Lin Fan is so hypocritical that he rented a car to participate in the class reunion. I'm afraid it cost him a month or two of wages? When you go to the banquet alone, you are all dressed in chicken feathers from classmates." As soon as this remark came out, everyone showed a sense of sorrow. That's right. This Lamborghini is rented. Lin Fan's family is so average that he can't afford a Lamborghini. Thinking of this, the contempt on everyone's faces became a bit more intense. Jingle bell. At this time, Hu Jinsong's cell phone rang a brisk ring. "Hu Jinsong, where did the watch photo you sent me just now come from?" Xiaobo's somewhat dull voice came over the phone. Hu Jinsong smiled and said, "Oh, what do you mean by that watch?" "It's my classmate's watch." Having said that, Hu Jinsong directly turned on the hands-free. He wants to show off his connections to his classmates. At the same time, with stronger evidence that Lin Fan's Lamborghini was rented. After all, a person who wears an A watch can never have a Lamborghini. Fuck. Great. Xiao Bo's voice immediately became very excited. "What's wrong?" Hu Jinsong asked in confusion. "That watch is a Vacheron Constantin Tour de Lille, limited to 7 pieces worldwide. Today, the price of each is at least 10 million yuan. And, there is no market. Your classmate is so awesome that he has this watch. Xiaobo's voice became more excited on the phone. The whole scene is silent again. Tens of millions of watches. Everyone's breathing almost stopped. Lamborghini Daniel, you can rent. However, there are 7 tens of millions of watches in the world, which is absolutely impossible to rent. The only answer is that both the watch and the Lamborghini Daniel belong to Lin Fan. Lin Fan is a super god. He didn't pretend at all. Everyone looked at the direction of the Lamborghini Daniel, with complex expressions and different thoughts. Among them, Yang Wenjing and Hu Jinsong have the most complicated hearts. Yang Wenjing regrets it. If she was a little bolder in high school, she might become Lin Fan's girlfriend and marry a wealthy family. Hu Jinsong was scared. He recalled the previous random weighing of Vacheron Constantin Tour de Lille. His small heart trembled. In case, if you accidentally break Vacheron Constantin Tour de Lille, it is simply a nightmare. At this time, Qin Yuxuan, who was sitting in the Lamborghini Bull, looked around with curious eyes. Tiantian smiled and said, Lamborghini Aventador, 10 million landed in China, I have never taken such an expensive car. Old classmate, you let me enjoy it today, thank you. Lin Fan said, I am not the most expensive car you have ever taken. After all, any subway can cost hundreds of millions. Qin Yuxuan smiled and said, it seems to be so. Suddenly, she had a better perception of Lin Fan, low-key but witty, which is really rare. Then, Qin Yuxuan quietly observed Lin Fan. The body is strong, fit and stylish. Qin Yuxuan couldn't help comparing him with that in high school. When Lin Fan was in high school, his impression was more immature and handsome. Today's Lin Fan, on the basis of being handsome, has a mature masculinity. Qin Yuxuan seemed to feel that she stared at Lin Fan for too long, a little impolite, and her pretty face became blushing. Quickly retracted his gaze and said, Lin Fan, what are you going to do later? After sending you home, I will go back to the hotel to sleep. Lin Fan said. Are you staying in a hotel? Qin Yuxuan asked. Well, stay in the hotel for now. Lin Fan said. Qin Yuxuan thought for a while and said, it's too early now, or else go for supper together? I know a nice place. Lin Fan couldn't help but glanced at Qin Yuxuan weirdly. Have supper? Who just said in the restaurant that something is going on at home later? Qin Yuxuan seemed to have thought of this too, and then returned to her normal pretty face, and blushed again. When he was in the restaurant, Lin Fan was almost left alone in the corner, and no one talked to him at all. So, Lin Fan has been eating. At this time, his stomach is already a little round. But, Yu reading www.uukunshu.com went directly to the hotel, but it was a bit boring. Then, he answered, okay, you can show the way. Good. Qin Yuxuan said happily. It didn't take long before they came to the Miss Restaurant. Miss Restaurant is located on the river beach. It's great to sit inside and enjoy the river view while eating delicious food. Lin Fan ordered some skewers, scallops, seafood. Do you know how to drink? Lin Fan asked. A little bit. Qin Yuxuan said. Lin Fan nodded and said, then, let's have a bottle of Ace of Spades. The waiter standing next to him heard the words, his eyes lit up immediately. Ace of Spades, 8,888 yuan per bottle, is the most expensive wine in the store. Sell this bottle of wine alone, and the waiter can get a commission. By waiting for the barbecue time, Lin Fan secretly observed Qin Yuxuan. Even though she has graduated for a few years, the years have not left any traces on her face. She is still as quiet and pleasant as before, plus the figure that has grown over several years, asterisk, asterisk. 95 points overall. Only low, not high. Soon, the wine and barbecue were all served. Lin Fan shook the clear wine in the glass, and then slowly poured it into his mouth. Each of his movements is very simple. But, it is elegant. That kind of feeling, as if Lin Fan is not drinking at all. Is a world pianist, playing a beautiful piece of music on the stage is so fascinating. Qin Yuxuan, who was sitting opposite, looked a little silly. Drinking gentleman, endless charm. Pattern.
When Lin Fan put the glass on the table and made a crisp sound, Qin Yuxuan hurriedly withdrew her gaze.
Although, Qin Yuxuan hasn't drank alcohol yet.
But her pretty face has completely flushed. Qin Yuxuan drank a sip of wine as if to cover up. Lin Fan commented, "The mellowness has a hint of refreshing, and at the same time, there is also a special fruity fragrance."
Yes, it is a genuine ace of spades.
He has heard that in many places, in order to make money, they often fool people with fake wine. Then, Lin Fan poured another glass of wine and drank it all in one go.
It's a pity that the fruity aroma is a bit strong, and the wine tastes a little bit weaker.
In comparison, Louis XIII has a better taste. Let's have another bottle of Louis XIII. Lin Fan said. Obviously, after tasting the ace of spades, Lin Fan's alcohol addiction has already aroused. The waiter apologized, "We don't have Louis XIII here.
If you want, I can help you buy it in other stores." "Okay, then I will give you 50,000, the extra, as a tip for you. But, I have a little request, it must be genuine,"
Lin Fan said. As soon as he said this, the waiter almost jumped up with excitement. A bottle of Louis XIII is just over 30,000.
50,000. He can get more than 10,000 tips.
This has been worth his salary for a few months. The waiter immediately slapped his chest and promised, "Sir, don't worry, I know the owner of the store, and it is absolutely guaranteed to be authentic." Lin Fan nodded, and directly passed it to the waiter 50,000. If you change someone, order tens of thousands of dollars a bottle of wine.
Qin Yuxuan will definitely feel that the other party is deliberately showing off wealth. So I feel disgusted.
However, the movements of the gentleman when Lin Fan was drinking and the clear eyes when buying wine now made Qin Yuxuan unable to show off his wealth.
That is a pure love and taste of wine. Skill, drinking gentleman, unlimited charm.
Not long after, the waiter panted, holding a beautifully packaged bottle of Louis XIII on the table.
"Sir, your wine," the waiter excitedly said.
With a soft bang, the bottle cap fell to the ground.
A puff of red wine slowly poured into the glass.
Lin Fan put it next to his nose and sniffed, then poured it into his mouth.
"It's well done, it's genuine,"
Lin Fan said.
"Mr. Xia compliments," the waiter happily said.
For such a superb customer, according to his thoughts, he should stay nearby and wait.
"Can't keep it, there will be a benefit fee later."
However, the waiter looked at Qin Yuxuan who was sitting across from him, and said with interest, "If you have any more needs, just greet me directly." Qin Yuxuan saw Lin Fan's enjoyment, and followed him with a sip of Louis XIII.
"But, I was choked with a cough," Lin Fan said, "is it okay?"
Although Louis XIII has a strong taste, it is too violent. It is better for girls to drink the ace of spades.
Qin Yuxuan took a bite of the skewers, and then came over and said, "It's okay, it's okay."
At first, Lin Fan didn't have much to eat, just drank a few glasses of wine. But, as time goes by, the food in the stomach gradually digests. So, he also ate the skewers. The two sat looking at each other, recalling high school, talking and laughing, very relaxed. Qin Yuxuan only drank 3 small glasses of wine, but when she left the Miss restaurant, her pretty face was already red like a ripe apple.
Looking at Lin Fan, there was no reaction at all. It's almost like drinking only 2 bottles of plain water.
Qin Yuxuan stood at the entrance of the Miss restaurant, looking at the river view in the distance, and exclaimed, "It's so beautiful."
Lin Fan pointed to a distance and said, "Here you can only see a corner of the river view.
On that hillside, you can not only see the entire river, but also the entire Jiangbei city."
"Then let's go quickly," Qin Yuxuan couldn't wait to say. Lin Fan nodded and walked forward.
Standing on a hillside, overlooking the 2 sides of the strait, it looks like the Milky Way flows, and the north of the Jiangbei is bright with fire, like a sky full of stars.
Qin Yuxuan's bright black eyes flashed, and she exclaimed, "It's so beautiful. Wow."
At this time, there was a sound of water flowing behind him. Then, 4 men with dyed hair and full of alcohol came up from the shadows, carrying their pants.
"Oh, there is a punctual girl here. Beauty, are you interested in playing with us? Custody makes you happy." That's right.
The four of them looked at Qin Yushuan's sweet face and perfect figure. Under the influence of alcohol, they seemed to have turned into hungry wolves, with desire in their eyes. Qin Yushuan looked ugly at the four people who were constantly approaching. The scenery in this place is really good, but the surroundings are a bit deserted and there is no camera at all. And the four of them looked very uncomfortable again, and they drank alcohol, just in case.
Thinking of this, Qin Yushuan's face slowly oozes a hint of sweat. Lin Fan said coldly, "Get away while I'm not angry." This sentence did not scare the four people away. "Beauty, is this your man?"
At first glance, he is a silver-head wax gun.
"I am afraid that he has never satisfied you. Today, let me let a few brothers make you happy." Hong Mao grinned, revealing a yellow tooth. "Yes. Have a good time."
The other three laughed.
As the four people talked, they kept moving forward. Lin Fan said, "Qin Yushuan, stand a little back."
The words fell. Lin Fan rolled up his cuffs in a hurry. The next moment, he stepped forward abruptly. Stern, swift fist slammed Hong Mao's face.
You reading www.yuyukanshu.com. Boom! Terrible power directly knocked Hong Mao onto the ground.
However, Lin Fan did not stop there.
Boom! Boom!
Then, he punched and punched, like a torrential rain, constantly smashing towards the red-haired face door. Until the red hair broke the bridge of the nose, the teeth fell off, the whole face became bloody, and the whole person fainted completely. Lin Fan just got up and punched the green fur on the chest next to him with a fist.
Crack! The ribs on the green hair's chest broke. Crack! Crack!
Lin Fan kept punching, breaking a dozen ribs, causing the red hair to fall to the ground like mud. The other two were so scared that they turned around and ran away.
I saw.
Lin Fan jumped out like a cheetah, and directly twisted the hands of one of them, and broke the legs of the last one.
The whole process is extremely cruel and bloody. Qin Yushuan hates violence, but she always keeps her eyes fixed, staring at every movement of Lin Fan.
It looks like Lin Fan is not performing violence at all, but is dancing a fascinating and beautiful dance.
Skills, violent aesthetics, the true nature of a man.
Being low-key, restrained, chatting witty, fashionable, drinking gentleman, and even fighting is full of beauty.
Finally, Qin Yushuan fell completely. Ding! Charm aura, trigger unforgettable. The next moment, Qin Yushuan couldn't help herself, and threw directly into Lin Fan's arms. The next day, the sun was high. The road is very lively with cars coming and going. Hilton Hotel, Presidential Suite. Qin Yushuan curled up on the snow-white bed like a docile kitten.
After a long time, she finally shook her long eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. Qin Yushuan looked around first, recalling the scene last night, and she wrapped a bright red bedsheet around her body. At this time, Lin Fan slowly walked in with a bowl of vegetable and lean meat porridge. Qin Yushuan was about to get up, but the pain in her lower abdomen made her unable to lift the slightest strength.
Lin Fan hurriedly said, "Yuxian, don't get up. You had a hard time last night, so take more rest."
Speaking of this, Qin Yushuan's pretty face was immediately covered with red clouds.
"I'll feed you porridge." Lin Fan walked to the bed and said, I want to brush my teeth first. You go out first, I can already get up."
Qin Yushuan said with a blushing face.
Lin Fan asked, "Do you need my help?" "No need." Qin Yushuan said hurriedly. Lin Fan didn't force it too much, nodded, and walked out of the room. When I came to the lobby, it happened to be exactly 12 o'clock. The phone vibrates and a red envelope appears. Ding! Congratulations, you got 1 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, get a 10 times consumption rebate card. Ding! Congratulations, you got 29,999 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, get 2 yuan.
So far, the time has reached 12:01. Hint, there are still 23 hours and 59 minutes before the next red envelope. Reminder, for every 10,000 yuan spent, you can get 1 red envelope immediately. Lin Fan curled his lips and said, I spent tens of thousands of yuan yesterday, and all I drew were cash red envelopes.
Today's 12 o'clock red envelopes are some cash red envelopes.
If someone knew what Lin Fan said, I don't know how they would feel. You know, he drew tens of thousands of cash yesterday. Today, I even got tens of thousands of cash and 10 times consumption rebate card.
And Lin Fan is so disgusting?
Then, Lin Fan set his sights on the system.
Name, Lin Fan. Level, LV3.
LV3 reward, every breath, 5 yuan, every 1 second of sleep, 5 yuan, every step, 5 yuan.
Rewards will be credited to the account at 24 o'clock every day.
Upgrade consumption amount, 350,000/1 million, gifts, gambling, etc. are not included. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from trading. Charm, 92, appearance, clothes, spirit and other states are closely related. Skills, professional car driving skills, charm aura, 5% chance to trigger love at first sight, unforgettable, violent aesthetics, drinking gentleman. Funds, 1.38 million, all funds are from reasonable and legal sources, and there is no need to worry about direct use. About an hour later, Xin Yuxuan finally got dressed and walked out of the room. Compared to yesterday, today, she has an extra feminine temperament. Xin Yuxuan plunged into Lin Fan's arms, her body trembling slightly, tears gurgling like a clear spring.
Yuxian, why are you crying? Who made you angry?
Lin Fan said hurriedly.
No. I didn't cry, I was happy. Xin Yuxuan wiped the teardrops from her face.
In high school, Xin Yuxuan had already developed a good impression of Lin Fan. Now, Lin Fan has become her man with the most perfect appearance in her heart. Lin Fan stroked Xin Yuxuan's slender waist and said, Yuxuan, don't worry, I will take care of you forever.
Xin Yuxuan nodded vigorously.
The two stayed warm for a long time, and then they had lunch together. Xin Yuxuan said, Lin Fan, I will go to the magic capital soon.
So anxious?
Lin Fan said. I spent a lot of effort a while ago to join my mentor's project. Tomorrow, the project will officially begin. I want to work hard to achieve some results.
Xin Yuxuan said seriously.
With Lin Fan's current ability, it is easy for Xin Yuxuan to have the best quality of life. However, Lin Fan knows very well that Xin Yuxuan is a strong and upward woman. If, like a canary, put her in a gorgeous cage and feed her well, it will not make her happy or happy at all.
Lin Fan said, then your body. Don't worry, I'm all right now. Xin Yuxuan smiled.
Okay, I'll take you to the Magic City later. Lin Fan said.
Xin Yuxuan bought the economy class ticket to the Magic City very early.
According to her idea, anyway, you can get to the Magic City in just over an hour by plane, and it doesn't matter what cabin you sit in. However, Lin Fan insisted on changing to first class. Xin Yuxuan just lay on the spacious chair in the first-class cabin and fell asleep sweetly. When Xin Yuxuan and Lin Fan walked out of the airport, it was already 17:30. A slightly puzzled cry suddenly sounded in the distance, Yuxian?
Jasmine. Xin Yuxuan looked back, surprised. It turned out to be Yuxian.
We are indeed sisters, and even the planes are on the same time period.
Huang Moli said happily. Yes, I didn't expect it either. Xin Yuxuan said. Huang Jasmine seemed to notice Lin Fan standing next to him and asked, This is?
Hello, this is Yuxian's boyfriend Lin Fan. Lin Fan introduced himself.
Boyfriend? Huang Moli looked at Xin Yuxuan with questioning eyes. Xin Yuxuan took Lin Fan's arm and introduced, Lin Fan, this is my roommate Huang Moli.
Huang Jasmine heard that, she couldn't help but looked up and down Lin Fan, and said, the long one is quite handsome. However, we, Yuxian, are a famous schoolgirl of the Demon University. I don't know how many handsome guys in Princess chase her.
Quickly talk about it, how did you trick Yuxian?
Lin Fan said, I didn't lie to Yuxuan, but really moved her.
Yes. But if you are sincere, you have to check it out. Would you mind asking us roommates for dinner? Huang Moli smiled. Of course I don't mind.
However, the first time I came to Magic City, I am not very familiar with it. So, you may have to book a seat. Lin Fan said.
You reading www.uukunsha.com. No problem. Huang Moli said happily.
Then, she took out the phone directly and sent a message to her roommate.
Peninsula Restaurant.
Just after the three of Lin Fan sat down, a girl of medium build came over and said, Zhang Jing has something to do and can't come.
Qin Yuxuan introduced, this is Wan Yuro.
After a pause, he said, this is my boyfriend Lin Fan.
Wan Yua Judo, Yu Xian, you will have a boyfriend without making a sound. Mordu University doesn't know how many boys are wailing. By the way, how did you meet? Qin Yuxuan said, we are high school classmates. Oh. It's no wonder you haven't been in love since you already belong to you. Wan Yuero laughed.
Then, he said, Lin Fan, Wei Yuxuan has been waiting for you for so many years, so don't let her down in the future. Don't worry, I will always treat Yuxuan well. Lin Fan said.
Everyone is young, chatting and laughing, but not so restrained. The consumption in this restaurant is very cheap. 4 people eat for a total of 1,500 yuan. Obviously, it was Huang Jasmine and Wan Yuero who took special care of Lin Fan. Jingle bell. At this time, Wan Yuero's cell phone rang a brisk ring. After hanging up the phone.
Wan Yua Judo, my Cartier earrings have been repaired, and they are right in front of the National Gold.
Do you want to go there together and go shopping by the way? Okay, I haven't been shopping for a long time, and it's still early now. Huang Moli said.
Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan nodded afterwards, expressing their willingness to follow. The International Financial Center is beautifully decorated and fashionable, and it is very lively with crowds of people inside. Lin Fan and others took the escalator and went straight to the Cartier jewelry store.
Cartier, welcome.
Standing at the door of the store, the sweet-looking clerk was politely welcome.
Then, the clerk said again, may I help you? Wan Yua Judo, I'll get my earrings. While speaking, Wan Yuero handed out a receipt. The clerk said, okay, wait a moment. Then, she handed the receipt to the clerk standing in front of the cash register. Jewelry is inherently attractive to women. Huang Jasmine started to look around after entering Cartier.
But, she didn't dare to look at big jewelry at all, because the prices were too scary.
Just pointed at some small jewelry and couldn't help but admire. Wow!
This bracelet is so beautiful.
Huang Moli said.
Really so beautiful.
Wan Yu Juya said. The clerk smiled and introduced, this is our Cartier AL bracelet, designed by the famous designer Hunter Broker in the country. There are 7 different styles of AL bracelets, which are like a rainbow, gorgeous, colorful and full of vitality. Huang Jasmine and Wan Yuero liked them very much. After hearing the explanation from the clerk, their eyes sparkled. 7 styles. The 4 sisters in our dormitory, even if they each take one, they are not the same at all. Wan Yuero said excitedly. Then, the clerk pointed to an extremely splendid necklace in the counter, and said, and Hunter Brocade designed the deep sea star not long ago. It is like a star hidden in the deep sea, mysterious and splendid. Hunter Brocade also won the love of countless people at international exhibitions because of this deep sea star. Qin Yuxuan followed the clerk's point of view, and her jewel-like eyes flashed with light. Obviously, she likes this necklace very much. Lin Fan said, Yu Xian, I have never given you a gift, so I will give you this necklace. The clerk said hurriedly, Sir, your vision is really great. This beautiful lady is equally mysterious, gorgeous and eye-catching among the crowd. If you wear the deep sea star again, it will complement each other. Qin Yuxuan shook her head and said, I study projects every day in the university. It is not very convenient to wear this necklace. So, I don't use it anymore. This necklace, don't think about it, it must be very expensive. Qin Yuxuan didn't think that Lin Fan could not afford it. But, she didn't want Lin Fan to feel that she loved vanity. The clerk secretly sighed, someone gave such a beautiful necklace, but he didn't want it? Huang Moli asked, how much is this deep sea star?
The main body of the deep sea star is composed of a 2-carat blue diamond, and the whole demon is only this one. And its price is 1.08 million. The clerk said.
So expensive? Huang Moli asked in surprise.
Although she had anticipated this necklace, the price must be very expensive.
But I never thought it would be so expensive. A necklace, you can buy a luxury car. 1 euro was also taken aback by the price, and said, then, what about the AL bracelet? AL bracelet, 58,888 yuan each.
The clerk said.
Wan Yu, a gentle Huang Jasmine, showed a sullen expression on his face when he heard the price. 58,888 yuan, close to 60,000. They are just students now. Maybe I can take out the money in the future.
But now it is very difficult. Therefore, although the two liked them, they had no choice but to give up.
At this time, 1 euro's earrings have been taken back. The clerk smiled and said, Madam, do you need to wrap your earrings for you? 1 euro judo, okay, wrap it up. Then, a few people continued to stroll around the National Financial Center. However, Lin Fan found an opportunity midway and said that he was going to the bathroom, but he actually returned to the Cartier store. The clerk recognized him at a glance, smiled and greeted him, and said, Sir, do you have any needs? I want the deep sea star and 4 AL bracelets.
Lin Fan said.
4 AL bracelets, and a deep sea star, a large order of more than 1.3 million.
The clerk's heart throbbed.
Excitedly said, okay, I'll wrap it up for you.
Lin Fan waved his hand and said, you don't need a bag, just give it to me.
Okay.
The clerk hurriedly responded, and then took out the calculator and fiddled with it. A total of 1,315,552 yuan, I can give you a 99% discount.
No need, that discount should be your tip.
Lin Fan said. After speaking, he handed out the bank card directly. The service attitude of this clerk is very good, and the jewelry introduction is also good.
More importantly, I chose a necklace that Qin Yuxuan likes. Therefore, it should be rewarded. The clerk's heart beats faster again. Discount as your own tip. You know, this is more than 1.3 million play orders. Even if it is a 99% discount, it can be reduced by more than 10,000. And now, this is all my own? The clerk spent a lot of effort, and then calmed down his excitement and said, thank you, mister, thank you. Ding. If I consume 1,315,552 yuan, do I use the 10 times consumption rebate card? Yes.
Lin Fan said silently in his heart.
Ding. System upgrade, LV4. LV4 reward, get 10 yuan for every breath, get 10 yuan for every second of sleep, get 10 yuan for every step you take. Rewards will be credited to the account at 24 o'clock every day.
Upgrade consumption amount, 660,000/10 million, gift to others, gambling, etc. are not included. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from trading. The guaranteed cash received every day doubled again to around 700,000.
Immediately afterwards, the phone shook slightly. China Merchants Bank, deposit 131,555, 20 yuan. Directly accounted for 13.15 million.
After Lin Fan took 5 pieces of jewelry, as if nothing had happened, he returned to Qin Yuxuan again. Women love shopping and shopping by nature.
However, the things in the IFC are too expensive, far beyond their ability.
Seeing a thing I like, but unable to pay, the feeling of having no choice but to leave is too uncomfortable.
So, a few people walked around for a while and then proposed to leave.
Qin Yuxuan said, Lin Fan, I may not be able to accompany you tonight. Because I have to go back to the dormitory to prepare some materials for tomorrow's project.
Lin Fan nodded and said, okay, but don't be too tired. Pay attention to your body. After some sweetness, the two separated. Madu University, dormitory. Zhang Jing asked impatiently, you guys, how about Yuxuan's boyfriend? One word, Yu reading www.uukunsha.com is handsome. Huang Moli said. 2 characters, very handsome. 1 Yu judo.
Zhang Jing regretted, I blame my mentor, today I suddenly worked overtime to experiment. I missed the opportunity to see a handsome guy. Xin Yuxuan looked at the weird appearance of the three roommates and couldn't help but shook her head.
She habitually opened her bag and took out her mobile phone. In the next moment, Xin Yuxuan took out a handful of accessories from the inside, and wondered, why is this in my bag? AL bracelet. Huang Moli exclaimed in surprise. And the heart of the deep sea. Wan Yuero shouted. Huang Moli said, I see. It must be Lin Fan who bought it directly when he went to the bathroom, and then secretly put it in your bag. Oh my god. I bought more than 1 million jewels easily, and then quietly gave it away. Moreover, he looks so handsome. This is simply the perfect male god. Wan Yueju shouted. Huang Moli exclaimed, I finally understand why Yu Xian would reject those handsome boys and sons from school. If I had such a perfect male god, seeing them would be like seeing rubbish. Wan Yuejudo, Yu Xian, does your boyfriend still have an older brother or younger brother? Please introduce. There is still me, and me. I also ask for introduction. Huang Moli said. Me too, please introduce me. Zhang Jing said. Xin Yuxuan was amused by them, and said, it's a pity that he only has one sister. As soon as these words came out, all three of them were extremely depressed. Xin Yuxuan said again, he has no brothers, but you can have one bracelet. While talking, Xin Yuxuan handed out 3 AL bracelets. Shangri-La, Presidential Suite. The colorful night scene is reflected in the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, like the stars in the night, gorgeous and bright. Lin Fan drank the XO in the glass. Then, he set his eyes on the phone. Spend 1.31 million and get 131 red envelopes, do you receive all of them? When he was at the National Financial Center, Lin Fan had already received these red envelopes. However, he did not receive it immediately. Because Lin Fan didn't know what he would get. At this time, there are not so many scruples. Yes. Ding. Congratulations, get 100 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, get 99 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained professor-level mathematics experience. Use excellent mathematical knowledge to solve difficult problems, showing a fascinating charm. Ding. Congratulations, get the skills absolutely focused. Absolute concentration, so as to have the ability to easily solve difficult problems. There is a 5% chance of triggering a flash of aura. A dedicated and serious man is the most handsome. Ding. Congratulations, you got 10,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained one office building of Qiankuan Building in Jiangbei City. 131 red envelopes, Lin Fan received a total of nearly 500,000 yuan. Then, he focused on professor-level mathematics experience and absolute concentration on skills. Professor-level mathematics experience? It would be great if I had this when I was in school. Absolutely focused? This seems pretty good. When Lin Fan looked up, there was a stack of title certificates on the coffee table in front of him. A 201, first floor, Qiankuan Building, with an area of 200 square meters, and the property owner Lin Fan. A 202 on the first floor of Qiankuan Building, with an area of 150 square meters, owned by Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at these title certificates with a strange look on his face. Qiankuan Building? Isn't this where I work? Jingle bell. At this time, Lin Fan's cell phone rang a hurried ring. Lin Fan, why didn't you come to work today? On the phone, a colleague Ma Ziyuan's voice came. Lin Fan just remembered that today is working time. Oh, I forgot to say, I am going to resign. Lin Fan said. Even if the system did not appear, Lin Fan had planned to resign. Now, it's just ahead of schedule. Resign? Ma Ziyuan was taken aback for a moment and said, well, if you have time, come over and hand over the job to me. Otherwise, the supervisor may miss your salary last month. Lin Fan said, okay, I will go there in 2 days. Lin Fan naturally doesn't care about the salary.
But, he has always been a person with a beginning and an end. If you don't hand over yourself, then the person who takes over your job will probably be very troublesome. After hanging up, the phone shook slightly. It turned out that Qin Yuxuan sent the WeChat picture. That is a beautiful face, coupled with the bright heart of the deep sea under the snow-white neck, the whole person faintly bloomed with a gorgeous light.
Mysterious and beautiful. Qin Yuxuan, I like it very much, thank you. Lin Fan, between us, what else do you say thank you? You like it. Qin Yuxuan, The project officially starts tomorrow. I may be busy for a while, so I may not be able to play with you in Magic City. Lin Fan, it's okay, you are busy with you. However, you should pay attention to the combination of work and rest.
Lin Fan, exactly, I guess I will go back to Jiangbei tomorrow to deal with work matters, and I will come to Magic City to play in the future.
Qin Yuxuan, all right. Jiangbei City, Jiankuan Building.
Often looked at the lease contract and murmured, it's due in 2 months. Let's go to the property manager Wang to renew the contract for next year, I hope it won't increase too much. While speaking, Chang ashamed walked out of the office and went straight to the top floor of Jiankuan Building.
President Wang, it's been a long time. What are you doing? Chang asked with a smile.
Wang Zhongda said, I sorted out some contracts and documents.
By the way, does Chang Dong ask me for anything? Can't I ask Wang Dong for tea if I'm fine? Chang ashamed smiled. While speaking, Chang was ashamed to take out a can of dahongpo and said, this is the dahongpo my friend brought from Oi, but I don't drink much tea, so I specially brought it to Wang Dong to taste.
Wang Zhongda is a tea lover, his eyes lit up when he saw dahongpo.
Chang ashamed and then said, yes, our company's rent will expire in 2 months, Mr. Wang, do you think we should renew the contract?
Wang Zhongda said helplessly, Dong Chang, then maybe you have to go for nothing today.
Because Jiankuan Building has already been sold to others. Sold to someone else? Chang ashamed stared wide-eyed, surprised.
I don't blame him for being so surprised. Jiankuan Building is located in the city center of Jiangbei, a city with a wealth of land. The estimated price of the entire Jiankuan Building is as high as 1 billion. I don't even dare to imagine what kind of person it is that can give such a large sum of money. Wang Zhongda nodded and said, so, to renew the contract, we can only negotiate after the new boss comes.
Mr. Wang, I don't know if it is convenient to tell me who bought the Jiankuan mansion? Chang ashamed asked.
Wang Zhongda hesitated for a while before he said, anyway, you will know sooner or later, so let me tell you first.
While speaking, Wang Zhongda took out a document from the drawer. I was often ashamed to flip through quickly, and said in surprise, Lin Fan? The man who bought the mansion is so young? The next day.
After Lin Fan sent a message to Qin Yuxuan, he bought a first-class ticket and went straight back to Jiangbei City.
At this time, it is already afternoon.
Lin Fan did not choose to go to the company, but returned to the Hilton Hotel, ready to hand over the work tomorrow morning. When he walked into the lobby of the Hilton Hotel, he was attracted by the large posters.
Welcome to the International Conference on Mathematics Research and Discussion. Hu Chuan, Dean of School of Mathematics, Jiangbei University. Fong Zhengtang, Professor of School of Mathematics, Hanzhong University.
When 2 carat, 2 to the power of n, p 2 carat, 2 carat, n plus 1, and p is 2 carat, n plus 1, dash 1 is a prime number.
Lin Fan didn't care about the introduction of those people before.
And when he saw that the latter one counted, he was intrigued.
UU reading www.uukunsha.com.
Lin Fan pondered for a while, picked up the signature pen next to him, and quickly started writing on the broad signature board.
PyMP, 22n, carat PyMP, 22n1, equals 2n carat 1, a. PyMP, 22n, equals 2n plus 1 carat n1. Day. There was a rapid percussion in the whole hall. At first, Lin Fan's writing speed was very fast. However, Zhou's conjecture is a world-class problem after all. Even though Lin Fan had professor-level mathematics experience, he was quickly trapped, and his writing speed kept slowing down. This is like a rugged mountain road, difficult to climb.
However, Lin Fan likes to challenge difficulties, and has never given up, has been calculating silently.
Ding! Absolute concentration, trigger a flash of aura.
Suddenly, Lin Fan seemed to have inserted a pair of wings, and the originally slowed writing speed became faster again.
Outside the Hilton Hotel.
A few men and women in suits and leather shoes, looking very gentle and elegant, strolled forward. Teachers, professors, and leaders from Jiangzhou University, University of Science and Technology, Jiangbei University of Technology, etc., all have to come to attend math seminars, conference venues, meals, etc., are all ready?
Hu Chuan, Dean of Mathematics, asked. Dean Hu, you can rest assured.
I have all prepared all these logistical tasks, and I promise that this International Mathematics Conference can be held in a grand manner.
Huang Zihao said.
Then flattered, we all know that Dean Hu has taken a big step forward in the study of Zhou's conjecture. I believe that this seminar will definitely make a national sensation, and even the whole world. Several people said as they walked towards the Hilton Hotel, their faces were full of smiles. The next moment, everyone's footsteps suddenly stopped. Because they unexpectedly found a young man on the signature board in the hall, writing intensive calculations quickly. Huang Zihao saw this, a layer of cold sweat oozes on his forehead, and his whole person was in a panic. I just told Dean Hu Chuan that I promised that this International Mathematics Conference could be held in a grand manner.
In a blink of an eye, the signature board was scribbled? How should Dean Hu Chuan think of himself? Tap.
At this moment, two young students who looked like students came from a distance. When they saw Hu Chuan, Huang Zihao and others, they couldn't help speeding up their pace.
Huang Zihao yelled in a low voice, didn't you let you arrange the venue? Why are the people gone? We just had a sudden stomachache and went to the bathroom.
The taller boy explained.
Stomach hurts? Ha! Look at what the signature board looks like? Huang Zihao pointed to the front. The two students hurriedly looked in the direction of the signature board.
Why would anyone write the calculation on it? The tall boy said.
Why would anyone write the calculation? Let him stop soon. Huang Zihao scolded.
The two students reacted, and they were about to step forward.
At this time, Hu Chuan, who has not spoken, said, don't bother him. Huang Zihao and the two students paused slightly, their faces full of puzzlement.
However, Hu Chuan didn't explain too much, just staring at Lin Fan, who was constantly writing calculations. The old Professor Song Guotao, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but look over.
The next moment, his pupils shrank slightly, and he was surprised. Is he answering Zhou's conjecture? The young teacher Hu Tian asked, Professor Song, do you think he can answer Zhou's conjecture? Hu Chuan said excitedly, he has already answered it.
At this time, Lin Fan wrote the final answer, when 2 to the power of n, p2 n plus 1, and p is 2 n plus 1, dash 1 is prime number.
Pattern.
Then, Lin Fan put down his signature pen and walked straight to the elevator, ready to go back to the room to rest. First took the plane for 2 hours, and then solved a math problem, which really made him a little tired. Hu Chuan hurriedly trotted to follow. When he saw Lin Fan's face, a look of surprise appeared on his face that was hard to hide. Then, he proactively stretched out his hand and said, hello, can you take a moment to get to know you?
This is Hu Chuan, Dean of the School of Mathematics, Jiangbei University.
Earlier, Hu Chuan guessed from Lin Fan's back that he should be younger.
But, I never expected to be so young.
I am afraid, they are younger than the 2 graduate students who set up the venue today.
Respecting the old and loving the young is a traditional Chinese virtue.
Hu Chuan is over half 100 years old and treats himself politely. Lin Fan naturally responded politely, and then reached out and shook hands, saying, hello, my name is Lin Fan. It turned out to be Mr. Lin. It is really hard to imagine that Mr. Lin is so young that he has studied prime numbers to this level, and even solved the whole body conjecture.
Hu Chuan sighed sincerely. I don't know, which university professor is Mr. Lin? Hu Chuan asked tentatively.
Lin Fan smiled and said, I am not a professor. Hu Chuan said that not only was he not disappointed, but he became more excited.
Then I don't know, Mr. Lin, are you interested in coming to our Jiangbei University as a mathematics professor? Hu Chuan said eagerly.
Lin Fan was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect Hu Chuan to offer such an invitation. Seeing Lin Fan, Hu Chuan hesitated and said, Mr. Lin, don't worry, Jiangbei University will definitely give you the best conditions. In addition, if Mr. Lin has other requirements, he can also make them, and we will try our best to satisfy you. Lin Fan explained, Dean Hu, you have misunderstood what I mean.
I only went to high school, so I can't be a professor.
Hu Chuan hurriedly said, this doesn't affect anything.
With Mr. Lin's mathematical ability, he doesn't need a diploma to prove it.
For the average person, education is really important.
But, one has studied prime numbers to this point. Even, the young man who directly answered Zhou's conjecture is obviously not an ordinary person.
No one knows how much he will achieve in the future. Nowadays, Hu Chuan has finally encountered it, so it is natural to grasp it. Lin Fan saw the truth in Hu Chuan's eyes. He is about to quit his job, but he doesn't know what to do in the future. In addition, Lin Fan also has a trace of longing for college life in his heart. Thinking of this, Lin Fan finally said, Professor of Jiangbei University, forget it. But, if I were to go to Jiangbei University to study, maybe I would still be interested.
Professor needs to teach people, and it is troublesome to think about it.
Obviously, the students are more in line with Lin Fan's wishes.
Relaxed, at ease, and unrestrained.
When Hu Chuan heard the first half of Lin Fan, his face was full of regret. However, after listening to the second half of Lin Fan's sentence, the whole old face was like crumpled manuscript paper, crumpled into a ball, and said with great joy, okay, I will go through the enrollment procedures for Mr. Lin later. In fact, even Hu Chuan, let a person with a high school degree become a mathematics professor at Jiangbei University, there are some troubles.
However, it is much simpler to recruit a student specially. The two almost hit it off.
Then, Hu Chuan said, yes, Mr. Lin, today the deans, professors and teachers of many universities in Jiang province will all come to the hotel to participate in the math seminar.
I don't know if I can ask you to come to the stage and explain about prime numbers in weeks. Do you guess it?
Lin Fan yawned and said, no, I have to go back to my room to sleep, so I won't participate. For the average person, speaking in front of many deans and professors is definitely a very rare thing. However, for Lin Fan, with this time, it is better to sleep longer. Hu Chuan felt a little regretful, but he didn't force it too much, so as not to make Lin Fan unhappy.
Lin Fan entered the Hilton presidential suite and took a hot bath first.
Then, at a cost of 100,000 yuan, the waiter brought up a seafood meal and a bottle of X0.
Ding!
If I spend 100,000 and get 10 red envelopes, do I receive all of them?
Yes.
Lin Fan clicked OK casually.
Ding!
Congratulations, you got 19,999 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you got 2,000 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you got 10,000 yuan. 10 red envelopes, Lin Fan received a total of 112,500 yuan. In other words, he spent money to eat a big meal, not only did not spend money, but also made more than 10,000.
Lin Fan looked at the SMS reminder from the bank, with a strange look on his face.
After eating and drinking, Lin Fan lay directly on the soft big bed and fell asleep contentedly. The next day, a ray of warm sunlight fell on the bedside through the window. Lin Fan opened his eyes in a daze. He habitually picked up the phone.
An unread bank message has already appeared on the screen.
At midnight, China Merchants Bank remitted 7,000 yuan. Then, Lin Fan got up, washed, and ate breakfast in the restaurant downstairs, then started the Lamborghini Daniel and galloped towards the Qiankuan building.
Along the way, it will inevitably attract the attention of many people. Qiankuan Building, 7th floor, Xinfiang Company, Ltd.
Li Lanwan with a all face said, just now, a silver-gray super sports car drove into the parking lot.
Hey, it's a pity that I didn't see the gods in the car.
Her tone was full of regret, and her face was full of aftertaste.
It looks like it has missed hundreds of millions.
Paused, then said, but, I think that Shin Hao must be a tall, handsome, and perfect man. The round-faced woman said, Shinhao, I don't know what it looks like, but that super sports car is really handsome.
It's so handsome.
At this time, Lin Fan walked over unhurriedly and said, It's just a car, nothing great.
After Li Lanwan and Yu Guang glanced at him, he contemptuously said, It's nothing great yet?
You're afraid that you can't even afford the wheel of that super sports car, and you are still talking big words there.
After finishing talking, Li Lanwan walked forward with a thick pinky high heels.
It seemed that if he stayed with Lin Fan for a long time, he would lower his identity. Li Lanwan often uses her face and figure to make a charming appearance, asking colleagues to help with work, cleaning, and so on.
However, these methods of her were useless in front of Lin Fan. This made Li Lanwan very upset, and even hated Lin Fan very much. In Lin Fan's view, if you shouldn't do it yourself, then you will definitely not do it.
What's more, she is still a woman who doesn't have the same original product from head to toe, face, and figure, so she won't be able to help.
I'm not his father, why?
Lin Fan walked into the office, straightened up the files, and handed them all over to his colleagues. He turned around and was about to leave, just to see Li Lanwan standing next to Xiong Guangping, the head full of flesh, whispering something.
Then, Xiong Guangping strode over and said dully, Lin Fan, are you going to resign?
Yes. Lin Fan said casually.
Let me look at the file you handed over.
Xiong Guangping picked up the file and looked around at random.
Sternly shouted, What kind of do you hand over? Get me back and reorganize it.
While speaking, he slammed the document on Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes were slightly cold, and he quickly flashed to the side. Xiong Guangping saw that Lin Fan had avoided, as if his dignity had been provoked. He picked up another document on the table and threw it at Lin Fan again. Lin Fan shook his body and managed to get out of the way again.
Shot himself again and again. Really think you are muddled?
Lin Fan's face was cold. He picked up the glass next to him and smashed it directly on Xiong Guangping's head.
Boom! The glass shattered and blood spattered.
Xiong Guangping's sturdy body fell straight to the ground, shrunk into a ball, clutching his head and wailing constantly.
Ouch, my head. It hurts me so much. A faint breath spread slowly in the office.
Xiong Guangping still clutched his head, and after a lot of effort, he slowly got up and said, Lin Fan, you are so. He scolded halfway through, but was abruptly frightened by Lin Fan's cold expression, and changed his words, You hit me.
Hit you? When did I hit you?
Lin Fan said lightly. While speaking, he walked towards Xiong Guangping.
The pace and speed of Lin Fan's progress are all very ordinary.
But Xiong Guangping was so scared that he backed away again and said in a panic, You, don't come over. At the same time, eyes do not live in the office for help. However, Xiong Guangping is domineering in the company and has no popularity at all.
Where can anyone help?
Xiong Guangping shouted in horror, If you go forward, I will call the police. However, Lin Fan didn't seem to hear it, and kept moving forward.
Tap.
At this time, there was a dull sound of footsteps outside. Then, the man in the suit and leather shoes, often ashamed, strode in.
He looked at the messy office, frowned and said solemnly, What happened?
Earlier, Lin Fan's behavior scared Li Lanwan so much that she hid in the corner and did not dare to make a sound. At this time, after hearing the voice of Chang ashamed, Li Lanwan's expression moved slightly and hurriedly came out to show her face. Chairman, I know what happened. The employee named Lin Fan wants to quit, and Director Xiong asked him to hand over work according to the regulations. However, Lin Fan unexpectedly handed over him indiscriminately, and Director Xiong asked him to retake the handover.
As a result, Lin Fan was only angry and beat Director Xiong.
When Li Lanwan said this, she also made a soft, weak, and terrified look. This is her usual trick, which arouses men's desire to protect and draws closer the relationship with men. Before, Li Lanwan never had the opportunity to use this trick to hook up. Nowadays, after finally meeting it, she will naturally not miss it. At this time, Li Lanwan had already begun to fantasize in her heart, hooking up with the beautiful life after Changsha. Xiong Guangping followed and cried, Chairman, you must call the shots for me. I often heard it with shame, and my brows became tighter.
Is not angry because of fighting. UU reading www.uukunsha.com.
But because he felt that the name Lin Fan seemed to have been heard somewhere. At the next moment, Chang Ashamed's pupils suddenly shrank, speeded up his pace and walked in front of Lin Fan, bowed slightly, and proactively stretched out his hand. Mr. Lin, hello.
Chang Ashamed finally remembered, where did I hear the name Lin Fan? The new owner of Qiankuan building is called Lin Fan. Even, I saw Lin Fan's photos yesterday.
Li Lanwan was ashamed to speak to Lin Fan in such a good tone.
Have a good tone? Do not. It's not just a good tone. There is even a hint of respect.
Li Lanwan seemed to have thought of something and explained, Chairman, you may have identified the wrong person.
Lin Fan is just an ordinary employee of our company. He just beat Director Xiong. He is very vulgar. Be careful. Don't get hurt. Addressing the master of Qiankuan Mansion face to face, vulgar? How dare she? If because of Li Lanwan, Lin Fan no longer renews the contract with Qiankuan building for himself, how much would he lose?
Often feel ashamed to think of this, my heart burst into flames. If Lin Fan is not right in front of him, Chang Ashamed would want to scold Li Lanwan severely.
As for, what do you say about admitting the wrong person? That's impossible.
Not to mention, Lin Fan, name, and appearance are all exactly the same as those I saw yesterday. Lin Fan's brand name alone is enough to show that he is not an ordinary person. What's more, I can see at a glance that Lin Fan is wearing a Vacheron Constantin Tour de Lille, which is a tens of millions of watches. All of this shows that the person in front of you is definitely the master of Qiankuan Mansion. Lin Fan is often ashamed to be so polite to himself. After a little thought, he probably guessed the reason. Then stretched out his hand and gently shook Changgu, and smiled, Chang Dong, your company doesn't seem to welcome me. Often smiled ashamed and said, Mr. Lin, sorry, I didn't check it well when I recruited people. Xiong Guangping listened to the conversation between the two, and his heart became flustered inexplicably. Anxiously said, Dong, Chairman, don't be fooled by Lin Fan, this likes to make up things. Chang was ashamed, turned around and shouted, Shut up. Make up? This entire Qiankuan mansion belongs to Mr. Lin. What do you think he will make up? Boom! As soon as this statement came out, it was like a cannonball exploding in the hearts of everyone. Everyone present was stunned. Qiankuan building is located in the city center of Jiangbei, where the land is rich and precious. The entire office building is worth 1 billion. This is definitely an astronomical figure for everyone. And Qiankuan building actually belongs to Lin Fan. Li Lanjuan's heart immediately gave birth to endless regrets. I knew it, I knew. Lin Fan is so rich, even if he was naked, he would have to stick it upside down. Originally, I had a chance to marry a rich family. Lin Fan said, what Dong Chang said makes sense. Your company really needs to put more effort into employees. As the saying goes, one rat ruins a pot of soup. Some rat should be cleaned up, and it should be cleaned up in time. Otherwise, what really happened, and regret it, it will be too late. Often ashamed, he nodded and said, Mr. Lin has a point. Then, he said coldly, Xiong Guangping, starting today, you won't use it for work in the company. Xiong Guangping heard this, his face changed drastically. It took him a lot of effort to become the director of Fei Yang, and he got a lot of salary. He often shows off in front of his relatives and friends. Once he was expelled, Xiong Guangping felt that the sky might collapse. Xiong Guangping hurriedly shouted, Chairman, you cannot fire me. I am protected by the labor law. I cannot be fired. Also, even if Lin Fan is the boss of Qiankuan building, he can't hit anyone casually, I can go to the court to sue you. Xiong Guangping said this, he couldn't help holding his beer belly, as if he had found his confidence. Lin Fan smiled, and said, Sue me? Okay. I'll wait for you to sue. Let me think about it, fights, it is estimated that it will be closed for a few days at most, and it is not my first hand, maybe I will just verbally educate a few words. But, Xiong Guangping, you said that if I let people check the purchase contract between you and Zeta Company, when the time comes, what will be found, and then hand it to the police, what will be the result? As soon as he said this, Xiong Guangping's face instantly paled. He received a lot of rebates for his purchases, which are huge rebates. If it is investigated and dealt with by the police, I am afraid it will be sentenced to more than 10 years.
Xiong Guangping panicked. I won't sue you. I will leave Fei Yang Company now.
After finished speaking, he didn't go to pack things at all, and ran outside like he escaped.
A farce, this ends. Fei Yang Company, Chairman's Office.
Often ashamed to give Lin Fan tea in person, apologizing, Mr. Lin, sorry, I made you laugh.
Lin Fan didn't care and said, it's okay, it's just a small matter.
Often ashamed and said, I just heard that Mr. Lin was working in our company.
Yeah, I'm bored and just play around.
Lin Fan said. Often ashamed and flattered, the game world, Mr. Lin is really different. After chatting for a while, Chang ashamed finally brought up the matter.
Our Fei Yang Company's lease term in Xinkuan building is only 2 months left. I wonder when it is convenient for Mr. Lin to sign the renewal contract with us?
Chang ashamed asked. Lin Fan said, oh, just follow the previous years, I will let the property side help deal with it later. Often heard of ashamed, a touch of joy appeared on his face. You need to know that prices and rents are rising across the board. According to previous years, it is a profit for him. After a few more casual chats, Lin Fan did not stay too much. He went straight to the underground parking lot, activated the Lamborghini Bull, and drove towards the exit.
Li Lanwan, standing in the underground parking lot, saw this scene in his eyes.
The regret on her face grew stronger. It turns out that Lin Fan is a super sports car. No wonder, he said before, that driving a super sports car is nothing great. Lin Fan naturally has no way of knowing Li Lanwan's thoughts.
He drove the Lamborghini Daniel, galloping all the way.
When Lin Fan returned to the Hilton Hotel, it happened to be 12 o'clock. Suddenly, the phone shook slightly, and the red envelope popped out.
Ding! Congratulations, you got 3 yuan. Ding!
Congratulations, you got the identity card of the captain of Dragon Team 10.
Ding!
Congratulations, you got 999 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you got 5,000 yuan. Soon, 1 minute passed. This time, Lin Fan received a total of more than 50,000 yuan.
For this little money, he doesn't care anymore.
Lin Fan directly cast his gaze on the identity card of the captain of Dragon Team 10.
Dragon Team 10 Team Leader Identity Card, Identity Item.
After being used, he will become the captain of the 10th team of China Dragon Group. At the same level as the city leaders and other privileges in the local area.
With a special identity, it will show a special charm.
Lin Fan saw this with a look of horror on his face. The 10-team leader of the Dragon Group, this power is too terrible. Lin Fan didn't hesitate at all, and directly chose to use the identity card. In an instant, an exquisitely carved dragon-shaped token appeared out of thin air in his hand. Lin Fan just wanted to study it, but the phone rang with a rapid ringtone.
Xiao Yao, why do you think you called me today? Lin Fan answered the phone and asked with a smile. However, there was a choke sound on the phone. The smile on Lin Fan's face disappeared instantly, and he asked anxiously, Xiao Yao, what's the matter? Why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Tell me. I will definitely help you teach each other.
Lin Xiaoyao choked and said, brother, dad, father fell ill, reading www.uukangshu.com shed a lot of blood. As soon as he said this, it was like a huge rock hitting Lin Fan's heart.
Very painful. Is suffocating.
Lin Fan hurriedly asked, Xiao Yao, tell me, why is my father bleeding a lot?
How is he now?
A few days ago, when my father was eating, he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, and then the ambulance drove him to the hospital. Yesterday, the doctor said that there was a tumor in my father's stomach.
Lin Xiaoyao couldn't help crying loudly when he said this, and said, brother, what should we do? I'm so scared. Lin Fan comforted, Dad will be fine, Xiao Yao, don't worry, I will be back soon.
After hanging up the phone of his sister Lin Xiaoyao, Lin Fan dialed his mother Dai Weishua's cell phone again.
After a while, the phone was slowly connected. Xiao Fan, why are you calling? Dai Weishue's somewhat hoarse voice came through the phone. Lin Fan said, how is Dad? Did you have an operation? It's Xiao Yao who said it. I told her not to tell you this girl. Dai Weishui blamed, Xiao Fan, don't worry, in a while, when your father finishes the operation, nothing will happen. Up. Lin Fan said, Mom, I just charged your bank card some money, and I must find the best doctor for my father for treatment. I will be back from Jiangbei now. In fact, even if there is no news that his father has fallen ill, Lin Fan plans to return home recently. After hanging up, the phone of Dai Weishue's cell phone shook slightly. China Merchants Bank, deposit 500,000 yuan. Dai Weishue looked at the large string of zeros on the phone screen, and she was completely stunned. After Lin Fan hung up the phone, he didn't even bother to eat, and went straight to the underground parking lot. With the roar of the engine, the Lamborghini Bull seemed to have turned into a wild beast and rushed out quickly. When driving in the past, Lin Fan always kept a constant speed and moved slowly. His driving style is not like driving a supercar at all, but driving a normal car. But today, Lin Fan is not so gentle. Drill every time, accelerating continuously. Caused a strong roar from time to time in the street. When Lin Fan got on the highway, it was more like a fish entering the water, without any restrictions. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate continuously. Professional car driving technology, coupled with absolute focus and blessing, has increased the speed to the extreme. Lin Fan will rush to his parents in the shortest time. A quiet-looking, curvy beauty wearing a blue dress, driving a fiery red Ferrari, driving smartly on the highway. At this moment, she suddenly heard the roar of the engine from a distance. The beauty in the blue skirt looked through the rearview mirror and saw a silver-gray Lamborghini Bull, constantly drawing closer to herself. Her jewel-like eyes lit up immediately, and her thin lips like willow leaves rose slightly. Immediately afterwards, the beautiful legs, white and tender as green onions, slammed on the accelerator pedal. Boom! Suddenly, the fiery red Ferrari roared like a beast, and the speed soared. An unappointed racing car, and that's it. I have to say that people are not good-looking, and the sea is not worth fighting. Don't look at the beauty of the blue skirt, who looks quiet. Who would have thought that she has a sun-like heart and driving skills that challenge extreme speeds? However, it is a pity. She met Lin Fan today. No matter how fast the beauty in the blue skirt accelerates, Lin Fan can get closer little by little. In the end, Lin Fan swept past the beautiful lady in the blue skirt, relying on a turn, swept by a strong wind. The beauty in the blue skirt looked at Lin Fan's figure through the car window. Then, I could only see the taillights of cars that were going fast. The beauty in the blue skirt whispered, Alf 666, I hope I can meet you again soon. Lin Fan did not take this unappointed racing car to heart. He always moves forward at the fastest speed. Jiangbei is not far from Qingshi. It didn't take long before he arrived at the Qing Central Hospital. He pushed open the door of the ward, and saw that his father Lin Tao was lying on the hospital bed, sucking oxygen hard. His wrinkled face was pale. Lin Fan felt a pain in his heart. Crack! At this time, the ward door opened. Mom Dai Weishue came in. Xiao Fan, are you back so soon? Dai Weishue asked in surprise. Lin Fan made a hush gesture, motioning out to talk, so as not to disturb his father's rest. In the corridor. Lin Fan said, Mom, what's going on with Dad now? In the beginning, Dai Weishue concealed Lin Fan because he didn't want him to worry. But now that Lin Fan already knows that Lin Tao is ill, there is no need to hide it. Your dad has a tumor in his stomach. After paying the fee later, surgery should be scheduled in 2 days. Dai Weishue said, her eyes were slightly red. By the way, you haven't told me yet, what's the matter with that 5 million? When Lin Tao fell ill, Dai Weishue felt that the whole sky was falling down, but she always gritted her teeth alone. In the past 2 days, while taking care of Lin Tao, she looked around for people to borrow money. However, the operation required a lot of money, and for a while, Dai Weishue couldn't raise it at all. Today, Lin Fan suddenly sent 5 million yuan, giving Dai Weishue a pleasant surprise.
but she did not dare to pay for the operation in the first place.
Lin Fan is just an ordinary worker. Where did he get such a large sum of money?
Dai Weishue worried that he had taken a crooked road. If I used the money and harmed Lin Fan, it would be too much to regret. Lin Fan said, Mom, you can use it with confidence. This is all the money I made from stocks and buying Bitcoin, and it is only a small part.
Our family is no longer short of money.
Regarding the system, Lin Fan does not intend to tell anyone. Among them, parents and sisters are also included. It's not that Lin Fan doesn't believe in his parents and younger sisters.
It's mainly to say it out.
They won't believe it either, it just adds to their worries. Dai Weishue has also heard that buying stocks and buying Bitcoin can make people rich overnight.
So, listening to Lin Fan said this, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Then, with an extremely worried look, he looked at Lin Tao who was lying in the ward.
After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, I will pay the fee first.
Lin Fan said, Mom, you sit and rest for a while, I just go. There is never a shortage of patients in the hospital, and there is a long queue at the payment window. At this time, a group of doctors in white coats and a few middle-aged men wearing white shirts with the atmosphere of a superior came in together. Behind them are a few professional reporters with microphones in their hands and cameras at their shoulders. The tall and thin man standing next to Lin Fan said in surprise, There are still cameras.
What are you doing? Another shorter man said, Isn't it, haven't you read the news? The man with glasses, you reading www.uukanshu.com is the city leader.
Oh my God.
The city leaders came to visit the hospital? Then can we also be on TV today?
The tall and thin man said excitedly. Lin Fan listened to the conversation between the two, his eyes moved slightly, and he strode up. The leaders of the city are standing around the guards, and ordinary people can't get close. But, Lin Fan is obviously not an ordinary person. He easily bypassed the guards and came to the leader.
Are you?
The leader was a little confused.
Lin Fan took out the dragon token from his pocket and said, Leader, don't you know if you have time to chat alone?
The formerly calm leader, his pupils shrank slightly. He had seen a dragon-shaped token once, and he knew exactly what it meant, so he nodded and said, Of course.
Then, he said to the bald doctor next to him, Dean Huang, can you find us a quieter place?
Dean Huang said, Well, great leader, please here. Soon, Dean Huang took the two to the spacious conference room.
Lin Fan said, Dean Huang, you can stay too. Dean Huang responded, Okay. The three of them sat down.
Lin Fan didn't make any detours at all, and said straightforwardly, Big leader, in fact, I am looking for you this time.
It is a bit private matter. I want to ask you to help. The big leaders say in here, not only are they lifeless.
On the contrary, there was a touch of joy in his heart. Although, Lin Fan is comparable to himself in terms of level.
However, the special rights he has far exceed those of himself. If I can help Lin Fan, it will bring the two closer together.
In the opinion of the big leaders, this is definitely a good thing. Although, after paying the fee, he can arrange surgery for his father Lin Tao.
However, Lin Fan understands that every operation involves risks.
He must find the best doctor for his father to minimize the risk. Lin Fan said, My dad was admitted to the hospital 2 days ago because of a tumor in his stomach, so I want to ask the leader if he knows an expert in this area. The big leader exclaimed, Hundreds of virtues and filial piety are the first. For the sake of his father's body, it is rare to run constantly, it is really rare.
I always admire you who are filial to your parents.
My name is Zhao Jiechi, a little older than you, if you don't dislike it, just call me Lao Zhao. Dean Huang next to heard this, and his heart trembled slightly. Earlier, he had guessed that Lin Fan's identity might be unusual. Otherwise, Zhao Jiechi would not postpone his plan to visit the hospital and meet him alone. However, Dean Huang didn't expect Lin Fan's identity to be terrifying to such an extent.
Call the great leader Zhao Jiechi, old Zhao? This is simply beyond his imagination.
Lin Fan said, I'll call you Brother Zhao, by the way, my name is Lin Fan.
Zhao Jiechi said happily, Okay, then I will ask you to call you Brother Lin. After a pause, Zhao Jueqi said again, "Is Uncle Lin staying in our Qing Central Hospital? Dean Huang is right next to him. Brother Lin can tell him about Uncle Lin's situation first."
So, Lin Fan explained the general situation again.
Dean Huang immediately said, "I will let the oncology experts hold a meeting now." Not long after, several doctors came to the conference room with documents.
They already knew that Lin Fan's identity was extremely unusual, and after carefully reading Lin Tao's case, they finally made suggestions.
Mr. Lin's tumor was discovered relatively late. If you use conventional surgical methods, the risk is greater. Moreover, even if it succeeds, it may have a certain impact on subsequent life.
Lin Fanyan heard, frowning slightly.
Zhao Jueqi said, "Then what if I transfer to the capital? With Mr. Lin's current physical condition, I am afraid that it is difficult to withstand such long-distance travel." A doctor said. The atmosphere of the meeting room suddenly became dull. At this time, the doctor wearing gold glasses said, "If Director Li Quan of the Beijing City Association uses a flying knife flow to perform this operation, it should be possible to minimize the risk and subsequent impact." The doctors all nodded in agreement. Generally speaking, doctors rarely admit in public that medicine is inferior to humans. But, at this time, they can't take care of that much. Jinsey Glasses doctor continued, "In addition, as far as I know, Director Li Quan went to the Jiangbei Association for a meeting yesterday." Zhao Jia heard this, and finally showed a smile on his face, saying, "Since this is the case, then things will be easy. I am also familiar with the Beijing Association. It should be possible for Director Li Quan to come to Qingshi." Lin Fan solemnly said, "Then trouble Brother Zhao." No trouble, no trouble, I am very happy to be able to help Uncle Lin a little bit," Zhao Jueqi said. He absolutely didn't talk nonsense about this. Zhao Jueqi wanted to make friends with Lin Fan, but now he is naturally happy when he has the opportunity to help. Then, Zhao Jueqi dialed the phone number of the old dean of the Beijing Association. After talking for a while, he finally asked the other party to help invite Li Quan to Qingshi for surgery. And Li Quan was also very generous. After a while, he called and said that he would come to Qingshi tomorrow morning. Everything was arranged. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing a white shirt, carrying an exquisite fruit basket, walked in slowly. Zhao Jueqi said, "Brother Lin, now that Director Li Quan takes the shot, Uncle Lin will definitely be fine. Let's visit Uncle Lin now, right?" Lin Fan said, "Okay." In the ward. Although Lin Tao's complexion is still very bad, he has already woken up. Dai Weishue wiped Lin Tao's forehead with a hot towel. Lin Tao asked, "You just said that Xiaofan is back?" "Yes, moreover, he is very promising now, and he has given you a large sum of money for surgery. So, you can recover from your illness with peace of mind now," Dai Weishue said. Lin Tao heard that. Not only was he not happy, but frowned, and said, "He took out a lot of money? He didn't do anything illegal, right?" Crack. Just as Dai Weishue was about to explain, the door of the ward was pushed open. Then, Lin Fan, Zhao Jueqi, President Huang, and a large group of doctors walked in one after another. Lin Fan looked at Lin Tao sitting on the bed, and said excitedly, "Dad, are you awake?" "Yes, I just woke up for a while," Lin Tao said, and then looked at Zhao Jueqi, Dean Huang, and others with puzzled eyes. Especially when he saw Zhao Jueqi, the doubt on Lin Tao's face became a little bit more. He always felt as if he had seen Zhao Jueqi somewhere. Lin Fan introduced, "This is Zhao Jueqi, the leader of Qingshi, Huang Dean of Qingcheng Central Hospital." As soon as he said this, Lin Tao's muddy eyes rolled round immediately. Great leader. That's right. He is the leader. I often watch him speak in the Qingshi news. Now, he actually appeared in front of him. He came to the hospital in person, to see himself? Zhao Jueqi walked to the hospital bed and greeted softly, "Uncle Lin, how are you feeling now?" Uncle Lin? The leader of the city not only came to the hospital to visit him, but also called himself Uncle Lin? Lin Tao hurriedly said, This, big leader, you can call me Lin Tao. My health is good and I'm fine." He was already a little bit incoherent with excitement. You reading www.uukunsha.com.
Even, because of the excitement on his pale face, there was a rare flush.
How can you do that?
You are the father of Lin Fan's brother.
You can't be messed up in this generation, Zhao Zheqi said.
In fact, Zhao Zheqi's age is a few years older than Lin Tao. But, as he said, seniority cannot be chaotic. He didn't dare to call Lin Tao's name directly. Paused, and then said, Uncle Lin, please rest assured, Brother Lin Fan has arranged the best doctor for you, and you will surely be able to restore your body to its original state. Also, if there is something uncomfortable, you must tell us. Lin Tao said with a smile on his face, Don't worry, don't worry.
Okay.
Then, Dean Huang stepped forward to greet him again, and personally helped Lin Tao conduct a more detailed inspection. After another round of greetings, they said that they would let Lin Tao rest more, and then slowly left. Lin Tao looked at the exquisite fruit basket full of the room, his mouth almost reaching the back of his ears. Lin Fan saw Lin Tao so happy, he was also very happy.
Xiao Fan, how do you know the big leader? Lin Tao couldn't help asking.
Lin Fan talked about the reason and said, Maybe, he knows that I am trading in stocks and I have made a lot of money by buying Bitcoin.
So, do you want me to invest in the green market? Lin Tao nodded, and said, It turns out that this is the case.
If conditions permit, you can also get some investment in Qingshi.
Dad, don't worry, after all, Qingshi is also my hometown. When the time is right, I will definitely help my hometown with construction,
Lin Fan said. At this time, Dai Weishua's mobile phone shook slightly. She glanced at the news and said, Xiaoyao said that she would come to the hospital after school and asked if we need to bring anything.
Lin Fan said, Xiaoyao is about to leave school. It's not easy to take a car at this time.
I'll drive to pick her up. After finished speaking, walked towards the outside of the ward.
Dai Weishua originally wanted to ask, when did you buy a car?
But when I thought of the 5 million that Lin Fan called me. Even the leaders of the Qingshi city have called him brothers and sisters in order to attract investment. Then, it seems normal for him to have a car. Dai Weishua looked at Lin Tao's happy appearance, and smiled, Now you don't worry about my son walking the wrong way, right?
Don't worry, don't worry.
Li Tao repeatedly said. Just kidding, even the leaders of Qingshi have to be brothers with their sons, how can they go wrong? Qingshi No. 1 Middle School is a key high school in Qingshi. Here, a group of the best students from the entire Qingqing are gathered. After the school bell rang, a large group of young students, carrying their school bags, were full of youth and uplifting, discussing math problems, or telling exam questions, constantly walking outside. Lin Fan saw the slim Lin Xiaoyao in the crowd with a ponytail. At the same time, Lin Xiaoyao also saw Lin Fan and ran up quickly. Lin Fan squeezed Lin Xiaoyao's pebble face, and said, Remember to eat more every day, lose weight, and feel uncomfortable.
Brother!
Lin Xiaoyao shouted in protest.
Lin Fan smiled and said, Let's go to the hospital first.
While talking, he opened the door of the Lamborghini Bull car parked next to him and sat directly on it.
Brother, this car.
Lin Xiaoyao said in a daze. Lin Xiaoyao doesn't understand cars, but she also knows that sports cars are expensive, and anyone may cost millions. Lin Fan said, I have made a lot of money by trading in stocks and Bitcoin in the past 2 years.
I bought this car.
After telling a lie several times, Lin Fan didn't hesitate anymore.
Lin Xiaoyao shouted, Brother, are you too good at this?
After speaking, Lin Xiaoyao rushed into the car like a little monkey. Then, touch here for a while, touch there for a while, the dark eyes are full of excitement and novelty.
Not long after, the two returned to the hospital.
At this time, Lin Tao has been assigned to the VIP ward. Spacious, clean room, separate bathroom, the whole is not like a ward at all, but a luxurious suite in a hotel. In addition, the VIP ward is also equipped with nurses and nursing staff to provide the best quality service throughout. Living here is not like being hospitalized at all, but enjoying.
Lin Xiaoyao exclaimed, Wow! This ward is so good.
Lin Tao's sallow face was full of smiles and said, Xiaoyao, don't you know that the leaders of Qingshi, hospital deans, and directors just came to see me?
Then, the leaders of Qingshi also called me Uncle. Yeah. This is definitely the peak moment in Lin Tao's life. When he saw his daughter, he couldn't help but want to brag. Dai Weishue smiled and said, "Look at how proud you are, it's not all Xiaofan's credit. Brother actually knows the leader of Qingshi? The leader also came to visit his father?" Lin Xiaoyao's eyes rolled round. Although, when she first sat on a Lamborghini, she knew that her brother was very great now. But, she never thought that Lin Fan was so amazing. In the eyes of Lin Xiaoyao, the leaders of Qingshi are the big people who have topped the sky. This kind of big man actually visited his father because of his brother, and he also called his father an uncle. Lin Tao was very satisfied with her daughter's surprised expression, and said proudly, "Of course." Moreover, the leaders of the Qingshi city also invited a major expert from the Beijing City Association to perform surgery on me tomorrow. Really? Great! Lin Xiaoyao exclaimed happily. The family got together, they were all very happy, there was no sadness when they first learned about the tumor. Lin Xiaoyao cheered and said, "Brother is too good." But, then, she seemed to think of something again, and she blamed herself. "If it wasn't me because I was sick, and my brother had not taken the college entrance examination and lost the opportunity to go to university, maybe, it would be better." Lin Fan smiled and touched Lin Xiaoyao's face, and said, "That's not necessarily. It's because I entered society early that I can make so much money and get to know the big leaders. If I took the college entrance examination at that time and then went to university, maybe I haven't found a job yet." After a pause, Lin Fan smiled again. "What's more, I have now been specially recruited to enter Jiangbei University. Even if I took the college entrance examination, I am afraid I would not be admitted to such a good school. You know, Jiangbei University is one of the top 10 key universities in the country." Lin Fan really did well in his studies. However, if you want to be admitted to Jiangbei University, it depends on your performance. "Brother, you mean, you are studying at Jiangbei University?" Lin Xiaoyao said in surprise. "There are still fakes?" "It was specially recruited by the Dean of the School of Mathematics of Jiangbei University," Lin Fan said. "Good. Great." Lin Tao and Dai Weishue both yelled with joy. Both parents hope their children can study and go to college. Lin Fan failed to go to university, they all regretted. Now that Lin Fan can be recruited to enter Jiangbei University, it is definitely good news for them. Although, the VIP ward has a separate caregiver and nurse to take care of Lin Tao. However, Lin Fan rented a bed to stay with Lin Tao at night. In the early morning, Lin Fan's phone shook slightly. China Merchants Bank reminds you to remit 700,000 yuan. The next day, Dai Weishue rushed over with breakfast early in the morning. After breakfast, the family started chatting in the hospital. When a ray of warm sunlight fell on the hospital bed through the window, the leader Zhao Zheqi and a large group of doctors came to the ward. Zhao Zheqi pointed to the middle-sized doctor next to him, and introduced, "Brother Lin, this is Director Li Quan. Director Li, you rushed over from Jiangbei early in the morning with your hard work." Lin Fan said. Li Quan smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, you are too polite. It is our doctor's bounden duty to treat illnesses and save people, and this is what I should do." Although, Lin Fan looks very young. However, even the leaders of Qingshi had to meet his peers, so Li Quan didn't dare to ask for them at will. Zhao Zheqi walked to the bed and asked concerned, "Uncle Lin, how are you feeling today?" Lin Tao hurriedly replied, "I feel much better now." Zhao Zheqi said, "That's good, that's good." Then, Li Quan walked to the hospital bed, checked Lin Tao's body, and then carefully checked the case. Then he said, "Mr. Lin, your condition is not bad. I will be able to perform the operation on you later. Don't worry, it will be over soon, and you will be able to recover soon." Okay. Lin Tao answered again and again. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Tao was pushed into the operating room. Originally, Zhao Zheqi wanted to wait until Lin Tao's surgery was over before leaving. But, as the leader of Qingshi, he has too many things to deal with. After receiving an emergency call, Zhao Zheqi had to leave the hospital early. Time passed by every minute. In a blink of an eye, it was 12 o'clock. Lin Fan's phone shook slightly, and a red envelope appeared. Ding!
Congratulations, you got 2,000 yuan.
Ding. Congratulations, you got 5 yuan. Ding.
Congratulations, you got 10,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you have obtained 51% of Inshan Group. When Lin Fan arrived here to receive the red envelope, his figure paused slightly.
Inshan Group?
If I remember correctly, the Inshan Group seems to include Inshan Mall, Inshan Gold, and other companies with a market value of more than tens of billions.
Own 51% of Inshan Group's shares? Wouldn't it be that billions of assets were acquired in an instant? It was this stupefaction. The time reached 12:01.
However, Lin Fan didn't feel that it was a pity.
With this 51% stake, it's okay to have a few red envelopes. Crack.
At this time, the door of the operating room slowly opened.
Li Quan and several doctors dragged their tired bodies out. Director Li, how is Lin Tao? Dai Weishua asked nervously.
The operation was very successful, and if you stay in the hospital for a period of recuperation, it should be fine.
Li Quan said. Okay, thank you so much.
Dai Weishua said very excitedly. Although, she had already known that Li Quan was an expert and possessed a high level of medical skills to treat Lin Tao.
But, Dai Weishua's whole heart is still hanging. Last night, she didn't fall asleep all night.
After all, any surgery has risks and accidents. Until then, her heart was settled.
Dai Weishua asked, can I go and see Lin Tao? Li Quan said, Mr. Lin has just finished the operation and is now asleep. It is best to let him rest first. Good. Dai Weishua answered again and again.
When Lin Tao opened his eyes, it was already night.
Dad, you're awake.
Lin Xiaoyao, who rushed to the hospital directly after school, exclaimed happily.
Dai Weishua whispered, Xiaoyao, keep your voice down. Then he asked softly, Lin Tao, is there anything uncomfortable? Lin Fan asked, Dad, how do you feel? Lin Tao shook his head and said, I feel pretty good.
A few people said and heard, all of them were happier. On the other hand, the office of the chairman of Inshan Group. Song Jifeng reviewed the information in front of him several times and sighed. In the beginning, a lot of stocks were flowed to the market for development. Now, this Mr. Lin Fan has actually acquired 51% of the shares of our Inshan Group. When Song Jifeng said this, his face was full of regret. 51% of the shares, undoubtedly the largest shareholder.
Inshan Group is a business empire created by Song Jifeng.
Nowadays, it has finally taken shape, but it is no longer controlled by itself.
How can this not make him regret it?
Song Jifeng hesitated for a long time, and finally dialed the number according to the number on the document.
Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Song Jifeng, chairman of Inshan Group.
Song Jifeng said cautiously.
On the phone, Lin Fan's low voice came, oh, what's the matter?
Lin Fan quickly thought of the 51% stake in Inshan Group he had acquired at noon, so he was not too surprised when Song Jifeng called.
You are now the largest shareholder of our Inshan Group. Do you have any instructions for the future development of the group? Song Jifeng asked. Lin Fan said, you are the same as before. Just develop well. I only get dividends from the company's shares.
Lin Fan really has no interest in the development of Inshan Group. If he can, he wants to sell all his shares immediately. Unfortunately, all things obtained from the system are forbidden to be traded. Song Jifeng heard this, and a touch of ecstasy appeared on his face for an instant, and said, yes, we will remit the dividends to your account on time.
Song Jifeng is very afraid that the company's largest shareholder will be indiscriminately directing the company.
If he only takes dividends, it is definitely good news for him, great news. In the next few days, Lin Fan has been taking care of Lin Tao in the hospital and asked the doctor to use the best medicine such as globulin to treat Lin Tao's body. The cost of a single recuperation requires tens of thousands of yuan per day. And Lin Tao's body and complexion also improved day by day, and he was even able to get out of bed and walk. In the past few days, Lin Fan's red envelopes at 12 noon every day are all cash. Plus, the cash from breathing, walking, and sleeping.
Lin Fan's balance is more than 3 million yuan. Name, Lin Fan. Level, LV4. LV4 reward, get 10 yuan for every breath, get 10 yuan for every second of sleep, get 10 yuan for every step you take. Rewards will be credited to the account at 24 o'clock every day. Upgrade consumption amount, 750,000/10 million, gifts, gambling, etc. are not included. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from trading. Skills, professional car driving skills, charm aura, 5% chance to trigger love at first sight, unforgettable, violent aesthetics, drinking gentleman, absolute concentration, 5% chance to trigger a flash of light, professor-level mathematical experience. Capital, 10.3 million. Obviously, the 5 million that Lin Fan remitted to Dai Weishue the other day was not included in the consumption amount. However, Lin Fan didn't care. Yu reading www.uukunsha.com. Dai Weishue cut an apple for Lin Tao and said, "It's rare for Xiaoyao to rest this weekend. Xiao Fan, take Xiaoyao out for fun." "Yes, I went out to play, my body has nothing to do, but you have been here to make the ward airtight," Lin Tao said. Lin Fan said that he felt that what Dad said made sense. So, nodded and said, "Then we will go out and stroll around." "Okay," Lin Xiaoyao said happily. Lin Xiaoyao was very sad and scared when she saw her father falling ill. Now, Dad is all right. Lin Xiaoyao, who was naturally active, stayed in the ward all the time, and it was a little uncomfortable. Lin Fan looked at Lin Xiaoyao's somewhat pale clothes and said, "Xiaoyao, let's go buy some clothes first." "Where are the clothes in Qingshi that look better? Don't save me money," Lin Xiaoyao said happily, "Yinshan Mall." If it was before, Lin Xiaoyao would never go to Yinshan shopping mall to buy clothes. The clothes there are really good looking, but the prices are relatively expensive. Now, Lin Xiaoyao doesn't have so much scruples. After all, Lin Fan has driven a million-class sports car. While using Lin Fan's money to buy some expensive clothes, Lin Xiaoyao has no burden at all. "Brother, shouldn't you pay for your sister?" Besides, Lin Fan also told himself not to save money for him. After Lin Fan heard Lin Xiaoyao's words, a strange look appeared on his face. "Yinshan Mall? Strictly speaking, this seems to belong to one's own industry? Go to your own mall to buy clothes?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "Okay, then go to Yinshan Mall." Although, Lin Xiaoyao has sat on Lamborghini for several times. But when I sat up again today, my face was still full of novelty, and I couldn't help looking around. Yinshan Shopping Mall is not far from Qingcheng Central Hospital. In just 10 minutes, Lin Fan arrived at his destination. Lin Fan first bought 2 cups of milk tea, and then strolled around the mall leisurely with Lin Xiaoyao. I have to say, Qingshi, a small 4th-tier city, has very low consumption. In the entire Yinshan Mall, there is not even more than 10,000 pieces of clothes. Earlier, Lin Xiaoyao really wanted to buy a few clothes without hesitation. But when she really came to Yinshan Mall, she hesitated again, looking at clothes that were several times more expensive than before. Lin Xiaoyao visited one clothing store after another, and decided in her heart that she must buy beautiful and cheap clothes. With this goal, Lin Xiaoyao became more vigorous and happier as she went shopping. She was happy, but she suffered Lin Fan. Although, Lin Fan possesses technical violence aesthetics, which greatly strengthens his body. However, after a full hour of shopping, his legs felt a little soft. When he walked into a clothing store again, Lin Fan took the clothing bag and sat directly on the chair to rest, and Lin Xiaoyao went to choose and try. Lin Xiaoyao picked up a beautiful skirt, turned around and walked towards the changing room. However, behind him, I don't know when there was an extra couple. Boom! Lin Xiaoyao sturdily ran into the woman with heavy makeup, and milk tea was spilled on her body. I'm sorry. Lin Xiaoyao hurriedly apologized, and took out a tissue to wipe the milk tea on the woman. The woman with heavy makeup resented like a roaring tiger, yelling, "Are you really not eye-catching? Labor and capital, this is just the clothes I bought." While speaking, the woman with heavy makeup raised her hand and drew it directly on Lin Xiaoyao's face. Snapped. A loud slap, rippling back and forth in the clothing store. In an instant, a clear slap print appeared on Lin Xiaoyao's face. The woman with heavy makeup hasn't relieved her anger,
so she slams towards Lin Xiaoyao. Pump! Lin Xiaoyao was a little dazed by the beating, and with her petite body, she fell directly to the ground. Next to, a man wearing anime clothes said sternly, "Dare to get my girlfriend's clothes dirty. How blind is it?" While talking, kicked Lin Xiaoyao, who fell on the ground. Boom! However, this kick was stopped by Lin Fan. When the girl with heavy makeup shot Lin Xiaoyao, Lin Fan saw it. He wanted to stop, but the distance was too far. Even Lin Fan is too late. The man saw that he was stopped by someone and shouted angrily, "Who are you so special? How dare you stop labor and capital?" Boom! Lin Fan didn't answer at all. He raised his leg and kicked the man a few meters away. He slammed into the wall in the distance, making a dull sound. Lin Fan first helped Lin Xiaoyao and asked with concern, "Xiaoyao, are you okay?" At this time, Lin Xiaoyao's left face was slowly red and swollen. She couldn't make a sound of tears, and the big teardrops kept rolling down like raindrops. Lin Xiaoyao choked and shook her head, and said, "No. Nothing." This couple is not easy to provoke at first glance. She doesn't want to trouble Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at Lin Xiaoyao's pitiful appearance, and was furious, and said, "Xiaoyao, don't worry, I will definitely make them pay the price." The words fell, Lin Fan turned around abruptly, and stared at the woman with heavy makeup with a pair of cold, piercing eyes. The woman with heavy makeup hadn't even reacted from the man being kicked into the air. She was stared at by Lin Fan, and for some reason, she shivered unconsciously. And slowly backed up 2 steps, saying, What do you want to do?" "Apologize," Lin Fan said coldly. At the same time, a slap was slapped on the face of the woman with heavy makeup. Snapped. In an instant, the face of the woman with heavy makeup immediately became red and swollen, and the eyeliner she had just made broke. "Apologize." After a 2-second pause, Lin Fan shouted again, waved his hand and slapped it on the face of the woman with heavy makeup. Snapped. Suddenly, the face of the woman with heavy makeup was red and swollen, and her second eyeliner also broke. "Apologize." Lin Fan yelled again and slapped a third slap. Snapped. The power of this slap not only didn't decrease, but heavier. He turned the woman with heavy makeup directly on the ground and spit out a mouthful of teeth mixed with blood. Suddenly, the whole face of the woman with heavy makeup was swollen like a pig's head. The woman with heavy makeup fell on the ground. Seeing that Lin Fan seemed to continue to beat herself, she was shaking all over, kneeling on the ground, and exclaiming in horror, I'm sorry, I was wrong." She was completely scared of being beaten, her nose and tears running freely. Lin Fan said, "Not to apologize to me." The woman with heavy makeup kept kowtow to Lin Xiaoyao again, saying, "I'm sorry, my fault is my fault, I shouldn't beat you, shouldn't push you." At this time, the clerk was so scared that he hid in the corner and didn't dare to speak out. Lin Xiaoyao was also shocked by the misery of the woman with heavy makeup, and said, brother, or else, forget it?" At this time, the man in anime clothes got up from the ground. He clutched his stomach, pointed at Lin Fan and sternly shouted, "There is a kind, you are so kind. No one has ever dared to beat me like this. If you have the courage to wait, don't leave." After speaking, the man took out his cell phone and dialed out quickly. "Viagra, this is Pan Zhengyang," the man said. "Oh, Zhang Yang, what's the matter?" Xinwei's relaxed voice came over the phone. "You reading www.uukanunshu. CM. Viagra, my girlfriend Sun Xiaohong and I were beaten at the entrance of the KK clothing store in Inshan Mall. Bring someone over to help us," Pan Zhengyang said straightforwardly. Xinwei exclaimed, "What? Someone dared to hit you on my site? Let him wait. I will bring people over immediately." It's the opposite. Pan Zhengyang is Xinwei's cousin. If only Pan Zhengyang was beaten, Xinwei would still not be so angry. But with Sun Xiaohong, it's different. Because, Xinwei is the department manager of Inshan Mall in Qingshi. And Sun Xiaohong's father is the chairman of Jiaxing Snack Company. Every year, the Jiaxing Snack Company will give Xinwei a large sum of money to allow their snacks to enter the underground supermarket of Inshan Shopping Mall. It can be said that Sun Xiaohong's father is Xinwei's god of wealth. Now that the daughter of God of Wealth is beaten in Inshan Mall, Shinwei is naturally very angry. After hanging up the phone, Shinwei quickly summoned more than 30 security guards, aggressively, and walked towards the KK clothing store. Lin Fan didn't care about Pan Zhengyang calling someone. Because Lin Fan has a violent aesthetic, even if he deals with 100 people, there is no problem.
Today, Lin Fan will give a lesson to those who bully his sister.
Lin Xiaoyao wanted to persuade Lin Fan to leave quickly. However, Lin Fan sat down directly, with no intention of leaving at all. Lin Xiaoyao recalled Pan Zhengyang's call, and the worry and fear in her heart continued to surge like a tide. After hesitating for a while, Lin Xiaoyao quietly walked to the corner and dialed the police call. Shinwei has worked in Inshan Mall for several years and is very familiar with everything here. After a while, he brought a large group of security guards to the door of the KK clothing store. Pan Zhengyang saw from a distance, he waved his hand and shouted, "Viagra, here.
I am here."
While speaking, he glanced at Lin Fan with an extremely cold look.
It looks like it's like saying, "Kid, in a moment, let me see how you die."
Sun Xiaohong, whose entire face was swollen like a pig's head, felt so emboldened when she saw so many people coming. She pointed at Lin Fan and screamed, "It's him, he hit me.
Viagra, you can help me teach him a lesson."
Shinwei was slightly surprised when he saw Sun Xiaohong's miserable appearance, and promised, "Sister Xiaohong, don't worry, I will help you teach him." Then, Shinwei viciously said to Lin Fan, "Boy, you are so brave, you dare to make trouble in our Inshan Mall. I suspect you now, and I stole our Inshan Mall. Brothers, grab him for me and take him to the security room, and then wait for the investigation to deal with it."
Shinwei's idea is very simple. At this time, there are many people in Inshan Mall. Absolutely cannot teach Lin Fan in public. Otherwise, I will be very troublesome. Just looking for a reason to take Lin Fan to the security room, didn't he do what he did?
Lin Fan glanced at the security guard at the scene, a strange color appeared on his face. Originally, all the people he planned to call were given a good lesson. However, these security guarantees are all from Inshan Mall.
Isn't it your own employees?
Thinking of this, Lin Fan took out his mobile phone and dialed a series of numbers.
Shinwei saw Lin Fan call, and said with disdain, "Call someone?
Oh, I want to see who dares to control the people who make trouble and steal things in our Inshan Mall." The security guards also stopped the action of grabbing Lin Fan immediately, and they seemed to want to see Lin Fan's jokes too.
Inshan Group Headquarters, Meeting Room. Song Jifeng, chairman of the board, is holding a high-level meeting with the company's general manager, director, and other executives. At this time, Song Jifeng's phone vibrated quickly. Song Jifeng frowned slightly. He hated being interrupted by the phone during a meeting. He picked up the phone and immediately hung up.
But when he saw the call notification, his pupils shrank slightly.
Song Jifeng didn't hesitate at all, and hurriedly connected the phone. "Mr. Lin, how are you doing?"
Song Jifeng said cautiously. "I am now surrounded by dozens of security guards in Inshan Mall, Qingshi. They said that I was making trouble and stealing things in Inshan Mall.
Now they want to arrest me and go to the security room."
After Lin Fan finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone. Song Jifeng heard this, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What did he hear?
Lin Fan, we're surrounded by dozens of security guards in Inshan Mall in Qingshi? Still saying he made trouble? Steal something? These security guards, how dare they?
You know, Lin Fan owns 51% of Inshan Group. Let alone the trouble, even if the entire Inshan Mall was demolished, there was no problem at all.
As for stealing things? Do not make jokes.
Even if he gave Lin Fan all the things in Qingshi Inshan shopping mall, he would dismiss it. Lin Fan finally decided to only pay dividends on the shares, but asked about Inshan Mall.
These security guards, these bastards. Actually, dare to provoke him. A bunch of bastards. Song Jifeng cursed. The high-level people in the meeting room looked at each other after hearing the words. Song Jifeng never answers the phone in a meeting. Today, he took it. And, when answering the phone, he was so careful. In his tone,
there was even a hint of flattery. Finally, Song Jifeng, who was never angry, even yelled directly.
Last name Lin? Is he the mysterious man who recently acquired 51% of the shares in the group? All executives have speculations in their hearts.
But Song Jifeng ignored that much. He hurriedly opened the laptop in front of him. After searching, he quickly dialed the number of Qingshi General Manager Zhou Changjun. After discussing business with the client, Zhou Changjun drove directly to the parking lot of Yinshan Mall, ready to go back to the office to process some documents. At this time, the cell phone in his pocket rang a hurried ring.
He glanced casually.
The next moment, Zhou Changjun's pupils shrank suddenly, and the whole heart beat rapidly.
Zhou Changjun is a very attentive person.
He has already stored all the numbers of the company's top management.
At this time, this call actually came from Chairman Song Jifeng. Zhou Changjun pressed the answer button with great excitement. Hello, Chairman. Okay? What a fart. Zhou Changjun, how on earth did you become the general manager? Did you eat dry food? You are absolutely lawless. Song Jifeng roared. Zhou Changjun never thought that he would be scolded.
After a few seconds, he was puzzled. Chairman, I don't understand.
I don't understand? Okay.
Then tell me, why are the dozens of security guards in the Yinshan Mall of Qingshi City framing Mr. Lin Fan, the largest shareholder of our Yinshan Group, for trouble and stealing?
Even arrest him? Jifeng shouted angrily. Zhou Changjun felt as if a cannonball exploded directly in his ear. Yu reading www.uukunshu.com was completely stunned. Recently, he learned from some gossip that a mysterious person bought 51% of the shares of Yinshan Group and became the largest shareholder of Yinshan Group. Now, the biggest shareholder is framed in the mall he manages, and he is arrested by security? This is definitely a big deal. It broke the big thing.
Zhou Changjun said in a panic, Dong, Chairman, there may be any misunderstandings in this. I just came back from the business talk, and now I will go to the mall immediately.
Hurry up. Remember, Mr. Lin Fan must be satisfied, otherwise, Song
Jifeng hung up after a sullen sound. Originally, Zhou Changjun, who was walking slowly towards the office of Yinshan Mall, did not dare to stop anymore, and ran towards the mall at a speed of 100 meters.
Due to the high speed, Zhou Changjun accidentally fell to the ground.
But he didn't care about his broken knee at all, and he rolled and crawled, moving on at the fastest speed. In front of KK clothing store, Xinwei saw Lin Fan hung up, and the more and more people in Yinshan Mall looked towards him. He felt that he could not delay any longer, otherwise, maybe, it would bring himself some unnecessary troubles. Then, Xinwei shouted, Brothers, don't wait any longer. Hurry up and take the troublemaker and stealer to the security room.
Then, wait for the investigation to deal with it.
The security guards said and heard. They stopped staying, and surrounded Lin Fan together. At this time, an angry roar suddenly sounded in the distance.
Presumptuous, I see who of you dare.
The security guards heard this sound that seemed to be familiar, and they paused slightly. Then, they saw Zhou Changjun, the general manager who often sits at the top of the meeting, limping over.
Xinwei didn't expect to alarm Zhou Changjun at all. He had a bad premonition in his heart, hurriedly greeted him, and said, Zhou, what's the matter with you? Sit down and take a rest.
Zhou Changjun ignored him at all, walked forward and asked carefully, Excuse me, which is Mr. Lin Fan Lin? Lin Fan, who put his hands in his pockets and always looked relaxed and indifferent, said, It's me. Zhou Changjun looked at Lin Fan's youthful appearance, slightly startled. However, he did not dare to have any contempt. On the contrary, he looked at Lin Fan's gaze, more respectful. According to Zhou Changjun, a young man in his 20s can own 51% of Yinshan Group's shares. Then, behind him, I'm afraid there is a monster that he can't even imagine. Zhou Changjun bent over 90 degrees and said, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, but I didn't manage the staff well, so you are disturbed. When Xinwei saw this, the bad premonition in his heart became stronger.
He couldn't help but said, Zhou, is there any misunderstanding in this?
This young man made trouble in our mall, assaulted the daughter of the chairman of Jiaxing Snack Company, and stole something.
Shinwei thought very simple. Jiaxing Snack Food Company, Limited is also a large enterprise cooperating with Yinshan Mall. Zhou Changjun will definitely have some scruples. However, it's okay if Shinwei doesn't say this. When he mentions this, Zhou Changjun's heart burst into flames. Zhou Changjun turned around abruptly and said coldly, Mr. Lin is the largest shareholder of our Yinshan group. Do you think he will do what you just said? As soon as he said this, Shinwei completely froze in place. The largest shareholder of Yinshan Group. He knows exactly what this means. Iron plate, huge iron plate. The manager of Yinshan Mall, with high income and easy work. Shinwei did not brag in front of relatives and friends. Now, I'm afraid, no more. Shinwei's heart gave birth to endless regrets. Tap. At this time, 3 investigators came over from a distance. Among them, the tall and thin Chase asked, who called the police? What happened here? Lin Xiaoyao never expected that things would develop like this. The general manager of Yinshan Shopping Mall actually respected Lin Fan very much, and also said that he is the largest shareholder of Yinshan Group. So that, Lin Xiaoyao couldn't answer the question in the first time. Pan Zhengyang was standing next to him. After seeing Gao Shou, his eyes lit up slightly and excitedly said, Wang Daming. It's great that you are here. Then, he pointed to Lin Fan and said, this guy beat me for no reason, you quickly get him. Pan Zhengyang can see that today, Shinwei can no longer teach Lin Fan. When he was disappointed, he didn't want to meet Wang Daming, a high school classmate. This made him see the hope of teaching Lin Fan again. At this time, Lin Xiaoyao also reacted and hurriedly said, Uncle Chase, I called the police. My brother didn't beat him for no reason at all. They hit me first. My brother fought back to protect me. Wang Daming looked in the direction Pan Zhengyang pointed. The next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. It's him. It turned out to be him. A few days ago, Wang Daming, along with the captain, senior leaders and others, went to the Qing Central Hospital for a visit. However, a young man suddenly came to the big leader. Then, the leader gave up the visit directly. Afterwards, Wang Daming learned from the captain that the young man was very unusual. In order to treat his relative's illness, the leader personally asked for help. Even, the next day, the big leader went to the hospital to visit and accompany his relatives to perform operations. Big shot. That young man is definitely a big shot. Wang Daming did not expect that he would see this big man again so soon. Sun Xiaohong, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, shouted, Get him quickly. I am Sun Xiaohong, the daughter of the chairman of Jiaxing Snack Company. What do you think he beats me into? As long as you catch him and teach him a lesson, I will let my dad reward you well. Let yourself catch big people who even big leaders have to treat with care. Wang Daming's face sank, he directly took out the handcuffs and locked them in Sun Xiaohong's hands. Pan Zhengyang was taken aback and said, Wang Daming, you locked the wrong person. Why did you lock your sister-in-law? It was the over there that hit us, you should catch that bastard. Bastard? Scold that big man, asshole? How dare he? Besides, what are you talking about sister-in-law? Didn't this make a big man mistakenly think that he has a good relationship with him? Wang Daming shouted sharply, Shut up. Pan Zhengyang, what are you talking about? Don't say, we are just ordinary classmates in high school. Even if you are my brother, I can't do anything for you. Because, I am an investigator for justice. Wang Daming pointed to Lin Xiaoyao and said, This lady has just said that you hit her first, and her brother shot back. They are legitimate defense. Then, Wang Daming solemnly said to Sun Xiaohong, As for you, you were just suspected of bribing a public official. Now, we are detaining you. Sun Xiaohong panicked, I don't. No? We all have camera law enforcement. Wang Daming said www.plnovel.com. After saying that, he stopped talking and prepared to walk far away with Sun Xiaohong. At this time, Zhou Chengjun, who was standing next to him, said, The investigator, Hello, this is Zhou Chengjun, the general manager of Yinshan Shopping Mall. I want to report something.
While talking, Zhou Chengjun pointed to Shinwei and said, "He is Shinwei, the manager of our Inshan Mall. He took advantage of his position to transfer profits with Jiaxing Snack Food Company, took a lot of bribes, and put many fake and shoddy products of Jiaxing Snack Food Company on our Inshan Mall for sale. At the same time, he also induced the security of our Inshan shopping mall to become his personal underground force." Just now, Shinwei framed the noble Mr. Lin and wanted to use violence and intimidation against him. Wang Daming has encountered a lot of corruption and bribery. However, Shinwei still wants to perform acts of violence and intimidation against Mr. Lin.
This is definitely. Don't be merciless. Wang Daming shouted loudly, "It's so nasty, get him arrested for me." Pattern.
Shinwei put on handcuffs, his whole body was cold, his legs softened, and he knelt directly on the ground.
He knows, he's over. Soon, Shinwei, Sun Xiaohong, and Zhang Bao's safety were all taken away.
Only Pan Zhengyang was left in the whole scene, standing still, for a while.
Although, Pan Zhengyang was not taken away. However, his panic is no less than anyone else.
Sun Xiaohong and Shinwei, it can be said that they were taken away because of themselves. If the quality problems of Jiaxing Snack Company's products are found out for this reason, then their own fate.
Pan Zhengyang shuddered just thinking about it.
Zhou Chengjun wanted to invite Lin Fan to dinner and make amends. But now, Lin Fan just wants to get some medicine and put on Lin Xiaoyao's face, which is still a little red and swollen. So, I just refused.
Lamborghini Daniel enters.
Lin Xiaoyao seemed to come back to her senses, and said excitedly, "Brother, when did you learn to fight?
The actions you just taught people are so handsome."
Lin Xiaoyao's speaking movements were so great that she accidentally pulled her red and swollen face, and she pumped in pain. Lin Fan said, "Stop talking, I'll buy you some medicine."
Lin Xiaoyao said, "Where to use what medicine? Just get some ice compresses."
Finally, Lin Fan bought some medicine for Lin Xiaoyao and got an ice pack.
Two-pronged approach, the effect is also excellent. When they returned to the Qing Central Hospital, the redness and swelling on Lin Xiaoyao's face had completely disappeared. At this time, Lin Fan's cell phone rang a brisk ring. "Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry today, I will deal with the relevant personnel of Qingshi Inshan Mall seriously," Song Jifeng said cautiously. Lin Fan said, "No, Zhou Chengjun did a good job.
But, in the future, I don't want similar things to happen again."
"Yes, Mr. Lin, please rest assured."
Song Jifeng breathed a long sigh of relief.
After hanging up the phone,
Lin Xiaoyao couldn't help but said, "Brother, are you really the largest shareholder of Inshan Mall?" "Yes, so, as long as you like to buy clothes in the future, don't care about the price, just buy it directly. Your brother and me, it's not bad for money," Lin Fan said. Lin Xiaoyao happily kissed Lin Fan on the cheek, and said, "Brother is the best." When the two came to the VIP ward, Lin Tao was in the ward, walking back and forth.
And Dai Weishue folded all the clothes into the box. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing?" Lin Fan asked.
Lin Tao said, "I have been living in the hospital, so I feel so bored. In the past 2 days, there have been several regular customers who called and asked when our clothing store opened. We are going to be discharged today."
"Leave the hospital today?"
Lin Fan worried, "Dad, you haven't had the operation for a long time, so let's stay a few more days."
Lin Tao said, "What is there to live in?"
The doctors agreed to be discharged. "If I stay in again, this disease is just right, and other diseases will be suppressed."
Lin Fan thinks it makes sense. After thinking about it,
he said, "It's okay to leave the hospital, but the clothing store doesn't need to be opened. I'm going to buy a villa for you in Qingshi or Jiangbei."
"Don't, our house is pretty good now."
"What kind of villa should we change?"
Lin Tao waved his hand again and again. "The clothing store doesn't take much effort, it's good to open."
Dai Weishue said, "Xiao Fan, we know you are promising now, and want to be filial to us. But, your dad and I have lived in Tiao Street for a lifetime, and all the acquaintances are there.
If we suddenly move to other places, we won't be used to it at all.
In addition, your dad and I are not too old now. If we really stay at home and do nothing every day, it would be boring. So, we won't move, and the clothing store is still open, so let's pass the time."
Lin Fan said helplessly, well then. But you must not be tired, and don't save food and clothing. Don't worry. Dai Weishu smiled.
For the next 3 days, Lin Fan lived with his parents in 4 streets. For these 3 days, Lin Fan opened all cash red envelopes at 12 noon every day, plus the cash he got from sleeping, breathing, and walking for the 3 days, and Lin Fan added more than 3 million in total. At this time, Lin Fan carry's balance returned to 13.2 million. Today, at the urging of his parents, Lin Fan drove the Lamborghini Daniel and drove on the road back to Jiangbei. The reasons for Lin Tao and Dai Weishu are very simple.
Lin Fan has finally been specially recruited to study at Jiangbei University. He must not leave a bad impression on the teacher because he has been absent for too long. If you are dropped out of school because of this, then you really regret it. Lin Fan can't help his parents, plus his father's body, it really doesn't matter.
Therefore, he had to return to Jiangbei. When Lin Fan came to Qingshi a few days ago, he was very anxious. He drove at the fastest speed throughout the whole journey and arrived at Qingshi in a short time. Now returning to Jiangbei, he has a constant speed all the way, and it will take a long time to correspond. Driving a Lamborghini for a short time, Lin Fan still doesn't think much. However, after driving for a long time, he felt his waist gradually sore. Lin Fan couldn't help muttering, when I have time, I must buy a bigger car.
When Lin Fan returned to the Jiangbei Hilton presidential suite, the time just reached 12 o'clock. The phone shook slightly, and a red envelope appeared immediately. Ding!
Congratulations, you got 5,000 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you got 10,000 yuan.
Ding! Congratulations, you got 5 yuan. Ding!
Congratulations, you got the skill True Eye.
At this time, the time has come to 12:01.
Lin Fan said weirdly, when I was in Qingshi, it was all useless cash.
I got skills when I first came to Jiangbei? Is Jiangbei my lucky place?
While speaking, Lin Fan turned his attention to the real eye. True eyes, 1, you can see the true beauty of women, full mark is 100. Note, appearances affected by wear, life, 2. It can be seen that women have a good impression of the host, full mark is 100. Choosing truly beautiful beauties and getting their sincerity is what every beautiful man should do.
Lin Fan said, the eye of reality? It's kind of interesting.
On the other hand, Xiao Xia spent a lot of effort and finally moved all his brother's things into Wanzhou, Washington. Then, she dragged her tired body back home. At this time, Yu reading www.uukanshu.com mother Chen Minfen walked over happily and said, Xia, you should pack up and meet a guy later.
Xiao Xia said helplessly, Mom, have a blind date again?
Chen Minfen seemed reluctant to see his daughter, and said, this boy is different from Lin Fan last time. Lin Fan's family is poor, and this boy runs a factory, and he has 2 Mercedes-Benzes. When Chen Minfen said this, his whole face was wrinkled with a smile.
Xiao Xia muttered, Lin Fan's family is poor? Then there are no rich people in this world. Rich man? Xia, what are you talking about? Where is Lin Fan's rich man? Chen Minfen said.
So, Xiao Xia probably said what happened a while ago.
Chen Minfen immediately said, Xia, you were deceived by Lin Fana. How could he have a luxury car and an entire house in Washington? I know their family too well. Don't you know, Lin Fan's father fell ill the other day, and his mother called to borrow money. If Lin Fan's family really has so much money, how could they even ask me to borrow money? Xiao Xia couldn't help being a little startled listening to her mother's words. After a while, he said in disbelief, Mother Lin Fan, really asked you to borrow money? Is there a fake? Chen Minfen took out his mobile phone and called up the call log while talking. Sure enough, there was Dai Weishu's phone number among them. Xiao Xia immediately understood. That Lamborghini Bull was indeed rented by Lin Fan. In addition, Lin Fan does not have a house in Wanzhou, Washington, he is just asking the employee to help him in acting. Lin Fan is not a godless man at all, but a downright poor hanging silk. The next day, the sky was clear. Lin Fan lay on the big bed in the presidential suite and glanced at his mobile phone casually. At midnight, China Merchants Bank remitted 730,020 yuan.
He swiped away the text message indifferently, and played with the phone for a while.
Then, I got up slowly and asked the waiter to bring a big meal. After a full meal, it just happened to be 12 o'clock.
Lin Fan's phone shook slightly.
The red envelope appears. Ding! Congratulations, you got 5 yuan. Ding!
Congratulations, you got 3,000 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you got 10,000 yuan.
Ding! Congratulations, you got 3 yuan. So far, 1 minute has passed.
Lin Fan received a total of more than 80,000 yuan.
It's all cash?
Lin Fan curled his lips. He rested for a while, and then he drove the Lamborghini Daniel to Jiangbei University. At Jiangbei University, even driving a BMW or Mercedes-Benz car with a value of 200 to 300,000 yuan would be eye-catching. Besides, it is a tens of millions of Lamborghini. After a rumbling engine rang on the campus, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. They took out their phones one after another, took pictures secretly, and uploaded them to the post bar and the class group. When Lin Fan got out of the car, the eyes of several lovely beauties appeared with little stars, and they all exclaimed, "So handsome."
Is handsome and golden, this is simply the perfect male in their hearts.
Lin Fan didn't care about this at all. He took out his cell phone and dialed a series of numbers. Not long after, he combed his head and was about 30 years old and came over.
He smiled and said, "Hello, you are Lin Fan, right?" "Yes." Lin Fan answered. "Ha ha. Among my students, there is another handsome guy.
I am your counselor Sun Yaodong. Go, I will take you to get the books first, and then go to the classroom."
Sun Yaodong said.
I have to say that there is a big difference between college teachers and high school teachers. The high school teacher always carries it, always looks stern and solemn, making the students feel that the teacher is the elder of himself. University teachers bring more ease. Sun Yaodong introduced the school cafeteria, gymnasium, and even how to find a girlfriend while walking. This can't help but make Lin Fan wonder whether this is the teacher or his good buddy. Not long after, Lin Fan received the book and came to the classroom. Sun Yaodong pointed to the 3 people sitting in the back row and said, "Lin Fan, these 3 people are your roommates.
You have to get along well. I have something to do, so just leave." The 3 of them are very enthusiastic about Lin Fan, the new roommate. "My name is Song Yi." "Dude, that's not bad."
"Tall and handsome, can you play basketball, right?" the tall and strong man asked.
Lin Fan said, "It's a little bit, but it's been a long time." "It's okay, you will be familiar with playing."
"And, I tell you, playing basketball is easy to attract sister paper. Maybe someday you will get sister paper to ask for WeChat."
Song Yi laughed.
The fat man said happily, "I thought we had only 3 people in our 104 bedroom. In that case, it would not be a complete college life at all."
"Dude, it's great that you can come. By the way, my name is Zheng Jinbao." The man with black-rimmed glasses said, "My name is Ma Zhong." The 3 roommates are very enthusiastic. After school, they helped Lin Fan buy the necessities for daily life, make the bed. It was busy until more than 8 o'clock.
Originally, Lin Fan wanted to invite them to a big meal. However, all 3 of them happily said that they were going to the old place to have a barbecue, so Lin Fan didn't force it.
This is a barbecue stall very close to Jiangbei University. The owner is about 40 years old. He is skillful in his actions.
The grilled meat is tender on the outside and tender on the inside. The portion is generous. Zheng Jinbao threw a skewer of barbecue directly into his mouth, and said happily, "It's delicious." Song Yi raised his glass and said, "Lin Fan, welcome to join our 104 bedroom.
From now on, the 4 of us will be brothers. Today, we will not be drunk or go home." "Yes, you don't get drunk or go back." Zheng Jinbao shouted. "Lin Fan, welcome you. Ma Zhongdao."
Lin Fan picked up the wineglass and said, "Thank you." The words fell, and the 4 drank it together.
Song Yi said, "Hey, Lin Fan, you have a good drink. Come and have another drink."
Lin Fan did not refuse, and followed by a drink.
Then, the two of you come and go, drinking.
It didn't take long for Song Yi to hiccup, and his entire face became as red as Guangdong. Looking back at Lin Fan, it was like drinking a few bottles of mineral water without any change at all.
Zhang Jinbao was surprised. Lin Fan, you drink so well? I'll walk with you a few too.
After a few cups, Lin Fan still didn't respond. While Zhang Jinbao's head was already a little groggy, he stabbed Ma Zhong in the stomach and said, "Don't just eat, drink with Lin Fan." Ma Zhong put down the skewers and said, "Lin Fan, let's drink one too." Originally, Lin Fan wanted to persuade a few people to drink less. But when they got excited, they couldn't stop drinking at all. Therefore, Lin Fan stopped persuading him. After all, everyone is young. After drinking too much, I went back to lie down for the whole night and kept alive the next day. When Zhang Jinbo, Ma Zhong, and Song Yi were all dizzy and about to fall to the ground, Lin Fan still looked as usual, and slapped a piece of skewers into his mouth. At this time, Xiao Xia, who had just finished eating with the customer, happened to pass by. She saw Lin Fan drinking and eating at the roadside stall. She couldn't help but stop www.novel.com and mocked, "Lin Fan, why are you eating at the roadside stall?" Yesterday, Chen Minfen said that the conditions of Lin Fan's family were very poor, and Xiao Xia still had a trace of suspicion in her heart. At this time, this kind of suspicion was completely forgotten. If Lin Fan really has a Lamborghini big cow, and a whole house in Washington, he would eat a roadside barbecue? Totally impossible. The only answer, Lin Fan has always been a poor hanging silk. Lin Fan frowned and said, "What do I eat? What does it matter to you?" Lin Fan hates this self-righteous and vain woman. Now, when she speaks to herself in a mocking tone, Lin Fan will naturally not give her a good face. Xiao Xia sneered and said, "It's really nothing to do with me. It's just that I want to tell you a truth. People, as much as possible, should do so much. Shooting a swollen face to fill a fat man will only make oneself ugly." When Xiao Xia learned that Lin Fan owned a Lamborghini Daniel and a house with Wanjiawa Mansion, her whole body was sore and regretful. Even tears flowed from my eyes during sleep for several days. Now, after Xiao Xia said these words, she only felt very comfortable and relieved. She was happy in her heart. Fortunately, she was wise at first and was not deceived by poor Hang Si. Then, Xiao Xia raised her neck and strode forward. Lin Fan glanced at her twisting back, curled his lips and said, "There is something wrong." Then, I patted the three people who were completely confused and said, "Can I still walk? Let's go, and go back to the bedroom to rest." The next day. The sun is shining brightly. Lin Fan was lying on the bed, leisurely playing with his mobile phone, and looking at the little sparrow stomping back and forth by the window from time to time. At this time, Ma Zhong slowly opened his eyes. He rubbed his dizzy head and said with a hoarse voice, "Brothers, it's time to get up." "Okay." Lin Fan responded and got up directly from the bed. Zhang Jinbao said, "Lin Fan, I rarely admire anyone. But, I have to say something to you, admire. Yesterday, we drank 2 beers, right? You actually drank the 3 of us, nothing happened to you." 2 beers, Lin Fan will naturally be fine. Because, he cannot get drunk for 1,000 cups. "Lin Fan, aren't you from the Northeast? Then you can drink." Song Yi said. Lin Fan smiled and said, "What's in the Northeast? My hometown is Qingshi." "Okay, get up quickly." A few people burst into ink, and finally got up from the bed. I have to say, young is good. When they just woke up, Zheng Jinbao, Ma Zhong and Song Yi were still very dizzy and top-heavy. But after waking up and eating breakfast, the 3 of them were alive and kicking again. The morning is the mathematics theory class explained by the old professor. Zheng Jinbao and Song Yi are drowsy. Ma Zhong is a good student who listens carefully to class and does not keep taking notes. Lin Fan sometimes listens to classes and sometimes flips through books by himself. After class bell rang. "My Zhongdao, Lin Fan, you just came to class. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me at any time." He noticed that when Lin Fan was in class, he didn't listen to much, but he kept flipping through the books. Therefore, he thought Lin Fan could not understand. However, how did Mahjong know that the reason why Lin Fan didn't attend the class was not because he didn't understand, but because he felt it was too simple? Zheng Jinba yawned said, yes, Mahjong is not good in other aspects, but his studies are pretty good.
What's not good in other aspects? Mahjong protested. Zheng Jinba chuckled and said, then we go to the club tonight?
Mahjong's entire face turned red in an instant, but he opened his mouth but never said a word.
Okay, let's talk, the cafeteria won't be able to squeeze in later. Song Yi interrupted.
I have to say that there is a big difference between the Jiangbei University canteen and Lin Fan's high school canteen. Lin Fan's high school canteen is similar to a fast food restaurant.
But the canteen of Jiangbei University is completely different.
Crock-pot soup, roast goose rice, small stir-fry, grilled meat, ramen, etc.
There are so many varieties.
Jiangbei University students also like to eat, there are long queues everywhere.
At this time, it's 12 o'clock.
Lin Fan's phone shook slightly, and a red envelope appeared. Lin Fan kept tapping the screen while taking advantage of the free time in the line.
Ding! Congratulations, you got 5 yuan. Ding!
Congratulations, you got 1,000 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you got 10,000 yuan.
Ding! Congratulations, you got 3 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained professional basketball skills.
When I clicked on this red envelope, it was already 12:01. At this time, it was Lin Fan and others' turn to choose dishes. All 4 of Lin Fan are young guys.
They have chosen a lot of meat and there are many kinds of them. They all ate very happily. Song Yi said, there is no class this afternoon. I have an appointment with a few friends to play basketball. Lin Fan, you can come together.
Lin Fan thought that there was nothing wrong in the afternoon, and that he had just acquired professional basketball skills, so he could take this opportunity to try it. Lin Fan thought of this, nodded and said, okay.
Song Yi put it on Lin Fan's shoulder, and said very happy, good brother.
Then, he seemed to have thought about it. Yesterday Lin Fan said that he hadn't played basketball for a long time. Then, he said, don't worry, our skills are not very good, just hit it casually. After lunch, Zheng Jinba went back to the bedroom to sleep, and Mahjong went to the library.
But Song Yi and Lin Fan bought a bottle of pulse and went directly to the basketball court.
At this time, there are already 4 men wearing jerseys waiting on the basketball court.
The dark-skinned, tall man greeted from a distance, Song Yi, you are finally here. Introduce, this is our new brother Lin Fan in our dormitory.
He hasn't played basketball for a long time. Don't play too aggressively later.
Song Yi said. Okay. No problem.
The 4 nodded one after another. Then, according to the rules of streetball, the people rotated the basketball into 2 teams. Soon, Lin Fanha was relatively thin, and the men wearing number 1 and number 3 jerseys were divided into a group. The 2 men looked at the well-divided team with bitterness and helplessness on their faces. They are not very skilled, and they have no advantage in height. Now, add another Lin Fan who hasn't played for a long time. The 2 seem to have seen the scene where they were beaten to the ground.
Song Yi, Heide, and Gao Zhuang are just the opposite.
The 3 of them glanced at each other, the whole face almost bloomed without a smile.
Don't worry, just have fun.
Soon, Song Yi kicked off the ball, and then passed it to the tall guy. The tall and strong one passed it to the one. Then, the black big man quickly drove the ball to the basket.
Brush. Basketball hit the net and scored successfully.
In the next game, number 1 kickoff, he was quickly glued to the tall one. Helpless, he had to pass the ball to number 3. Number 3 dribbled the ball for a while and was directly intercepted by the black man. Then, the dribbled the ball again and made a quick layup.
Brush. Score another goal. In the 3rd game, number 1 kicked off again. He saw that number 3 was stared to death by the man. In desperation, he had to pass the basketball to Lin Fan. Song Yi, standing not far from Lin Fan, reading www.uukanshu.com, laughed and said, Lin Fan, I'm coming to guard you, you have to be careful.
While speaking, he walked towards Lin Fan unhurriedly.
Wow!
However, before Song Yi approached, Lin Fan dribbled the ball quickly past him like a gust of wind. Tall and Strong raised his brows slightly, and hurriedly stopped him. Lin Fan didn't care at all, as he dangled the ball directly with a fake action.
The black man hurriedly gave up number 3 and came to block it. But, it's too late. Ha!
Lin Fan made a two-step layup and easily entered the basket.
Score! Good! Number 1 and number 3 all exclaimed happily.
Song Yi was a little surprised and said, Lin Fan, your technique, not bad.
It's okay. Lin Fan smiled. Street ball continues.
A tall and strong kickoff was defended very tightly by number 1, and had to pass it to Song Yi. Song Yi smiled and said, Lin Fan, you just dribbled the ball very fast.
Come and see if you can take my ball. Snapped.
Lin Fan Yen heard it, raised his hand and patted the basketball directly into his hand.
Song Yi was stunned for an instant. That's right.
I told you to try dodgeball, but I didn't make you so fast. But Lin Fan didn't pay attention to so much, turned around and dribbled the ball quickly and went straight to the basket.
Brush. Score again. Good shot. Number 1 and number 3 shouted excitedly. Song Yi said blankly, Lin Fan, you haven't played basketball in a long time? Lin Fan nodded. Song Yi. If it's a long time since you haven't played basketball, then what is it? Have never played basketball?
Was scored 2 goals in a row. Song Yi, Gao Zhuang, and Hey Big 3 all showed a touch of anxious look on their faces. So, when the new round started, the 3 drove straight in and quickly came to the basket.
They want to get a ball in the shortest time. However,
sometimes things always go against the wishes.
Boom!
The basketball spins around the basket, but it rolls out in the end. The face changed slightly, and he hurriedly jumped up, trying to grab a rebound.
But, the speed has been slowed by half a beat.
Number 3 hugged the basketball, and then slammed it at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's strength has already won his recognition. He wants Lin Fan to lead the team and score another goal.
However, number 3 seemed to be too agitated. If he accidentally got too strong, the direction of the ball was also deviated.
Even Lin Fan couldn't catch the basketball for the first time, so he could only let it fly off the court. At this time, the girl in the blue and red dress happened to come over. They saw that the basketball was about to hit themselves, but it was too late to hide. The pretty faces of the 2 girls turned pale and exuded a layer of fine sweat. At this time, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of them and steadily caught the basketball.
He is exactly Lin Fan.
Lin Fan turned around and said, Are you all right?
Bright and energetic eyes, tall nose, thin lips.
At this moment, the 2 girls seemed to see the heroes of the world descending from the sky under the colorful auspicious clouds. Suddenly, they were completely stunned.
Ding!
Charm aura, trigger love at first sight.
Ding!
Charm aura, trigger love at first sight. Lin Fan was taken aback as he listened to the prompt in his mind. He couldn't help but carefully looked at the 2 girls in front of him. It was only then that they discovered that except for the color of their clothes, everything else was almost the same.
Is the same as the face of a porcelain doll, the same white skin, the same developed body, oyo. They turned out to be twins. Then, Lin Fan did not disable the real eye to watch the 2. Blue skirt girl. Face value, 95. Favorite rating, 99. Red skirt girl. Face value, 95. Favorite rating, 99.
Both of them have 95 points, and their favorability has reached 99. You should know that the perfect score for appearance and favorability is only 100. Big beauty, this is definitely a big beauty. Besides, she still loves her desperately twins.
This, because I helped them stop the basketball?
Seeing that Lin Fan had been staring at her, the 2 twin beauties blushed like ripe tomatoes.
At this moment, Song Yi in the distance asked, Lin Fan, are you okay? Lin Fan said, it's okay. That's good, let's drink some water first. Song Yi threw the pulse over as he spoke.
Lin Fan did feel a little thirsty. He unscrewed the bottle and poured half of it vigorously. Then, he threw the ball to Song Yi.
Street ball game, start again. Is different from the previous game?
At this time, on the empty basketball court, there were more spectators of beautiful twins. They watched Lin Fan dribbling the ball, defending, extraordinary.
After Lin Fan shot the goal, the two hearts jumped frantically.
When Lin Fan had just finished his last sip of pulsation, the twin beauties appeared in front of Lin Fan holding a bottle of pulsation.
Lin Fan asked, "Give it to me?"
The twin beauties nodded again and again at the same time. Lin Fan is also welcome, took the pulse, opened one of the bottles and took a sip. The beauty in a blue dress showed a smile on her pretty face like a porcelain doll, and a small tiger tooth was looming on her small cherry mouth. The beauty in the red dress, with beautiful eyes like gems, is full of expectation. Lin Fan hesitated, then opened the second bottle of pulse, and took a sip. Suddenly, the beauty in the red skirt also showed a sweet smile. Song Yi in the distance, looked at his empty pulsation bottle, then looked at the two pulsation bottles in Lin Fan's hand, and couldn't help swallowing.
The game continues.
Lin Fan has professional basketball skills, coupled with a physique far beyond ordinary people, and absolute dedicated assistance, as well as a steady stream of pulses.
With so many advantages, how can it be possible to lose? This street basketball played more than 2 hours. In the end, Song Yi's team ended in a fiasco. Song Yi lay on the ground like a dead dog and said, "Lin Fan, you haven't played basketball in a long time?" "Yes."
Lin Fan replied casually. Song Yi heard that a drop of hot sweat happened to flow into his eyes. Suddenly, muddy tears rolled from the corners of his eyes. Lin Fan didn't pay attention to so much, and went straight to the twin beauties, saying, "Thank you for your pulse." The twin beauties shook their heads together, expressing "You're welcome." Then, they took out their mobile phones at the same time and looked at Lin Fan with extremely expectant eyes.
Lin Fan asked, do you want to add my WeChat?"
The twin beauties nodded together.
Lin Fan said, "Okay."
While talking, opened the WeChat Add Friend interface. The twin beauties saw this, the jewel-like beautiful eyes faintly bloomed with stars, and they rushed to add friends. Then, the two of them held the phone firmly in their arms. It looked like they were holding a peerless treasure, for fear of losing it. Lin Fan said, "I'm going back to the bedroom first, and you guys should also go back earlier.
It's quite hot outside."
Twin beauties, nodding repeatedly.
Bedroom.
After Zhang Jinbao played a game, looking at Lin Fan and Song Yi's sweaty appearance, Yu read www.uukanshu.com laughed and asked, "Lin Fan, you haven't played basketball for a long time, how about it?"
"Right? Don't tell me that I haven't played basketball for a long time," Song Yi shouted.
Now that he heard these words, he felt heartbroken. "Don't you know, Lin Fan only needs to get the ball, one shot is accurate, one shot is accurate. We played for more than 2 hours, 2 goals, our team only scored 2 goals. Song Yi spoke too much, a drop of sweat on his forehead rolled into his eyes again. Suddenly, hot tears rolled out of the eyes.
Zhang Jinbao laughed and said, "Isn't it just playing basketball? Why are you crying?" Song Yi retorted, "I didn't cry." However, the tears in his eyes were unsatisfactory and rolled out again.
Zhang Jinbao looked at his funny appearance and laughed louder.
Song Yi aggrieved, "What are we playing basketball for? Isn't it just to attract sister paper? I play basketball at school almost every day. However, no sister has ever asked me for WeChat."
As a result, when Lin Fan played basketball at school for the first time, there were twins who took the initiative to buy drinks and ask for WeChat. As soon as he said this, Zhang Jinbao stopped smiling and hurriedly said, "What? Twins? Are they beautiful? Dead fat house or something, there is almost no resistance to the twins. Song Yadao, perfect body, baby face, don't you think it is beautiful? Oh my god." Zhang Jinbao yelled up to the sky, and the fat all over his body trembled. He pressed his chest firmly, as if he had been stabbed severely. Lin Fan couldn't help but want to laugh at the funny appearance of the two. Tap. At this time, Ma Zhong walked in slowly holding a few books. After putting down the book, he flipped through his phone at random. The next moment, he was surprised. Our school actually has a Lamborghini Bull. Lamborghini Bull. Song Yin heard that, immediately energetic, and said excitedly, "Really, a Lamborghini Bull? Did you read that right?" Song Yi likes researching cars very much, especially super sports cars. And Lamborghini Daniel is also a top nobleman in supercars. No wonder he was so excited. Mahjongdao, photos posted by others on the post bar. Quickly, show it to me. Song Yi couldn't wait to say. Zheng Jinbao also moved his head over. It's really a Lamborghini Bull. Oh my god. Song Yi exclaimed excitedly. I don't know which Shenhao owns it. If I have this car, maybe I can find twins? Zheng Jinbao yearned. Hey, there are photos of Shenhao below, let's see if there is me. Handsome. The next moment, Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao, and Mahjong all froze. Because the picture of Shenhao was really Lin Fan. Song Yadao, Lin Fan, this Lamborghini Bull. Lin Fan smiled and said, it's mine. Oh my god. Let people live? It's all about winning, and the twins took the initiative to buy you drinks, asking for WeChat. Now, you still have the Lamborghini Bull that a man dreams of. Lin Fan, no. Brother Fan, I will kneel for you. Song Yi shouted. Zheng Jinbao exclaimed, beauty, sports car. My fragile heart has been seriously injured, Brother Fan, now, only a big meal can heal my wounded heart. Lin Fan smiled and said, I said yesterday that I invited you to a big meal. If you insist, you will go to the barbecue. Zheng Jinbao smiled embarrassedly, don't you have to eat some barbecue mat to cushion your belly? Yesterday, Lin Fan did say that he would invite 3 people to have a good meal. However, Zheng Jinbao worried that Lin Fan would spend money. Therefore, I insisted on going to the barbecue stall. Lin Fan smiled and said, I just want to buy a car, let's buy a car first, and then have a big meal together. Song Yi asked, don't you have a Lamborghini? Why buy a car? That car, it's too expensive. Lin Fan said, I have to buy a bigger car. Then what car do you want to buy? Song Yi asked again. Lin Fan said, Big G. Kneel to Brother Fan. Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao, and Mahjong said in unison. Lamborghini Daniel has only 2 seats, and the dormitory has a total of 4 people. So, Lin Fan chose to take a taxi to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. This can't help making Song Yi look like a child who was forcibly taken away by an adult while passing by a toy store. His face was full of dismay. Because, he originally wanted to take this opportunity to experience the Lamborghini. Until Lin Fan said that he could drive the Lamborghini Daniel off in the future, Song Yi immediately opened his eyes and laughed. When Lin Fan and others walked into the brightly decorated and luxurious Mercedes-Benz 4S store, a salesperson immediately greeted them. Mercedes-Benz, as the leader of BBA, its price is extremely high for ordinary people. However, the salesperson didn't mean to be negligent because Lin Fan and others looked like students. He smiled and said, Benz, welcome. Is there anything I can help? Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao, and Mahjong walked into the 4S shop and looked around. Especially Song Yi, he ran directly to the cool and atmospheric Mercedes-Benz in front and stroked it lightly. The salesperson introduced, this is the latest Mercedes-Benz E350, with 299 horsepower, and its appearance is stable but vigorous. It is very suitable for young people like you. Of course, if you don't have too much horsepower requirements, I recommend you to consider the E260, the appearance is exactly the same as the E350. And the E260 has 184 horsepower, regardless of speed, comfort, it is also very good, its price/performance ratio is much higher than that of the E350. The general salesperson is anxious to let customers buy high-priced goods. However, this salesperson took the initiative to analyze and consider for the customer, as if he had known each other for a long time. Song Yi touched the back of his head embarrassedly, and said, sorry, I let you introduce it for nothing. I just took a casual look. He came to buy a car. As he spoke, he pointed to Lin Fan. The salesperson didn't feel any irritation, and said, this is not a white introduction.
Now that you know about our Mercedes-Benz, you might just buy it right now. Then, smiling at Lin Fan, do you have a favorite vehicle? I can introduce it to you. Lin Fan said, Big G.
Our shop happens to have an existing car, please come here.
The salesman said.
Soon, a few people came to the other side of the 4S shop. At this time, a G with a rough and tall appearance, like a big beast, was parked in the middle.
Wow! So handsome. This is the car a man should drive. Song Yi, Jing Jinbao, and Mai Zhong were amazed again and again.
They have seen photos of Big G from magazines and computers, and they think Big G is very handsome. But, after seeing it at this time, I was still amazed by it. The salesperson said, this is a Mercedes-Benz G500 V8 4.0, with a maximum power of 421 horsepower, a maximum torque of 610, plus a mature 9 gearbox. Who can imagine that such a big guy can complete it in 5.9 seconds? Accelerate by 100 kilometers. The salesperson exclaimed. Lin Fan said, does it have a lot of space to ride? It's very big. Not to mention it is in the same level, even in the higher level SUV, there are few rivals. Lin Fan nodded and said, okay, that's it. After speaking, Lin Fan handed out the bank card directly. See here. The salesperson couldn't help being a little stunned. www.novel.com. What's the situation? It seems that I haven't introduced you much yet, right? Besides, it doesn't seem to say the price, right? Is he going to buy it now? Do not discuss the price? Don't talk about gifts? After a while, the salesperson reacted and said, I just forgot to tell you that this is the G500 Dark Knight Special Edition. On the basis of G500, a sports appearance suit, geometric multi-beam light and adaptive far and near light are added. The price is 230,000 more expensive than ordinary G500. If you are willing to wait a few days, we will have the regular version back soon. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, no, just this one. Okay. The salesman answered again and again, this car includes insurance, purchase tax, and other expenses, totaling 2.18 million. Do you want to install or pay for it in full? Full payment. Lin Fan said, when can I take the car away? The salesperson said, tomorrow morning, you can go to the vehicle management office to get the license plate with us. Apply the card? Lin Fan thought for a while, well, let me give you 2.2 million, you help me put the card, and then send it to our school, how about it? It's already a lot of trouble to buy a car once. Lin Fan didn't want to run again. The salesperson was taken aback for a moment, and then excitedly said, okay, please leave it to me. You know, this car only reached 2.18 million. Now, the other party directly gave 2.2 million. In other words, you can get a tip of 20,000 yuan just by running a leg. Happiness. It was so sudden. Drip. The bank card swiped lightly on the POS machine, making a pleasant sound. When this voice sounded, Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao and Mai Zhong all recovered. A car. A Mercedes-Benz Big G worth more than 2 million, just bought it like this? From entering the store to paying, is there 3 minutes? I'm afraid it's not so fast to buy 100 yuan of clothes by myself. The gazes of the three of them looking at Lin Fan were full of admiration. God, Lin Fan, how? Song Yi sighed deeply, his face full of hesitation. Lin Fan wondered, Song Yi, what's wrong with you? I just want to say that I can do it too. Song Yi said. He didn't talk nonsense about this sentence. He has always liked cars. During the summer vacation, he also worked in a 4S shop. It's not difficult for him to get a card or something. Lin Fan smiled and said, how can you do this little thing? You will do big things in the future. Trivial matter? If you apply for a license plate once, you can get 20,000 yuan, which is called a trivial matter. Song Yi said that he wants to do such a small thing for a lifetime. Then, Lin Fan got into the special car at the salesperson's greeting. Not long after, they came to Panglai Shanga. Panglai Fresh Pavilion is a famous seafood restaurant in Zhongbei. The shape of the entire restaurant is a huge octopus. The air in the shop is filled with the salty fragrance of the sea.
Mahjong pointed to the bread crab not far away and said, "What a big crab. It's just waiting for us to eat." Zheng Jinbao swallowed.
Okay, let's have 4 breaded crabs, then 4 Australian dragons, 4 caddies of skin shrimps, 4 caddies of large oysters.
As for the method, you see how delicious it is and how to make it,
Lin Fan said. Although, Lin Fan and his roommates only got along for 2 days.
But, after all, meeting is fate.
Moreover, Lin Fan also felt that they were good people.
Therefore, I would like to invite them to eat something good.
Of course, this is nothing to Lin Fan.
The waiter next to, write them down one by one.
Then, Lin Fan and others were arranged to sit down in the spacious box.
Panglai Shang's cooking is very fast.
In just 10 minutes, a delicious seafood meal was served. Zheng Jinbao, Songyi, and Mahjong couldn't help swallowing while looking at the food.
Lin Fan smiled and said, "Let's eat."
The 3 of them smiled and said, "Then we are welcome." While talking, Zheng Jinbao directly stuffed a large oyster into his mouth and exclaimed, "It's delicious."
Songyi picked up a slapped pippy shrimp, turned on his phone, and said, "My friends of Weishur, hello. I will show you a show now, 1 bite of pippy shrimp. Please remember to give me a thumbs up."
After finished speaking, he quickly shelled the slapped pippy shrimp, and then stuffed it directly into his mouth.
Mahjong picked up the face-like bread crab and gnawed wildly. Zhongbei University, room 502, female dormitory.
The twin beauties lay on the bed, looked at each other while holding their phones, and then turned on the phones to send out messages.
Hong, Mom, are you there? Lon, Mom, are you there? Pretty girl Yin, how many times did I talk to you? I want to call my sister. Red, Blue, we have a boy we like. Pretty girl Yin, what? Do you have a boy you like? Did he kiss you? Did you sleep with you? Don't you already have it? Red, Blue, if you say that again, we won't tell you. Pretty girl Yin, okay, you guys quickly tell me who it is that attracted my 2 good sisters. There is no need for the twin beauties to explain, she already knows that they are absolutely fond of the same person. Because, since childhood, their hobbies are exactly the same. Red, Blue, we don't know who he is? Pretty girl Yin, what? Then why do you like him? Hong, he is tall, handsome, and a hero. Lun, besides, he can play basketball and he saved us. Beautiful girl Yen, playing basketball? Very high? Handsome? That is indeed more attractive. By the way, did he confess it to you? I don't know whether he likes me or not. Lun, but, we added him on WeChat. Pretty girl Yen, then there must be no problem. By the way, tweet his WeChat to me. However, after a long time, no one answered at all, and no one tweeted her on WeChat. Pretty girl Yen, hello, how about you guys? What about WeChat? The twin beauties didn't even bother with Pretty girl Yen, they first stared at Lin Fan's dialogue. After a long time, I clicked on the dialogue box to quickly edit the message. Hong, hello, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. Lon, hello, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. The 2 wrote a long text, but when the slender finger got closer and closer to the transmission, they couldn't press it anyway. It looks like an invisible wall between the finger and the screen. Female dormitory, room 606. Sitting by the window, wearing a white long dress, is a quiet and beautiful girl like a fairy, looking at the economics book seriously. After a long time, she put down the book, then picked up the phone and flipped through it at will. At this time, someone in the campus group was sending out photos of Lamborghini Daniel and the male Lin Fan. See here. The pretty face of Gujing Wubwa, the beautiful woman in white skirt, moved slightly, and said softly, Alf 666, Lin Fan? I didn't expect to meet it so soon. After finishing speaking, the willow-like corners of the beautiful woman in the white dress raised slightly, and she looked at the bright starry sky through the window with her bright black eyes. For these, Lin Fan has no way of knowing. After spending more than 20,000 yuan in Panglai Shanga, he returned to the bedroom. Song Yi, Jing Jinbao, and Ma Zhong all had their chubby bellies, lying on the bed and groaning, they didn't want to move at all. UU reading www.uukangsha.com. It's really too much to eat.
Lin Fan looked at their painful and enjoyable expressions, and couldn't laugh or cry for a while. Then, he took out his phone, looked at the gorgeous red envelopes on the screen, and muttered in his heart, 222 red envelopes, see what you can get.
Ding! Congratulations, you got 3 yuan. Ding!
Congratulations, you got 1,000 yuan.
Ding! Congratulations, get the medical water illustration card. Ding!
Congratulations, you got 30,000 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you have acquired pianist playing skills. 222 red envelopes, Lin Fan received a total of 550,000 yuan. Lin Fan didn't care too much about this. He directly turned his attention to the medical water illustration card, and the pianist's playing technique. Pianist's performance technique, playing beautiful music can add charm invisibly. Medical water illustration card. Collect century-old ginseng and brightling branches to obtain permission to purchase medical water. Medical water, an artifact potion that can repair all human wounds. Lin Fan saw this, his eyes lit up instantly. The feeling of letting your hands fly freely on the black and white keys is definitely very good. The medical water illustration card allows you to purchase medical water that can repair all human wounds. You know, Lin Tao's operation was very successful. However, his body still suffered a lot of trauma. If you have medical water, you can completely repair Lin Tao's body. Get it. Must get it. Name, Lin Fan. Level, LV4. LV4 reward, get 10 yuan for every breath, get 10 yuan for every second of sleep, get 10 yuan for every step you take. Rewards will be credited to the account at 24 o'clock every day. Upgrade consumption amount, 2.97 million/10 million, gifts, gambling, etc. are not included. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from trading. Skills, professional car driving skills, charm halo, 5% chance to trigger love at first sight, unforgettable, violent aesthetics, drinking gentleman, absolute concentration, 5% chance to trigger a flash of light, professor level mathematics experience, real eye, professional level basketball skills, pianist playing skills. Capital, 11.5 million. Lin Fan glanced at the system list, closed his eyes, and fell asleep deeply. The next day, a ray of warm sunrise lightly spilled into the 104 dormitory through the window. Jingle bell. At almost the same time, 3 different bells rang in the bedroom. Then, Ma Zhong, Song Yi, and Zhang Jinbao, who had been asleep, sat up from the bed together and quickly dressed. Lin Fan couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with you? Yesterday, they had been chirping for a long time before they got up reluctantly. Today, it's just like 2 people. Teacher Tiantian's class is Teacher Tiantian's class. Zhang Jinbao exclaimed. Lin Fan is still puzzled, but he still dresses and washes. Walking on the way to the classroom, Lin Fan watched the anxious steps of the 3 and asked, is this Teacher Tiantian's class important? Important. Too important. If I don't see Teacher Tiantian for a day, I feel uncomfortable. Zhang Jinbao said. Song Yi said, Brother Fan, hurry up. Otherwise, there will be no seats later. No seats? University classrooms are very wide. Lin Fan has been in class for the past 2 days, and there have been many seats in the classroom. Today, will there be no seats? Lin Fan finally came to the classroom with full of doubts. It was only then that he didn't understand why Song Yi and others said that. There are still more than 10 minutes before class. But, the classroom is already covered in black, and it's all people. Zhang Jinbao pointed to the last row and said excitedly, there are 4 seats left. Let's go over there quickly. Don't be occupied. When Lin Fan and others sat down, all the seats were filled. And those who entered the classroom again, after seeing the seating situation, had no choice but to sigh and leave. Lin Fan asked, why are there so many people in this teacher's class? You'll find out later. Song Yi said excitedly. Jingle bell. At this time, the class bell rang. In an instant,
the classroom that was originally noisy instantly calmed down like a needle. Tap.
A burst of crisp footsteps, from far to near. Soon, a superb beauty came to the podium. She has a handful of beautiful hair like a waterfall, a pretty face that can be broken by blowing, with the willow eyebrows, red phoenix eyes, little cheong nose, and a smart little cherry mouth carefully portrayed by God.
A white dress outlines her perfect figure, Oyo.
Plus, there is a special charm that she exudes. As long as people take a look, they can't move their heads at all. Lin Fan did not disable the real eye and started to observe.
Value, 98. Favorability, 60. 98's face value. Nearly full marks. Xinyu Luo Yen, closed moon and shameflowers. Perhaps it means she is. It's no wonder that the classmates are so anxious to come to her class. Favorability, 60? Reached the 60-point pass line. She seems to have a good impression of herself? Is this a teacher who treats every student as a friend? At this time, Hu Tian, standing on the podium, said, "Today, we will continue to explain higher algebra." Her voice is the same as her name, very sweet and full of magnetism, so people don't want to miss even a word. After a while, Hu Tian wrote a question on the blackboard: find all prime numbers p, q, r, and make p caret q plus p caret r a perfect square number. Everyone can try to answer it. Hu Tian said. All the students immediately picked up their pens and continued to write on the draft paper. They thought of using the shortest time to solve the problem, and thus got Hu Tian's attention. However, soon, all the students scratched their heads. Because they don't know how to answer. Zheng Jinbao said anxiously, "Ma Zhong, haven't you answered it yet? It's been so long." Ma Zhongdao, don't worry. Don't be preempted. If Ma Zhong can't answer, then I hope everyone won't answer. Song Yi prayed silently. Hu Tian, with bright eyes like water, glanced around the classroom, seeming to be looking for someone who can answer the question. Unfortunately, no one raised their hands to answer the question. So Hu Tian said, "Lin Fan, can you come up and answer it?" Lin Fan slowly stood up. Suddenly, the eyes of all the students fell on Lin Fan. That is envy, jealousy. Lin Fan didn't understand why this Hu Tian would suddenly call her own name. I didn't seem to raise my hand either. Lin Fan first glanced at the title on the blackboard and thought about it for a while, then walked to the podium and picked up the chalk to quickly write. If q equals r, then p caret q plus p caret r equals 2p caret q, so p equals 2, q is a prime number. Therefore, 2, q, is a ternary prime array that satisfies the conditions. In summary, 2, 2, 5, 2, 5, 2. 3, 2, 3, 3, 3, 2. 2, q equals 3. Soon, a lot of calculations were written on the blackboard, and finally the answer was reached. Hu Tian said, "The answer is very correct, and it is easier than the calculation method I thought www.mlnovel.com. Lin Fan said, "However, this is still not the easiest way to solve problems." Oh? Hu Tian immediately became interested. Then, under Hu Tian's expectant gaze, Lin Fan wrote a nearly half-simplified problem-solving step. After seeing Hu Tian, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "I can't imagine that prime numbers can be calculated like this." After pondering a little, Hu Tian said again, "If you use this method, maybe." Hu Tianqing couldn't help writing on the blackboard quickly. Q equals P1M1 plus B1 equals P2M2 plus B2, PKMK plus BK. Q equals 41 equals 2M plus 1 equals 3M plus 2 equals 5M plus 1. Not long after, Hu Tian stopped the chalk in her hand. Then, looking for help, he looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan said, "Twin prime number conjecture?" Since he got professor-level mathematics experience, he has read a lot of mathematics-related materials, and of course he knows the world-class problem, the twin prime conjecture. Hu Desert nodded and said, "Yes." Lin Fan picked up the chalk and put it under Hu Tian, and quickly started writing. However, even if Lin Fan has professor-level mathematics experience, coupled with absolute concentration, if he fails to trigger a flash of 5% aura, he will not be able to solve the twin prime conjecture.
After a while, Lin Fan also stopped.
Hu Tian said, the above calculation, if replaced by p caret q plus xb equals 3m plus 2, what do you think?
Lin Fan thought for a while, shook his head and said, no, it's 5p5m plus p caret q. While discussing, the two of them wrote the steps to solve the problem.
Soon, the whole blackboard was filled with dense calculations.
Lin Fan looked at the blackboard where there was nowhere to write, put down the chalk in his hand, and said, the conjecture of twin primes is a huge project, which requires careful study and discussion.
Today, come here first. Hu Tian nodded in agreement, and said, can you exchange contact information? It's convenient for us to discuss at any time.
Lin Fan said, of course you can. Then, the two took out their phones and added WeChat and phone numbers to each other.
Jingle bell. At this time, the bell rang after class.
Hu Tian slowly left the classroom. The eyes of all the students stayed on the podium all the time, focusing on Lin Fan.
Their eyes are a little red. One lesson, a whole lesson. Hu Tian has been standing with Lin Fan to discuss issues.
Finally, we added WeChat and mobile phone numbers to each other.
That's Hu Tian's WeChat and mobile number. Jealous.
If the eyes can kill people, at this time, Lin Fan would have already pierced his heart with 1,000 arrows, and would have slashed 1,000 swords. Lin Fan touched his nose and returned to his seat.
Teacher Tian took the initiative to add Brother Fan's WeChat, my god. Song Yi shouted.
I know I have no chance to add Teacher Tian's WeChat, but I beg Fan to show me the friend circle of Teacher Tian.
My wish in this life will be fulfilled.
After Zhang Jinbao finished speaking, he hugged Lin Fan directly.
Thigh.
Lin Fan looked at the weird appearance of the two, a little bit dumbfounded.
Brother Fan, can you teach me how to calculate here? Mahjong couldn't help blushing after saying this.
Yesterday, I told him that if you have any questions you don't understand, you can ask yourself at any time. As a result, in a blink of an eye, I had to ask Lin Fan instead.
About this. Lin Fan didn't care too much. He easily answered Mahjong's question, and then sent away Zhang Jinbao and Song Yi. At this point, my ears finally regained their purity.
At this time, a faint fragrance floated over. Then, a beautiful shadow appeared next to him. Her facial features are sweet, her skin looks like fat, and a handful of jet black hair hangs naturally on her slender fragrant shoulders.
The whole person is tender, quiet, and elegant. Lin Fan, we meet again, my name is Song Jiasen. Song Jiasen took the initiative to stretch out a slender hand while speaking. Meet again?
Lin Fan quietly observed Song Jiasen with the real eye.
Face value, 95. Favorability, 60. Is another big beauty. In addition, the favorability score reached 60, this Song Jiasen seems to have a good impression of herself? But, I don't even know her. Although he was puzzled, Lin Fan still extended his hand and said, hello, where have we seen it? A few days ago, you drove a Lamborghini Bull on the highway, but easily surpassed my Ferrari. Song Jiasen said.
Lin Fan Yen heard that I remembered, and suddenly said, so it's you.
That day.
After Lin Fan learned that his father Lin Tao was seriously ill, he wanted to return to Qingshi in the shortest possible time. So, always drive at the fastest speed along the way.
On the road, I did see a Ferrari driving fast.
But at that time, Lin Fan did not pay attention to the Ferrari driver.
Song Jiasen said, you finally remembered.
I have rarely seen peers with such good skills.
Is it convenient to add a WeChat?
Of course. Lin Fan said.
Drip.
With a soft sound, the two successfully added friends.
Song Jiasen said, okay, talk again when you have time.
After finished speaking, Song Jiasen turned around and left slowly. Next to Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao, and Mahjong, whose mouths had already opened into an O shape, slowly closed their mouths.
Fan. Brother Fan, can you show me Song Jiasen's circle of friends again? Zheng Jinbao said blankly. Song Yi yelled to the sky, oh my god.
First, the twin beauties took the initiative to add Brother Fan's WeChat, then teacher Tian Tian took the initiative to add Brother Fan's WeChat, and now, even the iceberg beauty Song Jessen has added Brother Fan's WeChat.
Brother Fan, you are my own brother. Since you are born, how can you be easy?
Ma Zhong stunned and said, Brother Fan, you are really amazing. Lin Fan just laughed at the size of several people.
502 rooms in the female dormitory. Twin beauties, with beautiful black eyes, staring at Lin Fan's WeChat dialog box unblinkingly.
After a long time, they clicked the dialog box
and continue to enter the text below the message edited yesterday. Hong, hello, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. The moon is so round today, did you see it? Today, you don't seem to play basketball, will you go tomorrow? Lan, hello, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. The moon is so round today, did you see it? Today, you don't seem to play basketball, will you go tomorrow? Then, the two of them stretched out slender fingers again, wanting to click to send. But when I was about to touch the screen, I stopped at the same time and couldn't press it.
Lin Fan spent the next 2 days very relaxed and comfortable. The red envelopes at 12 noon every day are all cash, plus cash from walking, sleeping, and breathing. Today, Lin Fan's funds have reached 15 million. On this day, Lin Fan had just finished class and was walking on the way back to the bedroom.
Ding dong.
The phone in his pocket shook slightly. Lin Fan glanced at the phone casually. It turned out to be a WeChat message sent by Song Jessen.
Song Jessen, there is a racing car tonight, are you interested in going to play together?
Lin Fan thought that there would be nothing to do at night anyway.
Then, I thought of the good feeling of racing. So, he replied to the message. Lin Fan, good.
At 9 o'clock in the evening, the night is as dark as ink, and there is only a small boat-like crescent moon, hanging alone in the sky.
Song Jessen was sitting in the co-pilot of the Lamborghini Daniel, wondering, your car does not seem to have undergone any modifications? Lin Fan nodded and said, yes. Then how did you run so fast the other day? Song Jessen said. Maybe, it has 700 horsepower?
Lin Fan said.
Song Jessen was choked directly.
Of course, I know that the Lamborghini Daniel has 700 horsepower, but if you don't modify the rear wing, wheel hub, engine tuning, etc., its speed is just that. At this time, at the foot of the winding mountain road to the east, Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com gathered a dozen cool sports cars. Nearly 20 young and beautiful handsome guys and beauties gathered together.
They are all the famous rich second generation in Zhongbei. Boom!
Finally, Lin Fan's Lamborghini Daniel stopped behind. Someone greeted Song Jessen after they saw Song Jessen.
It's Sister Jessen. Sister Jessen, have you changed cars?
Song Jessen shook his head and said, no, this is my friend Lin Fan's car.
Lin Fan? Then everyone began to look at Lin Fan. The man wearing an anima shirt said, Sister Jessen, shouldn't he be your boyfriend? Song Jessen said, classmates. Boom! Boom! At this time, there was a roar like a beast in the distance. Then, a black Lamborghini Daniel and a royal blue McLaren P1 almost went hand in hand. In the end, he stopped firmly in front of everyone. It's Lu Yuhang and Sun Lugua's car. Both of them have been fighting for several years? Unexpectedly, the smell of gunpowder is so strong. After all, their family Lu's medicine and Sun's medicine have been fighting for decades. This is already a feud. Everyone was whispering and talking constantly. Lin Fan Yen heard, his expression moved slightly. These days, Lin Fan tried his best, but he still couldn't buy Centennial Ginseng and Centennial Lingji. And Lu's medicine and Sun's medicine are all well-known pharmaceutical companies in Jiang province. Through them, maybe, there is some hope. Soon, two young men of medium stature walked out of Lamborghini Daniel and McLaren P1. The two of them stared at each other in the air, and there were faint electric sparks flickering, and each other was full of provocations. After a while, Sun Lugua wearing a white shirt said, Sister Jessen, I didn't expect you to come too. Song Jessen said, it's rare to be so lively, of course you can't miss it. What game is today? The guy's son Ludwig insisted to give me a P1.
Although it looks a bit ugly, I can barely accept it. Lu Yuhang, wearing a plaid shirt, said quietly.
Son Ludwig snorted, bullish.
Then, he said, Sister Jiasen, I raced with Lu Yuhang and ran a lap along the Donglai Panshan Highway.
The bet is my McLaren P1 and his Lamborghini.
Lu Yuhang immediately shouted, all the brothers and sisters present can also participate in this game.
If you win, McLaren P1 and Lamborghini are all yours.
Sun Lu frowned slightly after hearing this, but didn't say anything. After hearing Lu Yuhang's words, there was a burst of cheers on the scene. Even though, all the household assets of everyone present are at least over 100 million yuan. But, McLaren P1 and Lamborghini Daniels are not something they can buy at hand. You know, the McLaren P1 is a super sports car worth 14 million. And Lu Yuhang's Lamborghini Daniel has been modified at a high price, and its price is probably not under 14 million. In other words, once you win the race, you can immediately get a sports car worth at least 28 million.
How about it? Don't make them excited. Lu Yuhang was in a good mood to see everyone so happy. Then asked, Sister Jiasen, it seems that you didn't drive the Ferrari SF90 here today?
I came here by my friend Daniel.
Song Jiasen turned her head and said, Lin Fan, do you want to participate in the competition?
Lin Fan said, since it's here, let's run and play.
Song Jiasen smiled and asked, do you mind if I be your pilot?
I can't ask for it.
Lin Fan said. Lu Yuhang couldn't help but look at Lin Fan secretly. It is not simple to be able to get closer to Song Jiasen. Brother Lin, it turns out that you like Daniel too. We are fellow men. However, I think you are an original player? Lu Yuhang asked with a smile.
Yes, in fact, I only drove for a few days.
Lin Fan said. Lu Yuhang nodded and said, it turns out that this is the case. Brother Lin, I have some experience in refitting Daniel. If you want to refit in the future, you can contact me at any time and keep it to your satisfaction.
Lin Fan said, if you need to modify, I will definitely contact you.
Lu Yuhang sighed again, unfortunately, Brother Lin didn't meet me before.
Otherwise, we might be able to compete today. Obviously, he meant that Lin Fan's car had not been modified, its performance could not keep up with his own big cow, and he could not outperform him. Lin Fan said, you can compete today as well.
Brother Lin, I am very confident. I just like you.
Okay, ha ha ha.
Lu Yuhang laughed. On the surface, Lu Yuhang looked extremely rough.
However, the mind is very delicate, and a few words at random will bring people closer and establish a connection.
I have to say, none of these rich second generations is simple. Then, Lu Yuhang shouted, the time is almost up, brothers and sisters who are going to participate in the competition, please be prepared.
Those who wanted to participate in the race heard that they got on the sports car one after another. In the end, a total of 8 cars participated in the race.
The remaining people, although they also want to win McLaren P1 and Lamborghini. However, they know very well that regardless of their vehicle skills or the performance of their vehicles, they cannot win at all.
In that case, there is no need to participate.
Save face. Song Jiasen, who was sitting in the co-pilot, asked, have you ever ran the Donglai Panshan Highway before? Lin Fan shook his head and said, no. Song Jiasen couldn't help tightening the handrails, and said, after a while, you can run slowly. This road is relatively narrow.
Moreover, there are many sharp bends, and safety is the most important thing. Obviously, Song Jiasen had no hope at all, and Lin Fan would be able to win. Although, she has already seen Lin Fan's excellent driving skills. But, unfamiliar roads, coupled with ordinary performance vehicles, these innate deficiencies, driving skills cannot be overcome at all.
Lin Fan nodded and said, okay.
At this time, the referee standing in front of the cars suddenly waved the red flag in his hand.
Boom!
Suddenly, there was a deafening rumbling sound at the foot of the mountain. Then, 8 super sports cars, like beasts, rushed towards the front. In these 8 cars, Lin Fan's Lamborghini Daniel has only average performance. However, relying on professional driving skills, he surpassed 3 cars directly after the start and easily ranked 4th.
Song Jae-sun looked at Lin Fan's skillful shifting movements, nodded secretly, and said, 1 kilometer ahead, there is an S-shaped continuous curve.
Lin Fan answered, okay. The words fell, he stared at the front with a pair of bright black eyes.
Focus and calm.
But the accelerator under his feet has not slowed down.
On the contrary, he has been accelerating. 200 miles. 210 miles.
Song Jae-sun saw that it was getting closer and closer to the curve, her heart beating frantically, and she couldn't help saying again, Lin Fan, there is an S-shaped curve ahead.
No wonder Song Jae-sun is so nervous. You know, this is a winding road.
Hit the railing at a speed of more than 200 miles, and it was a car crash and death.
There was absolutely no fluke. Finally, Lamborghini Daniel came to the corner.
And Lin Fan still did not slow down. Song Jae-sun's pretty face was pale, and her forehead and palms were instantly covered with sweat. Just when Song Jae-sun thought he was going to hit the railing, Lin Fan finally moved.
Hiss!
Lin Fan slammed the steering wheel. The whole car was like a smart fish, a beautiful drift, passing through the S-shaped curve.
The foot of the mountain.
Jungfu too stared at the display and let out a cry of exclamation.
Fuck! This drift is simply too much. I just thought I was going to hit it. Big guy, this is definitely a big guy. After passing the S-shaped curve, there is a straight road ahead.
Song Jae-sun took a long sigh of relief and said, Lin Fan, safety is the most important thing.
Okay. Lin Fan answered.
Then, he stepped on the accelerator more heavily.
The speed of the car soared again. 240 miles. 250 miles. Wow!
Song Jae-sun only heard a whistling sound in her ears, and the scenery outside the window retreated rapidly. Song Jae-sun stunned slightly, then hurriedly glanced at the map and said, Lin Fan, 1 kilometer ahead, there is a sharp 90-degree turn.
Okay. Lin Fan answered. Then, his speed increased again. 260 miles. Boom! Safety is the most important thing, so even if there is a sharp 90-degree turn ahead, continue to accelerate? The first time. For the first time, Song Jae-sun was terrified and regretful because of riding in a car. Finally, Lin Fan's Lamborghini Daniel arrived in front of the curve. At this time, Lin Fan moved. He slammed the steering wheel again, a beautiful flick, and successfully passed the 90-degree sharp turn. However, the speed of the Lamborghini Daniel did not slow down at all, thus easily surpassing the Porsche 918, which was just out of the corner and ranked 3rd. At this time, Song Jae-sun was holding the jade hand holding the handle, already a little slippery due to sweat. She couldn't help but remind it again, Lin Fan, you still have to pay attention to safety. This is a winding road. Okay. Lin Fan said. So, he slammed on the gas pedal to make the speed soar again. See here. Song Jae-sun opened her mouth, but didn't speak anymore. She was worried that she would continue to talk, but she would be more dangerous. The foot of the mountain. The rich second generation stared at the screen and yelled again. Fuck, this drift, absolutely. Is this big guy a professional racer, right? Too awesome. If only I had this half of the technology. At this time, the McLaren P1 driven by Sun Luguo and Lu Yuhang's modified Lamborghini Daniel are almost on par. Sun Luguo glanced at Lu Yuhang with the remaining light, and said coldly, I will leave you at the next corner. I'll let you eat fart later. Lu Yuhang snorted. Boom! At this time, the two heard a beast-like roar from behind at the same time. They understand the vehicles and technology of everyone in the circle. Logically speaking, they have already thrown off a lot, so no one should be able to catch up. Sun Luguo and Lu Yuhang looked at the rearview mirror with doubts in their hearts. The next moment, both of them were taken aback. Lamborghini Daniel, it's him, Lin Fan. Especially Lu Yuhang was the most shocked. Because he is a Lamborghini expert. Is very aware of the difference in performance between the unmodified Daniel and his own. Even so, he's still caught up? How did Lin Fan do it?
Although, I was surprised and puzzled.
However, the speed of Lu Yuhang and Sun Lugua's drag racing did not slow down a bit.
Even, faintly faster. Originally, it was just the two of them competing, but now, there is one more competitor.
This invisibly puts pressure on them.
Song Jiasun, who was sitting in the co-driver of the Lamborghini Daniel, saw the two cars in front of him, and a touch of joy appeared in his heart.
At first, Song Jiasun didn't think about winning the game.
Now, she sees a glimmer of hope.
Soon, Song Jiasun found that she was too happy too soon. Boom!
The Lamborghini Bull made a wild roar.
260 yards. 265 yards.
The speed soared again. Song Jiasun hurriedly said, "Lin Fan, there is a sharp V-shape 1 kilometer ahead."
Boom! The Lamborghini Bull roared again. 270 yards. Speed continues to increase. Don't you understand enough? 1 kilometer is a sharp V-shape. In addition, there are McLaren P1 and Lamborghini Daniel facelifts ahead. Shouldn't you slow down this time? Why is he speeding up?
Sun Lugua driving the McLaren P1, and Lu Yuhang, who is changing the model of the Lamborghini Daniel, are very clear about the route of the Donglai Panshan Highway, knowing that there is a V-shaped curve ahead.
The two had already planned to slow down.
But when they saw the Lamborghini Bull who was approaching in the rearview mirror, their expressions all changed slightly.
If you slow down immediately, you will definitely be overtaken by Lin Fan.
So, neither of them slowed down for the first time. Waited until they were very close to the V-turn, and the two slowly stepped on the brakes. Because they know that if you don't slow down, it is likely to be dangerous. Racing cars are certainly important.
But, more importantly, their lives.
But Lin Fan is totally different. He always drove at high speed and didn't mean to slow down at all.
It seems to be rushing towards the cliff. Song Jiasun panicked completely. She said anxiously, "Lin Fan, slow down." Boom! 275 yards. 280 yards. Lamborghini Daniel's speed has increased again.
Lin Fan seemed to have not heard Song Jiasun's words, with a pair of bright black eyes, always staring at the front.
Did not hear? In fact, Lin Fan really didn't hear it. Ding! Trigger absolute concentration, a flash of inspiration.
Lin Fan was completely immersed in driving.
Absolutely focus. Absolutely calm.
Everything in the outside world has nothing to do with him. At this time, Lin Fan has only one belief in his heart: fast, fast, faster. Finally, his Lamborghini Bull came to the front of the V-shaped curve. While McLaren Flat P1 and Lamborghini Daniel changed their models, they entered the corner side by side and took the lead. Panshan Highway from the east, the road is very narrow. In this case, it is impossible for Lin Fan to overtake in a V-shaped curve. At this time, in Song Jiasun's view, Lin Fan had two choices. 1. Slam on the brakes, float 720 degrees in place, and try to stop.
2. Crashed into the McLaren P1 and Lamborghini in front, causing an immeasurable car accident. Lin Fan didn't step on the brake. Obviously, he made the second choice.
Song Jiasun's pretty face was pale, cold sweat rolled, and her whole heart was about to jump to her throat. At this time, she used all her strength to hold the handlebar of the car, and she was no longer able to say anything.
Is that guy crazy?
Sun Lugua shouted in amazement. www.mtnabel.com. A layer of cold sweat broke out on her forehead.
Fuck! Lu Yuhang yelled in horror, and his whole body was in a panic. Hiss! Finally, Lin Fan's Lamborghini Daniel quickly entered the corner with a beautiful flick. On the left, there is almost a modified Lamborghini Daniel running in the middle. Lu Yuhang sitting inside the Lamborghini Daniel's facelift can even see Lin Fan and Song Jiasun very clearly. Song Jiasun is able to see the railing less than 1 centimeter away from him, as well as the tires that have been half dangling in the rearview mirror. Song Jiasun's whole body has completely stiffened. The next second, maybe, the next second, Lin Fan, and even, probably, Lu Yuhang and Sun Lugua will be added on the spot. Boom! I saw.
Lin Fan accelerated again. His Lamborghini Bull was like the king of the beasts, and he was the first to jump out of his head. Then, with the command of the world, he passed the V-shaped curve and rushed forward. Behind him, Lamborghini Daniel's facelift and McLaren P1, want to chase again, has completely lost the opportunity.
The foot of the mountain. Fuck. 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 Who can tell me what just happened? I thought I was going to bump into it soon. I was almost scared to death. Professional racer, no.
That technique, professional racer can never do it.
The second generation of the rich were dumbfounded, and shouted and jumped in excitement.
In fact, the pictures in the video are too exciting and incredible. After surpassing all vehicles and becoming the first place, Lin Fan still did not slow down. The Lamborghini Daniel he drives is drifting and galloping wildly in the dark. In the end, with the posture of riding a horse, arrived in front of the rich second generation who were standing at the foot of the mountain and lined up to welcome.
Crack.
Lin Fan opened the car door and walked out slowly.
The rich two generations quickly gathered around.
Brother Fan, your technique is really awesome.
Those who drifted, just look at me stupid. Brother Fan, are you a professional racer? Have you won a few championships? Car God, Brother Fan, you are the legendary car god. Lin Fan couldn't help being a little amused looking at the excitement of the rich second generation.
I'm not a professional racer, I am a student now, and Song Jiasen's classmate. Then, Lin Fan glanced at Song Jiasen, who had a pale face next to him, and asked, "Are you okay?"
Song Jiasen shook her head and said, "It's okay."
When Lin Fan continued to accelerate in the face of sharp turns, Song Jiasen was indeed terrified.
Even, the clothes are all wet with sweat.
But, at the same time, she still feels extremely exciting.
The adrenal glands are soaring.
Now, after Lin Fan successfully defeated those corners and won the first place with extreme speed, Song Jiasen felt inexplicably excited. At this time, Song Jiasen's mind kept rippling with Lin Fan's focus on driving, and her heartbeat speeded up a few beats again.
Boom! Boom!
After a rumbling sound, Lamborghini Daniel changed its models. McLaren P1, Porsche 918 and other vehicles came to the foot of the mountain one after another. Lu Yuhang was the first to walk in front of Lin Fan, gave his thumbs up, and exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, "Awesome. Brother Lin, your driving skills are amazing.
Before, you said that you could compete with me today. It was so humble. Where is this contest? It's simply torturing me.
You tell me, when I was crossing a V-shaped curve, I saw you rushing over so quickly, I thought I was dead.
Fuck. I was scared to pee at the time."
When Lu Yuhang said this, he couldn't help but shudder. That appearance, it seems that he hasn't recovered from the panic. Sun Lugua said seriously, "You are the person with the best car skills I have ever seen."
You're overwhelmed. Lin Fan smiled. Lu Yuhangdo, what kind of award is this? This is a fact.
While talking, he took out the car key of Lamborghini Daniel and said, "I will give you this car, I can rest assured." Sun Lugua also took out the key to McLaren P1.
Obviously, they are going to fulfill the gambling contract.
Lin Fan waved his hand and said, "I don't want a car."
Brother Lin, are you boring like this?
We have already said before the race that if you don't accept the car now, doesn't this make others think we can't afford to lose?
Lu Yuhang deliberately said with a straight face. Sun Lugua said, "I am willing to bet."
Lin Fan said, "Don't get me wrong, it's mainly because I'm studying at school now. I need so many cars and the place to put it is a problem." This sentence, he absolutely did not talk nonsense. Generally speaking, each student can park at most one car into the school. 2 days ago, when the Forest shop delivered the Mercedes-Benz Big G, Lin Fan dialed a few phone numbers from the dean of the college, Hu Chuan, and successfully stopped in the school. If there were 2 more cars, it would be really troublesome for Lin Fan. After a pause, Lin Fan said again, "If you have to fulfill the betting contract, you might as well help me pay attention to Centennial Ginseng and Centennial Ganoderma.
If you know whereabouts, tell me, then I will be grateful.
As for the car, it is really useless to me." Lin Fan said that, his tone became extremely serious. Seeing Lin Fan said this, the two didn't insist on it anymore.
Lu Yuhang hesitated for a moment and said, well.
Brother Lin, don't worry, I will let loose medicine and try our best to help you find Centennial Ginseng and Centennial Ganoderma.
Our son's medicine will also help you find Centennial Ginseng and Centennial Ganoderma as soon as possible. Sun Lugwa said.
After the two said this, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Fan accepted his supercar directly, they would naturally not say anything.
But, I still feel a little distressed.
After all, that is a super sports car worth 14 million.
Now, just helping to find medicinal materials. This is nothing short of a trivial matter for them.
Lin Fan happily said, so, thank you both. Centennial Ginseng and Centennial Ganoderma lucidum can give him the right to buy medical water.
This is what he desperately wants.
After watching Lin Fan calmly reject the two sports cars, everyone present could not help but sigh.
That's a super sports car worth 28 million.
Refused without blinking his eyes. Suddenly, they felt that Lin Fan was even more mysterious. As for whether Lin Fan refused to accept the sports car because he was afraid of offending Lu Yuhang and Sun Lugwa, it was not in their consideration at all.
A man who walks so close to Song Jiasun is afraid of offending others? What a joke!
Then, Lin Fan chatted with Lu Yuhang, Sun Lugwa and others for a while, and exchanged contact information.
With everyone's farewell, Lin Fan carried Song Jiasun towards Zhongbei University.
At this time, there is no need to rush or car. Lin Fan drove the Lamborghini, driving very smoothly. It looks like it's not like driving a super sports car, but a small car.
Quiet and peaceful. Gentleman Wan Ruyu, this is the case. Song Jiasun couldn't help but smiled. It's really hard to imagine that you will be the lunatic who is completely desperate for drag racing on the Donglai Panshan Highway. Lin Fan touched his nose and said, fadeless lunatic?
I still regret my life.
Very sorry? You rushed to a speed of 280 yards and said that it was a pity to cross a V-shaped curve?
You are very sorry for your life.
I'm afraid there is some misunderstanding, right?
Until this moment, Song Jiasun's heartbeat would still speed up a bit as long as she recalled that scene.
Lin Fan asked, by the way, why do people like you study mathematics? Then you think someone like me, what major should you reading www.uukunsha.com study? Song Jiasun asked with a smile. Lin Fan thought for a while and said, management? Finance? Song Jiasun said, perhaps, I think math is more interesting? I am better at math? In fact, everything is the same. After all, the school just learns a little bit from books. After graduation, you can start 2 companies at random and you will know everything. After graduation, open 2 companies at random? Look, is this human?
However, Lin Fan understood that Song Jiasun did not brag, nor did he speak big words.
For Song Jiasun, opening 2 companies is just a small matter.
At this time, Song Jiasun seemed to have thought of the question that Lin Fan and Hu Tian discussed on the podium 2 days ago. Then, he said, of course, compared with you, my mathematics is far behind.
Zhongbei University, female dormitory, room 502.
The twin beauties opened Lin Fan's WeChat dialogue box. At this time, in the dialogue between the two of them, a long paragraph of text has not been sent. Their smart little hands continued to beat at the bottom of the text.
Hong, hello, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. The moon is so round today, did you see it? Today, you don't seem to play basketball. Will you go tomorrow?
There are so many stars in the sky today, and tomorrow should be good weather again.
Will you play basketball? Lon, hello, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. The moon is so round today, did you see it? Today, you don't seem to play basketball. Will you go tomorrow?
There are so many stars in the sky today, and tomorrow should be good weather again.
Will you play basketball? The next day, the sky was clear and there was a breeze. 104 bedroom.
Mahjong was the first to wake up as before.
Then, I asked Lin Fan, Jing Jinbao, and Song Yi to get up.
The morning is a math professional class, and the old professor's lecture method is relatively old-fashioned and boring. Lin Fan lay down on the table as if listening to a lullaby, and fell asleep directly. Not to mention, Lin Fan felt that sleeping on the table during class was more comfortable than the dormitory or even the presidential suite.
It was very sweet and practical. Perhaps, this is also considered a benefit of choosing to go to school?
At noon, while eating in the cafeteria, Lin Fan's phone shook slightly.
12 o'clock. The red envelope appears. Ding. Congratulations, you got 5 yuan. Ding.
Congratulations, you got 3,000 yuan.
Ding. Congratulations, get expert calligraphy. Ding.
Congratulations, you got 10,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, get the skill level upgrade card. Today's red envelope, Lin Fan received a total of more than 50,000 yuan.
He didn't care about this.
Lin Fan focused directly on the expert calligraphy and skill level promotion card.
Expert level calligraphy, the ability to write a good handwriting can add a lot of charm. In the past, Lin Fan did not do less practice in order to write a good handwriting. However, the effect is not satisfactory. Now that he can easily have expert calligraphy, he is naturally very happy. Skill level upgrading card, you can increase a skill level. Mastering more esoteric skills is fascinating. Raise the level of a skill?
Lin Fan's eyes moved slightly. Skills, professional car driving skills, charm halo, 5% chance to trigger love at first sight, unforgettable, violent aesthetics, drinking gentleman, absolute concentration, 5% chance to trigger a flash of light, professor level mathematics experience, real eye, professional level basketball skills, professional piano performance, expert calligraphy. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, but he didn't improve anything in the first place.
Because these skills are all very good. If all levels can be upgraded, then Lin Fan will naturally be very happy. But, you can only choose one, you have to think about it.
At this time, Song Yi next to him said, "Brother Fan, I have some friends to play basketball again at noon.
How about going to play basketball together?"
Lin Fan has already slept well this morning, and playing basketball is pretty good.
So, nodded and said, "Okay." Song Yi heard a touch of joy on his face.
After lunch, Lin Fan and Song Yi came to the basketball court. At this time, the man and 3 strange men in jerseys were already waiting there.
After seeing Lin Fan, the black guy rushed up, showing his big white teeth, and said happily, "Brother Fan, you're here to play basketball too." When the words are over, the black guy is about to give Lin Fan a bear hug. But after seeing the sweat stains on his body, Lin Fan drew aside, nodded vigilantly, and said, "Play basketball and exercise." The man didn't get angry because Lin Fan avoided him. He still smiled and said, "Exercise is good, life lies in exercise."
Then, he pointed to 3 men in jerseys and said, "They are on the school basketball team."
Then, the guy shouted again, "Me, Brother Fan, and Song Yi are more familiar, so we won't be randomly divided into teams, let's go straight to the 3 teams." The 3 men in jerseys were slightly taken aback. Among them, the tall man in the number 4 jersey asked in confusion, "Are you sure?"
"You know, 3 of them are members of the school basketball team. Even, once participated in the college basketball league. In addition, the 3 of them have also played basketball with Song Yi and Hei before, knowing that their skills are very average."
Just like that, you still want to team up with 3 people? Isn't this looking for abuse? The said, "Of course it is." "Okay, let's get started, Song Yi and Lin Fan have another class in the afternoon."
The 3 looked at each other and nodded slowly. Since the other party is looking for abuse, then it will be enough for him.
However, they soon found out that they were wrong. When the street basketball game started, Big Black and Song Yi got the ball and passed it directly to Lin Fan as long as they had a chance. And Lin Fan lived up to their expectations, dribbling, fake moves, jump shots, 3-step layups, everything proficient. In order to restrain Lin Fan, they did not hesitate to use 2 people to defend. However, it is still useless. Lin Fan can always find a gap, successfully shoot and score. Basketball is indeed a physical exercise.
Not long after, Lin Fan and others were all sweating. A few people panted heavily and were about to rest for a while. At this time, two beautiful shadows appeared under the basket with smiles on their faces.
Is the twin beauties in red and blue dresses?
They each held a bottle of pulse and looked at Lin Fan with great expectation.
Lin Fan was taken aback for a moment and asked, "Is it for me?" The twin beauties nodded again and again.
Lin Fan was not polite, opened a bottle of pulsation and took a big sip. Hesitated, opened another bottle of pulsation and took another sip. Sure enough, the twin beauties were filled with unconcealable smiles on their faces, and the two small rice-like tiger teeth were looming, very cute. Then, Lin Fan couldn't help but quietly observe the two with real eyes.
Blue skirt girl. Face value, 95. Favorite rating, 99. Red skirt girl. Face value, 95. Favorite rating, 99.
Lin Fan has never actively sent messages to the twin beauties since he added their WeChat account. The twin beauties have never sent a message to Lin Fan. Lin Fan believes that the favorability degree should gradually decrease. But www.mplnovel.com he could not think of it, it is still 99.
What is going on?
When Lin Fan returned to the basketball court, they came over and smiled.
What do I say, these twins have been staying on the basketball court with pulses these days. So, they are waiting for Brother Fan. As expected of Brother Fan, awesome.
After the guy finished speaking, he quietly gave a thumbs up. Lin Fan Yen heard it, and he was taken aback again.
Twin beauties have been waiting for themselves on the basketball court with the pulse these days? Don't they have their own WeChat? If you want to see yourself, can you just send a message to yourself? At this time, Song Yi, standing in the distance, said, "Lin Fan, catch the ball. Street ball game, start again."
Lin Fan is the absolute main force of Song Yi's team, constantly running, dribbling, layup. If it is an ordinary person, even if he has basketball skills similar to Lin Fan, he should have been tired. However, Lin Fan seemed to have no consumption, as usual. Even, as time went on, Lin Fan became more focused and his skills improved.
The basketball team is completely different. In order to defend Lin Fan, they kept exhausting their energy over time. One increase and one decrease, the outcome is predictable.
In the end, nearly 2 hours of street basketball, the basketball team only got a mere 8 balls. And Lin Fan's team got 33 goals. Abuse. Blood abuse. For the first time, the 3 members of the basketball team felt despair. Compared to the despair of the 3 basketball team members, Song Yi and Hei are all smiles.
Before, Song Yi and Hei had also played basketball with the basketball team. But every time I was abused by the basketball team.
Now, they finally experience the thrill of abuse. This makes Song Yi and Hei big men, a kind of standover farmers to sing freely. Song Yi said, "It's almost time, go back to the bedroom and take a bath with fragrant shower gel." In the afternoon, there is a class with teacher Tian Tian in our class.
Speaking of teacher Tian Tian, an uncontrollable smile immediately appeared on Song Yi's face.
At this time, wearing the number 5 jersey, he was already tired and tall, and said hurriedly, "Lin Fan, your basketball skills are really good.
Are you interested in joining our basketball team?"
Lin Fan shook his head and said, "Sorry, I'm not interested."
For Lin Fan, it's okay to play basketball occasionally, which can be considered a relaxation. But it would be too much trouble to join any basketball team.
Number 5 explained, "Lin Fan, after joining our basketball team, you can get 2 credits. In addition, this year's college basketball league is about to begin. In the past, seniors were favored by CBA coaches in the league and soon became a professional player with an annual salary of 1 million. With Lin Fan's skills, you will definitely be able to shine in the league. Maybe you can also be favored by the CBA coach.
Lin Fan, you can think about it again."
After finishing number 5, he looked at Lin Fan with extremely expectant eyes. However, Lin Fan still shook his head and said, "Sorry, I still don't want to join the basketball team."
Can get 2 credits? What does that do for Lin Fan? Most people want to get a diploma when they go to university.
However, Lin Fan came to the university just to experience life. Diploma or something, he doesn't care at all.
As for being taken by the CBA coach and becoming a player with an annual salary of 1 million? That is even more unattractive.
After all, Lin Fan does nothing every day and can get at least 700,000 yuan.
And in the future, there will only be more.
Song Yi did not have any surprises for Lin Fan's refusal to join the basketball team. Because, in Song Yi's mind, Lin Fan is a superhero.
Which super do you think can play basketball desperately? Isn't that idle?
Lin Fan glanced at the twin beauties who had been standing next to him, and then said to Song Yi, "You go back to the bedroom first."
Song Yi second understood, okay.
Then, he took Lin Fan's number 5 and others who were ready to persuade Lin Fan, and said, "What are you still doing here?
If the sun is not bright enough, how many more light bulbs need to be added?"
After the words fell, he directly pulled a few people out of the basketball court.
Soon, only Lin Fan and the twin beauties were left on the basketball court. Lin Fan stepped forward and smiled and said, "Thank you for your pulse. By the way, we met twice, and it seems that we haven't introduced ourselves. My name is Lin Fan, how about you?"
After finished speaking, he took the initiative to stretch out both hands. Then, Lin Fan realized that he had just finished playing basketball and there were a lot of sweat and dust on his hands, which were a bit dirty. So, he was ready to withdraw his hand again. The twin beauties seemed to have noticed that Lin Fan wanted to retract her hands, and hurriedly stretched out her slender hands. She didn't care about Lin Fan's dirty hands at all, and shook with them. The beautiful twins blushed and lowered their heads, as if they had done something bad. A silky touch like milk touched Lin Fan's heart. Then, the girl in the red dress turned on the phone, and the 2 italics characters Xiaobing were displayed on the screen. The girl in the blue dress turned on the phone, and the 2 italics characters Xia Shui were displayed on the screen.
Lin Fan asked, "You can't speak?"
The twin beauties nodded, and then lowered their heads.
Lin Fan said again, "Xiaobing? Xia Shui? A nice name."
The twin beauties heard the words, and a pair of cute dimples appeared on their pretty faces.
Obviously, very happy. Lin Fan asked, "Do you often wait for me on the basketball court these days?"
The twin beauties nodded gently.
Lin Fan said again, "But, haven't we added WeChat? If you want to find me, you can send me a message."
He finally expressed his doubts. The twin beauties lowered their heads shyly, but they didn't reply at all. Seeing this, Lin Fan did not force it. He was silent for a moment before saying, "Actually, I have a girlfriend." Next, Lin Fan carefully observed the changes in the expressions of the twin beauties. However, he discovered that the two hadn't changed at all.
"Can't help but wonder, didn't you hear clearly?"
So, Lin Fan continued, "My girlfriend is Qin Yushuan.
Now I am studying in the Magic City and I am studying economics."
After saying this, Lin Fan unexpectedly discovered that the expressions of the twin beauties still remained unchanged. Their beautiful eyes are always clear as water, their pretty faces are always beautiful like flowers, and a pair of small dimples are always looming. Lin Fan is busy observing the twin beauties with the real eye.
Blue skirt girl. Face value, 95. Favorite rating, 99. Red skirt girl. Face value, 95. Favorite rating, 99.
The degree of their favorability towards themselves has not diminished.
What is going on?
They already know they have girlfriends.
Lin Fan cleared his throat and said, "You don't seem to care?"
The twin beauties nodded together.
They even nodded. What is going on?
Lin Fan was completely confused, and coughed lightly. I have another class later, so I will go back to take a bath first. You guys should go back soon, it's too hot here. Paused, and continued, by the way, I won't be playing basketball in the next few days.
You don't have to wait on the basketball court anymore. Lin Fan thought for a while, then said, "If I want to play basketball, I will send you a message."
The twin beauties heard this, 2 pairs of beautiful eyes lit up instantly, and they nodded again and again. After the twin beauties separated from Lin Fan, they took out their phones one after another and sent a message to the beautiful girl Yan. Xia Bing, Xia Shui, we saw him again today. The pretty girl Yan seemed to have been staring at the phone, but only 2 seconds to reply to the message.
Pretty girl Yan, did he do anything to you?
Xia Bing, Xia Shui, he shook hands with us.
Pretty girl Yan, what?
He dared to hold your hand.
It's a beast. Xia Bing, Xia Shui, it's a handshake. Pretty girl Yan, push him on WeChat to me. I want to scold him.
However, after a long time, the pretty girl Yan still did not receive the news.
Beauty Xiao Yan, hey. What about you guys? Pretty girl Yan, don't you know how to respect the elderly? Pretty girl Yan, how about people? Are you happy if you want me off?
When Lin Fan returned to bedroom 104, Song Yi, Jing Jinbao and Mai Zhong were about to leave. Song Yi said, "Brother Fan, let's go take a seat first, come here quickly."
Okay. Lin Fan answered. Suddenly, Yu read www.wukansha.com's 104 bedroom became empty.
Originally, Lin Fan just wanted to take a cold shower. But after playing basketball, my body was covered with sweat and dust, so I can't just wash it casually. It took a long time before Lin Fan slowly walked out of the bathroom. He glanced at the time and found that it had been a few minutes in class.
Murmured, "It's too late to go now."
Forget it, just rest in the bedroom. After finishing speaking, Lin Fan lay directly on the bed and played with the phone leisurely.
After more than an hour, Song Yi, Jing Jinbao, and Ma Zhong walked in happily. Jing Jinbao exclaimed, "Brother Fan, you didn't go to teacher Tiantian's class today. It's really a shame. You don't know how beautiful teacher Tian is today.
Moreover, she went off the podium and came next to our seat."
"That's right.
I fainted happily at that time,"
Song Yi said excitedly. "It's the first time, so close to teacher Tian. Ma Zhong agreed. Ding.
At this time, Lin Fan's phone shook slightly. He glanced at the WeChat message. It turned out to be the language sent by Hu Tian. So, I clicked to play, and Hu Tian's pleasant voice immediately rang out.
"Lin Fan, you don't seem to come to class today? Is something delayed?"
"In the past few days, I have studied the twin prime conjecture again.
I have gained some inspiration and encountered some problems. If you have time, can you come to my office?" The whole dormitory is silent.
Mai Zhong, Song Yi, and Zhang Jinbao were all stunned.
What did they hear? Teacher Tian invited Lin Fan to the office. Lin Fan is going to be alone with teacher Tian?
Then, they suddenly thought of the scene where teacher Tian was in class and suddenly walked to his seat, seeming to be looking for something.
At this time, they finally understand what teacher Tian is looking for.
She turned out to be looking for Lin Fan.
"Brother Fan, I'm kneeling for you."
Mai Zhong, Song Yi, and Zhang Jinbao howled in unison.
Office.
There are many materials and books on Hu Tian's desk, but they are all neatly arranged. At this time, Hu Tian was sitting at the desk, thinking and calculating carefully. At this time, there was a brisk knock on the door outside.
Hu Tian said, "Please come in." After seeing Lin Fan, Hu Tian's pretty face showed a slight smile. "You are here, please sit down." Then, Hu Tian stood up and said, "What would you like to drink?" "I have green tea, black tea, and coffee here." Today's Hu Tian, wearing an off-white dress, shows the exquisite curves vividly and full of charm.
Lin Fan said, "Green tea."
"Okay." Hu Tian answered.
Soon, a cup of fragrant green tea was brought to Lin Fan. Hu Tian took out a stack of draft paper, wrote dense calculations on it, and said, "You got here last time p caret q plus 2m equals 3q2 p caret n. In the past few days, I continued to calculate." After finished speaking, Hu Tian handed out a stack of draft paper, which was also full of calculations.
"Lin Fan, can you see if there is a problem with my calculation? By the way, where did you derive it?" Hu Tian asked. "Where is deduced to? In the past few days, I didn't care about the twin prime conjecture at all, okay?"
Lin Fan felt a little embarrassed, and instead of answering immediately, he silently flipped through the draft paper in front of him. However, even if Lin Fan has professor-level mathematics experience, it is extremely difficult for Lin Fan to check the calculations and further derivation on the spot. Then, Lin Fan suddenly thought of the skill level upgrade card.
Whether to improve professor-level mathematics experience? Yes.
Lin Fan said silently in his heart.
Ding! The promotion is successful. Congratulations, you have gained academician-level mathematics experience.
Suddenly, when Lin Fan flipped through the draft paper in front of him again, it immediately seemed much simpler. Soon, he picked up the pen and paper and started writing quickly.
2m plus 4n to the power of 5 minus 8q is equal to 7y to the power of 2q minus 3z to the power of 8. There is a problem with your calculation here,
Lin Fan said.
Hu Tian couldn't help but look over.
The next moment, her beautiful eyes shook slightly. In fact, when Lin Fan was answering Zhou's conjecture on the signature board of the Hilton Hotel, she had read Lin Fan's handwriting. Not long ago, Lin Fan answered questions on the blackboard in the classroom and discussed the twin prime conjecture with Hu Tian in public. At that time, Lin Fan's handwriting was always very ordinary, even a little ugly.
What's the situation now?
Regardless of numbers, letters, characters or Chinese characters, Lin Fan writes Hunyuan Tianchang, just like a master of calligraphy.
Although, Hu Tian is a math teacher. But, she also likes calligraphy.
In her opinion, good calligraphy can give people endless enjoyment. At this time, Lin Fan saw that Hu Tian was silent, thinking she didn't understand.
So, he reminded, if you reverse the answer later, you will find an error.
Hu Tian recovered, and according to Lin Fan's words, picked up paper and pen, and calculated backwards.
Sure enough, the calculated formula is different from the original formula, and the calculation is wrong. Lin Fan said, we can actually bring in the foremost formula. While Lin Fan was talking, the title was quickly written on the draft paper. Da-di-day.
Suddenly, there was a burst of rapid and rhythmic percussions throughout the office. Hu Tian, who was sitting next to her, looked at Lin Fan's concentrated expression and the beautiful and delicate calculations she wrote.
For a while, she was a little fascinated.
Soon, the entire draft paper ran out, and Lin Fan stopped the ballpoint pen in his hand.
He turned his head and asked, Tian teacher, what do you think? Hu Tian just recovered.
She carefully observed the calculation process and nodded slightly.
Lin Fan said, okay, then we continue to deduce. Then, 1, 2, 3, 4.
After more than a dozen draft papers were filled with extremely complicated calculations, Lin Fan stopped. He said helplessly, for the time being, I can only count up to here. Rao is that Lin Fan now has academician-level mathematics experience, but without triggering the bright light flash, it is impossible to solve the twin prime conjecture. After all, this is a world-class problem that has not been solved for more than 100 years. Hu Tian, who was sitting next to her, was completely stunned when she looked at the 10-page calculation. If in class, Lin Fan was only able to derive the twin prime conjecture about 1/10.
Then, 1/2 can be derived directly now. How many days have passed since then? Is he able to do this? Are there reservations in class? Or did he research and calculate these days? Genius. Regardless of the reason, Lin Fan is a genius, an absolute genius. Lin Fan, you are really a genius. Hu Tian exclaimed sincerely.
Lin Fan smiled and said, Teacher, you have passed the prize.
Hu Tian looked at the completely dark sky outside the window, and said, it's too early. I'll treat you to a meal. Earlier, I just deduced the formula, and I didn't feel hungry.
Now, when it comes to eating, Lin Fan is really hungry.
Then I'm welcome.
Lin Fan said. Hu Tian's is a mini car with a small and cute appearance and an extremely exquisite interior. After getting in the mini car, a faint fragrance surrounds the nose, which is very comfortable. Not long after, Hu Tian and Lin Fan came to a quiet and elegant Western restaurant.
Restaurant is located on the 26th floor of Zhongshang Building.
Sitting in the restaurant, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the neon night view of Jiangbei, and the bright stars and moon in the night sky.
It is very beautiful.
Hu Tian pushed the menu in front of Lin Fan and signaled that he was not welcome and could order his favorite food. Lin Fan said, "I came to this restaurant for the first time, and I don't know what is delicious.
Would you like Mr. Tian to recommend it?"
Hu Tian thought for a while, and said, "If you fry the filet steak here until it's 3 minutes old, then top it with sauce. The outside is mellow, the inside is strong, and it tastes good.
The iron loin and potato beef are different from other places, but try. In addition, the Black Rose is their own wine, which is a major feature of the restaurant. You can try it." Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay, then I will listen to Teacher Tian."
Then, Hu Tian also ordered a few dishes and placed the order directly. About 10 minutes or so, one portion of the exquisite food was served on the table. Lin Fan was indeed a little hungry, and he was not polite, cut off a large steak and put it directly into his mouth.
Then, I tasted potato beef and nodded slightly.
After filling his stomach a little, Lin Fan shook the tall glass and slowly poured the Black Rose wine into his mouth. His movements are gentle, elegant, and intoxicating.
Gentleman Wen Ruyu. Drinking gentleman, unlimited charm. Lin Fan commented, when scented lightly, the mellow grape fragrance is permeated.
After tasting, this grape fragrance is more like it bursts directly in the body, the outside and the inside are the same. It is a good wine. Hu Tian, who sat opposite, looked at Lin Fan's drinking action, and listened to his comments on Black Rose, and was a little bit dazed.
Before, some people had drinks with Hu Tian.
However, they are lame in their actions, they obviously don't understand alcohol, and they deliberately pretend to be very understanding and talk nonsense. Hu Tian hates this kind of person.
But Lin Fan is completely different.
His drinking movements are very elegant, and his comments are even more appropriate. In Hu Tian's view, he is not like a student at all, but a well-trained nobleman and prince, introducing himself to the fine wine he brewed.
This is a movement and temperament that goes deep into the bone marrow.
At this time, Lin Fan put down the high-heeled glass in his hand and looked up at Hu Tian. Looked at each other, Hu Tian hurriedly turned his head to the side. Soon, his eyes fell on the empty piano in the middle of the restaurant.
Was a little disappointed and said, "It seems, today there is no good piano music."
Lin Fan also looked at it, thought about it, and said, "That's not necessarily." The words fell, he took a brisk step, walked to the piano and sat down.
"I saw."
Lin Fan slowly closed his eyes. About 10 seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, Lin Fan's slender hands on the black and white keys quickly jumped. Suddenly, a mellow and long, crisp and sweet music rippled slowly in the restaurant. Everyone couldn't help but stop talking, drinking, and eating, and they calmed down and listened. Hu Tian kept her eyes unblinking, even her breathing was a bit stagnant, she just stared at Lin Fan in the middle of the restaurant. At this moment, in Hu Tian's eyes, the whole restaurant and even the whole world seemed to become dark.
Only Lin Fan, as if illuminated by a spotlight, is dazzling and dazzling. Ding!
When the last note fell, there was a burst of enthusiastic applause throughout the restaurant.
"You play so well. Sounds so good."
In the admiration of everyone, Lin Fan slowly returned to the table and sat down.
"How did you play?" Lin Fan asked. Hu Tian almost conditioned reflex and said, "It sounds good."
Lin Fan said, "That's good." Then, Lin Fan picked up the knife and fork again, and ate the rest of the food cleanly.
Hu Tian asked, "Would you like to order more?"
Lin Fan wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth, shook his head and said, "No need, more points will be wasted." After finished speaking, he got up and prepared to leave. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes walked over and smiled and said, "Hello, gentlemen, can I interrupt you for a few minutes?"
Lin Fan wondered, "What's the matter with you?" Middle-aged man said, "That's it.
I am Zhao Ting, the manager of Brilliant Film and Television Company.
We are preparing to make a youth idol drama.
Your appearance, as well as the temperament you showed when you first played the piano, are all very suitable for the role in our play.
I wonder if you are interested in coming to our company to try it."
After speaking, the middle-aged man handed out a business card.
"The manager of Brilliant Film and Television Company? This. Isn't it a scout?
If the average person encounters this situation, they will be ecstatic and hurriedly agreed. Because, this means that I may be on the screen and become a well-known star. However, Lin Fan shook his head and said, "Sorry, I have no interest in making TV series."
To be a star on the screen? After that, there is no freedom at all. Lin Fan doesn't want to be watched and secretly photographed everywhere. Zhao Ting was obviously taken aback. He didn't expect the other party to refuse at all, and said hurriedly, "Can you accept my business card first? If you change your mind, you can contact me anytime."
Although, Lin Fan couldn't change his mind at all. However, looking at Zhao Ting's sincere appearance, he still accepted his business card. Walked out of the restaurant and sat in the mini car.
Hu Tian said, "You just had a chance to become a star, I thought you would immediately agree." "Forget it, I have no interest in being a star,"
Lin Fan said.
Then, Hu Tian said again, unexpectedly, "You can even play the piano so well. This is the first time I have heard such a beautiful moonlight.
Speaking of this, Hu Tian's mind seemed to reverberate moonlight played by Lin Fan.
Melodious and tactful. Hu Tian sighed, "I really don't know what else you can't do." "No, then I am too much,"
Lin Fan said.
"For example?" Hu Tian asked. "For example."
Lin Fan thought for a while, and for a while, it was really hard to tell.
"Not now, what if I get it from the red envelope later?" Hu Tian looked at Lin Fan thinking and couldn't help smiling.
After she sent Lin Fan back to Jiangbei University, she drove the Mini, facing the busy road, and continued on. When he stopped in front of a red light, Hu Tian once again recalled the math problems that Lin Fan had seriously solved, the excellent calligraphy written by hand, the temperament of tasting wine, the scene of playing beautiful piano music.
Hu Tian whispered, "Lin Fan, what kind of person are you?" Jingle bell.
At this time, www.mplnovel.com the phone rang with a pleasant ringtone.
Hu Tian glanced at the call notification and directly pressed the car answer button. Tian, didn't you mean to come to me today? Why haven't you come here yet?"
There was a crisp, sweet voice on the phone. Hu Tian showed a daze on her face and said, "I was delayed by something, come here now."
"Is delayed by something? There seems to be no meetings in your school recently?"
"Forget it, come here, I can't wait." The voice on the phone became more delicate. After hung up, Hu Tian stepped on the accelerator slightly and galloped forward at a faster speed.
At this time, Jiangbei University, bedroom 104.
Song Yi, Mahjong, and Zhang Jinbao all focused on Lin Fan.
Lin Fan was a little uncomfortable, and said, "Why are you looking at me like this?" "Brother Fan, why did you come back so late?" "Brother Fan, have you always been with teacher Tian? "Brother Fan, what did you do with teacher Tian?" Almost at the same time, the three of them spoke out the problem together. Lin Fan said truthfully, "I first discussed the topic with teacher Tian in the office for about 2 hours. Then, she invited me to dinner, and finally, she sent me back. Spend 2 hours alone with Mrs. Sweet in the office. Then, have dinner with teacher Tian. Finally, Mr. Tian personally sent it back to the bedroom. Brother Fan, please take my knees."
Song Yi, Mahjong, and Zhang Jinbao howled in unison.
The next day, there is no class in the morning. Among the four in bedroom 104, Mahjong went to the library.
Song Yi also left the house early, and Zhang Jinbao was asleep all the time. After Lin Fan woke up, he turned on the phone.
At midnight, China Merchants Bank deposits 710,200 yuan. Name, Lin Fan. Level, LV4. LV4 reward, get 10 yuan for every breath, get 10 yuan for every second of sleep, get 10 yuan for every step you take. Rewards will be credited to the account at 24 o'clock every day.
Upgrade consumption amount, 3 million/10 million, gifts, gambling, etc. are not included. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from trading. Skills, professional car driving skills, charm aura, 5% chance to trigger love at first sight, unforgettable, violent aesthetics, drinking gentleman, absolute concentration, 5% chance to trigger a flash of light, academician level mathematical experience, real eye, professional level basketball skills, professional piano performance, expert calligraphy.
Capital, 16.01 million.
Lin Fan casually marked the text message as read, and then flipped through the news.
Ding.
When the sun was shining brightly, Lin Fan's phone shook slightly.
A text message popped up.
Sun Lugwa, Lin Fan, our family bought a century-old Ganoderma lucidum.
Are you at Jiangbei University now? See here.
Lin Fan's eyes lit up slightly.
Secretly praised in his heart, it is indeed a famous medical family in Jiang Province. Lin Fan, I am at Jiangbei University. Sun Lugwa, okay, I will be at the east gate of Jiangbei University in about 20 minutes.
Lin Fan put down the phone and quickly dressed and washed.
Then, he walked straight to the east gate.
Not long after, a white BMW Z5 stopped in front of him. Sun Lugwa in a plaid shirt walked down and said, Lin Fan, I've been waiting for a long time. Lin Fan said, where? I just arrived.
This is the century-old Ganoderma lucidum my family received.
Sun Lugwa handed out a delicate wooden box. Lin Fan said, you really helped me a lot.
By the way, how much is this Ganoderma lucidum? I will transfer it to you. Sun Lugwa waved his hands again and again, if I ask for your money, I won't be laughed at by Sister Jessen?
After a pause, he reminded, by the way, Ganoderma is not like ginseng and other medicines. The older the medicine, the better the effect.
Ganoderma lucidum will gradually become woody after reaching a certain age.
Generally, it can only be used for viewing and has no medicinal value.
Don't look at Sun Lugwa and Lu Yuhang drag racing in hostility, they look dumb.
In fact, they grew up in a medical family, they are very sophisticated in the world, and they also have in-depth research on drugs. Lin Fan did not insist on giving money too much.
He also understands that Sun Lugwa is not short of money.
Sun Lugwa cares more about face. And Sun Lugwa's reminder is entirely concerned about herself. So, Lin Fan said with a reason, 100-year Ganoderma lucidum and 100-year ginseng are for an elder to find.
I don't care what it is for. Anyway, if the elder needs it, then I can only help find it. However, I still have to thank you for your reminder. I will tell the elders about the pharmacology of Centennial Lingji. Sun Lugwa nodded, and said, 100-year-old ginseng, I will also help you pay attention to it. If I find it, I will let you know.
Lin Fan said, so, then trouble.
This is just a small matter, it's not a trouble. Sun Lugwa said.
Lin Fan said seriously, but, this is very important to me. Sun Lugwa looked at him earnestly and said, don't worry, you can definitely find it, it's just a matter of time. Then, the two chatted for a while before they left. Walking along the forest path on the campus, Lin Fan couldn't help but open the wooden box and glanced at the wood-like Ganoderma lucidum inside.
Ding! Do you charge bailing Lingji?
Yes. Suddenly, the Ganoderma lucidum lying in the wooden box disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, there is a small Ganoderma lucidum pattern on the medical water illustration book in my mind.
Is amazing.
Lin Fanqin said, as long as you find 100-year-old ginseng, you can have the authority to buy medical water.
By then, my father's body should be able to recover completely. Ding!
At this time, it happened to be 12 o'clock. Lin Fan's phone shook slightly.
The red envelope appears. Ding!
Congratulations, you got 10,000 yuan.
Ding! Congratulations, you got 5 yuan. Ding!
Congratulations, you got 2,000 yuan.
Ding! Congratulations, get 1 billion Shark Life coins. Ding! Congratulations, you got 3 yuan.
This time, Lin Fan received a total of more than 40,000 yuan and 1 billion Shark Life coins. Shark Life Coin, referred to as Shark Coin, is the virtual currency of Shark Live, the largest live broadcast platform in the country. 1 yuan can be exchanged for 100 Shark Coins.
1 billion Shark Coins, which is worth 10 million yuan. Lin Fan, so you are here? Sun Yaodong, a counselor with a big back, walked over from a distance and shouted. Lin Fan turned and wondered, "Counselor, are you looking for me?" "Oh, that's it. The National Mathematical Modeling Contest is about to begin. You have outstanding abilities. How about signing up for it? The honor of our class can only be counted on you."
Sun Yaodong placed Lin Fan directly on the shoulders, the tone of a buddy discussing, said. Lin Fan said in his heart, does he know that he has solved Zhou's conjecture? Is also right, after all, Sun Yaodong is his own counselor. Although participating in a competition or something, it will definitely be troublesome. Lin Fan hates trouble. But, as a member of the class, Yu reading www.uukangshu.com should also contribute to the class. Thinking of this, Lin Fan nodded and said, okay, I sign up. Ha ha. Great. Worthy of being my student. I will report your name. After Sun Yaodong finished speaking, he hurried to the distance. It looked like he was afraid that Lin Fan would regret it. Lin Fan looked at his back and shook his head slightly. When Lin Fan returned to the dormitory, Song Yi happened to come back with a bunch of math materials. Lin Fan said, Song Yi, I didn't expect you to start learning too. Song Yi laughed and said, there is no way, the National Mathematical Modeling Contest will be held in a while, we have outstanding ability, we must sign up to win honor for the class. Ma Zhong, who was reading the book seriously, turned around and said, couldn't it be Sun Jiabao who said it? How do you know? It seems that you also know from Sun Jiabao that I am outstanding, right? Song Yi said proudly, hey, I have tried my best to keep a low profile. I didn't expect it, but I was discovered by others. My Zhangdao, today, Sun Jiabao also said this to me. Zheng Jinbao, who was sucking instant noodles, said, hey, when I first bought instant noodles, Sun Guidance also said that I was outstanding and asked me to participate in the National Mathematical Modeling Contest. Ma Zhong, Song Yi, and Zheng Jinbao looked at each other immediately. Lin Fan's mouth twitched slightly. Co-authored, Sun Yaodong met a student in his class and said that he was outstanding and let him win honor for the class. Then, fudge the students to sign up for the National Modeling Contest? Is the operation of university counselors also saw? The counselors saw broke my waist. 104 bedroom, fell into a brief silence. Apparently, Song Yi, Ma Zhong, and Zheng Jinbao also realized that they had been fooled by the counselor. At this moment, a sweet voice came from the computer in front of Zheng Jinbao. Good noon everyone, welcome to my live broadcast room. Zheng Jinbao exclaimed excitedly, Xiangxiang has started live broadcasting. Xiangxiang, I love you. Zheng Jinbao said as he quickly sent a message in the live broadcast room. Some people say that looking back thousands of times in the previous life, only in exchange for the passing of this life. Today, I can meet you in the Shark Live broadcast room. I think it must be due to our past lives. Thank you for fate, thank you for meeting in this world, I will bring you a song meeting below, I hope you will like it. Suddenly, lively music sounded in the live broadcast room. Immediately afterwards, a melodious song rippled through the 104 bedroom. I hear it, the departure of winter. I woke up in a certain month and year. I think, I wait, I look forward to it. The future cannot be arranged because of this. It's a beautiful accident, that I met you. One day, my mystery will be revealed. The music gradually ceased, and one song ended. Zheng Jinbao exclaimed excitedly, the incense is so beautiful, and the singing is so good. Lin Fan, who was standing not far away, nodded afterwards. In fact, many anchors are not pretty, even fat-headed, pocky-faced, and very ugly. However, under the effect of beautifying their faces, they are as beautiful as heavenly immortals, so they can be proud of themselves as anchors. However, these beauties are invisible to Lin Fan's real eyes. Face value, 94. Favorite rating, 50. With a face value of 94, it is absolutely impeccable regardless of body shape or appearance. Friendship degree is 50. She doesn't know Lin Fan at all, and she has never seen Lin Fan. This is obviously normal. In addition, the fragrant singing voice is crisp, full of magnetism, and the high bass transition is perfect. Moreover, when she sang, she did not follow the original song completely, but also added some adaptations of her own, which is very rare.
Zhang Jinbao said depressed, "We Jiansher finally produced such a goddess anchor, but why is she not popular?
If only a few big local tyrants come to give a reward." Lin Fan's eyes moved slightly when he heard this. He sat on his bed and took out his cell phone to enter the Shark Live broadcast. Then, Lin Fan clicked on the personal center again.
Welcome, hit the workers. Balance, 1 billion shark coins. Sure enough, the shark coins obtained from the red envelopes have already arrived. 1 billion shark coins, equivalent to 10 million yuan.
If Lin Fan opens a live broadcast room by himself, then you can directly withdraw all the rewards to yourself. However, this requires registration for live broadcast, authentication, and cash withdrawal must be shared with the platform, deduction of handling fees, tax payment, and so on. In the end, it is estimated that there are only 4 million.
Very troublesome, and I can't get much money.
Lin Fan has no interest in this. At this time, he finally knew what to do with these 1 billion shark coins.
I saw.
Lin Fan searched for a keyword in the live broadcast room, Xiang. Soon, the delicate facial features came into view. At this time, 3 rockets flew up from the screen. Soon, many barrage appeared on the screen.
Mr. Kwang, you can sing very well, and you will enjoy 3 rockets first. Sunny, worship the local tyrants. A piece of chaos, 3 rockets at once, awesome. More barrages, 666.
To know that the rocket of shark live, you need 100,000 shark coins, which is equivalent to 1,000 yuan.
3 rockets at a time, that's 3,000 yuan.
This amount may not be a big deal to some major broadcasters.
But, for a small anchor like Shang, it is absolutely rare.
Shang happily said, "Thank you Mr. Kwang for the 3 rockets, thank you." Mr. Kwang, Shang is good looking, and the song is also very good, but the clothes outside are not good looking, I think it's better to take off. Mr. Kwang opened a small factory, earning hundreds of thousands every year. He likes watching live broadcasts, and he is very obsessed with the beautiful anchors in the videos. But, he also understands that his little money is impossible to catch up with the big anchor. Therefore, Mr. Kwang often targets some small anchors. After Mr. Kwang's news appeared, there was a barrage like raindrops, scrolling quickly.
Liangcheng, yes, take it off.
Go with the flow, Mr. Kwang has rewarded 3 rockets, and he has become the top leader on the list. This is regarded as the first request of the top leader, this must be heard.
That's right. Otherwise, the top leader will get angry.
Zheng Jinbao sitting in front of the computer gritted his teeth and said, I just thought that Shang finally had local tyrants support.
It turned out to be a wretched, trivial man. After finished speaking, Zheng Jinbao's fat fingers jumped quickly on the keyboard.
Shang, don't listen to them squirting dung.
Don't take it off.
In Zheng Jinbao's heart, Shang is the goddess.
He doesn't want the goddess to be defiled.
Mr. Kwang saw that Shang didn't answer for a long time, so he sent another message.
Mr. Kwang, it's not that there is no clothes on the inside, and it's nothing outside, right? Mr. Kwang, to become the number 1 on the list, are you reluctant to agree to any request? From now on, who would dare to give a reward?
Anyone, don't talk about rewards, just take off the powder.
Take a look, yes, take off the powder.
Shang in the live broadcast room, watching the rolling barrage, bit apricot lips, a little bit unsure what to do. Shang likes to broadcast live, relaxed, at ease, and able to show off his talents. In addition, live broadcast can get a daily income. This allowed Shang's live broadcast to continue.
And if a lot of fans are removed, the income of www.mtlnovel.com will definitely be greatly reduced. Can the live broadcast continue? When the time comes, what should I do? Wow! 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 Wow!
At this time, 4 rockets flashed past the screen.
Beat the worker, I seem to be on the list now? Beat the worker, then I can ask for Shang too, right?
Beat the worker, Shang wears this kind of clothes just fine, no need to take it off. After Lin Fan sent the news, a stream of barrage appeared in the live broadcast room.
Who, 4 rockets? That's 4,000 yuan. 123, Xiangxiang has 2 local tyrants today. More, it is words like 666.
Xiangxiang hurriedly said, "Thank you for hitting the workers, thank you." Mr. Kwang saw this, a flash of anger flashed across his face.
He rewarded 3 rockets, but he rewarded 4. This is simply provoking yourself in public, it. However, Mr. Kwang did not immediately counterattack. He first clicked on the worker's profile and found that it was only a level 4 account. Immediately sneered and said, "Hit a worker? I guess it is a small employee in a small company. The 4 rockets are afraid that it took a month's salary? I really can't help it." Then, Mr. Kwang clicked the present twice. Wow! Wow!
In the live broadcast room, 2 more rockets soared into the sky. At this time, Mr. Kwang's total number of rockets has reached 5.
He is back on the list.
With the appearance of these 2 rockets, the live broadcast room became more lively.
Huang Zhongwang, 2 more rockets, Mr. Kwang is awesome. Chang, hey, Mr. Kwang has become the number 1 again.
Xiangxiang, please listen to Mr. Kwang and take off your clothes.
Cultist, I don't know if the workers will reward the rockets again.
Otherwise, Xiangxiang should listen to Mr. Kwang. Gods and demons change. It is estimated that the worker is a sling who works in which factory. He rewarded 4 rockets. I am afraid that he has already spent his wages.
Where can there be any money for rewards? Small bug, Mr. Kwang is awesome. Mr. Kwang enjoyed the praise everyone gave him very much, and smiled triumphantly. Fight with me? Tender. Wow. Wow.
However, the next moment, in the live broadcast room, 2 rockets soared into the sky.
Hit the workers and rewarded 2 rockets again. Bone Soup, the beater has become the number 1 again. Crazy, awesome. Are these 2 bigwigs going to hit the bar?
I am a primary school student, I don't know if Mr. Kwang will give a reward.
321, this must be a reward. Otherwise, where does Mr. Kwang's face go?
Mr. Kwang's face was dull, and he snorted, "I want to see how much money you have because you are a poor dang silk." The words fell, he tapped the screen twice. 2 rockets flew up in the live broadcast room. At this time, the total number of rockets awarded by Mr. Kwang reached 7. Crazy, hey, these 2 big guys are really on the bar, there is a good show. One household 123, Mr. Kwang, he is the big boss, or he is more powerful.
Lunatic, I also think Mr. Kwang is awesome. Wow. Wow.
Barrage hasn't appeared much yet, and 2 new rockets appeared in the live broadcast room.
Hit the workers, rewarded again. Mr. Kwang frowned. At this time, the hitman has rewarded 8 rockets in total.
If you want to surpass him, you must reward 2 rockets.
Then, I won a total of 9 rockets for a total of 9,000 yuan.
Although Mr. Kwang can earn hundreds of thousands every year. But, in order to fight for a breath, he spent 9,000 yuan, which still made him a little bit reluctant. After hesitating for a long time, Mr. Kwang finally gritted his teeth and said, "The hitman should have no money." Finally, reward 2 rockets. If he continues to reward, he will give up. After finished speaking, Mr. Kwang finally tapped the screen twice. Lin Fan sitting on the bed saw this, his mouth twitched slightly.
Beat the worker, forget it, I won't play with you. News sent. Wow. 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 1, 2, 3. 10. 50. 100 frames.
A full 100 rockets, like a downpour, instantly filled the entire live broadcast room.
Man in the wind, damn it. Huang Zhonghuang, fuck. Xiaoming, damn it. In the barrage, countless fuck appeared. Apparently, everyone was shocked to the extreme. The man in the wind, Mom asked me why I knelt and looked at the phone. I'm a primary school student, 999, don't ask me why, because 6 is turned over. The prince, meet the worker god. No wonder, they would be so excited.
You know, a rocket is worth 1,000 yuan.
100 rockets is a full 100,000 yuan.
This kind of big rewards, the whole Shark Live broadcast can't happen several times a day. However, they didn't know that this was just the beginning.
Wow! 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 The densely packed rockets once again filled the screen. 10 frames. 20 frames. 50 frames. 100 frames. Is another 100 rockets. But, this is still not over. The rocket is still flying off. The movement of Xianxiang's live broadcast room quickly attracted the attention of many people. Originally, there were only a few hundred online viewers. With the appearance of these rockets, it has gradually become thousands of spectators, tens of thousands of spectators, and, with the passage of time, the number of spectators is still increasing. Big willow tree, oh my god! What happened here? 321, just now there was a man named Mr. Quang, who competed with the worker How rocket. How did he know that the worker How was playing him? He directly pitted a few rockets. Take a look, I'm so ridiculous, that Mr. Quang even compares rockets with the worker How. Lunatic, by the way, where is Mr. Quang? Huang Zhonghuang, quickly see if Mr. Quang is still there. Originally, Mr. Quang was still half opening his mouth, looking at the rocket with extremely dull eyes. But, after paying attention to these few barrage, I hurriedly quit the live broadcast room. Slap on the face, it is too slapped. Mr. Quang put down his phone, swallowed, and stammered, who is this? The rocket rain in the live broadcast did not stop because of Mr. Quang's departure. Gradually, not only the audience was attracted, but even some big anchors couldn't help but focus on the Xiangshan live broadcast room. Spring, 600 rockets. How much is this reward? Son, hello, onlookers Shinhao. Go up every day, Shinhao, this is the real Shinhao. Gongxi Fa Kai, working as a worker, working as a soul, working as a master. Hit the workers, awesome. Big man, look. Momo is here. Xiao, oh my god. It's really Momo. I like watching her live broadcast the most. Momo did not hide after seeing that she was seen by others, and sent a message openly. Momo, I also came to watch and beat the workers Shinhao. Take a look, beat the workers. I am the only one, assault worker Shinhao. Momo is very good looking, singing is also very good, you can also watch Momo live broadcast. Barking, that's right. Momo is great. Student Xiaoming, Momo, I love you. When the 1000th rocket flew over from the live broadcast room, the rocket rain finally stopped. Beat the worker, Xiangxiang, your live broadcast is very good. I will come to see you again if I have time in the future. Xiangxiang looked at the dense rockets in the live broadcast room and the rising audience, she was stunned for a long time. It wasn't until this time that she came back to her senses after seeing the news of the beating of workers. Hurriedly said, okay, thank you Shinhao, the worker, thank you. Obviously, Xiang was also affected by the name and the barrage. Momo, the top 10 popular anchor on Shark Live. Earlier, when Momo heard that Shinhao had rewarded hundreds of rockets, she was shocked and couldn't help running to the other party's live broadcast room to take a look at the grand scene. Because even Momo has never received such treatment. At this time, Momo has returned to his live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, she gently shook her lovely body to the gurgling music. Then, she slowly opened her little cherry mouth. Suddenly, a beautiful song resounding like the ding-dong of spring water resounded throughout the live broadcast room. At this time, a golden reminder appeared in the UU reading www.uukunshu.com live broadcast room, welcome the Emperor to fight the workers, come to the live broadcast room. Spend 100 million Shark coins on Shark Live every month, which is 1 million yuan, and get the title of Emperor. This is also the Shark Live broadcast, the highest level title. Lin Fan just rewarded 1,000 rockets, which happened to have the title of Emperor. After this prompt appeared, Momo's live broadcast room immediately boiled. Son of Dragon, fuck. The worker Shinhao is here. Pursuit in the wind, meet the striker Shinhao.
Xiaoyi, the worker Shenhao came to Momo's live broadcast room. Great. Even Momo, who is singing, has a touch of excitement in her voice. Momo took advantage of the gap in the song and said excitedly, "Welcome to Hit the Workers Shenhao." After the hitting workers came to the live broadcast room, Momo became more motivated to sing. When the song ended, Lin Fan nodded.
Face value, 95. Favorite rating, 60. Beat the Workers, I like to listen to those years, I wonder if Momo can sing it to me? Momo happily said, of course it's okay.
Soon, the music played.
Momo also opened his mouth.
Back to the original starting point, the green face in the memory.
We finally came to this day.
I have to say that Momo is worthy of being a popular anchor of Shark, and easily sang all the melodious and tactful tunes of those years. Listening to this song, people can't help but think of those green faces and lively, quiet figures. The music gradually ceased, and one song ended.
Momo asked in an expectant and nervous tone, Assault worker Shenhao, how do I sing?
It looked like a student who had just turned in an examination paper, very worried.
Beat the Worker, it sounds good. Wow. Wow.
The next moment, a dense rocket rain galloped across the screen.
10 frames. 100 frames. 200 planes. 500. There are 500 rockets all over the live broadcast room.
A full screen of 666 appeared in the live broadcast room.
Then, someone sent out a text. Similar, worship the worker god. Vigorously, this is the knee, I am kneeling, can't it? Little fat man, working as a worker, working as a worker, working as a master. Xianzi, my goal is to become an excellent hitman.
Momo's bright eyes flickered, and there were faint tears shaking, and she was extremely excited. Thank you, Shenhao, the worker.
Degong Shenhao, do you have any songs you want to listen to? I will continue to sing for you.
Lin Fan thought for a while before sending out the message.
Beat the Workers, I can, flammable and explosive. Can you sing these two songs? Momo hurriedly said, yes, I will sing it for you.
Music rang and singing came out. These two songs have different styles, but Momo is not at all troublesome. She sings all of them very beautifully, each with its own characteristics. Lin Fan nodded slowly. Then, he clicked on the screen again. Suddenly, there was a heavy rocket rain in Momo's live broadcast room again.
100 frames. 200 planes. 500. There are 500 rockets all over Momo's live broadcast room. The live broadcast room is full of 666.
Yuan, playing the worker Shenhao, Xiao AI sings very well, so I begged the worker Shenhao to watch Xiao AI's live broadcast.
ID, that's right. Xiao AI not only sings well, but also looks good.
Lin Fan searched for the keyword Xiao AI after seeing these bulletins. Soon, a pure and sweet face appeared before his eyes.
Face value, 93. Favorite rating, 60.
At the same time, Xiao AI's live broadcast room also followed up with a prompt, welcome the Emperor to fight workers, come to the live broadcast room.
Go with the flow, the worker Shenhao has come to the Xiaoai studio. All the way to the west, a VIP, welcome to hit the workers Shenhao. Fuck. It's a great worker. Xiao AI naturally also knows about hitting workers.
The whole Jiao body shook with excitement, and said happily, welcome hitting workers Shenhao to come to my live broadcast room.
Beat the Workers, thank you everyone, thank you Xiao AI. Beat the Workers, can Xiao AI sing a song of red high heels?
Xiao AI hurriedly said, of course you can. Please call the worker Shenhao and wait a moment. Soon, there was a burst of brisk songs in the live broadcast room.
How can I describe you best? What is special to compare with you? Can you let me stop this chase? Just the last and only red high heels.
The music stops.
Beat the Workers, I sing well. Next moment. 10 frames. 100 frames. 200 planes. 500. Rockets in the sky are all over the studio.
After Lin Fan presented 500 rockets, he ignored the countless barrage of worship, and Xiao AI was sincerely grateful. He returned to Xiangxiang's live broadcast room again, and after giving away 500 rockets again, he directly quit the Shark live broadcast and took off his headphones. After all, Lin Fan still has classes in the afternoon. In addition, keeping clicking the gift rocket, Lin Fan's fingers also felt a little sore.
Must take a break. Ha ha ha. Have you seen it? Have you seen it? Xiangxiang was rewarded with 1,500 rockets by the worker Shenhao.
Zheng Jinbao exclaimed excitedly. I said, Xiangxiang will be on fire one day. Zheng Jinbao danced happily, and the fat on his body jumped up and down.
It looks like 1,500 rockets, as if he was rewarded.
I dropped a good boy and gave another 500 rockets.
What kind of supernatural power this is? Song Yi sighed.
Zheng Jinbao yelled, working as a worker, working spirit, working as a master. Paused, and determined to say, I will also become an excellent hitman in the future. My Zhong, who has always loved learning, has been paying attention to the conversation between the two.
At this time, he finally put down the book and couldn't help asking, what hit the workers? Why did you reward 1,500 rockets?
Song Yi said, just now, about 20 minutes ago, the Shark Live broadcast showed the Shenhao hitting worker. Not only did Xiangxiang rewarded 1,500 rockets, but also Momo and Xiuai rewarded 1,500 respectively.
Rocket! Together, you have won a total of 3,000 rockets. One rocket is 1,000 yuan. 3,000 rockets. 3 million yuan in total. What? A reward of 3 million? Ma Zhong's eyes widened.
Although, he has already guessed that something terrific has happened in the live broadcast just now.
But, I didn't expect it to be so big. More than 20 minutes, 3 million rewards? Poverty limits his imagination. Shark Live headquarters. General Manager said, tell 3,000 rockets at once? Check the source of Shark coins.
The source is normal, the technical manager said.
Okay, haha.
The general manager was extremely excited. Quickly, propagate the whole network. The network has an extremely fast transmission speed, coupled with the intentional publicity of Shark Live. Soon, Howard, the god of fighting workers, was on the hot search list of Weibo and attracted countless people's worship. For these, Lin Fan didn't pay much attention to it. At this time, he is already in the classroom with Ma Zhong, Song Yi, and Zheng Jinbao. This afternoon is the class of the old professor. All the students in the class are breathing and drowsy. However, in the next moment, all of them straightened their backs as if they had been beaten up with blood. Because, Yu reading www.uukanshu.com turned out to be not the old professor, but Hu Tian. Today's Hu Tian, with her hair high up, coupled with a light red bag and a long hip skirt, she looks dignified and beautiful, like a nobleman or a princess, fascinating. Hu Tian said, Professor Wan has something to do today. Please ask me to help him in a class. Everyone tell me where Professor Wan went? Or, tell me where I don't understand. 20 pages. The basic content of number theory. Function. Almost the moment when Hu Tian's voice fell, the whole classroom immediately screamed. In the eyes of all the students, this is an excellent time to communicate with teacher Tian Tian. Hu Desert nodded and said, okay, I will give you a brief introduction to number theory. Today is Friday. In the past, all students wanted to finish class early and finish school quickly, so that they could start their good time on the weekend. But today, all the students hope that this class will be slower and longer. Because, so I can stay with teacher Tian Tian for a while longer. However, time will not change at all because of their thoughts. With a brisk ringing, this week's course is over. Hu Tian put away the textbook and said, this is the end of today's class. Paused, then said, Lin Fan, come here for a while. Lin Fan was puzzled. Could it be that he wanted to discuss the twin prime conjecture again? Thinking like this, Lin Fan slowly got up and followed Hu Tian out of the classroom. Behind him, all his classmates looked like murder. Lin Fan staggered Hu Tian's body position, followed closely behind, and could see Hu Tian's figure like a palace vase. Exclaimed in his heart, no wonder everyone likes her so much, just a back view kills a large group of women in seconds.
At this time, Hu Tian slowly turned around and asked, I heard that you signed up for the National Mathematical Modeling Contest?
Lin Fan couldn't help but recall the figure of Sun Yaodong trotting all the way after he agreed to sign up.
Sighed, Sun Jiubao's actions are really fast. Lin Fan nodded, and said helplessly, yes.
Hu Tianyan heard that. With a shallow smile on his face, he said, originally, I was a little worried about the results of our school's mathematical modeling this year.
From now on, I don't need to worry at all.
Paused, and then said, however, I really didn't expect you to participate in a mathematical modeling contest. When that time, will you feel like bullying a child?
Hu Tian is very aware of how far Lin Fan has studied mathematics.
Even, it has surpassed most mathematics professors. This is also the reason why Hu Tian often goes to Lin Fan to discuss problems. In Hu Tian's opinion, Lin Fan's participation in a mathematical modeling contest is like asking high school students to take an elementary school math test.
This is not bullying a child, so what is it?
Lin Fan shook his head and said, Tian, you really look up to me. I still don't know what the mathematical modeling contest is. Although, Lin Fan has academician-level mathematics experience. However, it is only in terms of problem-solving thinking, formula application, calculation, etc., which have far beyond ordinary abilities. Regarding these events, he really didn't know much about it, and he didn't know about it specifically.
Hu Tian glanced at Lin Fan weirdly, did not know what event it was, so he signed up for it?
However, she did not delve into it, explaining, the mathematical modeling contest is a national team competition composed of 2 students from the School of Computer Science and 1 from the School of Mathematics.
The specific division of labor is mathematics and computer design. 2 students from the School of Computer Science?
Lin Fan frowned slightly.
He just entered Jiangbei University, and he didn't know any computer school students at all. What should I do?
Hu Tian seems to understand Lin Fan's concerns, and smiled, don't worry, we have helped you find 2 very cute computer geniuses, and we are guaranteed to satisfy you. After a pause, he said, by the way, you have to go to room 305, Training Building 1, to get acquainted with the 2 students from the School of Computing. By the way, you can listen to the instructor and explain the specifics of the mathematical modeling contest.
Rule.
Lin Fan said, I thought you were our advisor.
Hu Tian paused slightly and explained, Professor Zhang from our School of Mathematics will guide you. He has high attainments in mathematical modeling and is more suitable to guide you. Lin Fan nodded.
Then, Hu Tian seemed to have something, and said a few words casually, stepped out of his white long legs, and strode towards the office.
Number 1 Training Building, room 305.
There are about 20 tables in the spacious room, and each table has a computer.
At this time,
the twin beauties, Xia Bing and Xia Shui, are sitting quietly in 2 of them. They took out their phones, opened Lin Fan's name very skillfully, and continued to write in the dialogue box that had already written hundreds of words. While the twin beauties were writing seriously, Lin Fan finally came to room 305. Lin Fan was taken aback when he saw the twin beauties in red and blue dresses at a glance.
Why are they here? Could it be that they are very cute computer geniuses in teacher Tian Tian's mouth? Is very cute, yes. But, are they computer geniuses? Can't see it at all.
Lin Fan slowly walked towards the twin beauties with the doubts in his heart. When he came to the twin beauties, Lin Fan was stunned again. Because he found that the twin beauties were in his dialogue box, filled with almost exactly the same content.
Hello, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. The moon is so round, did you see it? You don't seem to play basketball today, will you go tomorrow? There are so many stars in the sky today, and tomorrow should be good weather again, will you play basketball? I finally saw you playing basketball today, it's really great. Tomorrow, will you send us a message? Teacher helped us sign up for the mathematical modeling contest. I don't know who we will team up with. I am a little nervous. By the way, I always forgot to ask, which college are you from?
When Lin Fan saw this, his whole body seemed to have been casted with a whole technique.
He finally understood why the twin beauties didn't send a message to himself. Because they dare not.
Even though the dialog box was filled with words, I didn't dare to click send at all. Lin Fan also knows that the twin beauties like them, and even have 99 points of affection. However, Lin Fan felt that as long as he didn't talk to them, he wouldn't meet them again. Then, the favorability of twin beauties towards them should gradually decrease. They should gradually forget themselves. Because time can dilute everything. At this time, Lin Fan realized that he was wrong. Besides, it's still wrong. The feelings of the twin beauties for themselves have long been deeply rooted. This is like a bottle of wine. www.plnobel.com. The longer the time, the more full-bodied. At this time, the twin beauties seem to notice someone next to them and turn their sides. The next moment, 6 eyes meet each other. The twin beauties were all stunned. It's him. He actually appeared in front of him. There was an unconcealable joy on the faces of the twin beauties. Then, they seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly took out a bottle of pulse from the big backpack behind them, and handed it to Lin Fan. At this time, a Professor Zhang with a slightly raised hairline came in. He smiled and said, "Hey, are you all here?" The twin beauties didn't seem to hear her. She always looked at Lin Fan with extremely expectant eyes. People's hearts all grow in flesh. The twin beauties are so infatuated with them, how can Lin Fan remain indifferent? Finally, Lin Fan slowly opened his arms and took the twin beauties into his arms. The twin beauties held their pulses, feeling Lin Fan's body temperature, and sniffing the unique smell on his body. The whole pretty face was pink. He hugs himself. Professor Zhang, who was standing in the distance, saw this, half opened his mouth and his face was dull. That's right. University does not oppose student love. Even some students get married and have children directly in the university. But that is also based on the establishment of a boy and a girl. And what is the situation now? A boy hugged 2 students in front of him. What should I do? Fake, pretend not to see? If Professor Zhang came here silently before, and now he quit silently, then it would be fine. But, the point is that he just said hello. After hesitating for a long time, Professor Zhang finally coughed slightly and said, "You are Lin Fan from the School of Mathematics, and Xia Bing and Xia Shui from the Computer School, right?" Lin Fan seemed to have only noticed Professor Zhang, and slowly let go of Xia Bing and Xia Shui, and said, "Yes. Professor Zhang is worthy of being Professor Jie. He has seen countless storms a long time ago, and soon forsook the scene just now. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhang Yong, and I am a professor at the School of Mathematics. Mathematical modeling is an important means of using mathematical tools to build models with computers to solve practical problems." Zhang Yong said with a smile, "Of course, you are all outstanding in every college. I won't be too long on these simple conceptual questions." After a pause, Zhang Yong said again, "Lin Fan, you should also know the situation of Xia Bing and Xia Shui. Therefore, you are not only responsible for mathematical calculations and thesis, but also for defense. Are there any questions?" However, Zhang Yong didn't wait for him to answer at all, and continued, "It's fine if there is no problem." "Lin Fan? Did you say something?" "Professor Zhang, you make the decision directly for yourself, is it really good?" In Zhang Yong's eyes, Lin Fan had already carried Xia Bing and Xia Shui into his arms, and teamed up with them to participate in the mathematical modeling contest. They must have made these preparations long ago. Zhang Yong said, "Let's start some simple training now." Zhang Yong glanced randomly in the classroom, and said, "You now use mathematical knowledge to design a comfortable chair. If another person suddenly hears this kind of problem, they will definitely be at a loss. Isn't the chair like that? Still need to use mathematical knowledge to design? But Lin Fan is different, he has a lot of data immediately in his mind." Then, he turned sideways to the twin beauties and said, "For me, how about you design?" At this time, the entire faces of the twin beauties are still flushing. When they heard Lin Fan's words, they nodded excitedly. Soon, there was a crackling sound in the 305 training room, and the keyboard was full of rhythm. In just a few hours, a chair with a modern shape and perfect data appeared on the computer desktop. "See here." Zhang Yong half opened his mouth, completely stunned. Praised sincerely, "Okay, very good.
Your mathematical modeling ability is better than I thought.
If you can perform normally in the mathematical modeling contest, it shouldn't be a big problem to win a national award. At this point, Zhang Yong's face was full of smiles. Jiangbei University is one of the top 10 key universities in the country. However, the honors in the field of mathematics in recent years have been poor.
This can't help but make them all mathematics professors dull.
And if you can get a national award, it is obviously a good thing. Zhang Yong said again, "No, I have to ask Professor Tian who to help train you too. She is an expert in mathematical modeling. If you have her help, you might have a chance to hit the higher education cup." As soon as he said this, Zhang Yong's face showed a touch of excitement that could not be concealed. It looked like Lin Fan and the three had already won the higher education cup. Higher education cup, which is the first place in the mathematical modeling contest.
You know, Jiangbei University has never won the higher education cup since its establishment. If this year can be achieved, it will be an honor for Jiangbei University, especially the School of Logarithmics, a great honor. Then, Zhang Yong gave a few more casual explanations, and hurriedly walked out of room 305. Obviously, he was going to talk to Hu Tian and the leaders of the hospital to discuss this matter. After listening to Zhang Yong's words, Lin Fan showed a strange look on his face. Zhang Yong said Hu Tian is an expert in mathematical modeling? With her help, I have a chance to hit the higher education cup? But, didn't Hu Tian say that Zhang Yong has high attainments in mathematical modeling? Do you also say that Zhang Yong is more suitable for guiding yourself? Lin Fan looked at Zhang Yong's leaving back, shook his head, and temporarily left the matter behind. Then, Lin Fan glanced at the empty training room and the nearly perfect chairs and the computer screens on both sides. In his mind he couldn't help but remember the extremely skilled movements and superb skills when Xia Bing and Xia Shui were operating the computer, and couldn't help but say, "Can you help me find something online?" Xia Bing and Xia Shui's two small heads, like a chicken pecking at rice, couldn't help nodding. In their opinion, it is definitely a very happy thing to be able to help Lin Fan. Lin Fan said, "I want to find a century-old ginseng, you can see where it can be sold." During this period of time, he often searched the internet for information about the century-old ginseng. However, apart from searching a large number of Gen AI hospital, nothing was found. Lin Fan often thinks that maybe it is the reason why his computer technology is so poor. Now, he sees Xia Bing and Xia Shui who have far surpassing computer technology, so he couldn't help but ask. Cracking. There was a rhythmic sound again in room 305 of the training building, which was quiet for a moment. At the same time, densely packed characters appeared on the screens of the two computers. Soon, a message was locked from the two computer screens. On September 7th, the Beijing Xinyua Hotel held an auction. The auction items: Wang Duo of the Ming Dynasty, Xianshan Original Post, Ming Dynasty Official Qingju Bowl, Centennial Ginseng. Lin Fan saw this, his eyes lit up slightly. September 7th, isn't that tomorrow? Perhaps, I can get 100-year-old ginseng tomorrow, so I can get the permission to buy medical potions. Xia Bing, Xia Shui, you really helped me a lot. Lin Fan said happily. Hearing Lin Fan's praise, Xia Bing and Xia Shui's pretty faces immediately became like a blooming flower. www.mnabel.com. It was brilliant. Since the auction will be held tomorrow, Lin Fan did not stay in room 305 for too long. He must hurry to the capital. At this time, Zhang Yong walked into the office quickly. Good news, good news. Zhang Yong said excitedly. What good news? A teacher asked. Zhang Yong said, this year's mathematical modeling contest, our school will have at least one national award. Do you think it is good news? Really? There are still fakes? Even if Professor Hu Tian also helps training, I think it is impossible to hit the higher education cup. Zhang Yong said excitedly. As soon as this statement came out, all the teachers in the office uttered incomparably surprised voices. Hu Tian asked, you should be talking about Lin Fan's group, right? It seems that you also know them? Professor Hu Tian, start training with me tomorrow. Zhang Yong said. However, Hu Tian shook his head and said, I will not train them. Why is this?
Professor Tianhu, I can guarantee that they are definitely the most talented group of members I have ever seen.
Zhang Yong said.
Hu Tian said, I have already told the dean about this matter, so you don't have to persuade me. Zhang Yong looked at her firm expression, sighed, and said, okay. Hey, I just told Lin Fan and the others that if you ask you to help with training, maybe they can get the Gaojiao Cup.
Disappointed.
Hu Tianyan heard that, he couldn't help rubbing his forehead, and said in his heart, why is Zhang Yong's mouth so fast? I just told Lin Fan that Zhang Yong was suitable for training him, and was sold in a blink of an eye?
Zhangbei University, 104 dormitories.
Just as Lin Fan walked in, Song Yi, Ma Zhong and Zheng Jinbao all cast their eyes over.
Brother Fan, Teacher Tian asked you to go to the office to discuss math problems again? Song Yi asked.
At this point, the eyes of the three of them are a little red.
Jealous. Several hours in a row with Mr. Tian alone. What a happy thing is this? Lin Fan replied, that's not true.
Teacher Tian asked me to go to the training building to participate in the training of the mathematical modeling contest.
There is still training for the mathematical modeling contest?
Song Yi, Ma Zhong, and Zheng Jinbao all showed a hint of doubt.
Obviously, none of them received such a notice. Zheng Jinbao asked, could it be the teacher Tian who gave you the training?
As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the three of them turned red again.
Lin Fan said, it's a professor named Zhang Yong.
Song Yi, Ma Zhong and Zheng Jinbao nodded suddenly, their expressions gradually returning to normal. Training is not important, the important thing is Tian teacher.
Song Yi saw that Lin Fan seemed to be packing his luggage, and asked, Lin Fan, are you going here? Yes, I'm a little urgent, and need to go to the capital.
Lin Fan said.
Song Yi said, then be careful on the way.
Lin Fan nodded, and strode outside. Before he walked far, the cell phone in his pocket rang a brisk ring.
It turned out to be a call from Lu Yuhang. Brother Lin, I have good news.
I have found the whereabouts of the century-old ginseng.
As soon as I connected the phone, Lu Yuhang's excited voice rang. Lin Fan's expression moved slightly and said, is it the auction of Beijing Xinhua Hotel? Ha! Brother Lin already knows? Lu Yuhang asked in surprise. After Lin Fan listened to Lu Yuhang's words, a touch of joy appeared on his face.
In fact, when Xia Bing and Xia Shui searched for the auction news on the internet, Lin Fan couldn't be sure whether there was a century-old ginseng at all. But, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, he will visit the capital. Now, after receiving this news from Lu Yuhang's mouth, Lin Fan immediately understood that there is indeed a century-old ginseng in the capital. Lin Fan said, yes, I just learned the news, now I am going to the capital.
Oh? I haven't been to the capital for a while, how about going with me? Lu Yuhang said. That couldn't be better.
Lin Fan said.
Lin Fan didn't know whether the auction of Xinhua Hotel needed invitations or other things. Now that Lu Yuhang is going with him, it can save a lot of trouble. Okay, see you at the airport. Lu Yuhang said.
Zhangbei City is a large city in the central part of China.
Its airport is very magnificent. Even at night, it is crowded and very noisy.
Lu Yuhang, wearing a gray shirt and big-rimmed glasses, stood in the distance, beckoning, Brother Lin, here. Lin Fan glanced at his watch and said, it's almost time, let's go to board the plane.
Vacheron Constantin Tour de Lille. Brother Lin, I didn't expect you to get this watch. Lu Yuhang exclaimed excitedly.
Lin Fan said, it's just a watch.
It's not a big deal for you Lu's medicine, right?
Lu Yuhang smiled bitterly and said, our Lu's medical money is controlled by my dad, and he only gives me some pocket money every year. In order to buy Daniel, I spent almost a year on my food in frugal. If I want to buy your Vacheron Constantin Tour de Lille, I have to spend another year on my food in frugality.
It's okay to buy a big cow and save money for a year. Lu Yuhang sighed and said, it's better for your parents.
I will buy you Daniel and Vacheron Constantin Tour de Lille directly.
After a pause, he said, by the way, Brother Lin, can it be convenient to tell me which line your family is in? Maybe our two can join hands in some business in the future.
In Lu Yuhang's view, Lin Fan has a big cow, as well as Vacheron Constantin Tourdelisle.
There is no doubt about its strong financial resources.
In addition, Lin Fan and Song Jiasun are very close, and the family power is by no means ordinary. If the relationship between Lu's medicine and Lin Fan's family can be brought closer, there is no doubt that it will be a great thing. Lin Fan realized Lu Yuhang's thoughts after a little thought, and said truthfully, "My family just opened a small clothing store in Qingshi. I am afraid there is no way to engage in joint business with your family." Lu Yuhang naturally does not believe in any small clothing store. He only regarded Lin Fan as being humble. At this time, Lu Yuhang was already thinking about the large-scale clothing company in Qingshi in his heart, but he didn't have any clues for a while.
Lu Yuhangdo, this is not necessarily true. Maybe we will cooperate on some project someday.
Lin Fan smiled without explaining too much. The two of them walked and talked, went directly to the VIP waiting room of the airport, and boarded the first class in advance.
The plane ran smoothly and successfully arrived in the capital in about 2 hours.
The two walked out of the airport, and an atmospheric Mercedes-Benz S500 was already waiting not far away. The largest branch of Lu's medicine is located in Beijing, and this Mercedes-Benz S500 belongs to the company's car. Lin Fan is sitting in the quiet Mercedes-Benz S500, looking at the tall buildings in the distance, reading www.uukunshu.com, and the courtyard houses full of age, nodded slightly. Praised in his heart, it is indeed the domestic economic center and cultural center. At this time, Lu Yuhang put down his phone and smiled excitedly, "Brother Lin, it's really time for us to come today.
Tingfeng Bia Yuan has a game today. It's still early, how about going to play together?"
Through this collection of Centennial Ganoderma lucidum and Centennial Ginseng, Lin Fan understood that sometimes it is necessary to make some friends appropriately.
In addition, there is nothing to do at night anyway, so it's okay to have fun.
So, Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay.
Don't worry, it will definitely satisfy you." Lu Yuhang smiled.
Tingfeng Garden is a large-scale villa shaped like a palace near the third ring of the capital. At this time, Ferrari, Porsche, Bentley and other luxury cars were neatly lined up at the door. The lobby of Tingfeng Bia Yuan is very spacious, filled with barbecue, top sashimi, foie gras and many other delicacies. Everyone dressed in brand-name clothes, and the beauties in bikinis, shuttled back and forth around the temperature-controlled swimming pool in the middle, laughing constantly. It was so lively.
Lu Yuhang whispered, "Brother Lin, do you have any fancy?" "No."
Lin Fan shook his head.
Lu Yuhang said, "I missed so many?"
"Brother Lin, your eyes are as high as mine." When he said this, he happened to see a beautiful woman in a patterned bikini with a bumpy figure. His eyes lit up and said, "Then take your time, I'll go first." After Lu Yuhang finished speaking, he straightened his clothes, picked up a glass of red wine, and strode towards the bikini beauty. At this time, a beautiful, exquisite beauty with long black hair and delicate features walked in slowly. She is wearing a white jumpsuit and hip skirt, which complements Ruyu's skin and highlights her perfect figure, Odo. In Lin Fan's impression, Manager Han's figure is similar to her.
However, her appearance is better than Manager Han.
Perhaps, only teacher Tian Tian can compare with her. Lin Fan did not disable the real eye and started to observe.
Face value, 97. Favorite rating, 50. Looks 97.
It's just a bit inferior to the sweet teacher.
Undoubtedly, this is a super beauty. Many gentlemen from the Feng Bia Yuan garden quickly noticed her.
They couldn't wait one after another, and walked towards the beautiful girl in the dress.
Among them, also includes Lu Yuhang, who just walked to the bikini beauty with red wine.
Soon, the beauties in the dress were surrounded by groups. Seeing this, Lin Fan shook his head slightly. Although beautiful women are good, if you let yourself stick on like a dog, that is something you can't do. Lin Fan glanced around his eyes and fixed his gaze on the white piano not far away.
Just standing, it's really boring.
So, Lin Fan strolled over to the piano and sat down. He looked around and took a breath before placing his slender index finger on the black and white button. Suddenly, a brisk and tactful note jumped out of the fingers.
The originally playful beauty gradually stopped communicating and looked sideways.
In the swimming pool, the beautiful bikini woman swimming happily suddenly jumped out of the water, lying on the swimming ring, listening quietly. Even the beauties in the dresses in the distance began to look up. All their eyes are all where the piano is, all Lin Fan. As the piano music progressed, they seemed to see in their minds that they had grown wings and turned into a beautiful butterfly, flying freely, relaxed, comfortable, and extremely happy. In their eyes, Lin Fan is like a butterfly blooming with brilliant light in a sea of flowers, which is fascinating. They are all a little silly. After the end of the song, there was a warm applause immediately. It's so good to play. Awesome. The beauty in the dress stepped up with long tall legs and took the initiative to walk up. She smiled and said, "This is the first time I have heard someone play Dream of Love so nicely." Lin Fan didn't expect her to come. First he was taken aback for a while, and then said, "I'm overwhelmed." "A drink?" The beauty in the dress handed out a glass of red wine. Lin Fan didn't answer. He took the red wine directly, and touched the beautiful girl in the dress lightly. Then, he slowly poured it into his mouth. The throat is silky and sweet, but it does not lose the aroma of the wine. It makes people have a feeling of aftertaste. It is a good wine. Lin Fan commented. "Sir, still knows about wine?" The beautiful woman in the dress flashed her eyes. Although, Lin Fan's drinking actions are simple. However, he is skillful, continuous practice, like clouds and flowing water, and extremely free and easy. Plus appropriate comments, as if he is the owner of the wine, fascinating. Drinking gentleman, unlimited charm. Understand a little bit. Lin Fan said. It is rare to be polite and modest. With the deepening of the exchange, the beauty in the dress not only did not fully understand Lin Fan. On the contrary, it made her feel that Lin Fan was even more mysterious, and she couldn't help but want to get close to him and get to know him. Those beauties who had talked with the men around them in harmony before, no longer have the idea of talking with the men around them. They look at Lin Fan and the beauty in the dress from time to time in the distance. They are looking forward to the dress beauty suddenly leaving Lin Fan, then they may have a chance. However, their expectations were in vain. In the end, Lin Fan slowly walked towards the private room of Tingfeng Bun with his arms around the slender waist of the beautiful lady in the dress. Neither Lin Fan nor the beauty in the dress slept this night, but the bed in the private room swayed all night. The next day, when Lin Fan opened his eyes, he was the only person in the whole private room. Lin Fan glanced at the missing white sheets and the stack of red bills on the table, blinked his eyes, and muttered, What? Lin Fan shook his head before getting dressed and getting up. Ding! At this time, Lin Fan's cell phone shook slightly. 2 text messages appeared on the screen. At midnight, China Merchants Bank deposits 710,300 yuan. 10:10, China Merchants Bank deposits 65 million yuan. For the first message, Lin Fan did not have any surprises. Because, every morning when he gets up, he will receive about 700,000 yuan. But, what happened to the second message? 65 million yuan? Jingle bell. Just when Lin Fan was wondering, his mobile phone rang briskly. Lin Fan glanced at the call prompt. It turned out to be Wang Zhengde, the property manager of Qiankuan Building. After seeing his phone call, Lin Fan immediately had a guess about the 65 million remittance in his heart. Mr. Lin, hello, this is Xiao Wang from Qiankuan Building. Did you bother you to rest? Wang Zhengde said cautiously. If the bosses of the companies in Qiankuan Building knew that Wang Zhengde called himself Xiao Wang, and he was so careful, I don't know what his expression would be. Lin Fan said, No, I have been awake for a while. Is there anything wrong with you? Wang Zhengde hurriedly said, That's it. Yesterday, according to your request, I collected the rent of all companies in Qiankuan Building next year, totaling 65 million. Originally, I wanted to send the money to you yesterday, but there was a problem with the banking system, and it was not prompted until today. Mr. Lin, did you receive it? Lin Fan said, You did a good job, I have received it. Thank you Mr. Lin for your compliment, this is what I should do. Wang Zhengde said happily, If this is the case, then I won't interrupt Mr. Lin to rest. Goodbye. Even Lin Fan suddenly got 65 million, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Today, Lin Feng carries funds have reached 81 million. At this time, Lu Yuhang had already been waiting downstairs in Tingfeng Garden. After he saw Lin Fan, he howled, "Brother Lin, you heard us yesterday."
You?
Lin Fan was puzzled.
Isn't it?
Yesterday, all the beauties were attracted by you.
Almost none of the others failed. Including me. Lu Yuhang exclaimed.
When he said this, his eyes seemed a little red.
Grievance, helpless. I finally met the Tingfeng Biayuan Bureau, was it easy?
Lin Fan did not expect this result, and coughed lightly. By the way, www.mtlnobel.com. When is the auction of Xinyue restaurant? Lu Yuhang glanced at the time and said, at 12:30, we have passed by now, and the time should be almost there. Lin Fan nodded and said, okay, then let's go over.
Xinyue Hotel is located on the second ring road of Beijing.
The entire exterior wall of the hotel is made of stacked marble, which looks extremely fashionable. The decoration inside the hotel is partial to the Chinese style, with carved jade columns, hanging lanterns, and wisps of sandalwood fragrance, which gives people a sense of tranquility and peace.
After Lu Yuhang reported the name of Lu's medicine, he was assigned to a box on the third floor.
The box is not big, but there are fine mahogany tables and chairs, and the luxury is still there.
After Lu Yuhang and Lin Fan walked into the box, a well-proportioned waiter walked in with a smile. The waiter handed out a leather-wrapped menu and said, "Do you have anything you need?"
Lu Yuhang directly pushed the menu in front of Lin Fan, saying, the tea and food here are all very good, Brother Lin, see if you want to eat. Lin Fan looked around at random and said, a pot of longjing, jade belt shrimp, for seasoned greens, ants on the tree, Qingfeng chicken soup, and another roast duck and colorful snacks.
Don't look at Lin Fan, just order a pot of tea, 5 dishes, and a snack. But, this is the Xinyue Hotel. Even the cheapest 4 seasoned greens cost 300 yuan per serving, while other dishes, including longjing and dim sum, all cost more than 1,000 yuan. The consumption of this meal is already close to 20,000 yuan. Of course, this is just a small amount of money for Lin Fan and Lu Yuhang.
Sitting in the box, overlooking the high lanterns in the lobby of the Xinyue Hotel, the exquisite carvings and the primitive decorations are unique.
Lin Fan asked, are there any specific rules for the auction here? There are not many rules.
After you have taken a fancy to the auction item, just raise the sign on the table and increase the price directly.
Lu Yuhang said. After thinking for a while, Lu Yuhang continued, however, there is one thing.
Before the auction, sufficient funds must be prepared. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious.
This is undoubtedly a rule for those who make random bids. Lin Fan nodded.
The two chatted for a while, when Lu Yuhang suddenly felt sick in his stomach and left the box. At this time, the time just came to 12 o'clock. The phone in Lin Fan's pocket shook slightly.
The red envelope appears. Ding. Congratulations, get 10 yuan. Ding.
Congratulations, you got 10,000 yuan.
Ding. Congratulations, I got a bottle of Emperor Moutai. Ding. Congratulations, you got 3 yuan. Ding.
Congratulations, you got 2,000 yuan. This time, Lin Fan received a total of more than 30,000 yuan and a bottle of Emperor Moutai. When Lin Fan raised his eyes, a bottle of Emperor Moutai, carved with an exquisite dragon-shaped pattern and resembling a jade seal, appeared in front of him.
Also at this time, Lu Yuhang opened the door and returned to the box. He looked at the strangely shaped Han Emperor Moutai on the table and asked, Brother Lin, what is this? Wine, fine wine. Would you like to taste it?
Lin Fan said.
Good wine? Of course you have to taste it. Just look at the packaging, the taste is absolutely indispensable. Lu Yuhang licked his lips and exclaimed excitedly. Obviously, he is also a good drinker.
Lin Fan picked up the bottle and poured it into the cup in front of him. Brother Lin, you're too slow like this, let's pour it into the bottle first.
Lu Yuhang said. After a little hesitation, Lin Fan poured the wine into the dispenser first.
Suddenly, a strong aroma of wine quickly filled the entire private room.
Lu Yuhang said, "Good wine. And this hop, it's so beautiful." While talking, Lu Yuhang couldn't help swallowing.
Lin Fan looked at him excitedly and filled him a cup directly.
Lu Yuhang was not polite, he drank it eagerly, and exclaimed, "Good wine, good wine."
Lin Fan also took a sip, closed his eyes slightly, and then nodded.
Tap. At this time, an old man wearing a tang suit with gray hair and a tall beauty happened to pass by the box.
The old man sniffed his nose, and a light hut came from his mouth. After a short pause, he knocked on the box door sideways.
Lu Yuhang, who was tasting the wine, asked, "Are we still having food?"
"It should be all together," Lin Fan said.
"Please come in." Lu Yuhang frowned.
When he saw that it was an old man and a beautiful woman, a look of doubt appeared on Lin Fan's face. But Lu Yuhang was half opened, completely stunned.
"Sorry, I interrupted your meal."
The old man apologized. After hearing the old man's voice, Lu Yuhang slowly closed his mouth and said, "No."
"Don't bother, are you Zhou Lao?" "Oh. Do you know me?" the old man said. Got the affirmative answer from the old man, and Lu Yuhang's face was immediately covered with respect. "Hello Zhou, I'm Lu Yuhang, Lu Sifang's grandson. I followed my grandfather to meet you once at the Northern Chamber of Commerce." Lu Yuhang said. Zhou Lao recalled for a moment, and said, "It turned out to be Lu Sifang's grandson."
"Your grandpa's medical skills are very good.
He has also helped me with illnesses before. Next time I see your grandpa, please help me to say hello. Grandpa will be very happy to hear you." Lu Yuhang said sincerely.
"If we say that the Lu family is one of the top families in Jiangbei,
then the Zhou family is one of the top families in China.
And the old Zhou in front of him, Zhou Guotao, is the backbone of the Zhou family. Its identity can be imagined, how noble it is.
No wonder Lu Yuhang would be so respectful. This is simply like a commoner meeting a superior nobleman."
Actually, the reason I took the liberty to walk in was because I was attracted by the fragrance of wine. As Zhou Guotao spoke, a pair of muddy eyes fell directly on the Maotai of Emperor Han Dynasty, and the vicissitudes of Old Face revealed a touch of aftertaste.
Color. Lu Yuhang opened his mouth, but failed to speak.
If Emperor Maotai of the Han Dynasty is his own. Lu Yuhang absolutely said nothing, and immediately gave the whole bottle of wine to Zhou Guotao. Although the wine is delicious.
However, it would be a great thing to be able to make Zhou Guotao good.
The problem is that the Emperor Maotai belongs to Lin Fan, so he doesn't have much to say.
Lin Fan said, "Old people are also good drinkers?"
"I have drunk it before, that kind of taste, now I still remember it,"
Zhou Guotao said. Lin Fan nodded and said, "We have just eaten too. If the elderly don't dislike it, why not sit down and eat or drink together? Then I'm welcome." Zhou Guotao smiled. "The beauty standing next to me reminded, Grandpa, your body. It's okay, just drink a little wine, it won't get in the way," Zhou Guotao said.
After finished speaking, he sat down on his own. When Zhou Guotao saw the wine dispenser, he frowned and said, "Drinking the Emperor Maotai worth more than 30 million yuan www.novel.com and even using the wine dispenser?
It's a waste." Pattern. After Lu Yuhang heard Zhou Guotao's words, his hands couldn't help shaking, and his chopsticks fell directly to the ground. Stammered, Zhou, you, how much did you just say about the wine?" Zhou Guotao said, "Han Di Mutai was produced in 1992 with 10 bottles of supreme wine.
According to statistics, a total of 9 bottles of Han Di Mutai have been drunk. The last bottle was sold at auction for 32 million in the previous 2 years. In front of you, it should be the only remaining bottle of Emperor Maotai in the world. If it is put out for auction, the price will be at least 40 million yuan. If another person said something worth more than 40 million wine, Lu Yuhang would definitely buy his face, bragging and not writing drafts. However, the person who said this was the backbone of the Zhou family, Zhou Guotao. That is the truth. Guru. Lu Yuhang couldn't help swallowing hard, his face was full of shock. A bottle of wine is worth more than 40 million yuan.
I just drank a glass of wine, how much is that? 500,000? 1 million? How much is the liquor left on the dispenser? 30,000? 50,000? Even if Lu Yuhang is the eldest master of Lu's medicine, he does not dare to consume like this at all. Then, Lu Yuhang set his eyes on Lin Fan again. Originally, Lu Yuhang felt that he had gradually understood Lin Fan. Now, I am afraid I only know the tip of Lin Fan's iceberg. Took out a bottle of Emperor Maotai worth more than 40 million, Lin Fan, what exactly is his identity? Lin Fan naturally didn't know what Lu Yuhang was thinking. He just helped Zhou Guotao pour a glass of wine and said, "Old man, please." Zhou Guotao was not polite, picked up the wine glass, first put it on the nose and smelled it. Then, he slowly poured it into his mouth. Suddenly, Zhou Guotao's old face was full of aftertaste and enjoyment. Yes, this is the taste, rich and mellow, delicate taste, endless aftertaste. Worthy of being the emperor of Maotai. Zhou Guotao exclaimed sincerely. Lin Fan said, "It seems, the old man really likes it. There are still some left in this bottle of Emperor Maotai. I will give it to you." "Oh? Brother, are you willing to give me the wine?" Zhou Guotao was surprised, this is the last bottle of Emperor Maotai in the world. Zhou Guotao just observed Lin Fan silently and found that his drinking actions were coherent and natural, and he also had a bottle of Emperor Maotai in his collection. Obviously, he is also a good drinker. The old man knows very well how painful it is to let a good drinker send out the Emperor Maotai. It is absolutely comparable to cutting meat. Lin Fan said, "The Emperor Maotai is indeed mellow, plump, and long. It has perfected almost every aspect of the wine. But sometimes, perfection doesn't mean the best. Sometimes, a little shortboard makes the wine more layered. From this point of view, 5 stars and Feitian are more distinctive. The Emperor Maotai of the Han dynasty cannot be liked by me, so I should go to those who appreciate it." Zhou Guotao listened to Lin Fan's words, his old face full of wrinkles was colorful. It's really rare for a young man in his 20s to learn about wine like this. After a while, Zhou Guotao laughed and said, "If this is the case, then I am disrespectful." Paused, then said, "I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Zhou Guotao. If the little brother doesn't dislike him, please call me Grandpa Zhou, how about?" The beautiful woman standing next to Yen heard her face with an expression of surprise that could not be concealed. She rarely saw her grandfather introduce himself to a young man, and even asked him to call himself Grandpa Zhou. Although Emperor Maotai of Han Dynasty is expensive. However, Grandpa received a gift from Emperor Maotai that is far superior to the Han Dynasty. Has never seen Grandpa like this. Is there anything special about this young man? The beauty thought of this, she couldn't help but looked at Lin Fan again from top to bottom. "Hello, Grandpa Zhou, my name is Lin Fan." Lin Fan said. "Okay, haha." Zhou Guotao laughed. Jingle bell. At this time, there was a burst of lively music in the Xinyue restaurant. Zhou Guotao said, "The auction is about to start, I will stay soon." Lin Fan, we will see you later. See you, Grandpa Zhou. Lin Fan said. Lu Yuhang also hurriedly said, "Goodbye Zhou." After Zhou Guotao and the beauty left, Lu Yuhang envied him, "Brother Lin, you can call him Grandpa Zhou directly." Lin Fan said flatly, "He should be close to 80, right? Call Grandpa, what else is there? What's more? The Zhou family can become the top family in China because of Zhou Lao. If you let others know that you call him Grandpa Zhou, you will definitely lose your teeth." Lu Yuhang exclaimed excitedly. Lin Fan couldn't help but smiled and glanced at Lu Yuhang. "Sour teeth? Is it like you?" Then, Lu Yuhang poured some boiled water into the dispenser, and then drank the boiled water directly while holding the dispenser. Lin Fan wondered, "What are you doing? This is the last bottle of Emperor Maotai in the world. It must not be wasted." Lu Yuhang said. Lin Fan. In another box. The beauty first poured a cup of tea for Zhou Guotao, and then she couldn't help but said, "Grandpa, why are you so close to the man named Lin Fan?" Zhou Guotao took a sip of tea, and returned to the taste, this sun is magnificent and profound. The future is limitless, once the wind and cloud change dragon. The pupils of the beautiful girl shrank slightly, and she rarely heard that her grandfather had such a high evaluation of a young man. She couldn't help but glanced at the box where Lin Fan was, as if she wanted to look at Lin Fan again. At this time, a gorgeous, graceful beauty in a red dress, led by 5 beautiful women holding lanterns, walked slowly to the middle of the lobby of the Xinhua Hotel. The gorgeous beauty smiled and said, "Welcome everyone to the Xinhua Hotel. There are many treasures prepared for this auction. I hope everyone can buy what they like. In addition, 20% of the auction proceeds will be donated to charity in everyone's name. Then, today's auction will begin here." The voice of the gorgeous beauty is full of magnetism, and even if she talks for a while in the middle of the hall, it will not arouse any disgust from everyone. On the contrary, it also gives people the illusion of listening to a sweet song, which is very enjoyable. Soon, a jade bowl with a mellow appearance and beautiful patterns came up slowly. The gorgeous beauty introduced the Qing chrysanthemum bowl of the Ming Dynasty official kiln. This bowl was once followed by the sanbao to the west. Regardless of the workmanship, carving, and material, it is the best choice of the Ming Dynasty. Even, it can be said to represent the pinnacle of Ming Dynasty porcelain art. The starting price is 300,000. As soon as the voice fell, someone immediately raised a placard. 500,000. 800,000. When the price changed to 2 million, the asking price obviously slowed down a lot. Finally, the Qing chrysanthemum bowl of the Ming Dynasty official kiln was sold for 2.3 million. Then, the gorgeous beauties held another auction for 2 pieces of porcelain and a calligraphy and painting. Neither Lu Yuhang nor Lin Fan are interested in these, so there has been no bidding. The two of them ate snacks, drank tea, and chatted occasionally, which was relaxed and at ease. You reading www.uukunsha.com. At this time, another auction item was brought up. The gorgeous beauty said, "In medical books and legends, there are often magical introductions about century-old ginseng. Therefore, many people are tirelessly searching for the whereabouts of century-old ginseng. However, the real century-old ginseng is rarely found. Today, we have a real 100-year-old ginseng here with a starting price of 400,000 yuan." The voice fell, and an old ginseng plant was brought to the middle of the hall. Sitting in the box on the 3rd floor, the round-faced man with black eye circles said with a smile, "Recently, I'm a little bit weak, I just have a century-old ginseng tonic." 500,000. The round-faced man raised the sign and said. At the same time as the voice of a man with a round face fell, Lin Fan also raised the price tag in his hand and said, 5 million. Directly increased the price 10 times. Lin Fan is determined to win the century-old ginseng. He doesn't want to bid slowly with people, that would be too troublesome. Originally, some people who still wanted to bid for the century-old ginseng, after hearing the offer, released the bid price. No one is a fool who is eligible to participate in the auction of Xinhua Hotel. They have also heard some legends about the century-old ginseng, but the legend is only a legend after all. The real medicinal effect of the century-old ginseng is actually very limited. I spent hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars to buy a 100-year-old ginseng, barely okay. If it costs 5 million, it is not worth it. Also, someone bids 5 million directly, which is obviously determined to win. Once bidding with him, he will be hated by the other party. Offending people at Xinhua Hotel is definitely not a wise thing. All the bidders looked at the box where Lin Fan and Lu Yuhang were with a curious look. Lin Fan is naturally calm and calm. But Lu Yuhang was completely stunned. Although, he also knew that Lin Fan had been looking for a century of ginseng. For this reason, he even rushed to the capital from Jiangbei. However, Lu Yuhang did not expect that Lin Fan would directly increase the price by 10 times and bid the price of 5 million yuan. After a while, Lu Yuhang gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Brother Lin, awesome." And when Lu Yuhang gave a thumbs up, the round-faced man sitting in their toast box happened to look over. The round-faced man's face darkened slightly, and he snorted, "So it's Lu Yuhang. What a good thing. Do you want to play? Labor and capital will play with you to the end." The words fell,
and the round-faced man raised the bid price tag again.
5.2 million.
The round-faced man had a grudge against Lu Yuhang very early. In his opinion, as soon as he bid 500,000, the opponent immediately called for 5 million, which is absolutely disgusting himself.
Lu Yuhang was slightly taken aback when he heard that someone was asking for a price.
The Lu family has been practicing medicine for generations, and he also has a certain understanding of various medicinal materials. Generally speaking, century-old ginseng is indeed very precious, but the price is only around 2 million.
5 million is definitely a high price.
In addition, Lin Fan directly bid 5 million, which was obviously determined to win. In this case, most people hold the attitude of being innocent, and should also choose to give up.
But, what is the situation now? Lu Yuhang looked at the box for the bidding with a trace of doubt. The next moment, Lu Yuhang's face was a little ugly, and he said, 1 lang.
Then, to Lin Fan, he said, 1 lang and I have some contradictions.
He must have deliberately increased the price. 100-year-old ginseng of about 2 million is enough.
It is not worthwhile to continue to bid.
Or, let's give up first. I will let more people pay attention to it.
I believe it will not be long before new century-old ginseng will be discovered.
Lin Fan said relaxedly, it's just money, it doesn't matter.
The words fell, and he raised his placard again, 10 million.
Wow! The audience is silent. Lu Yuhang was stunned again. Yes.
He knew that Lin Fan's family was very strong. But, he did not expect that Lin Fan would bid a price of 10 million. That kind of feeling, it's as if Lin Fan's bid is not 10 million, but 1,000.
It's such an understatement and doesn't care. In fact, Lin Fan really doesn't care much about money now.
Lin Fan also believes that with the power of the Lu family, he will surely be able to find the century-old ginseng again. But, he didn't want to wait any longer. Because every time I waited, my father Lin Tao would endure another day of pain. 1 lang, who was sitting in front of the bread compartment, heard Lin Fan's offer. His whole face was gloomy. For the first time, he bid 500,000, and he directly doubled 10 times and bid 5 million. Now, he is asking for 5.2 million, and he is asking for 10 million.
Provocation, this is definitely Chiguadwa's provocation.
1 lang squeezed the brand hard, but never continued to bid.
Although, their family is financially rich. However, 1 lang's pocket money a year is only tens of millions. It's okay for him to put out a few million at a time. If you spend tens of millions, it will be a little difficult. If you bid a high price of 10 million and the other party does not continue to bid, what should you do?
1 lang stared at Lin Fan with a pair of cold eyes, and said sternly, boy, you have a kind.
The auction continues.
The next objects are all antique calligraphy and painting, and Lin Fan has no interest in it.
So, no more bids.
When the last object was sold at a high price of 48 million yuan, the auction of Xingyuo Hotel came to an end.
2 tall beauties, holding a delicate wooden box, slowly walked into the box. One of the beauties smiled and said, hello, sir, this is the century-old ginseng you bid for, please check. Lu Yuhang has seen a lot of precious medicinal materials, but he couldn't help but feel excited at this time and stepped forward and exclaimed, Tisk TSK, is this the 10 million century-old ginseng?
Lin Fan picked up the century-old ginseng and focused his attention on the system.
Ding! Do you charge century-old ginseng?
Lin Fan saw this, his eyes lit up slightly.
He understands that this is indeed a century-old ginseng. Lin Fan asked, where can I pay? He can't wait to take away the century-old ginseng now.
Swipe the card here. Another beautiful woman said, holding the POS machine in both hands.
Okay.
Lin Fan nodded and handed out a bank card.
Drip.
With a soft noise, 10 million was successfully paid. At the same time, a reminder sound appeared in Lin Fan's mind.
Ding. System upgrade, LV5.
LV5 reward, LV4 reward, get 20 yuan for every breath, get 20 yuan for every 1 second of sleep, get 20 yuan for every step you take.
Rewards will be credited to the account at 24 o'clock every day.
Upgrade consumption amount, 3.02 million/50 million, gift to others, gambling, etc. are not included. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from trading.
Ding! LV5, open the mission system. The reward of LV5 is double that of LV4.
In other words, now, Lin Fan can get at least 1.4 million funds every day. Then, Lin Fan turned his attention to the task system.
Task system, when the host touches an item or event, a task is randomly triggered and a certain reward will be obtained. Two beauties put down the century-old ginseng. Yu reading www.ukansha.com put away the POS machine and leaned slightly and said, "I wish you a happy stay at Xinyue Hotel." The words fell, and he walked slowly outside. Lu Yuhang said, "Brother Lin, you seem to be very happy?" "I bought a century-old ginseng, of course I am happy,"
Lin Fan said. At this time, there was a dull sound of footsteps outside the corridor. Then, Wan Lang, with a round face, walked in with two men in plaid shirts.
Lu Yuhang frowned and said, "Wan Lang, what are you doing here?" However, Wan Lang didn't seem to hear Lu Yuhang's questioning. With a pair of cold eyes, he stared at Lin Fan and said, "Boy, you are crazy." Lin Fan thought for a moment and knew what the other party was referring to, and said lightly, "If you don't have money, don't participate in the auction." "Why do you have so much nonsense? Are you special?"
Wan Lang immediately caught fire, and the two men in plaid shirts behind him took a step forward, seeming to be trying to teach Lin Fan.
"It seems a bit noisy here. Brother Lin, do you need my help?"
Zhou Guotao's low voice came from the corridor.
Lin Fan said, "It's just a small matter, Grandpa Zhou, don't bother you." "Well, if you have anything, please tell me at any time." After Zhou Guotao finished speaking, he walked straight ahead, but before leaving, he faintly glanced at the waves. It was this look that made Wan Lang tremble all over, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The pillar of the Zhou family, the pillar of the old man Zhou. He actually called the young man in front of him Brother Lin. My God! What a terrible existence is he offending. Wanjia can be regarded as a good family power in the entire capital. But, in front of Zhou's family, it was just a bigger ant. If Zhou Guotao, the elder of the Zhou family, wanted to destroy the Wan family, he would just breathe out the power. And myself, I just offended the person Zhou Guotao called the little brother? This. The more Wan Lang thought about it, the more frightened his heart became. Finally, he bends down slightly, clasps his fists and said, "This. Brother Lin, just had some misunderstandings." "Yes. I'm sorry. The rich second generation like Wan Lang pays most attention to face. It is absolutely uncomfortable for him to bend over and apologize. But no matter how uncomfortable things are, I must do it. Because Wan Lang understands that if Lin Fan is not satisfied today, tomorrow, perhaps the entire Wanjia will usher in a terrible disaster." Lin Fan glanced at Wan Lang and said, "Being a human, you still have to be calm. Otherwise, this time just an apology can be solved, and next time, that's not necessarily the case." "Yes, what Brother Lin said." Wan Lang nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Lin Fan said, "Besides, I just didn't mean to provoke you. It's just that I am really determined to get ginseng in the past century, and I am too lazy to keep bidding with others." If Lin Fan had said this before, Wan Lang would definitely spray him on his face. Too lazy to keep bidding, just add a few million increase in price? Do you think I'm stupid? But, at this time, Wan Lang did not dare to have such an idea. A person who had a good relationship with the Zhou family did not even bother to talk about this panic. He had to bend his waist a few points lower, and he did not stop nodding. After Wan Lang left, Lu Yuhang finally laughed. "Brother Lin, do you know? I have never seen Wan Lang's so-only appearance. It's just like the grandson of a turtle. Cool. That's so cool." Lin Fan smiled and shook his head, and walked outside. The two got on the Mercedes-Benz S500. When they first drove to an elevator entrance, they happened to see an old man lying on the ground, clutching his chest. The beauty next to her face was full of surprise.
Lin Fan looked intently, and it turned out to be Zhou Guotao and his granddaughter.
Stop!
Lin Fan shouted. Lu Yuhang slammed on the brakes, his entire face instantly changed color, and he rushed up with Lin Fan. Quickly, take my grandpa to the hospital, the beauty yelled.
Lu Yuhang and Lin Fan didn't hesitate either, they lifted Zhou Guotao into the car quickly, and headed for the nearest hospital.
On the way, the beautiful woman held Zhou Guotao's old hands tightly, tears falling like raindrops.
Grandpa, you will be fine, you will be fine.
At this time, she was like a frightened deer, no longer the former tranquility and calmness.
Hurry up, hurry up.
Lu Yuhang also wants to drive faster, but there are too many cars in the capital, too congested, and it is impossible to speed up.
Lin Fan said, let me drive.
Lu Yuhang immediately thought of Lin Fan's superb driving skills, and directly swapped seats with Lin Fan in the car.
Lin Fan asked, is it okay to violate the rules? Of course, no problem. Lu Yuhang said. Boom.
After getting Lu Yuhang's affirmative answer, Lin Fan directly stepped on the accelerator and drove quickly through narrow alleys, between two cars, etc. No matter what was in front of him, he always drove at top speed. In less than 10 minutes, the Mercedes-Benz S500 steadily stopped at the entrance of the association. When was in the car, the beauty made several phone calls. At this time, a large group of doctors and nurses waited at the door early. After seeing the Mercedes-Benz S500, they greeted him in a swarm, and hurriedly carried Zhou Guotao out on a stretcher. While doing some checks and treatments on Zhou Guotao, they walked quickly towards the ward. Outside the VIP ward, the tears of the beautiful woman have never stopped. On the one hand, she is worried about Grandpa's body. On the other hand, she and Grandpa went out alone this time, in case Grandpa, then she really doesn't know how to deal with herself. At this time, there was a rush of footsteps in the distance. A large group of men and women in luxurious clothes came over quickly. Among them, the sword eyebrows and star eyes are quite majestic.
Zhou, who was about 50 years old, looked directly at the beauty and said, Zishan, what's going on?
Zhou, the contemporary owner of the Zhou family, and at the same time, Zhou Zishan's father. Zhou Zishan wiped the tears from his face and said truthfully, after I went out with my grandpa today, I went directly to the auction of the Xinhua Hotel.
As soon as I came to the parking lot, my grandpa suddenly fell ill.
At this point, Zhou Zishan's tears rolled down again.
Someone asked, Xinhua Hotel? Does the old man have anything to eat?
Zhou Zishan said, Grandpa drank a cup of poor tea, ate a piece of cake, and also had a glass of wine.
What?
The old man's health is not good, why do you still let him drink?
Nonsense! Zhou shouted loudly.
Next to Zhou Shihong, who looked somewhat similar to Zhou, looked at the Emperor Maotai of the Han Dynasty, who hung around Zhou Zishan's waist and looked like a dragon-shaped jade seal, and said, This is what Grandpa drinks.
Yes. Zhou Zishan replied.
Zhou Shihong said, Brother, it's no wonder Zishan. The Emperor Maotai that the old man drank, even if it is us, I am afraid we can't stop him.
Zhou Xinyan heard, his expression slowed down. He knew very well how much he liked the Emperor Maotai. Then wondered, is this wine bid from Xinhua Hotel? He gave it to Grandpa.
Zhou Zishan pointed to Lin Fan not far away. In addition, he also sent Grandpa to the hospital in time. Everyone in the Zhou family looked towards where Lin Fan was. Lu Yuhang's heart was tense, and he quickly explained, we were drinking in the private room at the time.
Elder Zhou smelled the wine and came in on the initiative.
Later on www.mplnovel.com we saw Mr. Zhou lying on the ground in the parking lot, so Mr. Zhou was sent to the hospital.
No wonder Lu Yuhang is so nervous.
After all, the power of the Zhou family is too terrifying. In case the Zhou family thought that they had deliberately murdered Zhou Guotao, that would definitely be a terrible thing.
Zhou Zishan, who was next to, followed, what he said was right.
Besides, Grandpa spoke highly of Lin Fan next to him.
Oh. Zhou, Zhou Shihong, and others all showed a touch of surprise on their faces.
At the same time, he started to look at Lin Fan carefully. They know very well how high the old man's eyes are.
Have a high opinion of a young man? This is really incredible. Zhou said, "Thank you for bringing the old man to the hospital." Lu Yuhang heard this, he was relieved, and hurriedly said, "You're welcome, you're welcome. This is what we should do." Crack. At this time, the door of the VIP ward opened. Several doctors walked out tiredly. Zhou asked, "How is my dad?" The bald doctor standing in the front opened his mouth and his face was full of embarrassment. "If it's an ordinary patient, it's fine. But, the one lying inside, but Zhou Guotao, the old man of the Zhou family. One can't handle it well, let alone him, even the whole association cannot afford it." Zhou took a deep breath, and said, "Doctor, you can speak frankly." The bald doctor cautiously said, "We can only use instruments and medicine for the time being to keep the old man alive for several hours." Boom! Zhou's house, the sky is falling. The Zhou family was completely developed by Zhou Guotao. Countless intricate relationships are all closely related to Zhou Guotao. Compare the entire Zhou family to a towering building. Then, Zhou Guotao is the foundation of the building. There is a problem with the foundation, and the entire building may collapse. This is definitely something that Zhou's family can't bear. Everyone's heart is extremely heavy. Zhou Zishan's face was even paler. "I went out with Grandpa, but Grandpa. Tears are falling like raindrops. The atmosphere of the entire corridor is extremely dull. Doctor, is there no other way?" Zhou asked with difficulty. The bald doctor was silent for a moment, and said, "For the time being, there is no better way." Zhou took a deep breath again and said, "Okay, I see." After finished speaking, he was ready to walk towards the ward. He will accompany Zhou Guotao at the end. At this time, Lin Fan, who was standing behind and had not spoken, finally said, "Perhaps, I can save Grandpa Zhou." As soon as he said this, Zhou stopped abruptly. Everyone in the Zhou family gathered their gazes on Lin Fan. And Lu Yuhang next to Lin Fan, his face instantly paled. Now, the doctor has said that Zhou Guotao cannot be treated. Lin Fan said he could save it. If it can really be saved, it will definitely be a great thing. But the question is it possible? Lin Fan is just a person of the same age as him. The Zhou family finally did not blame Zhou Guotao for falling ill. If there is a problem with the treatment, then the consequences will be terrible. After Lu Yuhang thought about it for a while, sweat beaded on his forehead. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted Lin Fan to take back what he had just said. But, being stared at by the Zhou family, he couldn't speak at all. Zhou turned around, walked slowly in front of Lin Fan, and asked, "Can you save the old man?" "You can try, of course, I am not absolutely sure." Lin Fan said. "He is going to collect 100-year-old ginseng, so he has the right to buy medical water. However, he is not sure whether the medical water can cure Zhou Guotao. Can only say give it a try." And the reason why Lin Fan decided to shoot. "I came here because I thought Zhou Guotao was a good person when I drank. The second came, because when the auction ended, Zhou Guotao came forward to drink back Wan Lang, which can be regarded as helping himself a little. Then I will trouble you," Zhou said. "Do you believe me?" Lin Fan said. "I believe in the eyes of the old man," Zhou said. Lin Fan nodded and said, "When I was treating Grandpa Zhou, there should be no other people and monitoring equipment in the ward." "Good." Zhou nodded. Someone couldn't help but said, "The old man now has a few hours left. What if he doesn't even see us for the last time?" Lin Fan said, "Don't worry, I will be out within an hour." After finished speaking, he strode towards the VIP ward. Boom! With a soft noise from the ward door, the atmosphere in the corridor became dull again. Lin Fan looked at Zhou Guotao, who was lying on the hospital bed with catheters all over his body and fell into a coma, and sighed secretly. Then, Lin Fan took out the century-old ginseng in his pocket. Ding! "Do you charge century-old ginseng?" "Yes." Suddenly, the ginseng lying in his hand disappeared. At the same time, next to the Ganoderma pattern in the medical water illustration book in my mind, there is an extra ginseng pattern. Ding! Obtain the permission to purchase medical water.
Medical water, after oral administration, it can repair all the wounds of the human body, 10 million yuan each.
Buy.
In the next instant, a transparent solution of about 50 milliliters appeared in Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan murmured, "I hope it's useful." After finished speaking, he slowly poured medical water into Zhou Guotao's mouth. Then, watching Zhou Guotao's changes closely, Lin Fan is also full of curiosity and perplexity regarding the effects of medical water. Because, he is also going to let his father take one bottle.
1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes.
Originally, Zhou Guotao's electrocardiogram was only faintly beating up and down, and it quickly turned into a big wavy line. Immediately after, he described the withered, sallow old face, gradually showing a touch of ruddy. After about 30 minutes had passed, Zhou Guotao, who had been in a coma, finally opened his eyes. He glanced around blankly, then sat up slowly.
Outside the corridor.
As time went by, more and more Zhou family members came to the hospital. They are all like ants on a hot pot, pacing back and forth in the corridor, their faces full of anxiety. In fact, not only are they anxious, even Zhoujin, who has always been calm, is the same.
Tap.
At this time, a gray-haired old man, supported by the two, also came to the corridor. Zhoujin hurriedly greeted him and said, "Hello, my uncle.
How is your dad now?"
"I heard that a young man went in to rescue him," the old man asked. Zhoujin nodded and said, "Yes, the old man really likes him." The old man nodded, his muddy eyes stared at the ward closely, his eyes full of worry.
Tap.
In the corridor, there was another sound of footsteps. www.plnable.com. Someone yelled, "The doctor of all nations is here."
It's a universal medicine.
Everyone in the Zhou family heard this, and there was a touch of excitement on their faces.
Wan Guo doctor, whose real name is Wan Qingyun, is one of China's most famous genius doctors. "Wan Lao, please come here specially." Zhoujin stepped forward and said.
Wan Qingyun said, "I have been good friends with Mr. Zhou for many years.
He is very ill. How could I not come? Take me to see Mr. Zhou."
Zhoujin hesitated and said, "Before, a friend went in to treat the old man.
He didn't allow anyone to disturb him." Wan Qingyun wondered, "Friend? Who?"
"I am not very familiar, but the old man is very fond of him. He has been in for more than half an hour, and he will be out within an hour."
Zhoujin said. "Is that so?"
Wan Qingyun groaned for a moment, and said, "Let me see the latest inspection of Mr. Zhou first." A doctor hurriedly handed out a large number of cases.
The next moment, Wan Qingyun shrank his pupils and exclaimed, "What? The old man's body has reached this point? No. I must go in quickly."
Zhoujin saw that Wan Qingyun reacted so violently, his heart was tense, and he no longer ignored Lin Fan's request not to be disturbed, and led Wan Qingyun towards the ward door in strides. Although, Lin Fan does have a good temperament. However, he was so young that Zhoujin did not dare to hand over the old man to him completely. "In case, so I missed the best treatment time for the father, it is really regrettable."
Crack.
At this time, the door of the ward suddenly opened on its own initiative. Lin Fan slowly walked out of the ward.
Zhou's family, Shi-Chi set his eyes on him. Everyone is extremely nervous. They don't expect Lin Fan to be able to heal Elder Zhou. However, they were afraid of getting the bad news from Mr. Zhou. Zhoujin asked, "How is the old man?"
While speaking, he was about to take Wan Qingyun towards the ward while making a gesture.
He doesn't want to delay one more second now. Ahem. At this time, there was a soft cough in the ward.
Then, an old face that everyone was so familiar with appeared in their field of vision.
Everyone was surprised at first. Is followed by endless surprises. "Old man, it's okay." Zhoujin said, "Dad, why did you get out of bed? How is your health?"
While talking, he stepped forward and quickly helped.
Zhou Guotao was full of anger, and said, "I'm fine, thanks to Brother Lin for saving me."
Although, Zhoujin and the Zhou family have already guessed the result. However, after hearing Zhou Guotao's words, everyone was still surprised.
Lin Fan, this young man who seemed to be only in his 20s, actually saved the old man. Compared with the surprise of the Zhou family, Lu Yuhang was relieved.
At this time, he realized that his clothes had been soaked in cold sweat.
Afraid. He is really scared.
If there was an accident in the hands of Lin Fan, the fruit would be too terrifying after that.
So far so good.
Zhoujin bent over and said solemnly, "Brother Lin, thank you." Lin Fan assisted Zhoujin and said, "Uncle Zhou, you are too polite.
I'm just a small effort.
What's more, Mr. Zhou also helped me before."
Zhou Guotao smiled and said, "What is my help?"
"Lin Fan, you not only saved my life, but also saved our entire Zhou family.
You can afford him a courtesy."
Then, he turned sideways to Wan Qingyun next to him. "Old brother, I trouble you to come over from another place."
Wan Qingyun waved his hand and said, "Between us, what is troublesome and not troublesome, I will help you check your body again."
"Good."
Zhou Guotao nodded. Wan Qingyun put his hand on Zhou Guotao's wrist first.
After a while, Wan Qingyun withdrew his finger, with a look of doubt on his face.
Zhoujin asked, "Wan, how is my dad's situation?"
Wan Qingyun thought for a while and said, "Go for a blood test first and take a CT."
"Okay." Zhoujin said.
"Draw blood, take CT scans, and proceed with the green light all the way to the association."
Only a few minutes, all the results appeared in Wan Qingyun's hands.
After looking through it for a while, Wan Qingyun said affirmatively, "Old brother, your body has completely recovered."
"Okay, haha." Zhou Guotao was overjoyed. The whole Zhou family is full of joy. Zhou Jia.
The dining table in the hall is filled with extremely rich dishes. At Zhou Guotao's repeated invitations, Lin Fan took the lead, and Zhou Guotao and Zhoujin sat on both sides. Zhou Guotao said, "Unexpectedly, I accidentally smelled the fragrance of wine today, but it saved my life."
Wine is indeed a good thing.
"Lin Fan, you come to taste how this wine tastes." While Zhou Guotao was talking, he personally poured a glass of wine for Lin Fan. Lin Fan put it next to his nose and sniffed, then slowly poured it into his mouth.
The entrance is lubricated, the stomach is like fire, and the aftertaste is endless. The best flying Mao Tai.
Lin Fan said.
"Yes, haha." Zhou Guotao exclaimed happily.
Zhoujin toasted, "Lin Fan, thank you again for saving my dad." Then, Zhou Zishan, Zhou Shihong and others also toasted Lin Fan. Lin Fan never refused to come, and the whole banquet was very heartily eaten. After drinking and eating, Lin Fan looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window and exclaimed, "It's really hard to imagine that there is such a beautiful house on the second ring road of the capital."
"Oh? Lin Fan, do you like this kind of house? Our Zhou family has a similar house beside the second ring road, so let's give it to you," Zhoujin said. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Zhoujin to say such a thing. To know. Zhou's house is said to be a house, rather than a manor. The overall area is more than 5,000 square meters.
The housing price of the second ring road of Beijing is less than 100,000 yuan per square meter.
In other words, the price of a similar house may exceed 500 million. Give it to yourself directly?
Lin Fan said, "This is too expensive, and I am in Jiangbei and I don't come to the capital often."
Zhou Guotao said, "Brother Lin, you are too polite. It's just a house. Compared with my fate, what is it?"
"Although you don't come to the capital often for the time being, I believe you will come often in the future.
It will be more convenient to have that house."
Lin Fan thought, continuing to refuse, as if he seemed a little hypocritical.
Then, he answered, "Then I'm welcome."
Originally, Zhou Guotao wanted to stay with Lin Fan for a longer period of time. However, Lin Fan said that there is still something to deal with, and that he has already bought a ticket back to Jiangbei. So, I directly rejected Zhou Guotao's kindness. And Zhoujin personally drove the Rolls-Royce and drove Lin Fan to the airport.
Sitting in the VIP lounge, Lu Yuhang could no longer conceal the excitement in his heart, and the whole person jumped with excitement. "Brother Lin Fan, no. Brother Fan, you are so awesome. You actually know how to heal, and you saved old man Zhou. My God, that's Mr. Zhou. Do you know, you reading www.uukunshu.com almost scared me to pee when you said you were going to save Mr. Zhou. Brother Fan, tell me quickly, what else can you do? No. What else can't? Lu Yuhang said.
Lin Fan looked at Lu Yuhang's dancing and shook his head with a smile. Lu Yuhang was self-conscious again, exclaiming excitedly, "Hey, today I had dinner with Mr. Zhou and the others. If this matter is known by my dad, I am afraid I will drool with envy." His words are absolutely not exaggerated.
Because even Lu Yuhang's father is not qualified to have dinner with Zhou Guotao.
Then, Lu Yuhang said seriously, "Brother Fan, thank you."
Thank you? I really want to say thank you. Because Lu Yuhang has gotten into a relationship with Zhou's family through today's incident. This will be of great benefit to Lu Yuhang and even the entire Lu family.
Lin Fan naturally understood what Lu Yuhang meant, and waved his hand, "You're welcome."
Zhou Jia.
Zhou Guotao stood in front of the window, looking at the gurgling water in the distance. His face was full of relaxation and enjoyment. At this time, Zhou Jin walked in slowly with a stack of documents.
Dad, this is some information about Lin Fan. Zhou Jin said.
Zhou Guotao flipped through it casually. The next moment, a vicissitudes of old face showed a touch of sorrow. It turns out that he is the leader of the Dragon Group. No wonder, he is so magical. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Guotao said, "From now on, do everything possible to establish the best relationship with Lin Fan."
Yes. Zhou Jin said. On the plane returning to Jiangbei, Lu Yuhang was still talking excitedly. After the plane landed, Lu Yuhang's voice had become hoarse. Lin Fan couldn't help feeling a little funny.
It was the first time he saw someone like this because of one thing. At this time, it was only 19:30 in the evening. Qing City is only an hour's drive from Jiangbei, so Lin Fan did not go back to the dormitory to rest.
After returning to Jiangbei University, he directly sat on the Big G.
However, Lin Fan didn't start the Big G immediately, but took out the phone and fixed his eyes on the red envelope that was shining brightly on the screen. 1002 red envelopes, see what can be drawn.
Lin Fan said. 1002 red envelopes.
This is what Lin Fan spent 10 million to buy 100-year-old ginseng and 20,000 to eat. Obviously, an additional 10 million was spent on the medical water purchased from the system, but the red envelope was not available. However, Lin Fan didn't care too much.
Get it all. Ding. Congratulations, get 100 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, get 5 yuan. Ding.
Congratulations, increase the probability of triggering a flash of aura.
Ding. Congratulations, get 2 yuan. Ding.
Congratulations, you have gained professor-level physics experience.
Ding. Congratulations, get 1 yuan. Ding.
Congratulations, you get the voice of Tian Lai. 1002 red envelopes, Lin Fan received a total of 2 million yuan. At this time, Lin Fan's total capital is 73 million yuan.
Absolute concentration.
Stronger focus, so that you have the ability to easily solve difficult problems.
There is a 10% chance of triggering a flash of aura. A dedicated and serious man is the most handsome.
The probability of triggering a flash of light has changed from 5% to 10%. After having triggered a flash of light a few times, Lin Fan knew very well how rare it was.
Professor-level physics experience. Use excellent physics knowledge to solve problems and show special charm.
Now, I already have academician-level mathematics experience.
Now you have professor-level physics experience? Is this going to be an invincible learning tyrant? Tian Lai singing voice.
The sound of heavenly singing can make more people fascinated by you.
Can sing good songs, this is not bad.
Lin Fan nodded silently, then put down the phone, shook the throttle, and galloped forward. In Jiangbei at night, there are a lot more vehicles on the road than during the day. Originally, it was only an hour's drive, and Lin Fan did not return home until about 2100 hours. At this time, Lin Tao and Dai Weishue are sitting in the living room watching TV.
When they saw Lin Fan, They were surprised. Xiao Fan, why didn't you say anything in advance when you came back? Lin Fan smiled and said, it's just going home, what else did you say? Xiao Fan, have you had dinner? I'll cook some dumplings for you. Dai Weishues said. Lin Fan said, Mom, no, I have already eaten and I am full. Then drink some water first. Dai Weishue poured another cup of hot water. Although, it's just a simple cup of hot water. But when Lin Fan drank it in his mouth, it was sweet in his heart. This is my parents, this is home. Yourself, we must protect them. Lin Tao asked, Xiao Fan, why did you come back suddenly today? Is there anything wrong? Oh, that's it, Dad, didn't you have surgery last time? I am worried that your body will not recover easily, so I got some medicine to speed up recovery. Lin Fan said. While talking, he directly spent 10 million to buy a bottle of medical potion from the system. Then, pretending to be taken out of his pocket, he handed it to Lin Tao. Lin Tao said, my body is already healed, what kind of medicine do I need? This is very expensive, right? Spending money. He is also a sensible person. Although, this medicine seems to be only a small bottle. But, Lin Fan rushed back specially, it must be very valuable. Lin Fan said, what's so expensive about this? It's just a small bottle of medicine. And I bought it all, Dad, you can drink it quickly. As Lin Fan said, I have already bought it, so what can Lin Tao do? Lin Tao didn't hesitate anymore, and directly poured the medicine into his mouth. Guru. Lin Tao chirped his mouth and said, it doesn't seem to taste much. When Lin Fan saw his father drank the medicine, he felt relieved. He has seen this medicine with his own eyes, how amazing it is. Ahem. At this time, Dai Weishue next to her couldn't help but cough. Lin Fan said, Mom, what's wrong with you? It's okay, I have a little cold in the past 2 days, just take some medicine. Dai Weishue said. Lin Fan spent another 10 million to purchase a bottle of medical water from the system. In these years, my mother was greedy for the dark and worked hard for the family. I'm afraid I've gotten a lot of sickness from his body. This bottle of medical water should be improved. Mom, you drink a bottle too. Lin Fan said. Dai Weishue wondered, isn't this for your dad to treat the surgical injury? Why should I drink it? Lin Fan said, actually, this isn't a medicine, it's a tonic, it's used to strengthen your physique. When your physique is good, injuries and illnesses will naturally heal faster. Dai Weishue said, that's it, then I will drink one too. Lin Fan saw that his parents had all drunk medical water, and his mood improved a lot. After chatting with his parents for a few words, Lin Fan went to take a bath and go to sleep. At night, a cold wind blows the ground and the branches outside are swaying from side to side. Then, a torrent of rain fell. Dai Weishue asked, what's the matter with the weather? It's raining again, Brother Tao, do you have a stomachache? I'll get you a hot water bottle. Since the operation, as long as it is windy and rainy www.mplnobel.com Lin Tao will turn over and over uncomfortably, unable to sleep. Lin Tao, who was about to fall asleep, wondered, is it raining? Why do I feel no pain at all? It doesn't hurt? You didn't lie to me, did you? Dai Weishue said. It really doesn't hurt. Ha! What's going on? Lin Tao exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Dai Weishue was puzzled. The scar from the operation on my stomach is gone. Lin Tao yelled. It's gone? I touched it. Dai Weishue was surprised, I didn't even touch it. I turned on the light to see. Soon, the two of them half opened their mouths, a little bit dumbfounded. Is gone. Really disappeared. Had an operation a while ago and made a long hole in his stomach. How long did it take to heal and disappear completely? This is impossible. After a while, Dai Weishue seemed to have noticed something, and said, my eyes don't seem to be presbyopic anymore. The bottle of medicine must be the bottle of medicine Xiaofan gave us just now. Lin Tao called. A bottle of medicine cured your surgical injury and also cured my presbyopia? What kind of medicine is this? Isn't it amazing? Dai Weishu said. Go, ask Xiao Fan. Lin Tao said.
Dai Weishu pulled him back and said, he just fell asleep, it's not too late to ask again tomorrow.
Okay.
Lin Tao nodded and said with a smile, actually, the medicine not only cured my surgical injury, but also made me stand up again. After Dai Weishu heard this, she couldn't help but squinted at him, and said with a smile, I'm not serious. It's night, the bed hummed all night. After a night of rain watering, the branches outside became lush green, crystal clear, and very beautiful. Lin Fan opened the window, and a breeze blew in, and the whole person felt refreshed. In the living room, green onion pancakes and fragrant noodles have been placed. After Dai Weishu saw Lin Fan, she said, Xiao Fan, go and wash, the noodles will be cold in a while.
Okay. Lin Fan answered.
Following the sound of a stream of water, Lin Fan also walked out of the bathroom. He put a large bite of noodles directly into his mouth, his face was full of satisfaction.
At this time, Lin Tao finally couldn't help asking, Xiao Fan, what kind of medicine you gave us yesterday?
The injuries on my body and your mother seem to be all healed, and, it seems, more than 10 years younger. Dai Weishu said, her old face was rarely blushed. Then, quietly looking at Lin Fan with a curious look.
Lin Fan said, this is a newly developed supplement, and it's very rare now.
Lin Tao and Dai Weishu nodded thoughtfully, and didn't go any further. After breakfast, Dai Weishu originally wanted to go shopping. However, Lin Fan asked her to rest at home and walked towards the vegetable market. At this time, the vegetable market is full of people and very lively. Lin Fan bought a lot of meat, vegetables, and fish, carrying large and small bags, and preparing to go back. At this time, a familiar figure appeared in front.
Are you, Wang Xiaodong? Lin Fan asked. Lin Fan?
The young man on the opposite side was surprised.
Ha ha. It's really you. Unexpectedly, I met here.
Lin Fan said happily. Wang Xiaodong is Lin Fan's junior high school tablemate, and the two have a good relationship.
Unfortunately, no one had a mobile phone number, QQ or WeChat.
Therefore, there has always been no contact with each other.
Wang Xiaodong smiled and said, yeah, I was also surprised. Standing next to a woman of medium build, she asked, Xiaodong, who is this?
Oh, he is Lin Fan, and I was at the same table in junior high school. At that time, the relationship between the two of us was very good.
Wang Xiaodong introduced, Lin Fan, this is my wife Gong Xichin. Gong Xichin suddenly said, so it's Xiaodong's good friend? Nice to meet you.
After a pause, he said, by the way, Xiaodong and I will have a wedding next Sunday.
You must come over and play at that time.
As soon as he said this, Wang Xiaodong's face became a little unpleasant.
He and Lin Fan had a good relationship before. But, I haven't had any contact for so many years.
Now, as soon as we meet, let him attend the wedding and attend the ceremony. This makes Wang Xiaodong feel greedy for Lin Fan's gift money.
He doesn't like this feeling. Lin Fan also noticed the change in Wang Xiaodong's face.
After thinking about it for a moment, he probably guessed the reason. Lin Fan didn't care about the gift money.
But, he really doesn't know if he will have time next Sunday. Because he doesn't know if the mathematical modeling contest will be held next week.
Lin Fan thought of this and said, if I have time next Sunday, I will come over.
Gong Xichin said, okay, then we are settled. By the way, Xiaodong, do you have contact information? Wang Xiaodong was unwilling, but at this time, is there no way to contact Lin Fan? That's even worse.
After exchanging contact information, Lin Fan returned home. At this time, Lin Xiaoyao was sitting on the sofa and playing with her mobile phone. After she saw Lin Fan, she threw herself up with excitement and exclaimed, brother, why didn't you tell me in advance when you came back?
I knew it, I came back directly after the evening self-study yesterday. Qingshi No. 1 Middle School is very tight on learning. In addition to the Sunday break, every day I need to go to the evening for self-study. Evening self-study lasts until 10 p.m.,
so most students choose to live on campus from Monday to Saturday, and then go home on Sunday. Lin Xiaoyao is one of these students.
Lin Fan squeezed Lin Xiaoyao's pretty face smoothly and said, "I'm thin again, Xiaoyao, you really have to eat a lot, now I'm squeezing too much."
"Brother! This is called gauzy face," Lin Xiaoyao protested. At noon, the whole family went out to cook and stir-fry, chatting and laughing, very warm. When Lin Fan brought a slice of shredded pork with green pepper to the table in the living room, it was exactly 12 o'clock, and the mobile phone in his pocket shook slightly.
The red envelope appears. Ding! Congratulations, get 2 yuan. Ding!
Congratulations, you got 2,000 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you got 10,000 yuan.
Ding! Congratulations, get 10 yuan. Ding!
Congratulations, you got 1,000 yuan. Today is all cash red envelopes, and I got a total of 30,507 yuan.
Regarding this,
Lin Fan didn't care at all, and put the phone back into his pocket. Soon, a large table of delicious food was placed on the table.
The family sat around the table and ate very happily.
Originally, Lin Fan wanted to stay at home a little longer. However, Lin Tao and Dai Weishue were worried that it would be unsafe to drive too late, so they let Lin Fan go to Jiangbei early.
Jiangbei University.
When Lin Fan walked into bedroom 104, Ma Zhong was packing his books. Zheng Jinbao happily said, "Brother Fan, it was time for you to return. I made an appointment with my cousin for dinner today www.plnobel.com and I am going to go with Ma Zhong and Song Yi. It seems, I really came back early, not as good as it is."
Lin Fan smiled. Song Yadao, brother Fan, do you know? Jin Bao's cousin turned out to be an internet celebrity. Really?
Lin Fan was a little surprised.
After all, Zheng Jinbao was all fat. His cousin, maybe it's not much better, right? This way, can you also be an internet celebrity?
Zheng Jinbao seemed to understand Lin Fan's thoughts, and said, "Don't look at me being so fat, but my cousin is in a very good figure."
Go away, you'll find out later.
After finished speaking, he walked outside first. Originally, Zheng Jinbao, Song Yi and Ma Zhong were planning to take a taxi to eat. But now with Lin Fan, naturally it doesn't have to be so troublesome. Lin Fan drove the Mercedes-Benz Grand G directly, and galloped away according to the position Zheng Jinbao said.
This is a large Hunan restaurant.
Zheng Jinbao opened the car window and looked not far away, wearing a pink t-shirt, a young woman walking while playing with her mobile phone, shouting, "Liz, Zheng Lizi." When the woman heard it, she couldn't help turning around and looking over. The next moment, the face with a lot of foundation applied, revealing a touch of surprise that is difficult to hide. She trot over all the way, and said, "Oh my God. Big G. Cousin, why are you here by Mercedes-Benz Big G?" Zheng Jinbao got out of the car and said proudly, "This is my roommate Lin Fan's car." At this time, Lin Fan also got out of the car.
Zheng Silly's face first showed a hint of doubt.
The next moment, her eyes rolled round, and she shouted, "So it's you." Zheng Jinbao, Song Yi, and Ma Zhong all looked at Lin Fan suspiciously.
That appearance is obviously asking, "Do you know her?" And Lin Fan looked at Zheng Silly with extremely puzzled eyes and asked, "We, no?" Unexpectedly, you forgot so soon.
A while ago, we met in front of the Qingfeng restaurant.
At that time, you drove a Lamborghini.
Zheng Silly exclaimed excitedly. Lin Fan looked at her thick foundation, and quickly thought of the net celebrity girl who stood in front of her car that day and scratched her head.
Are you standing in front of my car, a woman?
Lin Fan said with some uncertainty.
Yes, it's me.
Zheng Silly looked very happy when Lin Fan thought of herself.
Zheng Jinbao on the side asked, "How on earth do you know each other?" I'm confused. Ma Zhong and Song Yi beside are also curious.
Zheng Silly explained, "I saw a cool Lamborghini that day, so I went up to take pictures with Joy and wanted to do a live broadcast. As a result, he came before I took a few photos. I think he is handsome and drives a luxury car, so I want his WeChat ID."
But he didn't say anything and just drove away.
Zheng Silly said here, her face was full of resentment. Lin Fan was a little embarrassed and said, "I didn't hear it clearly at the time."
Really? I hear you clearly now? Can we add a WeChat? Zheng Sili smiled. No problem,
Lin Fan said.
At the same time, he took out his phone and opened WeChat.
With the soft sound of D, Zheng Sili's entire face was in full bloom, as if she had obtained a certain treasure.
Zheng Sili said again, "By the way, wasn't it a Lamborghini last time? Why has it become a big G now?"
Without Lin Fan's answer, Song Yi said, "Brother Fan said he was a waste of his waist."
Then, it took 3 minutes to buy a big G. TSK, I can't buy clothes so quickly. Buy a big G in 3 minutes?
Zheng Sili opened her mouth wide, her face full of shock. Although she doesn't know cars very well, she also knows that a Mercedes-Benz G is worth millions.
3 minutes, cost millions? Do you want to be so proud? Zheng Jinbao said, "Okay, what are you doing standing outside? Go in first and talk while eating."
While talking, he walked inside first. Hunan cuisine has a spicy taste, which is very suitable for young people seeking excitement.
Several people were eating and chatting, very happy.
This meal, everyone ate until 8 o'clock in the evening, and it slowly ended. Lin Fan and others came to the front of the big G again. Zheng Sili said, "Wait to get on the bus, I will start a live broadcast." Zheng Sili usually broadcasts live at night because the traffic is the highest at this time.
Nowadays, it is rare to meet a Mercedes-Benz big G, and she naturally doesn't want to miss it.
Zheng Sili first opened the backpack around her waist, took out the cosmetic mirror, lipstick, foundation, etc. from it, and quickly dressed up. Lin Fan said, "I didn't expect to bring so many things with me."
Of course, these are the guys who eat,
Zheng Sili said proudly. Then, she logged into the live account and supported her phone with a selfie stick. Zheng Sili's 5 senses are not bad, but now, with the beauty effect of live broadcast, the whole person looks even more youthful and beautiful. Not long after the live broadcast started, there was a barrage scrolling.
"The real me, why did Xiaoli live so late today? I have been waiting for a long time. Crazy, my big sword is in a hurry. Spring water ding dong, Xiaoli seems to have changed the live broadcast again today? Outdoor? In the car? Sting, exciting. Zayabe bye bye, Xiaoli seems to be a Mercedes-Benz G? Will it be taken down by a big local tyrant?" Zheng Sili smiled and said, "Welcome everyone to my live broadcast room. Sorry, you have been waiting for a long time.
Today, the reason why I was late is because I ate with my cousin who was in college and his classmates." While talking, Zheng Sili slowly moved the camera towards Zheng Jinbao.
"This is my cousin," Zheng Sili introduced. "Hello." Zheng Jinbao said hello to the camera.
It was the first time he was on the live broadcast, and the whole person couldn't help but feel a little excited and nervous. In the live broadcast room, the barrage rolled up again.
"Lunatic, Xiaoli's cousin is really fat, too different from Xiaoli. Lushui Ringjia, originally, I was a little worried that my sister would be ugly in the future, but now I feel a little more relieved."
Zheng Jinbao looked at these bullet screens, and a black line appeared on his face.
What do these words mean? I am very ugly?
Zheng Sili slowly moved the camera towards Ma Zhong and Song Yi.
Introduced, this is my brother's classmate. Hello.
Ma Zhong and Song Yi greeted one after another. When Zheng Sili moved the camera to Lin Fan whispered, "Don't let me show my face." Zheng Sili heard this, and pressed her wrist slightly downwards, and only recorded Lin Fan's lower body into the live broadcast room.
This is also my cousin's classmate, and the Mercedes G next to me is his car.
This time, there are obviously more barrage in the live broadcast room.
People from small cities, oh my god, cousin Xiaoli's classmates are too tyrant, right? Can you start a big G when you go to school? Poor boy, the scumbag opens a big G, Xiaoli, you must not be taken by him. The wise man, if the 5 elements are short of water, water will be added to the name. If he buys a big G, it means he lacks a big G. Song XX, Xiaoli, let me see what the local tyrant looks like.
Jing Silly looked at the news on the barrage, sometimes replying a few words, sometimes chatting, very relaxed. Sonyadao standing next to him. In my Shark account, there are some gold coins in UU reading www.uukunshu.com, I'll add some popularity to Silly. While talking, Sonyi took out his mobile phone and entered Xiaoli's live broadcast room. Zheng Jinbao and Mahjong also took out their mobile phones, or swiped some small gifts, or swiped the barrage, and did their best to help increase their popularity. Lin Fan glanced at the three of them, so he took out his mobile phone and entered Xiaoli's live broadcast room. So, a dazzling golden reminder message appeared in the live broadcast room of Xiaoli: welcome the Emperor to fight workers, come to the live broadcast room.
Wow!
As soon as this news came out, the whole live broadcast room immediately boiled over.
Hypocritical de gentle, fuck. An emperor has come to the live broadcast room.
Shang Shanrua Hui, moreover, he is still the sacred worker. Incomplete memories, working as a worker, working spirit, working as a master.
Brothers, Quick Buckle 666. The Prodigal Son Yu Shao, 666. Cold Blood Dark Knight, 666.
Suddenly, the entire live room screen was covered by countless 666. Originally, there were only 100 people in the live broadcast room, and the number of online people immediately increased exponentially.
A few glasses of wine, damn it, it's really a worker. The handsome guy in the wind, onlookers beat the workers Shenhao. Take a look, onlookers.
In just 1 minute, Xiaoli's live broadcast room has reached thousands of people.
The name of the person, the shadow of the tree. Even though, the workers did not send any messages, nor did they give any rewards. But as long as he appears, there is the focus. This is the striker Shenhao.
Zheng Silly looked at the fast-rolling barrage in the live broadcast room and the ever-increasing data, completely stunned. Her live broadcast has never been so popular.
And this is just the beginning. Zheng Jinbao, standing next to him, reminded, Silly, what are you doing in a daze? Are you welcome to hit the worker Shenhao?
He has personally seen how proud a striker Shenhao is.
As long as he pleases this god, why not give a reward?
Zheng Silly, as a member of the live broadcast industry, knows better than Zheng Jinbao how much energy a worker has. A few days ago, the striker Shenhao threw 3,000 rockets in just 10 minutes, which can be said to have completely caused a sensation in the entire live broadcast industry. Has made Shang Xiong, which was previously unknown, become one of the hottest anchors on the Shark live broadcast platform today. These days, Zheng Silly often dreams that the striker Shenhao enters her live broadcast room.
And now, it turned out to be true. She felt very unreal.
It is precisely because of this that Zheng Silly was so excited that she was dazed.
At this time, after hearing Zheng Jinbao's reminder, she finally reacted, with a slightly trembling voice, saying, Huan, welcome the worker Shenhao into my live broadcast room, welcome.
Lin Fan glanced at Zheng Silly, who couldn't help herself with excitement, and couldn't help being a little bit funny. After operating for a while, he tapped the screen casually.
Wow! Wow! 1 frame. 10 frames. 30 frames. 50 frames. Densely packed rockets flew quickly across the screen.
Rocket torrential rain baptized the entire live broadcast room. Countless barrage scrolls crazily in the live broadcast room.
Is so handsome, it started again. After a few days, the beater Shenhao began to be inhumane again. Prince Frog, spectacular.
Riding a motorcycle to find a beautiful woman, working as a worker, working spirit, working as a master.
Hit the workers Shenhao, awesome. More bullet screens or words like 666.
After Rocket Rain appeared, the popularity of Zheng Siyu's live broadcast room skyrocketed again. The number of online users exceeded 10,000, tens of thousands, 100,000. At this time, someone found several popular anchors and rushed over.
Branches on the moon, it is Shang is here. Winter Melon, haha. Xiao AI is here. Everyone's attention, there is Momo, and Momo is here too. Momo, as a worker, Shenhao, I recently learned a few nice songs. When will I come to the live broadcast room? I will sing it for you. Xiao I also learned a few nice songs, and I can listen to them anytime.
Xiang, it's been a long time since I hit the worker Shenhao.
How many are in life? Aha!
Momo, Xiao and Xiang appeared in a live broadcast at the same time.
They are all my favorite anchors. Awesome! Father-in-law, in the lifetime, this is definitely the lifetime. I have New Year's Eve money, they are all here because they beat the workers Shenhao. They beat the workers Shenhao, awesome broken sound. There are many barrages, as are rockets. Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao and Zhang Sili all stared at the phone screen unblinkingly.
There was still a sigh in his mouth.
400 rockets. 410 rockets. 420 rockets. Shocking, it is too shocking.
Mahjong looked at the dense barrage in the live broadcast room and the rockets that took off.
He gradually felt a little dizzy.
He shook his neck and happened to see Lin Fan next to him, tapping the screen constantly.
On the screen, it keeps on displaying the words "successfully presented a rocket."
The next moment, Mahjong finally saw Lin Fan's ID, assault worker.
He was surprised. Brother Fan, are you just assaulting the worker Shenhao?
As soon as this statement came out, Zheng Jinbao, Song Yi, and Zhang Sili all looked up and focused on Lin Fan and his mobile phone. Soon, their pupils all shrank, and they cried out in surprise.
Brother Fan, you turned out to be a worker god. Fuck. Brother Fan, what's the situation?
Lin Fan touched his nose and smiled. I have always been. The whole scene was suddenly quiet. Zheng Jinbao and Song Yi couldn't help but recall the first incident of the striker Shenhao, as if it was because they watched the live broadcast of Shang Xiang in the bedroom.
So that's it. That's it.
They are quiet, but the live broadcast room is even more boiling, countless barrage, like a rushing river, rushing out.
Bing shrimp, what did I hear? The beater Shenhao is next to Xiaoli? Mo acquaintance, Xiaoli, let us take a look at the smasher god. The legend of night shift, go live and beat the workers Shenhao. At this time, Zhang Sili did not go to watch the barrage in the live broadcast room. She half opened her mouth, completely stunned. The striker Shenhao, who I was thinking of, turned out to be a classmate of my cousin. Now, appearing directly next to me? Zhang Sili suddenly remembered that Song Yi just said that it took Lin Fan only 3 minutes to buy a Mercedes-Benz G. At that time, Zhang Sili felt a bit exaggerated. It seems that there is no exaggeration at all. Because, he is a worker god. Zheng Jinbao used his eyes as if he had seen an idol, and said excitedly, Brother Fan, why didn't you tell us that you are a worker god? It's okay? Lin Fan said, moreover, you didn't ask. It's okay? That's a sensational worker Shenhao who made the whole Shark Live broadcast. At this time, Zhang Sili finally reacted and said, assault worker Shenhao, you don't need to reward me so much, it's too wasteful. If it is replaced by a stranger, Shenhao. She definitely thinks that the more the better. But, Lin Fan is a classmate of her cousin, so she feels ashamed. Yu reading www.uukunsha.com. Lin Fan smiled and said, a while ago, I accidentally topped up 1 billion shark coins, and I gave rewards to everyone, it's okay. I accidentally topped up 1 billion shark coins, is it okay? Zheng Jinbao, Song Yi, Mahjong, and Zhang Sili all opened their mouths, not knowing what to say. The barrage in the live broadcast room is like a big river bursting its bank, rushing wildly. Brother Ji, fuck, I accidentally charged 1 billion shark coins? Less drag, I also want to be careless like this, but my strength doesn't allow it. I'm Jajavue, I am worthy of being a sacred worker, so inhumane. Memories are always sad. Mom asked me why I was kneeling and playing with my mobile phone. Shengdong, Xiaoli, let me take a look at the worker Shenhao. In the barrage, more of them are still, 666. At this time, Zhang Sili also remembered that she was still live broadcasting, and she was busy pointing at the camera, and said, I have something to do today. This is the end of the live broadcast. Thank you for your support. Goodbye. After speaking, Zhang Sili ignored the number of online users who had reached hundreds of thousands, and directly closed the live broadcast room. But even if the live broadcast room is closed, the news still keeps rolling. God of Space, How did you turn off the live broadcast? The dream of a billion-dollar girl, where's my gangster? Stupidly, Shelley, let's take a look at the beater gods. Lin Fan said, why are you looking at me like this? The next moment, Jing Jinbao, Sun Yi, and Ma Zhong all said, kneel to brother Fan. After speaking, they looked like they were about to land on one knee. Lin Fan couldn't help being amused. The next day was another day with clear sky. The course schedule on Monday is very full. Song Yi, Ma Zhong, and Zhang Jinbao went to the classroom early in the morning. And Lin Fan sent a message to the counselor Sun Yaodong to ask for leave, and then directly boarded the plane to the Magic City. Because today is girlfriend Qin Yuxuan's birthday, Lin Fan wants to surprise her. Madu University, Research Office of School of Economics. A female professor, about 40 years old, pointed to the projector, one by one, with extremely complicated charts and cases, and explained them in detail. Qin Yuxuan below followed quickly to calculate and think carefully, very seriously. Qin Yuxuan may ask her classmates or raise her hand when she encounters a problem she doesn't understand. Qin Yuxuan is not particularly talented in learning, but she is a particularly hardworking and motivated person. It is precisely because of this that she was able to be admitted to a prestigious university. Until now she is admitted to graduate school. Even among many graduate students, Qin Yuxuan is also one of the best. The time for serious study will always pass quickly. Just a blink of an eye, the sky gradually darkened. Qin Yuxuan hugged the book, dragged her tired body, and returned to the dormitory, sitting on the bed in a daze. Roommate Huang Moli asked, Yuxian, isn't it your birthday today? Why are you still sitting stupidly? Is your male boyfriend not here yet? Zhang Jingyan heard that, immediately came to his mind, put down the phone and said, when will you come? I want to see if he is as perfect as you said. When Lin Fan came to the Magic City last time, Zhang Jing was pulled by her tutor to work overtime in the laboratory, so she had never seen Lin Fan. During this period, the roommates who talked most about the land were Qin Yuxuan's boyfriend Lin Fan. In their mouths, Lin Fan was almost turning into a god. Zhang Jing had long wanted to see him. Now, there is finally a chance. Of course she is very happy. Qin Yuxuan said sadly, a while ago, Lin Fan participated in a mathematical modeling contest. Recently, their school forced training, so today I can't come to the magic capital. Zhang Jing, Huang Moli, and Wan Yuero immediately heard the unhappiness in her tone. It's no wonder. After all, this was Qin Yuxuan's first birthday as Lin Fan's girlfriend, and as a result, Lin Fan was absent. The three didn't want Qin Yuxuan to be too unhappy, so they began to liven up the atmosphere. The mathematical modeling contest? That is one of the largest competitions in the Department of Mathematics. It's so rich and handsome, and now, it's still an academic bully. Oh my god, this is too perfect, right? Admired, admired. Zhang Jing sighed Tao. Wan Yuero flipped through her phone and said, no wonder it's training. The mathematical modeling contest will be held in a few days. The school organizes training separately. I'm afraid this is not a seeded player? If you get a provincial prize, it will be amazing. Huang Moli said, if you want me to tell, it would be better if Yuxuan's boyfriend doesn't come. This year, the four of us can celebrate our birthday together. In the future, after we intern, graduate, get married and have children, where will we have the chance? We should cherish these few moments. Zhang Jing agreed, yes. Go, old rules, how about hot pot? Yes, eat hot pot. Huang Moli nodded repeatedly. Wan Yue Judo, speaking of hot pot, I seem to have smelled hot pot. Nothing, my saliva is about to come out. After the words were over, she even swallowed deliberately. Why does Qin Yuxuan not know that the three of them are deliberately enlightening herself? However, she was still amused by a few people, and smiled, okay, let's go and eat hot pot. The four of them left as soon as they said to go. After a little tidying up, they walked outside. They just came downstairs, and a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses ran all the way from a distance. Then, he handed out a bouquet of roses to Qin Yuxuan and said, Yuxuan, I wish you a happy birthday. Qin Yuxuan's appearance is extremely high,
and it can be said that she is the school flower of the entire Magic Capital University. She has experienced similar things many times. Therefore, Qin Yuxuan did not feel too surprised, but said flatly, "Thank you for your blessing. However, I already have a boyfriend, so I won't charge you anymore." After finished speaking, Qin Yuxuan walked directly beside the young man. A group of 4 people continued to move forward, crossing the green line path, past the rippling lake, and came to the wide playground. Further forward, you can go out of the school gate and eat hot pot outside. Wow! At this time, a loud noise suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, a gust of wind blew sideways for no reason, the trees swayed, and the clothes rustled. In the puzzling eyes of everyone, strands of bright red rose petals, like raindrops, slowly fell from the sky. The entire playground, there was a rain of roses. At the same time, a dazzling light suddenly fell on Qin Yuxuan. Then, a helicopter appeared over the playground. Then, a piano like snow, and Lin Fan wearing a white suit, slowly landed in front of Qin Yuxuan from the helicopter. After that, Lin Fan's slender hands were placed on the piano, and they jumped quickly on the black and white keys. A song, "The Wedding in a Dream," resounded throughout the playground. Sometimes distant, sometimes brisk. Everyone's heart shook with the notes. At this moment, time seems to stop here. On the playground www.mtnovel.com, everyone focused on Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan have become a couple of gods and goddesses standing above the clouds, with birds forming a bridge, surrounded by stars. Dazzling, splendid, let people look up and marvel. In Qin Yuxuan's eyes, the whole world seemed completely dark. Only Lin Fan is like the sun, bursting out with scorching light. She listened to the distant, beautiful music. She was completely stunned and drunk. Her eyes are hazy. The whole heart is touched, happy, completely filled. Ding! After the last note of "The Wedding in a Dream" fell, Lin Fan played "Happy Birthday" again. Then, Lin Fan slowly got up, holding 99 gorgeous red roses in his hand, and said affectionately, "Yu Xian, happy birthday." Pattern. Qin Yuxuan finally couldn't help herself, a tear that rolled down like a pearl. Then, the whole person plunged into Lin Fan's arms, and a pair of fiery lips were directly printed on it. "Papa, Papa." Suddenly, there was a burst of warm applause from the entire playground. Qin Yuxuan is a well-known beauty from Modi University, the goddess of countless people. Even, there are many people who admire her at the scene. However, at this moment, they didn't feel any jealousy towards Lin Fan. Some are just blessings, and some are just praises. Because, he is worth it. For a long time, the lips are divided. Lin Fan held Qin Yuxuan's waist with one hand, and flew into the air while holding the rope ladder lowered by the helicopter with one hand. Qin Yuxuan watched the beautiful playground almost covered with roses in the air, and her whole person was about to melt in Lin Fan's arms, and the parted lips of Kai were printed on Lin Fan's face again. In this way, under the enviable eyes of countless people, they flew away towards the sky. Zhang Jing tilted her head up and said idiotically, "I finally understand now. Why do you guys say that Lin Fan is a fairy boyfriend these days? He might really be a fairy. Wan Yue Judo, if I have such a boyfriend, I would be willing to lose my life by 10 years. Huang Jasmine looked at the helicopter that had completely disappeared from the field of vision, and then looked around again, and said, "How much do you get for so many roses?" Calculated as a rose per square meter, each rose is 5 yuan, and the playground of our school is about 20,000 square meters. Wan Yue Judo. 5 yuan, 20,000 yuan, this cost 100,000 yuan? Huang Moli widened her eyes. In addition, there are helicopters, labor, etc., in the scene just now, at least more than 200,000 yuan. Wan Yu Judo. Hiss. Huang Jasmine took a breath and was dazed again. Lin Fan naturally didn't know the reaction of Huang Moli and others. At this time, he and Qin Yuxuan came to the only Michelin 3-star restaurant in the city. In the past, this Michelin 3-star restaurant will always be a very popular restaurant. Today, there is only one table in the spacious hall. On the table, a dim light is lit, and there are many delicious foods. Because, today the entire Michelin 3-star restaurant was booked by Lin Fan. Lin Fan slowly poured Lafite 82 years into a high-heeled wine glass.
Then, she touched Qin Yuxuan lightly and said, "Yuxuan, happy birthday."
Then, he handed out a mini car key. "I think this car is more suitable for you, I hope you like it," Lin Fan said.
This is Lin Fan's truth.
For Lin Fan today, even if he sends tens of millions of supercars out, he will never feel distressed. But since the last time I took the Mini of teacher Tian Tian, Lin Fan felt that Qin Yuxuan was also very suitable for driving this car.
That's why I chose this birthday gift. I like it, I like Mini very much. Lin Fan, thank you, thank you. Qin Yuxuan said very happily, tears
rolling down from her beautiful eyes again.
Lin Fan said, "Fool, why are you crying?"
"I didn't cry, I was just too happy, too happy,"
Qin Yuxuan said.
At this time, a clear reminder sounded in Lin Fan's mind.
Ding!
Complete hidden missions, host a perfect birthday party, and get 5 silver red envelopes. Lin Fan couldn't help showing a strange color on his face.
After purchasing 100 years of ginseng, the system reached LV5. LV5, in addition to doubling the funds earned from breathing, walking, and sleeping every day on the basis of LV4, it also opened the task system. However, Lin Fan has not been able to trigger the mission in the past 2 days. Today, I held a birthday party for Qin Yuxuan and even completed a hidden mission. 5 silver red envelopes? What is this? Tap. At this time, a waiter slowly walked over with a very beautiful angel cake. Yuxuan, make a wish,
Lin Fan said.
Qin
Yuxuan folded her hands together and silently made a wish. It is night, in the Hilton presidential suite. 2 orioles crowed in the green willows, and a group of egrets rose to the sky.
Oh, epsilon asterisk. Asterisk 3, epsilon asterisk. This night, there is no sleep in the Hilton presidential suite. The next day,
a ray of dazzling sunlight passed through the window and fell on the side of the bed, and Qin Yuxuan slowly opened her beautiful eyes.
Lin Fan smiled and said, "Are you awake?"
In Qin Yuxuan's Zhong nose, there was a light
Then, after struggling a few times, I couldn't get up.
In fact, last night was too intense, and her weak body was a little overwhelmed.
I will help you up,
Lin Fan said.
Last time, Qin Yuxuan was very shy. This time, he didn't refuse anymore. Ding dong.
At this time, a crisp doorbell rang outside. Lin Fan said, "It should be the waiter who brought the food."
Are you hungry too?
Wash up first.
Qin Yuxuan nodded lightly like a well-behaved little white rabbit. Hilton's breakfast is very rich.
Oolong cheese pasta, bird's nest congee, milk, crab roe soup, sweet potatoes, colorful fruit plates, etc. are all exquisite. Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan ate very contentedly, and they languidly depended on each other, making them extremely happy.
Jingle bell.
At this time, Qin Yuxuan's cell phone rang a loud bell.
But, teach me, alright.
After Qin Yuxuan responded for a while, she hung up the phone slowly.
The professor asked you to do a project? Lin Fan asked. Qin Yuxuan bowed her head and said, yes.
It's okay, you can go directly, I have to go back to Jiangbei later to participate in the training of mathematical modeling contest.
Lin Fan said. Then I will take you to the airport, Qin Yuxuan said. Good,
Lin Fan said. Then, the two went hand in hand towards the airport.
As an international city, the airport is always very lively.
Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan stayed warm outside for a while before heading towards the VIP lounge. At this time, the VIP lounge was empty and very quiet. Lin Fan first poured a glass of red wine, then, sitting on the leather sofa, took out his mobile phone leisurely.
Get 100 red envelopes, do you receive all of them? 100 red envelopes.
In other words, this birthday party cost a total of 1 million yuan. However, Lin Fan didn't care about it, so he clicked to receive it.
Ding. Congratulations, get 10 yuan. Ding.
Congratulations, you got 10,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations to you www.mlnovel.com for getting a 10 times rebate card.
Ding!
Congratulations, you got 1,999 yuan. 100 red envelopes. Lin Fan received a total of 220,310 yuan, and a 10 times rebate card. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly, and secretly said, "Why are they all useless things?"
Useless things? 220,000 yuan, plus a 10 times rebate card that can bring me an unknown amount of money, useless?
Then, Lin Fan turned his attention to the silver red envelope.
Do you open 5 silver red envelopes?
Lin Fan was full of curiosity about the silver red envelope obtained by completing the task. He did not hesitate, and directly chose to turn it on.
Ding!
Congratulations, you have received 200,000 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you have received 300,000 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you have gained professional guitar playing experience.
Play good guitar music to add more charm. Ding!
Congratulations, you have received 100,000 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you got 700,000 yuan. 5 silver red envelopes. Lin Fan received a total of 1.3 million yuan, and professional guitar playing experience. Lin Fan immediately had a guess. Before, the amount of money earned every time I opened the red envelope was below 100,000. And each red packet in the silver red packet is more than 100,000. And, 5 silver red envelopes, you get 1 skill. According to this calculation, the value of silver red envelopes is probably 1 level higher than ordinary red envelopes, and it is easier to get good things.
Mission. It seems necessary to complete it.
While Lin Fan was in deep thought, a stewardess walked slowly to Lin Fan and said in an extremely sweet voice, "Sir, you can board the flight now." After Lin Fan heard the sound, his heart trembled slightly, and he couldn't help turning his head to look.
This turn, his face, almost hit the flight attendant's perfect figure, Oyo.
Even, Lin Fan could still vaguely feel a trace of heat and a faint fragrance. Lin trembled slightly, and he couldn't help turning his head to look.
This turn, his face, almost hit the flight attendant's perfect figure, Oyo.
Even, Lin Fan could still vaguely feel a trace of heat and a faint fragrance. Lin Fan couldn't help but speed up a few beats, and moved back hurriedly. At this time, he realized that the flight attendant in front of him was about 168 in height, with very delicate and exquisite features, with watery eyes and fair skin as snow.
Nice. Super beauty.
Lin Fan Qing did not disable the real eye and started observing her.
Face value, 96. Favorite rating, 70.
Lin Fan was not surprised by the appearance of 96.
But, 70? What's going on?
I almost met her just now. Why does she have such a high degree of affection for herself? After a long time, Lin Fan came back to his senses and said, "Sorry, I just got distracted, I didn't hear what you just said. You are in first class, you can board the flight half an hour earlier, and you can now board the flight." The beautiful stewardess's voice was always very sweet, and there was no displeasure at all because of the repeated speech.
Lin Fan said, "Okay."
Then, under the guidance of the beautiful stewardess, Lin Fan walked towards the VIP passage. Along the way, even during Lin Fan's entire flight, the beautiful stewardess always surrounds Lin Fan, and she greets her from time to time, and provides the most perfect service in the best condition. That kind of feeling, it was as if she was Lin Fan's personal stewardess. While Lin Fan was taking a plane, Qin Yuxuan drove a white Mini and came to Magic City University.
Then, she walked back to the dormitory with the vehicle certificate, contract and other documents. Huang Jasmine, Zhang Jing, Wan Yuero immediately swarmed up.
Among them, Zhang Jing was the most excited. She hugged Qin Yuxuan's arm and exclaimed, "Yuxuan, ask for experience, how can I find a fairy boyfriend like Lin Fan? Wan Yue Judo, Yuxian, I really envy you for having such a fairy boyfriend."
Huang Jasmine asked, "Yuxian, did he give you any gift yesterday? By the way, what did you hold?"
Qin Yuxuan looked at the eagerness and envy of the three, and a strong sense of happiness surged in her heart again.
She happily said, "Jingjing, Yuero, you don't have to envy me, when fate arrives, you will definitely find a partner who suits you." Then, Qin Yuxuan took out the materials and keys in her hand, and said, "This is the birthday present Lin Fan gave me."
Gosh, it turned out to be a car.
Huang Moli exclaimed in surprise. €1 added, moreover, it's still the top version. What? Mini? Let me take a look, let me take a look.
Zhang Jing excitedly said, wow.
It's still my favorite white. This style is too beautiful, right?
Obviously, €1 has a certain degree of research on cars. And Zhang Jing only stays at the stage of color and good looking for the car.
Huang Jasmine couldn't help asking, how much is this top version?
With decoration, it is estimated that it will reach 400,000.
€1 judo. What? Huang Jasmine cried out in surprise, my god. With the helicopter and roses, wouldn't it cost 600,000 to 700,000 for this birthday? Huang Jolly asked again, Yu Xian, where did he take you to eat delicious food? 3 Michelin stars. Qin Yuxuan said. Doesn't it cost thousands more? Huang Jolly exclaimed.
Qin Yuxuan opened her mouth. After hesitating for a moment, she said truthfully, he has packaged the entire Michelin star.
The whole bedroom is silent. Huang Jasmine, Zhang Jing, and €1 all opened their mouths, staring at Qin Yuxuan blankly, with envy on their faces besides envy.
Zhang Jing muttered, God, this is definitely a fairy boyfriend.
At this time, Lin Fan successfully arrived in Jiangbei City under the meticulous care of the beautiful stewardess. After getting off the plane, Lin Fan went straight to the parking lot.
Soon, he came to Lamborghini and just sat in.
The phone shook slightly. 12 o'clock. The red envelope appears. Ding. Congratulations, you got €1. Ding.
Congratulations, you got 5,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you got 2,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you got 10,000 yuan.
Ding. Congratulations, you got €3.
Today's red envelope, Lin Fan received a total of 30,304 yuan. He put the phone in the normal place at will, and then prepares to start Lamborghini. At this time, the figure of the beautiful stewardess Qianli appeared next to her.
Her perfect figure leaned against the window, and said sweetly, see you again, I live a few kilometers nearby, can you please send me a while? After hesitating, Lin Fan nodded and said, yes.
The beautiful stewardess said, thank you. The words fell, and he sat on the co-pilot very happily. Lin Fan did not start the car immediately, but said, actually, I have a girlfriend. This beautiful stewardess has always taken special care of herself from the VIP lounge to the plane. Now, she took the initiative to ask herself to take her home. Lin Fan is not a fool, so I can't see her thoughts. The pretty face of the beautiful stewardess was as usual, and even a little more smile. Yu read www.uukunsha.com and said, I know.
No?
Then you still.
Lin Fan was taken aback.
Then, he used real eyes to observe the beautiful stewardess again.
Face value, 96. Friendship degree, 80.
Lin Fan was stunned again.
The beautiful stewardess knows that she has a girlfriend, and then her affection for herself has risen rapidly? At this time, not far away, a well-proportioned flight attendant kissed a middle-aged man with a big belly. Then, the two got into a black Mercedes-Benz car together. See here. The beautiful stewardess sighed, many people envy our flight attendants. We work every day, just fly around and play around. But they don't know that we are equally tired at work every day, but the salary is only 10,000. Due to the special nature of work, we often meet people with considerable assets. Under the lure of some money and profit, many people have gradually fallen into the trap. At this point, the beautiful stewardess lowered her head and said, actually, I'm not afraid of your jokes. There used to be a 50-year-old boss who offered to give me 50,000 yuan a month and let me stay with him for 2 years. At that time, I was almost tempted. Then, the beautiful stewardess looked at Lin Fan with a worried look, and asked, will you look down on someone like me? Lin Fan shook his head and said, most people study and work hard just to have a better life. However, it is rare to see someone as honest as you.
Lin Fan was driving and chatting with the beautiful stewardess. The atmosphere was very relaxed. During this period, the two introduced themselves to each other. Lin Fan knew that the beautiful stewardess was named Qiu Ziqian.
As Qiu Ziqian said, she lives a few kilometers nearby.
About 10 minutes, Lin Fan came to a somewhat old community. The community environment is not good, but the place where Qiu Ziqi lives is clean and tidy, which makes people feel like home.
Qiu Ziqian introduced, "This is the house I rented together with another flight attendant. She flew abroad today and should be back in a few days." At this time, she happened to see the red wine on the table and asked, "Do you want to drink some wine?"
Lin Fan nodded indifferently.
Boom!
With a soft sound, a wisp of bright red wine rippled in the high-heeled glass. Lin Fan picked up the wine glass and shook it gently, then put it next to his nose and sniffed it. Finally, he slowly poured it into his mouth. His movements are gentle and elegant.
Like a noble prince, extremely charming. Drinking gentleman, unlimited charm.
Originally, Qiu Ziqian wanted to use wine to embolden herself. But, at this moment, she was completely lost.
Ding! The charm aura triggers unforgettable memories.
Qiu Ziqian finally couldn't help herself, and threw herself directly into Lin Fan's arms. The sun is shining brightly, the birds spread their wings, and the grass is rustling.
In a blink of an eye, it came to dusk.
Qiu Ziqian wiped the tears of happiness from the corner of her eyes, and got up from the bright red bed with some difficulty.
Lin Fan asked, "Are you okay? Don't you need to take a break?" Qiu Ziqian whispered, "I'm fine, you should be hungry? I will let you cooking first." "Do you still cook?"
Lin Fan asked in surprise.
You know, today's young people, especially girls, almost never go to the kitchen. And a beautiful girl like Qiu Ziqian, generally speaking, is even less able to cook. Qiu Ziqian said, "A meal outside is almost enough to eat at home for a day."
In addition, to conquer a man's heart, he should first conquer his stomach. Of course, he should practice well. Lin Fanyan heard it and couldn't help but smile.
After a burst of lampblack rose. In just over half an hour, one after another delicious dishes were brought to Lin Fan. "It tastes so good,"
Lin Fan exclaimed in a kind of admiration. Qiu Ziqian was also very happy after hearing this, and said, "If you like to eat, eat more."
"Okay, then I'm welcome,"
Lin Fan said. At this meal, Lin Fan ate 2 full bowls of rice and ate all 5 dishes clean. His face was full of satisfaction.
Boom!
At this time, there was a loud noise outside the community. Lin Fan walked out the window, looked at the excavator in the distance, frowned slightly.
Qiu Ziqian said, "I am building roads recently, so it will be a bit noisy. The environment here is too bad, let me change your place to live."
Lin Fan said.
Qiu Ziqian smiled and said, "Do you want me to live in your house?" Lin Fan said, "I am studying in Jiangbei University, now in a dormitory."
Qiu Ziqian heard this, her pretty face was full of surprise. She didn't expect that, wearing a famous brand, wearing a Vacheron Constantin Tourdel /Isle, and driving Lamborghini's top goddess, she turned out to be a student.
Qiu Ziqian said weirdly, "If you count it like this, wouldn't I still earn it?"
Lin Fan smiled and touched his nose, feeling helpless. Then, Lin Fan took out his cell phone and dialed the number of Lianjia manager Han Tian.
Lianjia, meeting room.
Han Tian sat at the top, took out a pile of materials, and carefully explained the company's related policies and market conditions.
The clerk below listened very carefully and took notes from time to time. Jingle bell. At this time, Han Tian's mobile phone rang a brisk ring. After seeing the call reminder, she trembled with a rare expression. Han Tian almost conditioned reflex, directly connected to the phone. "Mr. Lin, hello." Han Tian said softly. "Mr. Han is good." "That's the case. I call to ask if you have a recommendation for a house with a better environment?"
Lin Fan said straightforwardly.
Han Tian just thought about it, and said, "If you don't consider the specific area, I recommend Yike City and Xiaohu City."
These two communities have almost the best greening and property management in Jiangbei.
They are all in excellent locations.
Within 10 kilometers, there are parks, large businesses, hospitals, everything, and the transportation is very convenient. In addition, Yike City and Xiaowu City both sell large flats of more than 150 square meters, so it is very comfortable to live in.
If it is an ordinary person asking, Han Tian would naturally not recommend Yike City and Xiaohu City, not to mention the large flat floor above 150 square meters. To know. The environment and location of Yike City and Xiaohu City are indeed impeccable. However, the price is also very high.
But Lin Fan is different.
He owns an entire house in Wanzhou, Washington, so naturally he doesn't care about the price. Obviously, just as Han Tian expected. After listening, Lin Fan just nodded calmly and said, "Do you have houses for sale in these two communities?" "Yes." Han Tian affirmed. "You should be busy? Or, send someone over and show me the house?"
Lin Fan said. Although Han Tian is the sales manager, it is most suitable for her to take the house to see the house. However, Lin Fan doesn't want to delay other people's time. www.plnovel.com Han Tian said, not busy, I have been idle for a long time.
Later, we will meet in Yike City, what do you think? Kind? Good.
Lin Fan said.
Han Tian hung up the phone and got up and said, summarize by yourself first. After finished speaking, walked quickly toward the outside of the meeting room.
Only a group of employees are left in the conference room, looking bewildered.
Manager Han, didn't you just say that this meeting is important? Do you want to put down everything on your hands? As for, sum up and summarize by yourself? We don't even know what the policy documents are, how do we summarize them? Han Tian has no idea what the employees think. After she got out of the store, she drove a red BMW 530Li directly towards Yike City. When Han Tian arrived at the destination, Lin Fan hadn't arrived yet.
So, through the gap, she took out the makeup mirror, lipstick, and foundation to touch up her makeup in the car.
Boom! When the engine roar sounded in the distance, Han Tian noticed a cool Lamborghini and drove over quickly.
So, he hurriedly got out of the car.
After the Lamborghini stopped, Lin Fan opened the door and said, Manager Han, have you been waiting for a long time?
Han Tian shook her head again and smiled and said, no, I just came here.
The next moment, Han Tian's whole body was slightly stiff.
Because a beautiful lady walked out of the Lamborghini co-pilot. Also, this beauty stepped forward and took Lin Fan's arm, very affectionate. Lin Fan nodded slightly when he looked at the door of Yike City style.
First impression, he still feels good. Lin Fan said, Manager Han, take us in and have a look? Oh, good. Han Tian said.
I have to say that Yike City is indeed one of the best communities in Jiangbei. When the security guard saw it from a distance, he took the initiative to step up and asked in a very humble tone. Then, people stood next to Lin Fan's Lamborghini. Is obviously to prevent someone from scratching. Yike City implements a strict separation of people and vehicles, and no cars can be seen in the community. After Lin Fan and others walked into Yike City, they looked around and saw that there was no rubbish, and the ground was very tidy. Some, just green trees and grass, and some, just flowers and fragrance, and the environment is very good. Not long after, Lin Fan and others came to the house on the 25th floor. This is a large flat floor of 178 square meters, modern and luxurious decoration style. Standing in front of the tall floor-to-ceiling windows, not only can you have a panoramic view of the entire community, but you can also feel the afterglow of the dusk, very comfortable. Lin Fan asked, do you like this house? Xiao Ziqian nodded gently. In fact, when she walked into this house, her entire pair of beautiful eyes lit up immediately. In her opinion, this is not a house at all, but a castle that belongs to her dream. Lin Fan said, if you like it, let's do this. After speaking, Lin Fan handed out the bank card directly. Although, Han Tian has already experienced Lin Fan's refreshing character. But, at this time, I couldn't help but be taken aback. A large house of 178 square meters, just looked around randomly.
Are you going to pay directly? This is too bold, right?
For a while, Han Tian took the bank card in a daze, and said, "This house has a total of 178 square meters, and the unit price is 46,000.
Mr. Lin is going to prepare the full payment or full amount,"
Lin Fan said straightforwardly.
For this result, Han Tian is not too surprised.
She took out the contract from her bag and said, "Mr. Lin, you can take a look at the sales contract first, and then sign it below." Obviously, when Han Tian went out, she was fully prepared.
Lin Fan said, "Zixian, come and sign." "Ha? Me?" Xiao Ziqian couldn't help but stay in a daze.
Xiao Ziqian knows that Lin Fan owns Lamborghini and Vacheron Constantin Tourdel /Isle, which is definitely a superhero. She thought that when Lin Fan said to change her house, he was renting a new house. Now, switching to buying a house has surprised her. However, Xiao Ziqian never thought that Lin Fan would directly give the house to herself.
She heard clearly just now.
This house has a total of 178 square meters, 46,000 per square meter.
In other words, this is a house worth more than 8 million. That's all. Give it to yourself?
Even if Xiao Ziqian has been a flight attendant for 2 years, she has seen many people in the world. At this time, I was also very surprised.
Lin Fan nodded and said, "Yes, this house is for you."
Xiao Ziqian looked at Lin Fan quietly, and saw that he didn't mean to joke or hesitate at all.
Then took a deep breath and said seriously, "Thank you."
Then, he picked up the pen and signed the name on the contract.
Han Tian looked at the contract, her face was full of envy. Murmured in his heart, "When will I meet someone who treats me so well?"
Then, Han Tian picked up Lin Fan's bank card and swiped it on the POS machine he had prepared.
Drip.
At the same time, a clear reminder sounded in Lin Fan's mind.
Ding. The consumption of 8.188 million yuan this time, whether to use the 10 times rebate card? Yes.
Lin Fan said silently in his heart.
Successfully use the 10 times rebate card and get 81.88 million yuan.
Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan's phone shook slightly.
China Merchants Bank reminds you to deposit 81,880,000 yuan.
So far, Lin Fan's capital has now reached 156 million yuan.
Assets, the first time exceeded 100 million.
Even though, now Lin Fan can earn 1.4 million yuan a day by relying on breathing, walking, sleeping and other methods. At this time, when I suddenly received so much money, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but raised slightly.
Ding.
Complete hidden tasks with over 100 million funds.
Get 5 silver red envelopes.
Lin Fanyan heard it, and the joy on his face became even worse. He had one experience of completing a task, and he knew very well how rare silver red envelopes are. Han Tian explained something about the procedure again, and passed the key to Lin Fan before leaving slowly.
And Lin Fan directly handed the key to Xiao Ziqian, smiled and said, "Zixian, from now on, you will be the owner of this house."
Xiao Ziqian looked at the key in front of her, her body trembled slightly. Her wish is to own a house of her own in Zhangbei.
Now, it's realized.
Besides, I still have such a perfect house. I never thought that there would be such a good house, thank you, husband. After Xiao Ziqian finished speaking, he hugged Lin Fan directly and printed it with a pair of fiery lips. After a long time, the two people slowly separated. Lin Fan glanced at the time and said, "I won't be with you today. I need to go back to school in the evening." "Okay." Xiao Ziqian answered. "Are you living here today, or are you going back to the rented place?" Lin Fan asked. Xiao Ziqian said, "There are still many places to clean up here. I will go back to live today. Then I'll give it to you," Lin Fan said. Then, the two of them walked outside hand in hand. After Lin Fan put Xiao Ziqian at the gate of the community, he headed towards Zhangbei University. Just as Xiao Ziqian turned around, a sweet-looking woman who was also wearing a stewardess uniform appeared in front of her. Xiao Ziqian was a little surprised and said, "Huang Ling, didn't you fly abroad today? Why did you come back so early?"
Obviously, this flight attendant is Qiu Ziqian's roommate.
Huang Ling said, the weather abroad is bad, so the flight was cancelled. After a pause, she said again, let's not talk about this yet.
You just got out of a Lamborghini? Ziqian, shouldn't you be?
Qiu Ziqian and Huang Ling have a very good relationship, otherwise, they would not share a lease. Between them, they will talk about some private topics.
Huang Ling knew that Qiu Ziqian had never been disgusted with bag. Qiu Ziqian nodded www.novel.com and said, yes. Huang Ling sighed secretly and asked, how much does he give you a month? He didn't give me money. Qiu Ziqian replied. What? If you didn't give you money, you just. Huang Ling called.
Qiu Ziqian said, he gave me a suite, a 178 square meter house in Yike City.
Ha? Huang Ling's mouth directly turned into an O shape.
When he was bored, Huang Ling didn't look at the house less, he knew exactly how expensive the housing prices in Yike City are.
A house in a 178 square meter city is worth at least 5 or 6 million, right? Just like that, gave it to Qiu Ziqian? Huang Ling hurriedly said, he wrote your name? Qiu Ziqian nodded and said, the contract is in my hands. Ding dong.
At this time, Qiu Ziqian's phone shook slightly. It turned out that Lin Fan sent the message. Lin Fan, if you don't want to do a flight attendant job, just resign. If I transfer some money, you will use it first, and then tell me if it is not enough.
Then, Qiu Ziqian received the news of the arrival of 1 million yuan. Qiu Ziqian, thank you husband. After Qiu Ziqian responded to the message, she raised her phone and said, he has given me money now. What? 1 million? Huang Ling opened his mouth again.
She has never heard of anyone giving away millions of houses and 1 million in cash.
This is like being offered by grandma, okay? Huang Ling shouted, Ziqian, is he still making a package? Please.
Qiu Ziqian looked at her pitiful appearance, and her smile trembled.
After Lin Fan returned to Zhongbei University, he went directly to room 305 of the training building.
At this time, the two twins, Xia Bing and Xia Shui, are carefully designing models in front of the computer. After they saw Lin Fan, there was a flash of excitement in their beautiful eyes. Then, Chi took out a bottle of pulse from the backpack behind him, and handed it to Lin Fan.
Lin Fan said, thank you. Opened 2 bottles of pulse and took a sip of each.
Xia Bing and Xia Shui saw this, the joy on their faces became even greater, a pair of cute dimples, looming. At this time, Professor Zhang Yong walked in from outside. After he saw Lin Fan, he immediately shouted, Lin Fan, you are finally here. Lin Fanyan could not help but touch his nose. Last Saturday, Zhang Yong kept sending messages to himself, asking him to come for training early.
However, on Saturday, Xinyuo Hotel will auction off 100-year-old ginseng. The century-old ginseng is related to Lin Tao's illness. Of course Lin Fan needs to go. It was not until Sunday night that Lin Fan returned to Zhongbei. On Monday, it was the birthday of his girlfriend Qin Yuxuan, so Lin Fan would naturally go to the Magic City to celebrate. Come and go, Lin Fan has not had time to come to the training room until now. Zhang Yong said helplessly, originally, I wanted to use these few days to give you a good training, but the competition is going to be tomorrow. If I train now, it will affect the mental state of the exam tomorrow. Zhang Yong said here, he sighed lightly, and said, I'll talk about the rules of the competition again. The mathematical modeling contest lasts for 72 hours in total, and it is very difficult and intense. Especially for Lin Fan, calculations, essays and defenses are required, and the task is very heavy. But, you must not panic and nervous, just play steadily. When Zhang Yong saw the mathematical modeling of Lin Fan, Xia Bing and Xia Shui for the first time, he was extremely excited and surging. He immediately felt that Zhongbei University's national awards this year, and even the Higher Education Cup is expected. But now, Zhang Yong doesn't have any confidence anymore. Zhang Yong, as a professor, knows very well that students who are busy with other tasks near the exam will affect their grades. He just silently said in his heart, I hope Lin Fan and the others can get the provincial prize. The next day, the weather was fine,
and a splendid sunrise was like a dragon, soaring towards the sky. Many students from the School of Mathematics and Computer Science of Jiangbei University walked toward the wide lecture halls. Today, or in other words, in the next 3 days, they will all have a difficult mathematical modeling competition here. Counselor Sun Yaodong stood in the corridor in the distance, watching this scene silently. At this time, a middle-aged teacher who was about 30 or 40 years old said, "Mr. Sun, you let so many students sign up for the mathematical modeling contest. It is useless if there is quantity but no quality." Sun Yaodong said, "That's not necessarily true, maybe there will be a few provincial awards among them." The middle-aged teacher smiled and shook his head. Obviously, he didn't take this to heart. Inside the lecture hall, Zheng Jinbao looked at the tables that were all 2 meters away, sighed, and said, "This is over, I can't copy it anymore." Next to, students from the computer school and mathematics school have a black line on their faces. Co-authored, "You participated in the mathematical modeling contest, are you plagiarizing ideas?" Zheng Jinbao looked at Song Yi, who was sitting not far away, and murmured, "Anyway, it's okay with someone as a company." After finishing talking, Zheng Jinbao opened the happy water from the fat house, took a big sip, and enjoyed it with all his face. At this time, Song Yi also looked around. When he saw Zheng Jinbao, he was obviously relieved. The scum of learning is accompanied, and we are at the bottom together. This bottom will also be thicker. Lin Fan sat calmly on the chair, very leisurely. It looked like it was not here to participate in a mathematical modeling contest, but to drink tea. "Xiaobing, Xia Shui, don't be nervous, it's just an exam, relax," Lin Fan said. Xiaobing and Xia Shui nodded again and again. If they are participating in the competition with others, then they will be like Lin Fan, very relaxed. However, this time the mathematical modeling contest was teamed up with Lin Fan, which made me nervous. Because Xiaobing and Xia Shui decided in their hearts that they must take the best technical exams, and they must not hold back Lin Fan. Ding! At this time, the whole lecture hall rang a crisp bell. Then, 3 professors, all over 40, walked in slowly. Among them, the professor with white temples said, "Except for the whispering among the players, the rest are forbidden to whisper. Violators will be disqualified from the competition. The National Mathematical Modeling Contest now starts. Look at the title, everyone." As the old professor's voice fell, 3 questions appeared on the projector in the amphitheater and on the computers in front of everyone. 1. Design a house. 2. Design a drainage system. 3. Design a parking lot. Please choose one of the 3 questions to answer. After seeing these 3 questions, all the students were dumbfounded. Design a house? Drainage system? Parking lot? Isn't all this supposed to be done by the School of Architecture? This requires drawing drawings, design plans, etc. It does have some complexity. UU reading www.uukunsha.com. But, what does this have to do with the mathematical modeling contest? Mathematical modeling contest, isn't it a competition about mathematical calculations? Here, where does mathematics involve? The students were startled for a while, and then they started talking in a low voice. "Which topic shall we choose?" the short man in the computer science department asked. "The parking lot seems to be a bit simpler?" The middle-sized mathematics student said hesitantly. Zheng Jinbao vetoed it, saying, "Of course it is the drainage system." "How simple is the drainage system?" "Just draw a few ditches." The 2 looked at each other for a while, then hesitated and said, "Then design the drainage system." Lin Fan glanced at the 3 questions at random, and immediately had ideas in his heart. "Xiaobing, Xia Shui, what question do you want to do?" Lin Fan asked. Xiaobing and Xia Shui didn't move, they just looked at Lin Fan quietly. "Obviously, it looks like you are choosing the topic." Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay, then I will choose." He touched his chin, and said in deep thought, "In many cities, it is easy to accumulate water on heavy rains. Designing drainage systems is troublesome, but it is still useful. Then let's choose the second topic, design a drainage system." Xia Bing and Xia Shui had no reaction at all, and they nodded repeatedly. At this time, a clear reminder sounded in Lin Fan's mind.
Ding! Trigger the task and win a national certificate in the mathematical modeling contest. Reward 5 silver red envelopes.
Lin Fanyan heard the words, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Originally, Lin Fan only intended to answer questions casually. At this time, he decided to play well. Lin Fan picked up his pen like flying, and quickly wrote complex calculations on white paper. Then, he told Xia Bing and Xia Shui the request and data.
Suddenly, Lin Fan's team heard a crackling, rhythmic sound.
Over time, the prototype of the drainage system gradually appeared on the computers of Xia Bing and Xia Shui.
Soon, it was noon. Many people buy their meals directly at the entrance of the lecture theater.
After eating in a hurry, he continued to solve problems and compete.
There is no way, it is really too much work in mathematical modeling.
If you don't hurry up, you may not be able to complete the task within 3 days. But Lin Fan was completely different.
After having lunch with Xia Bing and Xia Shui, he went back to the empty dormitory and prepared to take a nap.
At this time, his cell phone shook slightly.
12 o'clock. The red envelope appears. Ding!
Congratulations, you got 6 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you got 20 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you got 10,000 yuan.
Ding! Congratulations, you got 3 yuan.
Today, Lin Fan received a total of 25,009 yuan. Then, he glanced at the 818 red packets displayed on the screen. This is the red envelope I got after I spent 8.188 million yesterday to buy a house in Yike City. Originally, Lin Fan planned to collect 1,000 red envelopes and open them together. Now, but he hesitated again.
Murmured, forget it, turn it on. Ding!
Congratulations, you got 3,000 yuan.
Ding! Congratulations, get 2 yuan. Ding!
Congratulations, you have gained professional swimming experience. Excellent swimming skills can make you also show extraordinary charm in the water.
Ding!
Congratulations, you got 10,000 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you have acquired professional aircraft driving skills. Even an airplane can be easily driven, and the charm is everywhere. 818 red envelopes. Lin Fan received a total of 780,922 yuan.
And professional swimming experience, professional airplane driving skills.
78 million in cash, it doesn't matter, but Lin Fan is still very satisfied with the 2 new skills. Murmured, there are 5 silver red envelopes, forget it, after the tasks of the mathematical modeling contest are completed, let's start them together. In this sleep, Lin Fan slept until 2 o'clock before walking slowly towards the lecture hall. At this time, everyone in the lecture hall was struggling to calculate and design. Lin Fan returned to his seat, took a sip of tea, and then began to write at the desk.
In a blink of an eye, the sky gradually darkened. The lecture hall is still brightly lit. The crackling sound is endless.
Obviously, many of them didn't plan to go back to rest at night, and just stayed in the classroom all night. Lin Fan went directly to the bedroom with Xia Bing and Xia Shui after it was time.
Life on the second day is similar to the first day. When Lin Fan was about to go back to the dormitory to rest again, the white-haired professor finally couldn't help but walked over and said, "This classmate, tomorrow is the last day of the competition, don't you hurry up and answer the question?" Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay." Then, I walked directly to the outside of the classroom.
Old professor.
Okay? Then, just leave? In a blink of an eye, it was the third day. Mathematical modeling contest is an open book competition.
As long as the students don't make noise or whisper to each other in the classroom, they don't disturb the order of the competition.
Therefore, the task of invigilating teachers and professors is very simple.
At this time, there is only one professor sitting in the classroom looking boredly at the newspaper.
The other 2 professors stood in the corridor drinking tea and breathing air. Among them, a younger professor asked, "Professor Zhao, do you know who Lin Fan was the last time Zhang Yong said?"
The old professor next to pointed to Lin Fan sitting in the middle of the classroom, and said, "Hey, that's Lin Fan."
"Is it him?"
The young professor was surprised.
"It's not just that you didn't pay too much attention. When you arrive, you will eat and sleep.
This is where you come to participate in the mathematical modeling contest. It is simply to punch the card, and there is no spirit of enduring hardship at all." The old professor hated iron and steel. The old professor said again, "Even the average professor can't solve those few mathematical modeling problems in such a short time. Today's competition is over. I guess he hasn't finished writing his thesis or something."
The young professor nodded in agreement, and said, "It's a pity."
As the sun sets, the competition has finally come to an end.
Ding! After a rapid bell rang,
the old professor stood on the podium and said, "Everyone, stand up.
Stop answering the questions. Otherwise, you will lose your qualifications for the exam."
Some people still want to modify the model and polish the paper. But after hearing what the old professor said, he could only stand up reluctantly. Lin Fan saw Xiaobing and Xia Shui, still staring at the computer screen reluctantly, seeming to be worried about where the model might go wrong.
"Don't worry, it's perfect already,"
Lin Fan said. After listening to Xiaobing and Xia Shui, they seemed to have received the best rewards. The two pretty faces were joyous and extremely sweet. Lin Fan looked at the two of them happy, but couldn't make a sound at all. His heart moved slightly. He spent 20 million to purchase 2 bottles of medical water from the system.
After you go back to the dormitory later, www.novel.com, drink it.
Xiaobing and Xia Shui didn't even ask what it was, and hugged them tightly in their arms like a treasure.
They just returned to room 502 of the girls' dormitory, holding the medical water.
Then, Xiaobing and Xia Shui didn't hesitate at all. They opened the medical water and poured them into their mouths. In their hearts, as long as Lin Fan asked him to do things, they absolutely must listen. At this time, there was a sound of brisk footsteps outside.
A roommate with melon face strolled in. After seeing Xiaobing and Xia Shui, she asked, "You are back? How did the mathematics modeling contest go?"
Then, she sat on the bed without waiting for the two to reply, and put on headphones to listen to music. Because she knew that Xiaobing and Xia Shui couldn't talk at all, and they just asked casually. Xiaobing and Xia Shui still insisted on making gestures, indicating that the test was okay. After a while, the girl with gauzy face seemed to feel a little stuffy in the bedroom, got up and opened the window.
Wow!
Suddenly, a strong wind whizzed in, mixed with pollen.
Ahai!
Xiaobing and Xia Shui could not help but sneezed at the same time. After that, they seemed to realize something and slowly opened their mouths.
What?
Suddenly, there was an extremely crisp sound in his throat. The two looked at each other, their faces full of incredible color. Then, they seemed to have thought of something, and all their eyes fell on the medical water bottle that they held tightly in their hands.
Zhongbei University has 104 rooms in the male dormitory.
Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao, and Ma Zhongmo lay on the bed with bloodshot eyes and a look of fatigue. When they saw the topic of the mathematical
modeling contest in the lecture theater, they were just ashamed. If this is a single-player game, Song Yi and Zhang Jinbao will definitely hand in a blank paper. Too difficult. That's easy to choose, can't you just do it?
However, the mathematical modeling contest is a 3-person team competition. Their teammates, they won't be allowed to hand in a blank paper.
In desperation, Song Yi and Zhang Jinbao had to follow their teammates to answer the questions. After spending a lot of time looking up the information, they got a little brow on the subject.
In the past 3 days, almost all of them were sleepless, calculating and designing frantically, and they were almost tired and paralyzed.
Song Yi asked, "Which topic did you choose?" "The third question, design a parking lot." Ma Zhong replied. "I also chose this question. My teammates said this is the simplest question, but it is still so complicated to do." Song Yi Dao.
Speaking of this, Song Yi seemed to have thought of searching for information frantically for the past 3 days, and sighed in fear of frantic calculations.
Zhang Jinbao buckled his nostrils and said, "The third question is the simplest? Shouldn't it be the simplest question to design a drainage system?"
Ma Zhangdao, the second question is the most difficult. The drainage system involves many aspects such as topography, pressure, soil quality, materials, etc.
If it is simple, our country will not have so many cities. When it rains heavily, the city roads will be flooded.
Zhang Jinbao blinked his small eyes, and suddenly felt that there seemed to be some truth.
In addition, Ma Zhong is a good student in his class.
Generally speaking, he can't make mistakes.
Then, Zhang Jinbo couldn't help but think of his two teammates in the past 3 days.
They kept saying that the problem was so difficult, and also proposed several times whether to change the topic. However, it is more difficult to veto it by myself with other topics.
If they finally learn that designing a drainage system is really the most difficult, will they beat themselves? Zhang Jinbao thought of this and couldn't help wrapping up the quilt tightly. Ma Zhong asked, "Brother Fan, which topic did you choose?" "I'm the same as Jinbao, I chose the second question,"
Lin Fan said. Originally, Ma Zhong wanted to ask, Lin Fan didn't seem to have answered the questions for the past 3 days, and all of them ate and slept normally.
But after hearing what Lin Fan said, Ma Zhong didn't ask.
When he thought about it, the reason why Lin Fan didn't answer the question was because he thought the question was too difficult, so he chose to give up. After hearing Lin Fan's answer, Zhang Jinbao tightened the quilt a little bit, and shouted in his heart, "The second question is really difficult."
Obviously, Zhang Jinbao's thinking is similar to Ma Zhong. Jingle bell.
At this time, the phone in Lin Fan's pocket rang a brisk ring. He glanced at the screen, an unexpected look appeared on his face. Because he discovered that it was actually a WeChat call from Xiaobing. Lin Fan's heart moved, and he directly pressed the answer button. On the phone, it was very quiet. Even, Lin Fan could vaguely hear 2 rapid breathing sounds.
After a while, Lin Fan took the initiative to speak. "Xiaobing, Xia Shui, you should be able to speak now, right?"
On the phone, 2 very crisp and sweet voices came, like spring water ding-dong, very pleasant to the ear. Lin Fan showed a touch of enjoyment on his face, and exclaimed, "What a nice voice."
After a while, there was a weak voice in the phone, "Thank you, thank you." Lin Fan smiled and said, "You're welcome, you should have been tired from exams these days? Take a good rest later." "No, I'm not tired."
But, soon, there was another pleasant voice on the phone, you too, take a good rest." After hanging up the phone, Xiaobing and Xiaoshui still hugged their phones tightly, their whole pretty faces flushed like ripe tomatoes.
After a long time, they dialed another WeChat call.
After a while, there was a brisk voice on the phone.
"Sisters, what do you think of calling me? Do you want to show the Morse code?"
Beautiful girl Yan smiled. When the beautiful girl Yan saw the call, she was a little surprised. She couldn't figure out why Xiaobing and Xiaoshui would call over
before, but this has never happened before.
So, I made a joke casually.
Mom, Xiaobing and Xiaoshui said. Fuck.
On the phone, I was taken aback for a while. Then, there were 3 shocked shouts.
Immediately afterwards, the phone yelled again, "You can talk now?" Yes. Xiaobing and Xiaoshui said.
The beautiful girl Yan exclaimed happily, "Okay.
Ha.
She has a very good voice, she deserves to be my daughter, sister. Remember to call my sister, not mother." The beautiful girl Yan was complacent, and said, "My sister is sensible. As soon as she could talk, she called me as soon as possible, not bad."
"Let's call Lin Fan first," Xiaobing and Xiaoshui said.
Beautiful girl Yan.
www.novel.com Fashion Community.
The middle-aged woman nodded repeatedly after looking at her daughter's well-dressed appearance. Went on to say, "Xiqin is so beautiful, the day after tomorrow, I absolutely can't let Wang Xiaodong's kid easily marry Xiqin." The middle-aged man next to agreed and nodded, and said, "Don't worry, I have already agreed with the third child in Daming, let them be the door blockers. The youngest is now the security captain of Yinshan Mall, and Daming is investigating. If they block the door, it is absolutely impossible for Wang Xiaodong to marry Sichin easily. The middle-aged woman thought for a while, and said, "It's not enough to have the third child, Sichin, don't you still have a few girlfriends? Call them all over, the more people block the door, the better."
Are there so many people? Gong Sichin hesitated. The middle-aged woman immediately said, "Of course.
Wang Xiaodong has no money and no power.
If you get married easily, he doesn't think you are cheap?" Gong Sichin said, "Actually, Xiaodong is also quite good, and he is very motivated." Although, Gong Sichin often reprimanded Wang Xiaodong.
But, after all, Wang Xiaodong is the husband of her own choice, and she doesn't want to be belittled too much.
The middle-aged woman sighed, "Silly daughter, what's the embarrassment?
We let Wang Xiaodong understand how difficult it is to marry you.
In the future, he will cherish you more. In addition, we are just letting some people block the door. Wang Xiaodong must be really able to ask some more powerful people to welcome his relatives and open the door? If not, then spend more time and more thoughts."
Gong Sichin nodded after seeing her mother say this, after a moment of indulgence. The next day, the sun was shining brightly.
Since today is Saturday, there is no need to attend class.
In addition, the 3 consecutive days of mathematical modeling contest ended yesterday. Therefore, Ma Zhong, Zhang Jinbao, and Song Yi were still lying in bed without movement, and there was no sign of getting up at all. And Lin Fan, as usual, picked up the phone placed by the pillow and glanced at it.
A prominent SMS reminder appeared on the screen early. At midnight, China merchants. Bank reminds you to remit 141,200 yuan.
For these 3 days, the red envelopes that Lin Fan opened at 12 noon every day were all cash red envelopes. Plus, breathing, walking, and sleeping, Lin Fan earned 4.4 million in 3 days. Although, it cost 20 million to buy 2 bottles of medical water. However, at this time, Lin Fan still had 142.6 million yuan in funds.
After eating breakfast, Lin Fan drove a Mercedes-Benz G and headed straight for the Green City.
Last week, he promised Wang Xiaodong that he would go to the wedding if he had time.
Wang Xiaodong is Lin Fan's junior high school classmate.
At the beginning, Lin Fan's family was poor and couldn't even afford workbooks and ballpoint pens. Wang Xiaodong often gave Lin Fan some, and it was all in Lin Fan's heart. Now, Wang Xiaodong is married.
There is nothing wrong with Lin Fan this weekend.
In addition, I can see my parents and sister when I go back to Qingshi, which will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. About an hour later, Lin Fan had already returned home. Since Lin Tao and Dai Weishua have taken medical water, their physical condition has improved a lot.
The whole person is like a teenager and full of vitality. At noon, they even ate 2 bowls of rice each.
In the afternoon, Lin Fan accompanied them to watch TV and chat, and laughed from time to time, which was extremely relaxed.
Crack!
At this time, the door was pushed open. Lin Xiaoyao came in carrying her school bag.
After she saw Lin Fan, she was pleasantly surprised. "Brother, when did you come back?"
After finished speaking, he threw himself directly into Lin Fan's arms.
"I haven't been back for a while."
Lin Fan squeezed Lin Xiaoyao's pretty face. "It's so hiccup again, hurry up and eat more."
Lin Xiaoyao shouted, "Dad, Mom. Look at your brother, and say me again. Your brother is right, eat more." Dai Weishua said.
Lin Fan looked at Lin Xiaoyao's deflated appearance, couldn't help laughing for a while, and asked, "Why are you so early today?
Don't go to study at night?"
Lin Fan understands the situation of Qingshi No. 1 Middle School. Generally speaking, there is no need to go to evening self-study on Sunday. Lin Xiaoyao said, "Today's monthly exam, so I won't go to study at night."
Lin Fan nodded. "Brother, take me out again today."
Lin Xiaoyao said excitedly.
Lin Fan said, "Okay, where do you want to go?" "Yinshan Mall."
Lin Xiaoyao said straightforwardly. Since Lin Xiaoyao learned that Lin Fan is the largest shareholder of Yinshan Mall, she has been looking forward to visiting Yinshan Mall with Lin Fan again. Because, in her opinion, it is not shopping at all, but visiting her own home.
Unfortunately, Lin Fan has not come back these days. I came back last week and left after lunch.
This time, finally came back, Lin Xiaoyao naturally wanted to seize the opportunity. Lin Fan squeezed Lin Xiaoyao's pretty face again, and smiled, okay, then visit Yinshan Mall. When Lin Xiaoyao sat on the Mercedes-Benz Big G, she could not help looking around with her bright eyes. Last time, she also saw this Mercedes-Benz G, but she didn't have the opportunity to ride it. This time, she wants to enjoy it. Before the traffic lights, Lin Xiaoyao looked at the waiting car and said excitedly, "Brother, our car is so tall."
Lin Fan just smiled and nodded. Boom!
When the green light turned on, Lin Fan kicked the accelerator and galloped forward. It didn't take long for them to come to Yinshan Mall.
There was no accident during the shopping.
Lin Xiaoyao quickly bought several clothes. At this time, Lin Fan paused slightly before turning his attention to the Bulgari jewelry shop not far away. Lin Fan's heart moved slightly, and he walked straight over.
Lin Xiaoyao asked, "Brother, why are we going to the jewelry store?"
"See if there is anything suitable for you and your parents, and buy another gift for tomorrow's classmate's wedding by the way," Lin Fan said.
Okay.
When Lin Xiaoyao heard that she was going to buy something for herself again, her beautiful eyes lit up immediately. But when she lay on the glass counter and saw the scary prices one by one, she shouted, "Brother, the things here are so expensive, let's change to another store." Lin Xiaoyao has also visited a jewelry store with friends before, and she also knows some prices. The price of these jewelry in front of you is several times, even 10 times higher than that of other stores. Even though Lin Xiaoyao knows that her brother now has a sports car and a big Mercedes-Benz, and is very rich. She also said that her brother's money was spent on her sister. However, Lin Xiaoyao is definitely not a person who spends money casually. At this time, a middle-sized shopping guide smiled and said, "Every piece of Bulgari's jewelry is made of high-quality materials and then handed over to a famous designer."
So, the price is indeed higher than ordinary jewelry.
However, our style is fashionable, cutting-edge, and high-quality. In this respect, it is far superior to ordinary jewelry.
Lin Fan pointed to a necklace in the glass cabinet not far away, and said, "Xiaoyao, what do you think of this necklace?"
Lin Xiaoyao glanced in the direction she pointed.
"I saw.
That necklace is delicate but not lacking in novelty, especially the crescent-shaped pendant with brilliant light, which made her shine even more." The shopping guide directly took out the necklace and introduced, "This necklace is named Moon Princess www.plnovel.com and it is the work of the famous designer John Lane. The chain is 99 platinum, which has a dynamic and fashionable appearance, and is extremely strong and not easy to break. The pendant of the necklace looks like a beautiful princess sitting on a moonship from a distance, full of dreamy colors. At the same time, the princess is surrounded by 4 diamonds, which symbolizes the 4-leaf clover, meaning that it will bring endless good luck to the princess."
Following the introduction of the shopping guide and after watching it up close, Lin Xiaoyao's eyes became brighter. Whether it's shape, symbol, or meaning, she likes this necklace too much. Is almost perfect. All of these.
Naturally, they were all in Lin Fan's eyes.
He smiled and nodded, and said, "Okay, then wrap this necklace."
Then, Lin Fan asked the shopping guide to take out the emerald bracelet that was not far away, the lighter studded with gems, and a pair of small mandarin ducks made of pure gold. Then, he handed out a bank card.
Drip! With a soft sound, the payment is successful.
Lin Fan saw that Lin Xiaoyao was still staring at the necklace, and couldn't help but smile. "Wear it for me to see."
"Okay,"
Lin Xiaoyao said excitedly. She looked at the shiny Princess Moon wearing her neck, her eyes sparkled, and her pretty face was full of excitement. Lin Xiaoyao took a selfie with her mobile phone and asked, "How much is this necklace?"
188,888 yuan.
The shopping guide said.
Pattern.
Lin Xiaoyao didn't hold a mobile phone and fell directly to the ground.